Liu, these thunderbolts with destructive power, are even more unable to cause harm to Han Feng's body at this moment. While traveling in the thunder, Han Feng communicated with Xiaopeng. This visit to the Heavenly Wolf Valley is really worth it. The strength has skyrocketed far beyond what I expected. I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. What was your cultivation base when you came to Central Continent? What level of comprehensive combat power did you achieve, but now? Speaking of which, when you were fighting that Yao Xiang, you weren't in your strongest state, right? Little Fatty rubbed his chin. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. That's right. With my current control over the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary, the power of integrating into Aurora Tsangyan will not be inferior to that of the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary. When I fight against Yao Xiang, I should be able to really reach the fourth level of the peak of the sanctuary. Not to mention, I haven't used the blood-eyed wolf claw yet. Lifting the bloody wolf claws, Han Feng took a deep breath. Although it can only exert its half power, it is the half power of the top-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills, and it will not be weaker than the top-grade high-grade sanctuary skills. Sister Lin, it's time to be promoted to the sanctuary. Xiaopeng will also cast a secret technique to transform you into a high-level Holy Spirit body, and at the same time integrate the devouring heart to help you change your spirit body into a devouring spirit body. Are you ready? Han Feng changed the subject and asked Lin Qingshan in the soul search space. It's already ready. Lin Qingshan's voice came from the soul search space. Being able to see the sun again and walking under the sun openly and aboveboard, Lin Qingshan's tone was a little excited. A month later, on the road to the Holy Spirit City, two teenage girls who were obviously siblings were surrounded by a group of robbers. The leader of the robber Jia sneered, I know that every time the Holy Spirit City recruits disciples, many spiritual bodies will come from thousands of miles away. Your guards have been killed by me, and now there are only you two left. After handing over all the treasures in the storage container, I can show mercy and spare you both of your lives. The older girl gritted her teeth and said, Don't think that we are ignorant when we are young, let us go. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Humph, since that's the case, then I will kill you all and forcefully seize your storage. Although forcibly opening the storage may cause some damage to the storage, compared with the treasure inside. Not worth mentioning. Go. The robber leader gave an order, and the surrounding robbers shot with gloomy smiles. More than 20 heaven-level breaths erupted, and the faces of the girls and teenagers were pale. The teenager and the girl are also at the heavenly level, but both of them are at the early stage of the heavenly level. Even if these robbers are acquired spirit bodies, they may not be able to compare with their innate spirit bodies at the same level, but there are too many. It didn't take long for the teenagers to be at a disadvantage, and they were extremely embarrassed. The leader of the robbers gave a grin of pleasure. The leader of the robbers is also an acquired spirit body. He was a master of the heavenly rank before his death. After death, he got a chance encounter, but his soul did not completely dissipate, but transformed into a spirit body. In addition to the adventure, the death of the bandit leader within the sphere of Eldar rule is also a reason. In the area under the control of the spirit race, there is a special energy in the air. This energy allows the warrior to have a certain probability of being transformed into a spiritual body after death, instead of dissipating the soul. The stronger the strength, the greater the chance. Ordinary rank and human rank are almost impossible, and the probability of Xian rank is very small. The probability of the heavenly rank is even greater, about 1%. The robber leader transformed into a spiritual body, and his cultivation base not only did not progress, but instead retreated, from the late heavenly rank to the middle heavenly rank. That alone is nothing. Being able to live one more time is more important than anything else. However, with the passage of time, when the leader of the bandit sensed the gap between the acquired spirit body and the innate spirit, the bandit leader's psychology was distorted. The congenital spirit body can move freely under the sun. As an acquired spirit body that has not yet been promoted to the sanctuary, unless the sun is not poisonous, staying under the poisonous sun will cause the spirit body to collapse. Even if the sun is not vicious, as long as it is always illuminated by the sun, the cultivation of the acquired spiritual body will also be affected. As a last resort, the robber leader moved his residence to the ground, and lived in a dark place under the ground all the year round, which made the robber leader jealous of the innate spiritual body. In addition, most of the innate spiritual bodies are holy spirit bodies, which makes the robber leader extremely jealous. Most of the innate spiritual bodies can easily be promoted to the sanctuary, but what about the acquired spiritual bodies? There are very few acquired spirit bodies that can possess a holy spirit body, and it is extremely difficult to break through the sanctuary. Unless you get the heaven-defying sage fruit to improve your spiritual body qualifications, you can only live in such a mediocre life. Because of jealousy and psychological distortion, the robber leader's heart was full of deep unwillingness. This unwillingness made the robber leader gather some acquired spiritual bodies with the same psychological distortion, to act as robbers. More than 10 years have passed, although the robber leader has successfully promoted to the sanctuary with the resources he grabbed, he finally got rid of the various restrictions of the acquired spiritual body. But jealousy and distortion have penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and the robber leader has not returned to normal, but has intensified. The leader of the robber stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. There is actually a semi-holy level among the guards of these two guys. Fortunately, I followed this time, otherwise this big fish would have run away. It is possible to let the semi-holy exist. As guards, the families of these two guys must have sanctuary powerhouses, but they should not be very strong, otherwise the guards are the real sanctuary. Jia, if my expectations are good, the strongest person in this family will not exceed the 4th level of the sanctuary. With my peak cultivation base of the 1st level of the sanctuary, there is no need to be afraid. Just when the robber leader thought he was about to succeed, an aura that was no weaker than those in the sanctuary suddenly erupted in the sky. Who? The robber leader's expression changed drastically. The person who came didn't speak at all, and when he made a shot, it was a powerful killing move. Courtesy of death. The robber leader sensed that this person should be a sanctuary who had just been promoted, and his cultivation might not necessarily be much stronger than him. Boom. The robber leader also slammed a palm, but what happened next made the robber leader stunned. In the palm that touched him, there was a terrifying suction force that he had no resistance at all. No. Forgive. The robber leader was about to spare his life, but before he could say anything, his entire body had completely collapsed, turning into a sky full of stars and being sucked into the hands of the person on the opposite side. Gollum. Whether it was the two young girls or the robber who besieged them, their eyes widened, and they couldn't help swallowing a spit. The scene in front of them was so shocking that with just one palm, their heads were smashed into scum. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. These robbers are only in the early and middle stages of the heavenly rank, and a few are in the late heavenly rank. Naturally, they cannot see what is going on. They only saw the collapse of their head spirit bodies, but they didn't know that their heads were actually completely absorbed by the other party. The boy and girl stared blankly at the woman who had rescued them, only to see the girl's beautiful hair fluttering gently, her curved eyebrows, a pair of eyes as bright as autumn water, and her tender snow skin as crisp as snow. Lightweight, gentle, and graceful. Such a beautiful woman made the young man completely stunned, only the beautiful woman was left in his eyes, and he couldn't hold anything. Against such a beautiful contrast, the girl couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of herself. Such a beautiful and powerful woman is still her savior, and a girl cannot be jealous in the slightest. This beautiful woman was Lin Qingshan, who had been promoted to sanctuary. As a spiritual body, you cannot have a semi-holy state like a human body, and there is no such thing as a one-time breakthrough. This is probably a disadvantage that the spirit body is not as good as the human body, but the spirit body has more lifespan than the human body of the same level, which may be the compensation of heaven. For example, human beings in the great perfection realm of the sanctuary have a lifespan of 16,000 years. Unless they are well maintained, very few people can live to 20,000 years old, but their spiritual bodies are different. Most of the spiritual bodies in the great perfection realm of the sanctuary can live for so long. Run! I don't know which robber shouted this sentence, and then the robbers fled. Lin Qingshan stood on the spot, and didn't see much movement, her hands fluttering out, but the robbers who fled in all directions were shaken, and the next moment their spiritual bodies collapsed and were sucked into Lin Qingshan's palms. At this time, Han Feng flew over. Staring at Lin Qingshan, a hint of surprise flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Although the original Lin Qingshan is beautiful, it is still within a certain limit, and there is still a certain gap between her appearance and Meng Yaqing's appearance. But after being promoted to the sanctuary this time, after being baptized by Lei Jia and then transformed by Xuanhuan, Lin Qingshan's beauty is no less than Meng Yaqing. How do you feel? Han Feng asked with a smile. A month ago, Han Feng and Xiaopeng were preparing for Lin Qingshan's promotion to the sanctuary. Now that it is successfully completed, it is natural to experience the effect of devouring the spiritual body. Lin Qingshan raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "It's a good feeling. That robber leader is of the same rank as me, but he couldn't even stand a single move from me." Han Feng said, "This is normal. I don't think the robber leader has reached the Holy Spirit body. The limit in the future is the ordinary sanctuary triple heaven. And your spirit body aptitude has reached the advanced Holy Spirit body, which is even more devouring the spirit body, not to mention the bandit chief of the sanctuary first layer, even the fourth, fifth, and sixth heavenly warriors of the sanctuary are not necessarily your opponents. It's just a pity that these robbers, whether their strength or spiritual level are too low, have no effect on your strength and spiritual level. Late. This junior thanks the two seniors for their help." Suddenly, a voice interjected. It was the girl. Lin Qingshan waved her hand and said, "It doesn't have to be this way." The main purpose of their shot was to test the effect of devouring the spiritual body, but they happened to see this scene nearby. The girl insisted, "No matter what, it is the seniors who helped us to save our sister and brother, to survive. If the seniors go to Xingji City to do business in the future, our Ji family will let the seniors drive them. Our siblings are rare innate spiritual bodies in the Ji family. If something happens to our siblings and cannot go to the Holy Spirit City this time, other families will have their peers join the Spirit Clan, which will be a disaster for my Ji family." Go to the Holy Spirit City? Join the spirit race? Could it be? Han Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Since he wants to come to the Spirit Clan, Han Feng naturally knows something about the Spirit Clan beforehand. Fortunately, Baidu Academy has some records about the Spirit Clan, otherwise it is really difficult to understand. According to the records in Baidu Academy, the spiritual race will recruit inborn or acquired spirits outside the Holy Spirit City every once in a while. These innate spiritual bodies and acquired spiritual bodies either have high aptitude and directly become official disciples, or they can only become registered disciples or even ordinary spiritual clan members because of their low aptitude. To become a formal disciple, one can generally worship some of the peak spiritual clan powerhouses in the sanctuary as a teacher, and will become the backbone of the spiritual clan in the future. Named disciples do not have the qualifications to be apprentices at all, but they can also cultivate in the spiritual race. If they can be promoted to the great sanctuary in the future, they will also have some relatively important positions in the spiritual race. As for ordinary spirit race members, that is the second to last grade in spirit race, and they usually do chores. Further down are the servants. There are countless such servants in the spirit race, and there is no need to recruit them from the outside. Of course, in addition to the official disciples, there are also true disciples. The true disciples generally learn from the masters of the small perfection realm in the sanctuary, and some true disciples with sturdy qualifications will learn from the masters of the spiritual clan in the great perfection realm of the master sanctuary. It's just that there are very few spirits out there who become true disciples. Ordinary true disciples, first of all, need the spiritual body qualification to reach the high-level Holy Spirit body, and it is the middle level of the advanced Holy Spirit body, and secondly, in addition to the Holy Spirit body, which represents the level of the spiritual body quality, there is also a special spiritual body physique, special spiritual body. The physique level cannot be low either. Spiritual body quality is equivalent to human aptitude. It represents the speed of the growth of the cultivation base and the level of future achievements. It does not have the effect of improving the combat power. It may be, but it is not obvious. The special spiritual physique is equivalent to the blood of human beings, and it will enhance the strength when it is displayed. For the human race, generally the bloodline is high, the aptitude will not be too low, and it will not be too different from the bloodline, except in individual cases. But for spirit bodies, there is no connection between special spirit body constitution and spirit body quality. Some spirit bodies are of high quality, but their constitutions are not very good, and some spirit bodies have high constitutions, but their quality is not very good. Ordinary true disciples should not be inferior in quality and physique. Those highest-level true disciples, that is, true disciples from the great perfection realm of the Master Sanctuary, have higher requirements. Han Feng was overjoyed to learn that the Spirit Clan was about to recruit disciples. They really caught up with the good time. Han Feng couldn't help but ask, "Where is Holy Spirit City?" The girl subconsciously pointed out that the next moment Han Feng and Lin Qingshan disappeared directly in front of the girl. The girl murmured, "Why are these two seniors so excited when they heard that the spirit race recruited disciples? Could it be that?" Thinking of some possibility, the girl's pupils shrank. Then the girl shook her head fiercely. "It's unlikely. The age of the spirit clan's recruiting disciples is basically under the age of 20, and there are very few between the age of 20 and 30, unless they are extremely good. This senior is so easy to kill. Sanctuary powerhouse, age will not be so young." The girl turned around and saw the young man staring into the distance, sighing, "Brother, you can't climb up to such a person. Have you seen the man beside the female senior? That one is at least a sanctuary, we can't compare." The teenager clenched his fist. "If you can't catch up now, it doesn't mean you can't catch up in the future." The girl heard the words, sighed again, shook her head, and stopped talking. "I'm really lucky this time. The Ji family has just risen, and my parents are both acquired spiritual bodies and promoted to the sanctuary. There is basically no possibility of going further in the future. As the leader of the innate spiritual body of the younger generation of the Ji family, I must join the spiritual family. That's it, those other families who covet our Ji family will not dare to provoke our Ji family again." The girl's heart also became firm. The Holy Spirit City is said to be a city, but it is actually more like a fortress. Next to the huge city gate, rows of guards have cold eyes, and Xuanhuan's cold light is watching every martial artist who comes in. Anyone who dares to make trouble here will be killed directly. This is the domineering spirit of the spirit race. None of these guards are weak, all of them have ordinary sanctuary cultivation. Those captains of the guards are even more cultivated in the great sanctuary. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan entered the Holy Spirit City, attracting a lot of attention. First, Han Feng is not a spiritual body. These strong spiritual bodies can be seen at a glance. At the time when the spirit race was recruiting disciples, a human warrior came here, which surprised many spirit body warriors secretly. Are you looking for something? Still curious to watch? These spiritual body warriors tend to the latter, and dare to make trouble in the Holy Spirit City. I am afraid that only the true God has the courage. The second is Lin Qingshan. Such a delicate and fairy-like face made many spiritual body warriors eager to move. Just because they were worried about the guards of the spiritual clan, they did not dare to do anything. Among these gazes, there are naturally spirit clan guards, but these spirit clan guards are worthy of the spirit clan, and they are not different because of the special characteristics of Han Feng and Lin Qingshan. Just like observing ordinary spiritual body warriors, seeing that Han Feng and Lin Qingshan did not do anything special, they let them enter the Holy Spirit City. In the Holy Spirit City, Han Feng found out after inquiring that the disciple was recruited for half a month, and immediately checked into the inn. Half a month later, the Holy Spirit City became more lively than ever, and the central square of the Holy Spirit City was surrounded by many warriors. The spirit warriors who wanted to enter the spirit race were already waiting here, and Han Feng and Lin Qingshan also squeezed into the crowd. It didn't take long for more than a dozen figures to appear in the sky, and each figure stepped on a huge eagle-type beast. These beasts exuded a fierce aura, and the warriors who were weaker in the square subconsciously retreated back. More than a dozen figures landed, the eagle beasts fluttered their wings, and all the dust was swept around. The man at the head is in his 20s, but no one dares to look down on it. He looks in his 20s. God knows how long he has lived? The man smiled, and his voice entered everyone's ears. In Lingchong of the lower spirit clan, this time the first round of recruiting disciples will be supervised by the lower one. There will be a second round, a third round. It will be supervised by my elder brother and elder together. Lingchong. It turned out to be him. Hey, this is the true disciple of the spirit clan. Although it is only a general true disciple, it is an existence that we could only hope to achieve in the past. Today, it is this person who has come to recruit disciples. Oops, I heard that this son is quite lecherous, and now some juniors are going to suffer today. Hey, maybe it's still a good fortune. This Lingchong is a true disciple, and he is also among the best among the general true disciples. It is said that he is already at the peak of the sanctuary, and his status in the spiritual clan is not low. People also have support in the spirit race. After knowing that the person who came was Lingchong, the whole square was in an uproar. Han Feng, this guy is already at the peak of the sanctuary. Little Fatty said solemnly. Han Feng's eyes flashed. At the peak of the sanctuary, can you roughly sense this person's cultivation time? In less than 1,000 years, the training time is about the same as Yaoxiang. Xuanhuan said. Han Feng took a breath and said, is this the gap between the ancient family and the hidden world? Any true disciple is not much worse than Yaoxiang. No, listening to the comments of these people around, this Lingchong is in the general true disciple. It should be among the best. In this way, Yaoxiang is only second only to those highest level true disciples in the spirit clan. Lingchong looked around for a week, obviously satisfied with the sensation he caused. With a light cough, the sound of the square gradually weakened. After a long time, Lingchong said, the first round of the test is now starting. Anyone who reaches the heavenly rank under the age of 20 can pass. Those who reach the sanctuary under the age of 20 and under the age of 30 are considered to pass. Hiss. The young spiritual warriors who came to participate in the selection were all horrified. Although they knew that the selection of the spiritual race would not be easy, it was too difficult. Less than 20 heaven rank, less than 30 sanctuary, how many can meet the conditions? But no matter how horrified, the test is still to be tested. A group of young spiritual warriors bravely stepped forward, only hoping that Ling Chang's negligence would let them slip into the spiritual clan. However, how could Ling Chang give them such a chance? That would be hitting him in the face of Ling Chang. I saw Ling Chang clapping his hands, and a spiritual disciple behind him took a piece of white jade. I don't know what Ling Chang ordered, and the front suddenly appeared pitch black. Next, the spirit body young warriors who participated in the selection stepped forward one by one, and the dark black face actually showed the true age and cultivation of the spirit body young warriors. This cultivation base and age are extremely accurate, and even the months and days, and how far away from reaching a certain star level, are clearly displayed. This time, the faces of the lucky young warriors turned pale. Some of these people have reached 20, but there are not many beyond that, some are only a few days, some are only a few months. But the spirit race is saying no to 2, more than 20 less than the sanctuary. If you say no, you don't want it. The faces of these young warriors turned bleak immediately. Of course, there are others who are begging. Go away. Ling Chang's face flashed a trace of disgust, and he shouted violently. Puff! Puff! The young warriors, who were still begging, were so shocked that they vomited blood and flew out. This time, some young warriors who had planned to beg for it immediately fell silent, and many sighed and left quietly. This Ling Chang is so cruel. Lin Qingshan frowned, showing a little more disgust for Ling Chang. Since the other party can't meet the conditions, let people drive them away. With this shout, I am afraid that the spiritual consciousness of these young warriors who are hit will be severely damaged, and their future potential will be affected. Does Ling Chang not know that his behavior will be disgusted by some people? Of course Ling Chang knew, but Ling Chang didn't care. This was the pride of being a true disciple of the spirit race. Even if these people hated him, they didn't want to bow down to him, and they didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Huh? Lin Qingshan's eyes suddenly condensed. Han Feng, look, aren't these 2 guys the same people we met before? Lin Qingshan pointed to the 2 people in the queue, who were the Ji family teenagers that Lin Qingshan had rescued. It's them. By the way, they said before that they wanted to participate in the selection to enter the spirit clan, and it is normal to meet them now. Han Feng followed Lin Qingshan's expectations and smiled casually. Lin Qingshan said softly, the 2 of them are less than 20, but they are already at the celestial level. They should be able to pass the selection. But what should I do? I am a spiritual body now, but I was a human body so many years ago. At that time, is the age of my human body spirit body calculated for so many years? Or is it only the human body, or only the spirit body? Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / 1171, conflict, first. Hearing Lin Qingshan's question, Han Feng hesitated for a while, and shook his head. I don't know what that thing is, and I can't answer your question. But even if you count the total age of the human body and spirit body, Sister Lin, it's only nearly 30, and with your sanctuary cultivation, it's enough to pass the test. If I'm not mistaken, the second and third rounds are likely to test the quality of the spiritual body and the physique of the spiritual body. As long as you pass the first round, the next 2 rounds will not be a problem for you, Sister Lin. Hearing this, Lin Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. The process of checking the age and cultivation was very fast, and soon it was the turn of the Ji family boys and girls. Ji Hong, 16 years old, 1 star in the sky. Passed. Ling Chang glanced at Ji Hong, The 16-year-old in the sky can't be said to be bad even in the spirit race, but it can't be said to be the top. I don't know what this kid's spiritual body quality and physique are. If these two are okay, this kid will not be able to become the peak of the sanctuary in the future, and it should not be difficult to become the limit of the great sanctuary. Include him in the power of the senior brother. In the future, it can be regarded as a good errand. If you are lucky enough to break through to the peak of the sanctuary, the power of the senior brother will be greatly strengthened, and sooner or later the stinky girls of Lingyao will surrender to the crotch of the senior brother. Hey, with the senior brother and my relationship, when the time comes, I will be able to experience the wonderful taste of the spirit clan flower. Ling Chong couldn't help showing a star-dang smile. After Ji Hong, it was Ji Hong's sister, Ji Yun. Han Feng and Lin Qingshan sighed when they saw it from a distance. In the Great Jin Kingdom, it is not bad to reach the human level at the age of 16, and Xuanjia is considered a genius. Almost no one can step into the earth level at such an age. Even in the Baidu Academy, a 16-year-old rank is enough to qualify, and it can even be said to be an elite genius. But in the spirit race, you need to reach the heaven rank. Han Feng can only say in his heart, maybe this is the reason why the ancient family has always ignored outsiders, and the geniuses outside are nothing in the ancient family. Only the top geniuses outside, the ancient family will take a little look. At this time, Ji Yun finally stepped forward. Ji Yun, 17 years old, 3-star rank, pass. When Ling Chong saw Ji Yun, his eyes lit up, and he subconsciously reached out to touch it. Ji Yun was startled, took a step back, and at the same time, slapped Ling Chong's hand away involuntarily with his right hand. Ling Chong's face suddenly turned ugly, thinking of his dignified true disciple, a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary who was less than 1,000 years old. If he opened his mouth in the spirit clan, which woman would not follow him one after another? Now, he is disgusted by the bastards outside. The people around also found clues, and looked at Ji Yun with sympathy. In fact, before Ji Yun, there were still several women who were slapped by Ling Chong, but these women endured it, and only Ji Yun really patted Ling Chong's salty pig hands away. Ji Hong also noticed something was wrong and immediately stood in front of Ji Hong. Ling Chong's face was gloomy, and he sent a cold voice to Ji Yun, "Bitch, it's your blessing that this seat sees you, don't be ashamed, this seat has a way to lose you. This includes your younger brother." Ji Yun's face turned pale in an instant. The Ji family was said to be the largest family in Xingji City, but in reality, they were in danger. There were many powerful forces under the Ji family who were only slightly weaker than the Ji family. These forces are eyeing the Ji family, and they secretly have the intention of uniting. If she hadn't joined the spiritual race, those forces would definitely not have any scruples. Closing his eyes, Ji Yun had a decision in his eyes. He pushed Ji Hong away, and Ji Yun said through his voice, "As long as your excellency arranges my brother well, my body can be taken for you." Ling Chong's expression softened, and Ling Chong naturally wouldn't do anything in front of so many people, but just pulled Ji Yun to his side. "Boy, you have a good sister, go there and wait. When the big brother arrives, I will recommend you to the big brother." Ji Hong was stunned, as if he hadn't realized what happened. Looking at Ling Chong, and then at Ji Yun, Ji Hong's dull head finally understood what was going on. "You." Ji Hong's eyes spit fire, and then looked at Ji Yun, "Sister, it's a big deal that we don't join the spirit clan, let's go." In any case, Ji Hong didn't want his sister to be trampled on by people like Ling Chong. The people around couldn't help shaking their heads. What an idiot. If you don't seize the opportunity to curry favor with Ling Chong like this, you will anger Ling Chong instead. Yes, if the old man has a daughter that Ling Chong likes, the old man will definitely give it to him with both hands. Some warriors with abnormal hearts said coldly. Seeing Ji Hong not knowing what to do, Ling Chong's expression turned gloomy again. Ji Yun said anxiously, "What are you doing, brother? Don't you apologize quickly, have you forgotten our family? Compared with the family, what is the sacrifice of enchantment? No, elder sister, how can you be defiled by this beast? Ji Hong's eyes were red. More and more people around began to watch the show, but no one came out to support Ji Hong and Ji Yun. The Holy Spirit City was originally a city for the spirit race to the outside world. It could be said that the Spirit City was the base camp of the spirit race in the outside world. Going against the spirit race in the Holy Spirit City, that is, the old birthday star hanged living impatiently. Hey, little girls, this is your brother's death, but you can't blame me. No one dares to insult me, but don't worry, even if you kill your brother, I will still love you fiercely. Ling Chong's tone was cold. Ji Hong, the word beast, completely annoyed Ling Chong. No way. Ji Yun was horrified, but what made Ji Yun even more anxious was that her body was frozen without realizing it. She couldn't move, she could only watch Ling Chong slowly walk towards her brother. Ling Chong unleashed his murderous aura, the murderous aura at the peak of the sanctuary, which made Ji Hong look terrified, unable to move, that was suppressed by the murderous aura. What a shameless person, are all the spirit race scum like you? Just when everyone thought Ji Hong was about to be killed by Ling Chong, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. A group of people widened their eyes. Who the hell was interrupting at this time? This is completely courting death, who is so stupid? Looking at the voice, many male spirit body warriors took a deep breath, and a greedy, beautiful woman flashed in their eyes. Ji Hong and Ji Yun were surprised when they saw this person. Isn't this woman their savior more than half a month ago? Where did it come from? Ling Chong was about to be ruthless, and the moment he saw Lin Qingshan, he immediately showed a pig brother, and his saliva almost didn't flow out. Okay. What a beautiful woman, God really favors Lao Tzu, if you can train such a woman to be a female slave on the bed. Then the next day. The more she thought about it, the more beautiful she could not help but said softly, this beautiful woman, are you also going to join my spirit clan? Don't worry, my spirit clan will definitely accept a beauty like you, but well, there must be conditions. Lin Qingshan sneered, her eyes were full of killing intent. Han Feng rubbed his head aside. Han Feng, who knew Lin Qingshan's past, knew that Lin Qingshan was not a virgin, but the most annoying thing was this kind of thing. As long as this kind of thing happens, Lin Qingshan will jump out regardless. Han Feng didn't want to take care of it at first, which force would have no scum, even if there is a Ji Lang in the Heavenly Wolf Valley. However, since Lin Qingshan took action, Han Feng naturally couldn't watch it. The first 1172 elder brother, second. Snapped. A loud voice sounded, and everyone looked at this scene in amazement. Ling Chong, the pinnacle of the sanctuary, was slapped? Ling Chong was also full of disbelief, and he was instantly furious. He just wanted to touch it, but this bitch in front of him dared to slap him. Bitch, court death. The aura of the peak of the sanctuary burst out, and Lin Qingshan's eyes were cold and unshakable. The existence of devouring spirit bodies made all these imposing manners absorbed by Lin Qingshan when they oppressed Lin Qingshan. As a devouring spirit body, it is almost impossible for this kind of imposing oppression to affect Lin Qingshan. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Chong's eyes. No wonder you dare to slap me, I really have some skills. But. With a wicked laugh, Ling Chong said bitterly, but your own cultivation is only the first level of the sanctuary. In my eyes, there is no difference between the ants and the ants. Saint Yuan surged and burst out. Everyone uttered regretful voices, what a beautiful and wonderful person, but she went to compete with the strong spiritual clan, and now she will die. However, what happened next shocked the warriors, including Ling Chong. Ling Chong's Saint Yuan attack was about to devour Lin Qingshan. Han Feng suddenly appeared before Lin Qingshan, and the Saint Yuan also burst out in his body. The powerful Xing Yuan collided, and a rumbling sound broke out. Han Feng quickly retreated with Lin Qingshan in his arms, and Ling Chang couldn't help but retreat more than 10 steps. Lifting his head, Ling Chang frowned, although he only used 5 or 6 points of strength just now, but he is already at the peak of the sanctuary. I came out to fight against Ling Chang again. When did the Holy Spirit City come to be so stupid and bold? TSK, I noticed before. This man is in the same group as the woman just now. This man is going to suffer. No one can bear the wrath of the spirit race. Today's selection is really a good show. I haven't seen anyone dare to provoke the spirit race in the Holy Spirit City for many years. In fact, Han Feng and Lin Qingshan were only fighting against Ling Chang, but in the eyes of these warriors, Ling Chang represented the spirit race. Lin Qingshan's anger-filled head finally recovered a few traces of her state, realizing that the current situation was not good for them. Lin Qingshan said angrily, "I'm sorry." Lin Qingshan knew that since she had offended the spirit clan, it was really dangerous this time. Lin Qingshan was extremely annoyed that she lost her mind because of her anger. Han Feng comforted, "Sister Lin, I know your experience very well, so you don't have to worry about it. And if the spirit clan are people like Ling Chang, I don't worry about you staying in the spirit clan. It's a big deal for us to break out." Ling Chang said coldly, "Break out? Dream. Boy, as a human body, why are you here to join in the fun? If you are willing to hand over the woman beside you, I can guarantee that you can leave the Holy Spirit City safely." Han Feng pouted, "If you are willing to hand over your life, root and son, I will hand over Sister Lin." Ling Chang's face darkened, "Bastard. Which man would be willing to hand over his precious brother?" Ling Chang only thought that Han Feng was entertaining him. Only Lin Qingshan's face flashed a hint of blush. Han Feng's move was undoubtedly saying that she was as important in Han Feng's heart as life. As an extremely talented genius of the spirit clan, Ling Chang has also experienced many battles, big and small. In Han Feng, Ling Chang really felt a serious threat, as if facing a powerhouse of the same level. Because of this, Ling Chang has compromised before. But Han Feng's entertainment completely angered Ling Chang. "Boy, although I don't know what makes me feel threatened, the threat is just a threat, it doesn't mean you have the ability to defeat me. Bear my anger, and I'll show you who you can't provoke." Blue spirit body, congeal. Ling Yan rushed to kill. The blue flames gushed out like a storm, and the flames fluttered and swooped towards Han Feng. The spiritual disciples behind Ling Chang showed a relaxed smile. Brother Ling Chang's blue spirit body has reached the advanced level of the Holy Spirit in the spirit body constitution. This kid doesn't know how to compete with senior brother Ling Chang, and he is dead. Anyone who opposes our spirit race with the liver and gallbladder will have to die. But there are also very few spirit race disciples showing disgust. Void immortal body, congeal. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Fusion Aurora Tsangyan. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. Boom. Han Feng's huge flame fist penetrated the blue flame storm directly in Ling Chang's incredible gaze. Ling Chang's strength is similar to Yao Xiang's, and even Yao Xiang can't stand Han Feng's punch, and Ling Chang is naturally the same. Guardian of Lingyan. Ling Chang's complexion changed, and the flames turned into layers of barriers to protect Ling Chang. Boom boom boom. The giant flame fist slammed on the Guardian of Lingyan, and smashed it away. What? The surrounding warriors were stunned, and the children of the spiritual race who were still full of confidence in Ling Chang suddenly fell silent, and looked at Han Feng with incredible eyes. Obviously this person is not very old, how can he have such a strong strength? The spirit race disciple who had shown disgust before, showed surprise, and glanced at Ling Chang's figure in the sky, revealing a hint of mockery. Damn, impossible. In Lingyan Guardian, Ling Chang was not hurt in the eyes because of his strong defensive ability, but when Lingyan Guardian was knocked away, Ling Chang also swayed back and forth in Lingyan Guardian. This is the so-called genius of the spirit race? That's all. Don't you want me to teach someone who can't be provoked? This is the master trick that your excellency wants me to teach you? Hide inside and dare not come out. The thick sarcasm made Ling Chong resentful. I can't even break my unique skills, what's there to be proud of? Ling Chong insisted. Can't break it? Han Feng's mouth twitched, just about to use a more powerful trick, but he seemed to sense something, his face changed wildly, and he pulled Lin Qingshan away as soon as he moved. In the sky, accompanied by a huge pressure and a loud bang, a voice that shocked the world resounded through the Holy Spirit City. Those who have insulted my spirit race, just want to leave like this? Stay. In the void, a giant hand descended from the sky. Oops. Sensing the huge threat of this giant hand, Han Feng immediately threw Lin Qingshan out. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. One palm and one punch, they collided fiercely. Han Feng's punch was like a ball of flame hitting a hard wall. Except for leaving a dark black that had no effect on the wall, it didn't cause any damage to the wall at all. The giant palm annihilated the fire fist and waved it to Han Feng again. Han Feng hurriedly dodged, the giant palm fell not far from Han Feng's side, and the pavilions turned to ashes under the giant palm. The giant palm came into contact with the ground shook, and countless cracks were cracked. The strong wind blowing during the period directly blew Han Feng away, vomiting blood again and again. Han Feng. Lin Qingshan was in a hurry, just about to fly to Han Feng, but found herself trapped in a small enchantment unknowingly. Ling Chong was overjoyed. Senior brother, you are finally here. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Senior brother? Even Ling Chong calls him a big brother. Could it be that this person is? That's right, it must be him, the first true disciple of the spiritual race today, Lingon. It is said that this person has been cultivating for more than 1,500 years, and his cultivation has broken through to the peak of the sanctuary's 5th level heaven. Great success. What you are talking about is the old yellow calendar. I heard that this Lingon has broken through to the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary not long ago. Lingon has appeared, no matter how powerful this sun is, he can't escape. Han Feng was injured by just a giant palm, and the people had not yet appeared, and many warriors looked in awe. It is said that this Lingon has already had the experience of killing the peak Jizongshan of the outer sanctuary. In the sky, a young man in blue clothes slowly appeared. His eyes did not fluctuate. But it was this kind of gaze that made the bodies of many warriors icy cold. When their eyes fell on them, they even felt that they were about to die. This is what Lingon is, it's too powerful, just at a glance, I don't have the courage to fight it. The gap is too big, I'm afraid this Lingon only needs to raise his hand slightly, and it's enough to kill me. Han Feng staggered to his feet and looked at Lingon's figure in the sky, full of dignity and fear. It is clear that this person exudes aura that is the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, but this person's threat to Han Feng is even higher than that of the great elder of Xintian sect. In front of him, the elder brother of the spirit race, Lingon, is a more terrifying existence than the great elder of Xintian sect. Lingon's eyes finally fell on Han Feng, and Han Feng couldn't help but feel a chill that was even more terrifying. Previously, Han Feng only thought that this Lingon was more terrible than the great elder of Xintian sect, but now Han Feng has a clearer understanding of the gap between the great elder of Xintian sect and Lingon in front of him. If Lingon is a tiger, then the great elder of Xintian sect is a kitten. Your Excellency offended my spirit race, do you want to leave like this? Lingon asked lightly. What do you want? Han Feng raised his head and looked at Lingon, not afraid because of Lingon's fear. Lingon's eyes fluctuated this time. Sign a slave contract with me, and let me use it for 4,000 years. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. The peak of the sanctuary is only 4,000 years old. This spirit is to call the opponent to death, unless the opponent breaks through to the small perfection of the sanctuary. But if the slave contract is really signed, will Lingon give the other party a chance to break through to the sanctuary small perfection realm? Han Feng's eyes were cold. What if I say no? Then die. Lingon's expression suddenly turned cold, and the entire Holy Spirit city seemed to have entered a severe winter in an instant. With the support of someone, Ling Cheng immediately flattered and flew to Lingon's side to reverse right and wrong. Ji Hong on the ground couldn't help roaring, "You are obviously greedy for women." Shut up. Lingon's icy gaze swept to Ji Hong. Ji Hong fell into an ice cellar, as if his entire body was firmly trapped by an icy poisonous snake. For a while, Ji Hong was speechless and his body trembled. Ji Yin smiled wryly. How could she not see this situation? This Lingon may not know that Ling Cheng is confounding black and white. Maybe with Lingon's understanding of Ling Cheng, he already knew the whole story. It's just that this Lingon is obviously protecting Ling Cheng, and no matter what he says, it's useless. Lingon stretched out his hand, and the small enchantment that Lin Qingshan was in was sucked to Lingon's side, and Lingon said lightly, "The high-level Holy Spirit body is also considered a good qualification. If you join my spirit race, you can also become a master of the sanctuary small perfection. If you want, I can choose a master for you, but you must marry me." Lin Qingshan's charm, Rao Shilingen was also moved, for a while. And Lin Qingshan's high-level Holy Spirit body is not bad. Lingon thinks that Lin Qingshan is worthy of him. Dream. Lin Qingshan was disdainful. At this time, Ling Cheng didn't dare to say that Lin Qingshan didn't know how to praise her. It was obvious that Lingon was interested in this woman now, and it should be Lingon not as Ling Cheng who reprimanded this woman. Ling Cheng kept wiping the cold sweat on his head, worried that this woman would wear small shoes for him in the future. Lingon was not annoyed by Lin Qingshan's refusal, but said lightly, "Is it because of this person below? Then I will kill him. My woman is not someone who can care about her." You. Lin Qingshan was furious. When did she become this guy's woman? At this moment, Lin Qingshan regretted her recklessness even more, causing Han Feng to fall into such a dangerous situation. It's just that if this happens again next time. Lin Qingshan smiled wryly. I'm afraid that she might be dizzy. This kind of woman is forced to do that kind of thing as her shadow. Unless she gets rid of this shadow, she will lose her mind in the future. Death. Lingon faintly spit out a word, and the giant palm fell from the sky again. The accuracy this time was much better than before. Lingon didn't think Han Feng could escape at all, and Ling Cheng also showed a smug smile. Fusion fighting the heaven-shattering fist. Under the huge palm, Han Feng's roar suddenly came. A tsunami-like vibrating force surged out crazily, and the whole world seemed to be brought up, constantly trembling, and the space was constantly shattering. What? Ling Cheng looked horrified. Such an attack was no less powerful than the middle stage of the sanctuary peak. How could this kid have such a strong strength? For a while, Ling Cheng was dripping with cold sweat. If this kid had used such a trick before, his spiritual flame protection would have been broken long ago. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of senior brother Lingon, what would have happened to him? Ling Cheng's body trembled suddenly. This kid really has the ability to kill himself. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Ling Cheng's heart was unprecedentedly strong, but when he saw Lingon beside him, Ling Cheng's mouth twitched. There was also a flash of surprise in Lingon's eyes, and Han Feng's outbreak was also beyond Lingon's expectations. Only. Lingon's eyes returned to calm, fighting to the death. Under the huge palm, Han Feng's face was flushed red, and his veins were bulging. Han Feng is already considering whether to use the blood-eyed wolf claws, but Han Feng knows that even if he casts the blood-eyed wolf claws, he may not have the possibility of winning. Lingon is not an ordinary Sanctuary Peak 6 layer. Lingon's own combat power is very likely to far exceed the Sanctuary Peak level. As the first true disciple of the Spirit Clan, Ling Qian not only has a high cultivation base, but his real combat power should be even stronger. Lingon, this matter is obviously wrong with Ling Chong. Is it too much for you to kill? Do you want to make the outside world think that our spiritual clan are all like Ling Chong? I don't know when, a voice resounded in the sky, Lin Qingshan's space shattered, and her entire body appeared beside a woman like a teleportation. This woman looked valiantly and looked at Lingon and the others with dissatisfaction. Second senior sister? Ling Chong lowered his head, no matter how much he scolded Ling Ya as a bitch, but when Ling Ya, the second spiritual senior sister, really appeared, Ling Chong didn't have the guts to fight against Ling Ya. Seeing this, Lingon no longer oppressed Han Feng, who fell to the ground with a sullen face. This is the first time that Han Feng has seen the power of the true disciple of the ancient family. The gap between the two sides is so great that he has no ability to resist. The spiritual disciples behind Ling Chong were divided into two groups, one to Lingon and the other to Ling Ya. Obviously, these two groups are Ling Qian and Ling Ya. One of Ling Ya's disciples approached Ling Ya and didn't know what to say. Ling Ya nodded, and then said coldly, "Ling Chong, you really don't change, you were still thinking when recruiting disciples. That kind of thing is disgusting." With a wave of hands, Ji Hong and Ji Yun appeared beside Ling Ya. Ling Ya said apologetically, "The spiritual clan is a big clan, and there are inevitably some scum in it. Please don't let the two of you be disappointed with the spiritual clan. I am here to apologize to the two of you." No, it has nothing to do with adults." Ji Yun quickly waved his hand. Ji Hong also said, "Yes, it's all because of someone." Ling Yao smiled slightly. "In order to apologize, I can choose the two to join the spiritual race. If the two are willing, I can choose a master for you." Yes. Ji Yun and Ji Hong nodded again and again. Ling Ya waved again. This time it was Han Feng who appeared in front of Ling Ya. Han Feng was shocked. What exactly is this method? It's really like teleportation. Han Feng didn't even realize how he appeared here. Seeing Han Feng's shock, Ling Ya smiled softly. "This is just the little girl's talent. Although I don't know who you are, the little girl admires your strength. Don't worry, since the little girl is here, you won't be able to. If something happens to your excellency, the little girl can no longer allow some maddened people to constantly smear the spiritual race." Han Feng said gratefully, "Thank you girl for saving me, otherwise." Ling Ya said, "The little girl has said that this is because of your own strength, otherwise you won't be able to insist that the little girl appears." Ling Ya's attitude towards Han Feng is obviously different from that of others. This is that Han Feng's strength has been respected by Ling Ya. In the end, Ling Ya turned to Lin Qingshan and said, "Is this younger sister also joining the spiritual clan?" Lin Qingshan hesitated and looked at Han Feng. Han Feng didn't nod either. Looking at the situation of Ling Ya and Ling Gan, the spiritual race is now clearly divided into two factions, or even more factions. Is it really good to let Lin Qingshan join the spiritual race? Han Feng was silent. Ling Ya also knew that it was Ling Chong's previous actions that made Lin Qingshan and Han Feng suspicious of the spirit clan. For a while, Ling Ya was extremely angry with Ling Chong. If things went on like this, how could the spirit clan recruit outstanding disciples? It is true that there are many spirit bodies in the spirit clan, but the birth of innate spirit bodies is extremely difficult. If no new members join, sooner or later the spirit clan will decline like other ancient families. Ling Ya hurriedly said, "Don't worry about this sister, as long as you join the spirit clan, I can guarantee that what happened today will not happen again. Master has always been very protective of his shortcomings. With the aptitude shown by his sister, even if the master does not accept apprentices in person, I will also introduce my younger sister to a good senior in the sanctuary. Small perfection. This, okay. Lin Qingshan responded when she saw Han Feng finally nodded. Han Feng asked Lin Qingshan to agree, but he also had some considerations. First, since Lin Qingshan is already a spirit body, she can only develop better in the spirit clan. Second, the devouring body wants to devour the spirit body, and only in the spirit race can the target be found. There are almost no spirits out there. Thirdly, although the battles between these factions will have an impact, the impact will be good and bad. The bad thing is that Lin Qingshan may have to face a lot of battles in the future, but the benefits are also obvious. If Ling Yao's faction knew about Lin Qingshan's devouring spirit body, in order to make Lin Qingshan more attentive, and to ensure that Lin Qingshan would grow up and become a great help to their faction in the future, they would definitely increase protection for Lin Qingshan. Ling Gan coldly watched Ling Yao by people's hearts, her face gradually gloomy. The reason why Ling Gan turned a blind eye to others, and kept his expression indifferent from the beginning to the end was because those people were not taken seriously by Ling Gan. To Ling Gan, those warriors were like ants. But Ling Yao is different. As the existence second only to him among the true disciples of the spirit race, Ling Gan has been officially Ling Yao from the beginning, not to mention that Ling Gan himself has some thoughts about Ling Yao. Second junior sister, isn't it inappropriate to grab someone in front of your brother with such a big fanfare? Senior brother is joking, isn't there still so many people down there? Ling Yao replied calmly. Humph, a bunch of rubbish, they don't even have a decent spiritual body aptitude. Ling Gan was very disdainful of the group of young warriors who had not yet been selected. With so many people, Lin Qingshan was the only one who caught Ling Gan's eye. Although there are many high-level holy spirit bodies in the spiritual race, they are definitely not many. They are the second echelon of the spiritual race geniuses. Qianer, it's just a mere high-level holy spirit body. It doesn't matter if you give it to the other party. No matter how beautiful a woman is, it's useless. Only good qualifications can match you, and a mere high-level holy spirit body is not worthy. It came out that along with the distortion of space, an old man stepped out. The old man had gray hair, but his face was as tender as a child, and his eyes flashed coldly from time to time. The first impression this old man gave was that he was not to be provoked and unfathomable. Han Feng frowned secretly. This spirit race is an ancient family after all, and any strong person who comes out is not comparable to the outside world. The feeling this old man gave to Han Feng was stronger and more unfathomable than the feeling that the ancestor in Tianlang Valley gave Han Feng. Ling Gan's expression froze. Yes. Even if Ling Ya and the others were disgusted by those on Ling Gan's side, facing the old man, they had to respectfully say, "See the ancestor of Yuling." Ancestor Yuling snorted softly, "Get up," as expected of an ancestor of Ling Hua. He always hurt his family's peace for outsiders. After saying that, the ancestors of Yuling glanced at Han Feng and Lin Qingshan, a human boy, a high-level holy spirit body. Thanks to you, this girl has good eyes. Looking at Ji Hong and Ji Yun again, the ancestor of Yuling was even more disdainful. Intermediate holy spirit body, our spirit race is like a feather. Is it possible that the ancestor of Ling Hua has no one? Ling Yao's face was ugly after Yuling's ancestor said so, but this is the number one person in the great perfection of the spiritual race sanctuary, and Ling Yao's tone must be endured. Ancestor Yuling, this ancestor's apprentice, can't allow you to make irresponsible remarks. I think my apprentice has done a good job. If you do what you do, you will lose people's hearts sooner or later. The powerful aura of the ancestor's tit-for-tat swept out, and at some point, an old silver-robed woman appeared beside Ling Ya. Ling Ya and her party were overjoyed. Master. Lingon and others bowed and saluted, "See the ancestor of Linghua." The conversation of the group was already surrounded by enchantments, and the warriors outside did not know that the ancestors of Yuling and Lingon were disdainful of him. No matter how dissatisfied the behavior of Lingon and others is, the ancestors of Linghua can't watch Lingon and his party corrupt the spiritual clan. What if you lose your heart? It's just a bunch of ants. As long as the real genius is loyal to the old man. Yuling ancestors were extremely disdainful of what Linghua ancestors said. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Linghua. The conversation between the ancestors of Yuling and the ancestors of Linghua made Han Feng understand where the differences between the two were. For the ancestor of Yuling, only geniuses who he thinks are worth attracting will be viewed with the eyes of people, and the rest are treated like ants. The ancestors of Yuling are basically the top-level Holy Spirit bodies. Linghua ancestor is different. As a master of the great perfection realm of the sanctuary, Linghua ancestor will look down on ordinary warriors, but Linghua ancestor will not easily expose such emotions, and he treats some spiritual bodies with poor qualifications and bloodlines. But the younger generation with super strong combat power, the ancestor of Linghua, will also give some respect. Just like the current Han Feng, the ancestors of Linghua looked at Han Feng with admiration. This point, the ancestors of Yuling can never do it. The ancestors of Yuling have even distorted that only the top-level Holy Spirit can become a strong person, and only the top-level Holy Spirit is worth cultivating. As for others, only serve the top-level Holy Spirit. Qualifications. Ancestor Linghua obviously also knew the character of Ancestor Yuling, and said in a deep voice, "Ancestor Yuling, we all understand the importance of the top-level Holy Spirit body to the ancient family, and I do not object to the attitude towards the top-level Holy Spirit body, but it doesn't mean that other people are not important. The stronger the aptitude and strength of the spirit body, the more difficult it is to give birth to the innate spirit body. The purpose of recruiting these people is not only to expand the strength of the spirit clan, but also to provide more talents for some outside geniuses. In addition to the opportunities and the broad stage, there is also hope that these acquired spirits and congenital spirits with low aptitude can give birth to new congenital spirits. The stronger the spiritual body aptitude and strength of the parent's generation, the greater the possibility of giving birth to a congenital spiritual body with higher aptitude. These new innate spiritual bodies can be said to be the descendants of our spiritual clan. Ancestor Yuling, I don't look down on these people now, but in the future, the parents of the top geniuses of the spiritual clan may be one of them. Yuling Patriarch, your father, didn't join the spiritual clan in this way. Hearing this, Ancestor Yuling pouted, how can this old man's father be compared with these people? After saying this, Ancestor Yuling's attitude finally restrained some disdain. The words of the ancestors of Linghua made the ancestors of Yuling more fearful. Although the probability is very small, if these people really give birth to a top-level Holy Spirit body, with his usual attitude towards these people, maybe these geniuses will really be taken away by other ancestors. You must know that there are not only one, but dozens of ancestors in the great perfection realm of the Holy Land of the spiritual race. Moreover, the younger generation of the spirit race was apprenticed, and the top-level Holy Spirit body was left to the ancestors to choose, but the top-level Holy Spirit body was chosen by the ancestors. Every top-level Holy Spirit body genius may be the ancestor of the great perfection realm of the Holy Land of the spiritual race in the future. Rao is a spiritual race, and does not dare to be careless about these geniuses. Even the spirit race powerhouses in the sanctuary small perfection realm dare not show their elders in front of these top spirit body geniuses. Any top-level genius of the Holy Spirit has the right to choose a master independently, and no ancestor of the great perfection realm of the sanctuary can force these geniuses. In this way, the ancestors of the spiritual race had to look at their personal charm if they wanted to accept apprentices. Thinking of this, the ancestor of Yuling said coldly, "Even so. It is also true that the kid is disrespectful to our spirit race. This old man will not sit idly by." Ling Cheng's expression was shocked, and his eyes showed hideous. "Yes, this kid dares to make trouble in the Holy Spirit City, and he doesn't take our spirit race in his eyes at all, and he must not be light-hearted." When the big hat came down, the faces of Lin Qingshan, Ji Yun, and Ji Honghai suddenly changed. Before waiting for the three to say anything, the ancestor of Ling Hua became angry. "The old lady knows the ins and outs of the matter very well. The fault of this matter is not on this young man at all, but in Ling Cheng." Ancestor Ling Hua gave Ling Cheng a cold look. "Let the junior solve the matter of the junior." Ling Cheng was overjoyed, and let the juniors solve it by themselves. Wouldn't it mean that neither the ancestors of Ling Hua nor the ancestors of Yuling could take action, so they would have the upper hand? No matter how powerful this kid is, he is not the opponent of the senior brother. Haven't he seen him beaten so badly by the senior brother before? It's a pity that before Ling Cheng rejoiced for a moment, the cold voice of the ancestor of Ling Hua came out again. "Since the original matter was caused by Ling Cheng and this kid, let them solve it by themselves." What? Ling Cheng was shocked. How could he be that kid's opponent? Ling Gan frowned and was about to speak, but was directly stopped by the ancestor of Ling Hua. "Ling Gan, if the old lady remembers correctly, you were the first to take action, and you didn't ask about the process at all. What should the eldest brother do? There is no distinction between right and wrong in doing things. If the future of the spiritual race is in your hands, wouldn't it become a group of arrogant people who don't care about right and wrong? Where will the spiritual race have any reputation? The spiritual race will be disturbed by you. This is the reason for the decline of all ancient families. The so-called God wants you to die. It must first make you crazy. When the madness reaches a certain level, the spiritual race is not far from the decline." Lingon's complexion changed slightly. As a senior brother, he has always been the #1 candidate for the future patriarch of the spirit clan, but this does not mean that the senior brother is the future patriarch. Lingon knows that there are many ancestors on the Linghua ancestors' side, and evil of Linghua's ancestors means that the other ancestors will be evil one after another, which is a big obstacle to ascending the patriarch's position in the future. Thinking of this, Lingon stopped speaking. For Lingon, Ling Cheng is just a dog by his side. The so-called hitting the dog depends on the owner. To hit Ling Cheng is to hit Lingon in the face. This is also the reason why Lingon shot without saying a word. But the position of a dog and the future patriarch is very clear. Ling Cheng looked at Lingon for help, and then he felt a chill. Lingon did not go to see Ling Cheng at all. Ancestor Yuling saw that Ancestor Linghua was obviously trying to protect that kid, and considering the forces behind Ancestor Linghua, he didn't want to have a stiff relationship with Ancestor Linghua, so he said, "It's just a few middle-level, advanced Holy Spirit body, this time the old man will let them go, but later." After sneering a few times, the figure of the ancestor of Yuling disappeared. Although the ancestor of Yuling has restrained his attitude towards the top-level Holy Spirit body because of what the ancestor of Linghua said, the essence has not changed much. One is missing. However, Lingon was the person in charge of recruiting the children of the spirit race this time, so he had to stay. Ancestor Linghua, Jr. Before the words were finished, the ancestor of Linghua directly interrupted the two Lingans. "Okay, I know what you are going to say, go." Lingon's eyes swept to Han Feng's eyes with a hint of gloom, and he flung his sleeves and robes to fly below, and Ling Cheng followed behind Han Feng bleakly. If Lingon's attitude towards Han Feng was like swatting flies at first, now he seems to have been bitten by flies, but let the flies run away. The first one doesn't matter whether the flies are killed or not, it's natural to kill them, and it doesn't matter if they don't, just consider the flies lucky. But the latter kind of anger because of being bitten is with a murderous intention, and will not give up until the flies are killed. The moment Han Feng saw Lingon's gaze, he knew that the matter was not really over. The first. Linghua. Ancestor Linghua obviously also noticed that gaze, and his brows could not help but twitch. But soon, I don't know what the ancestor of Linghua thought, and his brows stretched. In the ground plaza, the spirit warriors looked at each other, wondering what happened. At first, they were gloating at the fact that Han Feng was hostile to Ling Chong, but then Han Feng's strength surprised them. Ling Chong was among the best among the general disciples of the spirit clan, and he was a real peak sanctuary powerhouse. In addition to a very few ordinary true disciples, only those true disciples who were apprenticed to the ancestors of the great perfection realm of the sanctuary were able to overwhelm Ling Chong. Ling Chong is not only in the spirit clan, but also a famous person outside. But now, this illustrious genius of the spiritual race has been defeated by a person who has no reputation and can be said to be a stranger. This shock to everyone is no less than telling them that Ling Chong became the great perfection of the Holy Land the next day, which is too incredible. If only that was the case, then Han Feng escaped in Lingon's hands, which made them feel even more incredible. Although it can be seen that Lingon did not use his full strength when he made the shot, but Lingon himself is a master of the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. It is said that its powerful combat power is even better than that of ordinary sanctuary peak Jizongshan powerhouses. Not everyone can escape in the hands of Lingon. Originally, everyone thought that Lingon was about to get serious. The serious Lingon was definitely not something that Han Feng could compete with. Han Feng would soon die in the hands of Lingon, but in the end, it led to the 2 elders of the Holy Land of the Ling family. Ancestor. After that, an ancestor left. Han Feng was still fine. Could it be that this guy was recruited into the spiritual race by the ancestors of the spiritual race? No, this is a human body, not a spiritual body. All kinds of cultivation of the spiritual race are aimed at the spiritual body. No, according to the information left by my family, it is true that the spiritual race has recruited human warriors for so many years. These human warriors are not necessarily the existence cards with such unbelievable aptitudes, but they are definitely the top leaders in the same level of combat power. These warriors will be cultivated by the spirit race as guardians, and will fight and die for the spirit race in the future. What? The guardian of the spirit race. Speaking of this, I remembered that when this guy showed his cultivation, he didn't seem to have reached the peak of the sanctuary. Hiss. Many people remembered the situation at that time. One by one, they took a deep breath. Before reaching the peak of the sanctuary, he defeated Ling Chong, who was at the peak of the sanctuary, and even escaped in the hands of the peak of the sanctuary. No wonder, this guy's combat power is so strong. Even if the bloodline is not satisfactory, the spirit race will not let such a guardian go. With such a strong combat power, how can the bloodline be normal? But it will definitely not reach the top holy rank, otherwise the 2 spiritual ancestors would not be so calm. A group of warriors talked a lot, and soon the news that Han Feng was very likely to be recruited as a guardian by the spirit race spread out. For a while, the eyes of everyone looking at Lingon and Ling Chong became strange. However, seeing Lingon's gloomy face, many spirits did not dare to continue the discussion. Gradually, the square resumed recruiting. It's just that this time, there is no Ling Chong taking advantage of the opportunity here and there from time to time, only Lingon manages with a cold face. In view of Lingon's cold face, the square gradually became quiet, and the heavy atmosphere gradually spread out, and many warriors did not dare to take a breath. After a long time, Ling Chong couldn't help but asked. Although he felt a little cold about Lingon's behavior before, Ling Chong knew that he and Lingon had already stood in the same boat early on. With Lingon behind him, he would provoke a lot of enemies in the spirit race. If he turned against Lingon now, not to mention that those who had offended him troubled him, even Lingon would deal with him immediately. "Senior brother, are we going to forget it like this?" Lingon glanced at Ling Chong and snorted, "Forget it? How is that possible? This seat has made a move, and no one has ever been able to live. It's just that the ancestor of Ling Hua is very likely to want to recruit that kid to become the guardian of the spiritual clan. I am not good at making a move." Guardian of the spiritual race. Ling Chong's expression changed, a little horrified. How should this be? Ling Chong was a little overwhelmed. Lingon said indifferently, "What are you panicking about? Although the guardians of the spirit race have been respected in the spirit race for generations, they are still outsiders and human beings, and it is impossible to enter the core and high level of the spirit race. Since they are guardians, they naturally have to protect the spirit race. In the battle, our spirit race has not been without enemies for so many years. As long as we find opportunities to lead those enemies to that kid without a trace, some strong people are looking for trouble for that kid. Then we don't need to take action, that kid will die." Ling Chong's eyes lit up, as expected of a senior brother. A series of flattery was shot by Ling Chong. Lingon enjoys the lackey's flattery with peace of mind. It's just that Lingon didn't notice. Ling Chong lowered his head and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the sky, in the space barrier displayed by the ancestor of Ling Hua. "Han Feng, sincerely thank you." Ancestor Ling Hua smiled and said, "The fighting strength of the little brother is amazing, and the cultivation base has not yet reached the peak of the sanctuary." Ancestor Ling Hua did not think that Han Feng was an elite genius of an ancient family. There are not many ancient families in the entire Forgotten Continent, and they will communicate with each other from time to time. Sometimes some ancient families will let each other's younger generation of powerhouses compete. Han Feng's cultivation base has such amazing combat power. In the eyes of Ling Hua's ancestors, if it is an ancient family genius, it is impossible not to hear any rumors. Since there is no wind, it can only be people from the mainland. Born in the mainland, it is rare to be able to surpass the cultivation base to have such a powerful combat power. If such a genius is recruited, it will be of great benefit to the spiritual race. "Young man, are you willing to join my spirit clan?" Ling Hua ancestor finally revealed his true purpose. There was a hint of confusion on Han Feng's face. He was a human body, how could he join the spiritual race? Moreover, the ancient race competition is more than 10 years old. He still needs time to rush across the continents of Central Continent and Continent of Beizhou. How can he have time to join the spirit race? Thinking of this, Han Feng politely refused. The smiling ancestors of Ling Hua and the second senior sister, Ling Ya, froze for a moment, their eyes widened slightly. What did they hear? Reject? Did they hear it right? He refused to join the spiritual race. Don't you know how many benefits you will get from joining the Eldar? The resources on the continent are not comparable to those of the ancient family. For a while, the face of the ancestors of Ling Hua was a little bad. It is true that the ancestors of Ling Hua would stand out for Han Feng to appreciate Han Feng, and at the same time, he could not understand the behavior of the ancestors of Yuling. But the most important thing is to go through Ling Ya's reminder thought of recruiting Han Feng as the guardian of the spiritual race. If it is not for the last purpose, even if the ancestors of Ling Hua are not used to the behavior of the ancestors of Yuling, they can directly report to the Council of Elders. In this way, she and the ancestor of Yuling did not have a direct confrontation, and the possibility of tearing their faces was greatly reduced. Everyone is the ancestors of the spirit clan, looking up and not looking down. Not only the ancestors of Yuling are worried about the ancestors of Ling Hua, the ancestors of Ling Hua are also worried about the ancestors of Yuling. Both sides dare not tear their faces. Such behavior, only in exchange for rejection? Second more. Do you think that my spiritual clan is too small to accommodate your big Buddha? The expression of the ancestor of Linghua has gradually cooled down. Han Feng secretly said that it was not good, but it was difficult for him to answer this time. Han Feng smiled bitterly and said, Senior, this junior is here to accompany Qingshan, and then cross the central North Sea to return to the central continent. There is really no way to join the spirit clan. You are from Beizhou continent? Linghua's ancestors' eyes narrowed. If you want to traverse the North Central Seas, it is impossible without the strength of the peak of the sanctuary, and even the strength of the peak of the sanctuary is not without danger. It can only be said that the peak of the sanctuary has the qualification to pass through the Central and Northern Seas, but whether it can pass through depends on the strength and luck of the peak of the sanctuary. Generally speaking, the stronger the combat power in the peak of the sanctuary, the greater the chance of breaking through, but if you are unlucky and encounter the small perfection of the sanctuary, you can only admit that you are unlucky. In addition to the human warriors living on the islands in the central and northern waters, there are more marine monsters living in the central and northern waters. These monsters are collectively known as the Kraken. The number of these Krakens far exceeds that of humans. If it weren't for the fact that the development of human warriors is far more powerful than that, perhaps the central North Sea area is already dominated by Krakens. In addition, there are some pirates who do all kinds of evil in the central and northern waters. These pirates are desperados, not to mention human warriors, they are the Kraken forces. As long as they can eat it, they will dare to attack. Therefore, the central and northern waters are full of various crises. If you want to survive the crisis, it is impossible without hard skills, unless you are extremely lucky. But such good luck, it is difficult for a million kinds to appear. In short, if you want to pass through the central and northern waters truly and safely, you basically need the small perfection of the sanctuary. After all, the resources in the central and northern waters are not comparable to the 5 continents, not to mention the great perfection of the sanctuary. Even the masters of the small perfection of the sanctuary or the Kraken, one slap is enough to count them. A strong man in the sanctuary small perfection realm wants to pass through the North Central Sea, let alone a human warrior, even a pirate or a sea monster, and he has no courage to provoke such a realm. Although Han Feng is strong, he is not outstanding in the peak combat power of the sanctuary. The ancestors of Linghua do not think that Han Feng can pass through the central and northern waters at will, even if Han Feng can pass. Ancestor Linghua's gaze turned to Lin Qingshan. Ancestor Linghua could see that this woman had just broken through. In other words, only the heavenly rank existed before. A heavenly rank, even if he is guarded by a peak sanctuary powerhouse in the North Central Seas, is very likely to fall. In other words, isn't this guy directly teleported to the central continent through the transcontinental teleportation array? Is this kid a hidden power from Beizhou continent? Linghua's ancestor couldn't help but guess secretly. The 5 continents of the ancient family added up to that amount. But the hidden forces are different. There are actually quite a few on each continent. Ancestor Linghua may have a clear understanding of some hidden forces in the central continent, but he may not be able to understand the hidden forces in other continents. And only the hidden world forces have so many holy stones to waste. The value of the holy stone that the transcontinental teleportation array needs to consume, as the ancestor of the great perfection of the Holy Land, can be said to be clear. It's just. Ancestor Linghua's heart flashed a little doubt. Since he is a disciple of the hidden world, how can he be teleported to the central continent through the transcontinental teleportation array, but cannot be teleported back? The ancestor of Linghua found out the reason for himself. Maybe it is the hidden power that has already declined and is about to be born. No wonder this guy is not willing to join the spiritual clan. It turned out to be to provide strength for the development of his own power. Thinking of this, Ancestor Linghua's gaze at Han Feng eased a lot, and he appreciated it more. Forget it, since you are from a hidden world, the old man won't say much. It's not bad to be able to recruit a high-level Holy Spirit body and 2 intermediate-level Holy Spirit bodies this time. Ancestor Linghua sighed, discarded the idea of recruiting Han Feng as the guardian of the Eldar. At this time, Han Feng bit his head and said, "There is actually a reason why this junior brought Sister Lin to the spiritual clan. The seniors haven't seriously investigated Sister Lin's physique. Sister Lin is not a pure high-level Holy Spirit body." Oh? Ancestor Linghua became interested. The first interest of the ancestors of Linghua was in Han Feng. At this moment, when Han Feng said this, he couldn't help but turn his interested eyes to Lin Qingshan. If someone else said that, the ancestor of Linghua would definitely sneer. You said that it is not ordinary, then it is not ordinary? What is unusual in the eyes of some people may not be in the eyes of the ancestors of the great perfection of the Holy Land. But since Han Feng said it, the ancestor of Linghua became solemn. Han Feng was able to defeat Ling Cheng with the strength of the great sanctuary, which was truly extraordinary. After all, Ling Cheng itself is not an ordinary sanctuary peak first layer. An ordinary sanctuary peak first layer can't last long in Ling Cheng's hands. Junior sees senior. Seeing Linghua's ancestor moving over, Lin Qingshan's scalp went numb for a while, and she hurriedly saluted. The huge gap between the first level of the Holy Land and the great perfection realm of the Holy Land made Lin Qingshan feel uncomfortable all over. Ancestor Linghua's eyes suddenly burst into a burst of brilliance, covering Lin Qingshan. Lin Qingshan was shrouded in such brilliance, and only felt that all her secrets had been exposed. Suddenly, the ancestor of Linghua took a burst of breath and exclaimed in disbelief, "Devouring the spiritual body? Impossible. How can it be swallowing the spiritual body?" With the cultivation realm of the ancestors of Linghua, it stands to reason that even if there is any powerful spiritual body placed in front of the ancestors of Linghua should only be shocked, and will never make a sound of exclamation. Move. But the devouring of spirit bodies is far beyond the imagination of the ancestors of Linghua. This is devouring spirit bodies. As long as there is continuous devouring of spirit bodies, the aptitude of spirit bodies will be improved endlessly. What a terrible system. Rao is the calm person of the ancestor of Linghua on weekdays, but he can't calm down at this moment. Ancestor Linghua's eyes lit up, and he met Bao. At this moment, what Han Feng has already been left behind by the ancestors of Linghua, and only Lin Qingshan is in the eyes of the ancestors of Linghua. Girl, are you willing to be the wife's direct disciple? Linghua ancestor couldn't help asking excitedly. Lin Qingshan looked at Han Feng subconsciously, and after seeing Han Feng nod, Lin Qingshan immediately knelt down to pay her respects. My apprentice, Qingshan, pays a visit to the master. Hey, good disciple. The ancestor of Linghua couldn't help but be overjoyed. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a great thing. The regret that he had originally because he couldn't recruit Han Feng disappeared immediately. I didn't expect the master to accept a little junior sister for me this time. Little junior sister, if there is anything in the future, I will ask the senior sister. The senior sister will call the shots for you. Lingya, the second senior sister of the spiritual clan, stepped forward with a smile. Before, the ancestor of Linghua devoured the spiritual body with a sentence, which also stunned Lingya. Lingya, as the true disciple of the ancestor of the great perfection realm of the sanctuary, is second only to Lingan. How could she not know how to devour such a legendary spirit body? Lingya never imagined that she would see such a spirit body with her own eyes. Ji Hong and Ji Yun were confused. They were from humble backgrounds. They didn't know what devouring a spirit body was, but they were not stupid either. From the performances of Linghua Patriarch and Lingya, they knew that devouring was really a matter of fact. The spirit body is definitely not a simple spirit body. The third one. Ji Hong and Ji Yun looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had made up their minds. Ji Hong, we were both killed by the help of these two nobles. Judging from the expressions of ancestor Ling Hua and senior sister Ling Ya, this devouring spirit body is obviously a great spirit body. Instead of worshipping other spirit clan masters under the sect, it is better to be a follower of this benefactor. Well, but sister, will this benefactor accept us? Ji Hong and Ji Yun couldn't help but feel a little worried. The middle-level Holy Spirit body is definitely a great spiritual body qualification outside, which means that both Ji Hong and Ji Yun have a great possibility to enter the great sanctuary level. If there are rich resources to cultivate, it is possible to hit the peak of the sanctuary. But such a spirit body is too common in the spirit clan. Ji Hong's naive eyes looked at Lin Qingshan. There was no love in it, but full of blessings. Although Ji Hong is young, he is not a fool. From the situation between Han Feng and Lin Qingshan, Ji Hong has already seen that the two love each other, and the strength shown by Han Feng is even more admired by Ji Hong. In Ji Hong's mind, only a genius like Han Feng is worthy of the goddess in his mind. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Han Feng proposed to leave. Ancestor Ling Hua let go this time. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched. The treatment before and after this was too big, but Han Feng was also very happy that Lin Qingshan could get the attention of the ancestors of Ling Hua. The ancestor of Ling Hua was also very winking, knowing that Han Feng and Lin Qingshan had a close relationship, so they let the two talk about separation separately. Han Feng said softly, Qingshan, practice hard. When I come to the spirit clan next time, I will take you back to the great Jin kingdom. Yeah. Qingshan snuggled into Han Feng's arms and nodded lightly. No matter how strong the spiritual clan is, for Lin Qingshan, it is not as good as her homeland, the great Jin kingdom. You must come quickly. Qingshan was not a delicate woman, and quickly got out of Han Feng's embrace. Han Feng smiled, don't worry, it will be soon. After about half an hour, the two finally finished what they had said, and Han Feng Chao Ling Hua's ancestor handed over, Qingshan, please ask the seniors. Lao Shen's apprentice, Lao Shen will naturally do his best to cultivate and protect him, don't bother you little guy. But you little guy has to work hard. If the girl Qingshan surpasses you too much, don't blame Lao Shen. Ling Hua's ancestor hummed. Han Feng is very confident, there won't be such a day. Taking a deep look at Lin Qingshan, Han Feng turned and flew away. On the ground, Ling Gan saw Han Feng leave, his face was full of astonishment. Did he guess wrong? The ancestor of Ling Hua did not plan to recruit that person as the guardian of the spiritual race. Ling Gan didn't think about Han Feng's rejection at all. After being stunned, Ling Gan looked gloomy. Ling Chang secretly glanced at Ling Gan and did not dare to say a word. In the air barrier, the ancestor of Ling Hua smiled and said, Qingshan, that kid is very confident. Based on the primordial spirit perception of the ancestors of Ling Hua, it is probably also sensed that Han Feng's aptitude should be around the high-level holy grade. Compared with swallowing the spirit body, this kind of aptitude is not a fart. But aptitude is one thing, and it's another matter to how far it can go in the end. Ling Hua's ancestor did not say that Han Feng was destined to catch up with Lin Qingshan. At this age, the ancestor of Ling Hua has seen too many things. It is not uncommon for many high-level talents to end up being ordinary, and it is not unheard of for some who started out with a little less aptitude but eventually became the supreme being. Second, Han Feng showed extraordinary combat power, so that the ancestors of Ling Hua also hope that such a genius can go further in the future, instead of dying in the middle or disappearing in the future. Lin Qingshan said in a tone of extreme confidence in Han Feng, since he can say it, he can do it. He is not yet over 100 years old now. Tell Han Feng's age. However, Lin Qingshan also knew that the age of less than 30 was too scary, so she extended it to 100 years old. Rao is so, the ancestor of Ling Hua was also stunned, and then full of horror overflowed. Impossible. Less than 100 years old. Ling Hua's first thought was that he didn't want to believe that the great sanctuary, which was less than 100 years old, was still human. What's more, its real combat power has reached the peak level of the sanctuary. Even a genius in a top-level Holy Spirit body like Lingon has cultivated for more than 1,000 years to reach such a state. Less than 100 years old and 1,000 years old, this gap is not an exaggeration to use the difference between clouds and mud. But the ancestor of Ling Hua knew that whether it was Han Feng or Lin Qingshan, there was no need to lie to him, because the lie would be exposed sooner or later. At this moment, the ancestor of Ling Hua finally understood where Han Feng's confidence was. This kid, as long as he doesn't fall, will definitely become a legend in the future, but unfortunately he still misses out on such a genius. Ling Hua Patriarch once again regretted not recruiting Han Feng to the Spirit Clan. It's just that after seeing Lin Qingshan, such regrets are much less. In any case, getting a devouring spirit body today is a huge benefit. The old apprentice can't be behind that kid, Qingshan, follow the teacher back to the spiritual clan to practice. Yes. The group was about to leave, but Ji Hong and Ji Yun knelt down and vowed to become Lin Qingshan's followers. Perhaps it was Ji Hong's previous experience that made Lin Qingshan think of her former younger sister. In a trance, she agreed. Ji Hong and Ji Yun were overjoyed. This time, the group really returned to the Spirit Clan, and only Ling Gon and others were still recruiting disciples. Not long after, the ancestor of Ling Hua received a disciple who devoured the spiritual body and spread to the top of the spiritual race, and the entire spiritual race high level was shaken, and there was an uproar. Lin Qingshan herself meant to keep a low profile and practice quietly, but the ancestor of Ling Hua disagreed. The real top of the spirit race has always regarded the genius of the top-level Holy Spirit body like a treasure, and the top-level Holy Spirit body is in a position where it can be sacrificed. Ancestor Ling Hua knew that there were also fights among the true disciples, and it was not impossible for them to fall down accidentally. Only by exposing Lin Qingshan's devouring spirit body could they truly make these senior leaders of the spirit race solemn. The ancestors of the spiritual race, although there are conflicts and selfishness among each other, but they are the same in the development and strength of the spiritual race. With the devouring spirit body, as long as you devour enough spirit body, it will not be difficult to achieve a true God in the future, and it is very likely to become the first true God in the entire forgotten continent in the middle of the catastrophe, or even stronger. At that time, the spirit race will surely become the first ancient family. With such a glory, the senior leaders of the spiritual race will definitely value Lin Qingshan very much, and will never allow any problems to arise. As for the source of the spirits to be swallowed, the spirits rule the world, but there are many powerful spirits who secretly oppose the spirits, and these spirits can just become Lin Qingshan's powerful nourishment. In the hall on the top of a mountain somewhere in the spiritual clan, the ancestor Yuling smashed the table in front of him and was furious. Bastard! That stinky old lady of the ancestor of Ling Hua, why did I show such diligence to the junior this time, it turns out. Devouring the spirit body, he actually gave up a spirit-devouring genius to the ancestor of Ling Hua, and the ancestor of Yuling regretted it. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Ancestor Yuling was full of regrets. He knew that the girl who was not in his eyes was a devouring spirit, and he would not let go of anything he said. Under Yuling's ancestor, Ling Gon, who was standing, also clenched his fists and looked unwilling. It's not that Ling Gon didn't have any thoughts about Lin Qingshan, but Ling Gon, like the ancestor Yuling, paid more attention to aptitude. When she knew that Lin Qingshan was only a high-level holy spirit, Ling Gon was just playing around. But now, Ling Gon roared in his heart, knowing that the other party was devouring the spirit body. He should have been more diligent in the beginning. Such a woman is just worthy of him, more worthy than Ling Ya. After Yu Ling's ancestor roared, he also knew that since the news of Lin Qingshan's devouring spirit body spread throughout the entire spiritual clan, it was impossible for him to do anything. If there is any damage to Lin Qingshan, he will definitely be treated as a traitor by the Eldar. As soon as his eyes rolled, Ancestor Yuling saw his disciple and smiled immediately. Goner, that girl is a devouring spirit body, and you are a match made in heaven. You must take this girl down. Waiting for the girl to become your person, in the future. Hearing this, Lingon smiled confidently, Master, don't worry, with the charm of your disciple, you will definitely catch it. It's just. Just what? Ancestor Yuling asked quickly. Lingon smiled shyly, the wife that Tuer first wanted was actually Lingya. Ancestor Yuling said indifferently, what's the matter? A man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. When he takes down the girl who devoured the spirit body, he will take Lingya as a concubine. Lingon nodded, and then said that Lin Qingshan seems to be treating that man. Ancestor Yu Ling's eyes flashed fiercely, this teacher has already seen it. It didn't matter before, but since this girl is devouring the spirit body, you can't let her have a close relationship with an outsider. This will be good for you to win that girl in the future. It's also a big obstacle, you think of a way to get rid of that kid. But you can't be the one who shot, or you can't be reminiscent of you. In this way, a servant of mine surnamed Li left the spirit race and created his own family thousands of years ago. Now thousands of years have passed under the protection of the teacher. The development is good, and now there are some peaks in the sanctuary, and the teacher will pass them news to let them pay attention to the whereabouts of that kid. After speaking, the ancestor of Yuling took out a mirror. This is a special holy weapon that my teacher got a long time ago, called a double-sided teleportation mirror. There are 2 double-sided teleportation mirrors, hold one of them, and after you cast it, it will teleport to the location of the second mirror, and the teleportation distance is also quite far. You hold one of them, and let the Li Jiaqiang hold the other. When the Li family finds the kid, you will teleport to the Li Jiaqiang through the double-sided teleportation mirror in your hand, and then kill that kid. Yes. After leaving Holy Spirit City, Han Feng stopped staying in Central Continent and flew to the border of Central Continent at full speed. On the way, there were no more cities to stop. This caused great trouble for the Li family's search. Fortunately, the Li family is now strong and has a wide network of contacts. After about half a month, they still locked the general direction of Han Feng through various clues and one-sided news. Immediately, the pinnacle of the Li family's digital sanctuary began to ambush in the direction Han Feng was flying to. Li Jiaqiang has already seen that Han Feng is flying towards the North Central Sea. Han Feng. There are several sanctuary peaks in front of you with hostility and killing intent towards you. You have to be careful. One of them is the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven. Although it is only the initial stage of the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven, it should not be underestimated. If the opponent is an ordinary sanctuary peak Triple Heaven, it will be fine. If not, with your current cultivation base and combat power, it is also a little dangerous. During the flight, Chubby's voice suddenly came. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, is it the spirit race? Xiao Peng hesitated for a moment and said, it shouldn't be the spirit clan. According to my perception, except for the sanctuary peak Triple Heaven, the rest of the sanctuary peaks are extremely ordinary, and they should all be the ordinary sanctuary peaks. The sanctuary peak of the spirit clan. It won't be so weak, it won't make me feel so ordinary. Not the spirit race? Han Feng frowned slightly. Han Feng could not imagine which spirit force would come to deal with him. Han Feng's eyes flashed with sternness, if that's the case, then we'll go and ask in person. Han Feng not only did not reduce his speed, but flew faster. In front, the 6 middle-aged or old man image powerhouses exude a powerful aura. The 6 auras are united together, and even the space is a little distorted. With the 6 people as the center, there is no large-scale life aura in the radius of millions of meters. All these creatures are scared away by the terrible aura emanating from the 6 people. One of them gave a grim smile. It's finally here, and our calculation was right. Kill this kid. If the adult is satisfied, our Li family may also have a true disciple of the spiritual race. Another Li family strongman said. The old man from the Li family said, Third, take out the double-sided teleportation mirror and teleport Master Lingon. The peak of the sanctuary, known as the third child, smiled. Big brother, it's just a small and big sanctuary. Do you still need to trouble the adults? If we kill that kid in person, the ancestor of Yuling will give us a reward. There will be more. When the old man of the Li family heard the words, he hesitated. Then the old man of the Li family said, although that kid is only in the great sanctuary, according to the news, this kid defeated Ling Chong, so it should not be underestimated. The third child of the Li family sneered, Brother, you are confused. How can the great sanctuary compete with the peak of the sanctuary? What's more, he is a genius like Ling Chong. From the younger brother's point of view, it's just Ling Chong's carelessness. Ling Chong is not monolithic. Young, there are a lot of people who want to see Ling Chong's jokes in the first generation. Maybe the rumors that despise Ling Chong like this are spread by those people, in order to discredit Ling Chong. We don't know what the truth is. Anyway, my brother doesn't believe that. The so-called sound transmission. The gap between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary is huge, and Ling Chong is not an ordinary peak of the sanctuary. How can it be defeated so easily? When the third elder of the Li family said this, the old man of the Li family was shaken, and he gritted his teeth suddenly. While the Li family made the decision, Han Feng was gradually approaching. The third child of the Li family was excited for a while, and hurriedly roared, This son is handed over to me. Thousand demon lore. Sure enough, it's just the second level of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary. At the moment when the third Li family's attack broke out, Han Feng sensed that the opponent's attack was not strong. The name of this thousand demons lore looks domineering, but in fact, it has not even reached the top-grade sanctuary. At most it is a half-step high-grade level. Han Feng's face turned cold. Holy flame battle body, congeal. Void immortal body, congeal. Aurora Tsangyan, fusion. Fusion, holy flame strikes the sky. The silver-white flame fist, like a man-devouring monster, blasted away. Second more. There is one more watch. Today is the third watch. I went out during the day, and came back late. I will be at home all day tomorrow, and strive for the fourth watch. If the state is good, maybe. Do not. Boom. Under the stares of the strong Li family, the third Li family's trick did not cause any damage to the opponent at all. Instead, he was swallowed by the flames, and he only had time to let out a scream and turned into ashes. The third child of the Li family is only in the early stage of the peak of the sanctuary. And after Han Feng merged into the Aurora Tsangyan, the holy flame raging heaven fist, the outbreak had already surpassed the sanctuary triple heaven. The huge gap made it easy for the third child of the Li family to be solved. The look of Li Jiaozhong's sanctuary peak, which was originally watching a good show, changed instantly. No, I'm afraid the rumors are true. Let's make a move together. With just one shot from Han Feng, the strong Li family knew that they really underestimated each other. With such strength, I'm afraid they really defeated Ling Chong head-on. Stone-shattering. Indestructible fighting fist. Heaven and earth. Group-killing spirit, slash. The many peaks of the Li family's sanctuary shot together. However, most of these people's cultivation bases are in the peak of the sanctuary, and no one has even realized the secret skills of the high-grade sanctuary, so even if they unite, Han Feng is not afraid at all. In the same way, the holy flame-banging heaven fist blasted out, and the huge flame fist swallowed all the attacks of everyone, and then suddenly burst, and the burst of flames made the Li family's strong men flee. Even so, there are still many Li family strongmen who were caught up by the flames and were seriously burned. The old man of the Li family took a deep breath. The gap was too big. It was hard to imagine that the other party was only at the level of the great sanctuary. Gritting his teeth, the old man of the Li family knew that if he wanted to defeat this son, he still had to take a shot at it. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Li family took out the double-sided teleportation mirror and transported Xuanhuan into it. Seeing this scene, Han Feng suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, Han Feng was about to interrupt. Star Soul Domain, Ning. The ancestor of the Li family was in a hurry. If the teleportation was interrupted, he would have to wait for a certain period of time to teleport again. This period of time was enough for the opponent to kill all of his strongmen. Involuntarily, the ancestor of the Li family showed his domain strength and wanted to rely on the domain to suppress Han Feng's cultivation. The rest of the Li family's strong eyes lit up when they saw this. Various soul fields overlap and oppress Han Feng. It's just a pity that Aurora Tsungyan's current level is also at the top level among the high-grade and low-grade holy flames, except for the mutated and powerful Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven domain or the domain beyond the Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven. Otherwise other domains want to suppress it. Is impossible to live in Korean style. Burning out the Aurora Tsungyan, the Star Soul domain was quickly forced. Puff. One of the strong men of the Li family went up first and was swallowed by Aurora Tsungyan, but this bought some time for the teleportation. Immediately after the second, the third. When the old man of the Li family saw this scene, his heart was bleeding. The Li family has been able to develop to this point in thousands of years. Is it easy to have several peak sanctuary powerhouses? It was all ruined today. The old man of the Li family was full of regrets. If he knew this, he should not have listened to the third child in the first place. If the spirit was sent over from the beginning, how could things have fallen to such a point? However, there is no regret medicine in the world. The old man of the Li family can only swallow the bitter fruit, and only hope that Lingon can teleport over to kill the other party as soon as possible, so as to leave a few sanctuary peaks for the Li family. As long as the sanctuary peak is still alive, the Li family will not decline for a while. After the Aurora Tsungyan swallowed the fourth person, suddenly the entire space seemed to enter a dream scene. The space was constantly changing and twisting, and a terrible suffocating pressure filled the entire space. This is... Han Feng's pupils shrank. Such a huge coercion, this familiar oppression. Sure enough, it's the spirit race. It's the Gai Lingon. Han Feng's face was solemn, and Han Feng never thought that the threat he felt intuitively was actually Lingon. This Lingon did not come to chase and kill himself, but instead used this method. Lord Lingon, you are finally here. The old man of the Li family and the two remaining strong men of the Li family were madly in tears. A little more, but the whole army is really wiped out. Lingon stepped out with a cold face. Didn't you say that you immediately teleported when you found it? What's going on now? The old man of the Li family was silent, not knowing what to say. His shoulders trembled slightly. The oppression that Lingon brought to the elders of the Li family was not much weaker than the oppression of Han Feng. The cultivation level is as high as the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and the real combat power is beyond the peak of the sanctuary. This kind of oppression makes the old man of the Li family split. Humph. Lingon snorted coldly. Just looking at the performance of the old man of the Li family, Lingon roughly guessed something. Glancing coldly at the old man of the Li family, he turned his attention to Han Feng until the old man of the Li family was almost frightened. I let you escape once before, but no one can save you this time. Lingon waved his palm violently, the space burst into pieces, and a huge palm fell from the sky. Facing Lingon, Han Feng was very energetic and did not dare to be careless. Fusion, burning heaven Emperor's esteemed finger. Boom. Violent fluctuations swept all around like a tsunami. Lingon's brows were slightly wrinkled. This time Lingon's palm was much more powerful than in the Holy Spirit City at that time. Lingon thought that this palm would be enough to kill Han Feng, but he expected a stronger move from Han Feng. Evil sect, I don't believe that this young master can't kill you. Lingon was a little annoyed. Another palm came, and this palm waved out a more stern aura. This palm is also difficult for the powerhouses of the 5th level of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary to take. Han Feng stared at the coming palm, took a deep breath, and then suddenly shouted, "Blood-eyed wolf claw." The blood-eyed wolf claw is a top-quality middle-class sanctuary, even if Han Feng can only exert half of its power, but the best grade middle is the best quality sanctuary after all. The moment Han Fengxian shouted, the entire void seemed to be open. A blood-red pupil opened. The blood-red pupil suddenly opened, and the blood-red eyes fell on Lingon, who rarely felt cold all over his body. The ferocious aura filled the air, and Lingon was finally unable to calm down, only to see Lingon's mouth wide open, his face shocked, extremely, the ultimate sanctuary secret. Impossible, how can you master such a terrible secret? You are so talented. Great sanctuary cultivation base. In the blood-red pupils, the invisible hand grabbed the palm of Xuanhuan that Lingon swung out, and roared. Lingon's hand was squeezed into pieces. The top-grade middle-grade sanctuary's unique skills, the power of the half, I am afraid that it will be somewhat higher than the high-grade sanctuary's unique skills. With Han Feng's skyrocketing cultivation, coupled with the blood-eyed wolf claws, the power of this claw is infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary's 6th level heaven. The third one. Exquisite sanctuary secret art. How could you? Lingon didn't care that his Xuanhuan palm was smashed, and all his mind was attracted by the tricks Han Feng used. At this moment, Han Feng is no longer a waste ant in Lingon's eyes. A great sanctuary cultivation base can display the existence of super-powerful peculiar skills such as the best sanctuary peculiar knowledge in advance. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a monster. For the first time, Lingon looked directly at Han Feng, and Lingon had seen danger and threat in Han Feng. This danger and threat comes from the potential of Han Feng. Let Han Feng grow up, the consequences. The killing intent in Lingon's eyes was even more intense. The remaining members of the Li family had already widened their eyes, and their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. This kid actually displayed the ultimate sanctuary skills. Am I dreaming? Lord Lingon has admitted it, it can't be fake. It's too enchanting, this kid is too enchanting. If this child doesn't die, our Li family will be uneasy. The remaining powerhouses of the Li family regretted being an enemy of such a genius, but since the contradiction between the two sides could no longer be reconciled, they could only hope that Lingon would kill Han Feng. Lingon's various thoughts just flashed by in a flash. In the sky, the wolf claws that burst out from the blood-red pupils have come to the sky above Lingon, and they are about to be grabbed with one claws. Lingon has just broken through, and it is not easy for the strength of the sanctuary peak 6th layer to take over this move empty-handed. Xuanhuan broke out, and the spirit burst out and shouted, "Myriad souls and thousand souls palm." It seems that countless souls roared out, slamming into the blood-red wolf claws of the sky. This palm is impressively a top-grade middle-level sacred art. With Lingon's current strength, he displayed this kind of sanctuary's unique skills, and the power was infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary's 7th level heaven. The endless grievances surrounded the blood-red wolf claws, roaring and swallowing them. Soon, the blood-red wolf claws were completely eaten by a group of unjust souls, and the oppression brought by the blood-red wolf claws disappeared without a trace. Lingon sneered, "Even if you can display the ultimate sanctuary skills, your realm is too low, and the power you can display is less than half. I just need to be a little more serious, and I can easily kill you." Wanzun is destroyed. The surging Saint Yuan surged, and the terrifying aura raged all around. After the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills, Lingon even displayed the high-grade sanctuary skills. Blood-eyed wolf claws. Han Feng struggled to resist the aura oppression, and once again used the bloody red wolf claws. However, Han Feng couldn't even resist Lingon's high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary skills, let alone the top-grade high-grade sanctuary skills. The blood-red wolf claws were almost crushed by annihilation, but Lingon's attack did not end there, but continued to bombard Han Feng. 2 consecutive displays of the best sanctuary skills, even if the power exerted is limited, it almost consumes the holy energy in Han Feng's body. Han Feng's face was pale, and he was helpless for a while in the face of the attack from the explosion. Just when Lingon's attack was about to smash Han Feng into scum, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng. It was Zhu Tianyunk, Fei Tianyenshi and Phantom Leopard. Boom boom boom. The 3 beasts roared and burst out their strongest tricks. But even so, it didn't change the situation Han Feng faced much. The Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard have yet to break through to the peak of the sanctuary, and their strengths will be limited. Lan Ao, the arrogant swallowing wolf, has not yet fully grown, and this time he didn't even appear. Only Zhu Tianyunk has already broken through to the peak of the sanctuary, but it can exert super strength. But even Zhu Tianyunk is too far away from Lingon at this moment. There was a deafening roar in the whole sky, and Han Feng was bombarded by the violent aura fluctuations and flew upside down. A hint of surprise flashed in Lingon's eyes. You still have 3 contracted beasts? You are lucky, this time there are 3 beasts to resist, barely resisting my attack. But now the 3 monsters have been severely damaged, I see how you will withstand my attack next. Wanzun is destroyed. The powerful attack struck again, and Han Feng had nothing to do. Up to now, there are still 3 sacred artifacts that can be used, the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife, the real fire fan, and the Shantian sacred brick, but even the 3 sacred artifacts are not as powerful as the blood-eyed wolf claws. Han Feng knows that, even if he used the 3 holy weapons together, he would not be able to restore such an unfavorable situation. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Han Feng shouted, "Little fatty, please." Up to now, Han Feng can only use his last and strongest trump card, Skyfire Tower. The Nine Flames Heavenly Fire Pagoda is not an attack-type treasure, but its level is extremely high. Even if it cannot exert much power because of the 9 flames and different fire art, it is not comparable to a holy weapon. At the moment when the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower appeared, the entire space seemed to be stagnant. Boom! Terrible silver-white flames overflowed from the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower, and the entire space turned into a sea of silver-white flames. The 7-story pagoda that continuously spews flames is suspended above the Korean wind, setting off the majesty of the Korean wind. What? Lingon's face suddenly stiffened with a chuckle. Lingon never imagined that the other party was already at the end of the road. How could such a powerful holy weapon suddenly appear? With Lingon's eyesight, he couldn't tell what level this strange fire tower was. Han Feng, make a quick decision, your strength is too low right now, it is your vitality that drives the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower. Fortunately, you are now in the Great Sanctuary with a lifespan of 2,000 years, as long as you don't deliberately drag it, it shouldn't affect your life. Fatty's voice entered Han Feng's mind. Han Feng's face was solemn, and at the moment when the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower appeared, Han Feng felt that his own vitality was being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost reaching the level of 1 second a year. What? What? Lord Lingon, help! The strong man of the Li family screamed and cried out for help, and was swallowed by the silver-white sea of fire. At the beginning of the peak of the small sanctuary, he could only watch his body burn to ashes. Lingon's face was gloomy, and his attention was on the Jianshan fire tower. On this strange fire tower holy artifact, Lingon felt a threat to his life. At this time, Lingon would take care of the lives of the Li family's powerhouses. In the unwillingness and regret of the three Li family powerhouses, the three powerhouses at the peak of the sanctuary were reduced to ashes. After destroying the three peaks of the sanctuary, the surging waves of fire began to sweep towards Lingon. The first. Sword of Death. What if there is a powerful sacred artifact? The power of the sacred artifact is not only in itself, but also in whether the holder is strong. How much power can you use this powerful sacred artifact in a mere great sanctuary? After Lingon was shocked, he looked disdainful. What Lingon said is also true. A super holy artifact, half artifact, is placed in the hands of an ordinary sanctuary, and the ordinary sanctuary cannot exert much power. Domain, that's not possible. But Lingon didn't know that the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower was not comparable to a mere sacred artifact. Not to mention the Forgotten Continent, that is, in the continent of the gods, is there a treasure stronger than the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda? After all, this is a universe that has not yet fully developed, otherwise it will not be smuggled over by the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. A treasure that surpasses the holy artifact by an unknown amount, even if Han Feng can't exert much power. The explosive power is amazing. The Sea of Fire is like a fire dragon, constantly biting the spirit dry. Lingon's face was cold, and he kept throwing his sleeves and slammed into the Sea of Fire. However, no matter how many attacks Lingon made, they were all swallowed up by the flames, and there was no sound. Lingon's face turned black, and Wanshan Qianqiu Palm and Wanzuan Guizong destroyed again and again. But even these two sanctuary secrets were directly swallowed by the Sea of Fire. In the center of the Sea of Fire, Han Feng's head is on the Jianshan Fire Tower, sensing the disappearance of vitality, and his face is a little pale. At first, Han Feng thought that 1 second would consume a year, and in the end, it would not consume much, but soon Han Feng knew that he was very wrong. That 1 second consumes a year, just to maintain the normal display of the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. Once an attack is launched, especially when the opponent has a strong resistance, the consumption level will be directly multiplied several times. The specific amount depends on the attack of the opponent. Strength. When Lingon erupted into the annihilation of Wanzuan, Han Feng laughed in horror, and the consumption rate reached an astonishing 1 second for 10 years. 10 years in 1 second, 600 years in 1 minute. Han Feng didn't dare to delay, he only had a lifespan of 2,000 years, and 600 years was not a small number. Vitality directly affects future cultivation and breakthroughs. If the vitality is consumed to a certain extent, even if there is still a long distance from the limit of life essence, it is very likely to cause the cultivation base to stagnate. Broken. Han Feng burst out, and the Jianshan Fire Tower swept the Sea of Fire and waves, hitting Lingon directly. The impact of Jiuyan Tianhua Tower was much stronger than any other Sea of Fire. Lingon's face changed greatly, and he intuitively told Lingon that if he was really hit, he would probably fall directly. God Shadow Spirit Body, congeal. Boom. A black shadow suddenly appeared around Lingon's body, and these shadows formed an armor that enveloped Lingon's entire body. In an instant, Lingon's cultivation level skyrocketed. As the first true disciple of the spirit race, Lingon not only has the aptitude of the spiritual body to reach the level of the top holy spirit body, but also the special physique of the spiritual body has also reached the top holy grade, which is equivalent to the top holy grade bloodline. And Lingon has already controlled these special physiques by 6 or 7 points, and the power exerted is comparable to the top high-level holy products, even surpassing the high-level holy products, comparable to the top-level holy products. Lingon's cultivation level has been upgraded to the peak of the 8th heaven of the holy domain in an instant. Once again, the top-level high-grade sanctuary secret skills such as Wanzu and Guizong Annihilation are displayed, and the explosive power has exceeded the limit of the ordinary sanctuary peak. Boom! Lingon's attack collided fiercely with the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. There was a terrifying roar that seemed to tear space apart, and layers of space were shattered, and the ground was smashed by invisible forces, constantly annihilating. In the blink of an eye, millions of meters around the Tianhua Tower and Lingon were destroyed. The wind was raging, and Han Feng looked solemn, so strong. They have already displayed the Skyfire Tower, and the results are still comparable. That's because your own cultivation base is too weak, and you are only in the 8th level of the Great Sanctuary. If you are already at the peak of the sanctuary, this will definitely not be the case. Little Fatty snorted. Han Feng took a deep breath and pushed the Skyfire Tower even harder, which directly led to a great increase in the speed at which Han Feng's vitality disappeared. Bang bang. With the continuous bombardment of the Skyfire Tower, Lingon couldn't hold it any longer. Suddenly, Lingon slapped the Skyfire Tower fiercely, and with the help of the anti-shock force, Lingon flew thousands of meters behind, and then a long sword appeared in Lingon's hand. The long sword was covered in purple and black, with a purple airflow. Exquisite holy sword. Han Feng's face condensed. Worthy of being the first true disciple of the spiritual race, such a holy artifact can only be mastered by the small perfection of the holy realm, but Lingon can almost exert its full power. With such a holy sword in hand, it is also difficult to slaughter ordinary sanctuary peak Jizongshan like slaughtering dogs. Death God Storm Slash. Lingon shouted violently with a gloomy expression on his face. A deadly still aura swept out and turned into a giant sword that slammed down. Give it to me. Han Feng shouted, and the Tianhua Tower quickly enlarged to protect Han Feng. At the same time as the Tianhua Tower was enlarged, the purple-black giant sword had already slashed on the Tianhua Tower. What is the existence of Tianhua Tower? It is impossible for these attacks to damage the Tianhua Tower in the slightest, but Han Feng, who was under the protection of the Tianhua Tower, was severely shaken and vomited blood, and his face was wilted. Resisting the discomfort of his body, Han Feng continued to deliver Saint Yuan and vitality, and the Tianhua Pagoda turned into a meteor, blasting towards Lingon with even more terrifying power. Not dead yet. Lingon felt extremely annoyed. Death God Storm Slash. Boom. The Tianhua Tower and the purple-black giant sword collided, and an endless energy storm burst out. The space between heaven and earth collapsed again, and this time even the recovery of the space was affected and became much slower. This means that the attack on both sides is not far from making the space truly shattered and the foundation truly destroyed. Once the space is really broken and the foundation is really destroyed, it can no longer be repaired. The reason why the Forgotten Continent has so few great perfectionists and even true gods in the sanctuary is because the power of these two can easily cause the foundation of the Forgotten Continent to be fundamentally destroyed. After 3 consecutive collisions, Rao Shirling didn't have much Saint Yuan to consume, and the energy required to use the best saint artifact every time was extremely terrifying. Because of this, Lingon was shocked in his heart. Damn, this guy has already used it so many times, how can he still use his power? Could it be that the opponent's energy is bigger than mine? Lingon growled in his heart. Lingon was about to mobilize his final strength to fight to the death, but he was shocked to find that there was a crack on his top-grade holy sword, Sword of Death. Lingon's heart once again set off a stormy sea. Second more. In the process of changing the map, there are some cards in the code. It is estimated that the 4th shift will not be completed, and I will try to complete it tomorrow. Cracks. How can there be cracks? I am a top-quality holy weapon, even if it is a half-divine weapon. It cannot be so easy. Could it be? Lingon took a deep breath as if thinking of some terrifying possibility. Impossible, how can the other party have the legendary artifact, and there will never be such an existence in the Forgotten Continent? I must have thought wrong. Maybe the Sword of Death in my hand has reached its limit. Lingon did not want to believe that the tower will be a divine artifact that transcends the holy artifact. The holy artifact also has a limit of use. When it is used again and again, it collides with a powerful holy artifact, and when the damage reaches a certain limit, the holy artifact will be damaged. Lingon can only attribute all this to the fact that the Sword of Death has already reached its limit, so it will be easily knocked out of the crack. The Sword of Death has existed for 10,000 years, and it has been used many times in the middle. The possibility of reaching the limit is extremely high. Damn it, the Sword of Death has a crack, and its power is greatly reduced. If it goes on like this, it will be very unfavorable to me. Lingon raised a retreat in his heart. At the moment when this retreating intention just arose, Lingon felt a burst of shame. As the first true disciple of the spirit race, when was he the first to back down in battle? Under the anger, Lingon burned the little Saint Yuan in the body, and the Sword of Death in his hand was suddenly cut off. Death Godstorm / Han Feng gritted his teeth to output Xing Yuan and vitality, and the Skyfire Tower was like a dazzling sun, slamming into it again. Click! Boom! Under Lingon's horrified gaze, the Sword of Death actually broke. No! Lingon felt heartache for a while. Even if it was him, he would be blamed by the ancestors of the spiritual race for losing a top-quality sacred artifact. The best quality sacred artifact is second only to the existence of the semi-divine artifact, and it is also extremely precious and rare in the ancient family. Losing any one of them is a big loss to the ancient family. With the rupture of the Sword of Death, Lingon's resentment and killing intent towards Han Feng reached a peak. It seems that the real killing intent filled the entire space, but under the attack of the Skyfire Tower, Lingon reluctantly restrained his resentment and killing intent. He didn't know what secret method he used, and his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed again. Break! This punch was powerful and astonishing, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. The fist collided with the Skyfire Tower, and the Skyfire Tower was directly smashed for the first time, and Han Feng's face changed greatly. At this time, Lingon ignored Han Feng, turned into a streamer in Han Feng's shocked expression, flew away quickly, and disappeared from Han Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. He ran away? Han Feng was stunned. He never thought that a person with such high self-esteem like Lingon would make an escape. Shouldn't he fight to the end? Han Feng wanted to catch up, but Xiaopeng stopped him. That Lingon used a secret technique, and the speed is not even comparable to the small perfection of the ordinary sanctuary. You can't catch up. Hearing this, Han Feng had to give up reluctantly and take back the Skyfire Tower. Han Feng worried, "Little fatty, are you okay with the Skyfire Tower?" Xiaopeng said contemptuously, "Although the power of that punch was great, it even knocked me flying, but it was not enough to hurt me, it was far from enough." It's you, this time you lost a full 300 years of life. Great Sanctuary, your lifespan is less than 1,700 years old, you must seize the time to break through to the peak of the Sanctuary. At that time, you will have the limit of 4,000 lifespan, and the loss of vitality at the mere 300 years old is nothing. Han Feng nodded. Thinking that the first time he used Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, the life force consumed made Han Feng's head full of white hair. This time, the second time he used it, there was almost no change. Everything is because the limit of life is different. Now that 300 years of lifespan has been lost, Han Feng knows that it will still have a certain impact on his practice, but when he breaks through to the peak of the sanctuary, 300 years is almost nothing compared to 4,000, and that little bit of impact will be completely disappeared. At this time, Xiaopeng said again, the secret method that Lingon uses is not ordinary. It can make the peak of the sanctuary reach the speed of the small perfection in the sanctuary. I'm afraid the price will be huge, Schadenfreude. Han Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Even so, he still didn't leave his life, if he finds Lin Qingshan's trouble in the spirit clan. Little Fatty said, don't worry, that girl Lin Qingshan devours the spirit body. Just because of this, no one dares to give her grievance except those ancestors. Don't look at that Lingon killing you now, but in the face of Lin Qingshan, she wants to. It's better to have a good relationship. Instead of worrying about Lin Qingshan's safety, it's better to worry that she will abandon you in the end and find another lover. Han Feng stared. Nonsense, this is impossible. So confident? Little Fatty joked. That's natural, the strongest genius of the spirit race is Lingon, but compared to me. Han Feng showed a confident face, and said, this time I have to use the Skyfire Tower to deal with him. Wait. Next time, he will no longer be my opponent without the Skyfire Tower. Xiaopeng looked at Han Feng's confident face, pouted, and then his face became serious, that Lingon has suffered such a big loss, and he will not give up. If I am not wrong, there must be an ancestor of Yuling behind it. It's too dangerous to stay in Central Continent, you have to leave Central Continent as soon as possible. Han Feng naturally knew this, but just as Han Feng was about to fly away, the wounds he suffered in the previous battle made Han Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Xiaopeng was anxious. Oops, with your current physical condition, you must find a place to recover from your injuries. But in the Central Continent, the power of the spirit race is too great to stay for long. In this way, I will use the Skyfire Tower to quickly take you away. In Central Continent, as a price, you may have to faint for a while. Han Feng knew that it was the right thing to leave the Central Continent quickly. The Eldar are not the Holy Dragon family. The Xinglang family has long since fallen, and there are basically not too many powerful forces to pay attention to who is wanted. But the spirit race is different. Once the spirit race issues the wanted order, the entire Central Continent will be mobilized. Even if it was because of Lin Qingshan, Yuling's ancestor was probably the only one who dealt with him, but Han Feng didn't dare to take the risk. Who knows how much influence Yuling ancestors will have in Central Continent? Thinking of this, Han Feng asked Xuanhuan to activate the Skyfire Tower, turning it into a flash of fire and quickly flying to the North Central Sea. At the same time, during Lingon's escape route, Lingon's speed slowly slowed down and finally landed in a mountain range. In the mountains, Lingon had a gloomy face. This time, not only did he not kill the other party, he even lost a huge amount of himself. Feeling the cultivation in his body, Lingon became more and more gloomy. As Xiaopeng said, Lingon's secret technique had great after effects. Originally, Lingon's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, but now he has fallen to the 5th level. If the secret technique was not interrupted in time just now, it would not be impossible to fall to the 4th heaven realm. At this moment, Lingon's cultivation is incomparable to even Lingya, who is the pinnacle of the 5th heaven. Lingon took a deep breath and hurriedly contacted Ancestor Yuling. A light curtain appeared in front of Lingon, and on the light curtain was the face of the ancestor of Yuling. Knowing everything, the ancestor of Yuling was also incredulous. The ancestor of Yuling never thought that the original ants were actually pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. The first. Soon, the ancestor of Yuling said, Qianer, you can't spread the matter of your cultivation base drop, otherwise it will affect your reputation among the true disciples. If Lingya takes the opportunity to challenge you, the first true disciple's reputation will be affected. The name will fall on Lingya. You hurry back to retreat, the teacher will give you some precious medicinal herbs and spirits, and you must restore your cultivation base to the 6th level realm of the sanctuary peak in the shortest possible time. As for that kid, hand it over to the teacher. Over the years as a teacher, the forces outside the Li family are not the only one. Lingon frowned. Master, that kid is hiding too deep. Master, you must not be careless. Lingon knew that Master had never seen it with his own eyes, and no matter what he said, he couldn't have experienced it personally. Lingon was afraid that his master would let the other party slip away. Ancestor Yuling's tone sank. Are you doubting the means of being a teacher? Lingon was taken aback and said quickly, Don't dare. Ancestor Yuling said displeased, Okay, the next thing is left to the master, you come back. Hearing the unpleasantness in the master's tone, Lingon didn't dare to say anything, and could only leave everything to the master. The ancestor of Yuling. The light curtain disappeared, and Lingon sighed secretly, always feeling that even if the master came out, things might not be so smooth. However, the majesty of Yuling's ancestor was not something he could challenge now, so Lingon had to suppress the unwillingness in his heart and fly back to the spiritual clan in despair. And what happened after that was as Lingon expected. Yuling's ancestor didn't even notice Han Feng's hair. On another mountain peak of the spiritual clan, the ancestor of Linghua smiled and said to the woman beside him, Qingshan, you are right, that kid doesn't need Laoshen's help. Now Laoshen is really looking forward to how this kid will grow up in the end. Level. The woman smiled slightly, but said nothing. North Central Sea, Liguang Island. Liguang Island is a small and well-known place in the North Central Sea, because the owner of Liguang Island is a strong man in the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, only half a step away from the peak of the sanctuary. Once this step is taken to achieve the pinnacle of the sanctuary, the status of the island owner in the central and northern waters will be completely different from before. In the North Central Sea, the sanctuary is under the weak, and it is an existence that is dominated. Only when the sanctuary is truly reached can it be considered a certain position in the central North Sea. The Great Sanctuary was barely able to gain a foothold in the North Central Sea. Only by becoming the pinnacle of the sanctuary could one truly enter the ranks of the powerhouses in the North Central Sea. As for the small perfection in the sanctuary, it is the overlord-level existence in the central and northern waters. A small village on the east of Liguang Island is called Wangjia Village, which is a collateral line of the 4 major families of Liguang Island. Those gathered here have no hope of becoming strong or offending some high-level people in the Wang family. Wangjia Village is close to the sea. Once a kraken strikes, Wangjia Village will be the first group to be killed by the kraken. Not only Wangjia Village, but also many villages are close to the sea, and the way of gathering is similar to Wangjia Village. They are all cannon fodder to resist the siren. In a simple house in Wangjia Village, Han Feng gradually regained his senses and struggled to get up. This is. Han Feng opened his eyelids with difficulty and looked around. Yuanshan communicated with Xiaopeng, but no one responded. Han Feng sighed secretly, knowing that the sequelae of using the Skyfire Tower had come again. Every time the Skyfire Tower is used, it consumes not only the vitality of Han Feng, but also some of the source power of the Skyfire Tower itself. After all, Han Feng's cultivation base is too low, and vitality alone is not enough to motivate the Skyfire Tower. To motivate the Skyfire Tower, Xuanhuan must consume the source power of the Skyfire Tower itself. The Jiuyantianhua Pagoda has not recovered much, and the stored source power is not much. Excessive consumption will fall into a deep sleep. Only when Han Feng really grows up in the future and has the ability to truly motivate the Skyfire Tower, when the Fire Tower does not need to consume its own source power to motivate it, the Skyfire Tower will not have the sequelae of falling asleep. Knowing that Fatty couldn't respond for the time being, Han Feng had to focus on the surroundings again. Could it be that I was rescued? Han Feng guessed secretly. At this moment, the door curtain was suddenly lifted, and a 17 or 18-year-old girl stepped in with a bowl of jet-black liquid. The jet-black liquid exudes a strong bitter taste, but there is some spiritual energy in the bitter taste. The girl pouted and looked at Han Feng with a bit of a bad look. Behind the woman, a man also walked in, but the man was obviously injured or internally injured. On the surface, he looks only about 50 years old, but his internal organs are already aging like a 10-year-old old man, and he is about to reach the end of his life. Han Feng Yuanshan swept away and raised his eyebrows slightly. The real age of this man should be around 40 years old. Beside the man, there was a young man of about 13 or 14 years old, staring at Han Feng curiously with a pair of big eyes. The girl was startled when she saw that Han Feng was awake, and then said lightly, "Since you are awake, then take the medicine." Han Feng was not dissatisfied with the woman's attitude. In any case, this family should have saved him. The man scolded the girl, "Yenner." The girl looked angry, but said nothing. The man then bowed his hands to Han Feng, "This little brother, you have suffered a serious injury, hurry up and drink the medicine." Did this big brother save the younger brother? Han Feng couldn't help asking. The girl known as Yenner was dissatisfied. "How old are you? So you and my father are brothers." Han Feng didn't know what to say. On the surface, he looked like he was only 10, but inside he was in his 20s. No matter how old the man's internal organs are and how old his face looks, Han Feng can sense that the man is only about 37 or 8, and it's not wrong to call him old brother. But Han Feng can't say to these people that he is a strong man in this sanctuary, regardless of his youthful face, what has actually happened. This is a bit ostentatious. Facing the savior, this is a bit. The man reprimanded again, "Why, your father is so young." Yenner muttered, "But this person is not older than her daughter, why is she older than me?" The man wanted to reprimand him again, but Yenner hummed, okay, my daughter doesn't need to talk about it. Let him drink the medicine by himself. Anyway, he's awake, and his daughter won't feed it anymore." Saying that, Yenner stomped her feet and went straight out. The man said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, the little girl is a little rude to be spoiled by the old brother, please forgive me." Han Feng shook his head. As a strong man in the great sanctuary, Han Feng naturally wouldn't care about the small steps. What's more, Han Feng sensed that this Yenner was not ignorant of etiquette, but hated him from the bottom of his heart, so he spoke a little. Han Feng was a little puzzled. How did he provoke this girl? After drinking the medicine, Han Feng thanked him again, but he sighed in his heart. There is too little spiritual energy in this medicine. It may have a good effect on the treatment of the earth and heaven, but for his great sanctuary, it is very little. Sensing the physical condition, I found that I can only exert the power of cultivation in the early days of the great sanctuary. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. Hey, if I can immerse myself in the spiritual spring of the Skyfire Tower now, I can recover 7 to 88 after 10 days and a half of my life. Now, depending on the situation, it will take at least 6 months. But if I have the help of heaven and earth spirits, I may be able to recover. Speed up. Han Feng secretly said in his heart. At this moment, the man laughed and said, "Actually, it wasn't Xia who saved my brother, but the dog." The man pushed the boy beside him. Only then did Han Feng realize that it was a 13-year-old boy who saved him. After the two sides introduced it, Han Feng knew that this was Wangjia village. The man was called Wang Wei, the young man was called Wang Lai, and the previous Yenner's full name was Wang Yen. The teenager said shyly, "Big brother, how did you fall into a fire?" Han Feng's expression froze slightly. Seeing this, Wang Wei hurriedly pulled the boy and said, "Brother, rest first, brother has something else to do, so don't disturb brother." After Wang Wei left, Han Feng frowned. The scene of being brought over by the Skyfire Tower was discovered. But at that time, the Skyfire Tower should have disappeared because of the sequelae, so the boy only saw fire. In this case, it shouldn't be a big deal. Obstacles. Brother Wang is not an ordinary person. On the surface, it is only a heavenly rank, but it can be clearly seen that it is because of the serious injury in the body that the cultivation base has fallen, and it was at least the ordinary sanctuary rank in its heyday. The slight change in Han Feng's face was only at that moment. Ordinary people couldn't see the change in that moment, but Wang Wei did. This alone is enough to show that Wang Wei is not simple. Forget it, no matter what you do, Brother Wang's family is my benefactor no matter what. It's better not to ask about Brother Wang's past. Let's get back to practice as soon as possible. For more than 10 days after that, Han Feng has been living here to cultivate and heal. During this period, Han Feng finally understood the reason for the existence of Wanjia village, and he also speculated on the reason why Wang Wei's cultivation base fell. Apart from these speculations, Han Feng and Wang Lai and Wang Wei are very close, only Wan Yan has never given Han Feng a good look. There was nothing Han Feng could do about it. It was only a few days ago that Han Feng knew that the medicine he had drank these days was originally prepared for Wang Wei. For Wang Yan, Han Feng, a stranger, can't compare with his father. He originally wanted to give his father the elixir, but he gave it to Han Feng. Naturally, Wang Yan did not like Han Feng. Knowing that those medicines were prepared for Wang Wei, Han Feng stopped drinking them. No matter what Wang Wei said, he refused. In the end, Wang Wei was keen to find out whether there was any medicine, and Han Feng gradually recovered before giving up. After exploring Han Feng again, Wang Yan said dissatisfiedly, "Father, I think he can walk and dance. What is he doing at our house?" Wang Wei looked alert and pulled Wang Yan out for a while before stopping. "Yenner, you should have listened to your younger brother. That brother Han fell from the sky or was surrounded by a gang, so it can be seen that he is not a simple person. If the other party is thinking of our life-saving grace, maybe you and your younger brother are facing the situation now. The situation will be better. As for your father and me, I don't have many days to live anyway, and it doesn't matter if I drink those medicines or not. Father, you will definitely live a long life. If my father can restore his former cultivation one day, he will surely live longer." Wang Yan was anxious and interrupted Wang Wei's words with red eyes. Wang Wei shook his head with a wry smile. "Father's body, father knows that unless the Wang family is willing to have that extremely precious spiritual thing, there is little chance of me recovering. And considering the relationship between my father and the Wang family, how could those people take out those precious things? You and Liar have suffered. If it wasn't for the fact that I offended so many people in the Wang family for my father, I wouldn't have caused so many people to fall into trouble because of my father's fallen cultivation. The foundation of it has been destroyed, and now it is difficult to reach even the heavenly rank. It's not easy for my father to be so sure about the other party. What if it's just the heavenly rank? The heavenly rank can also fly." Wang Yan said. "Tianjia is indeed able to fly, but you are also aware of the situation in our central and northern waters. If you want to travel between two islands, you will inevitably be attacked by sea beasts. Do you think mere Tianjia can escape the attack of sea monsters? What's more, although my father's cultivation has fallen, my eyesight is still there. However, as a father, I can't see the realm of that brother Han's cultivation. I think he was stronger than his father in the heyday." "What? Impossible. Father, your heyday was at the 4th level of the sanctuary. How could that kid look so young?" Wang Yan didn't believe it. Wang Wei said solemnly, "That only means that the opponent was very young when he was promoted to the sanctuary." Wang Yan was silent for a while, and then muttered for a long time, "What if the other party is ungrateful? The Wang family is not a weak force, and not everyone dares to be hostile to the Wang family. There are many strong people in the great sanctuary of the Wang family." Wang Wei sighed, "So I can only gamble. In fact, as a father, I also know that it is impossible to be an enemy of the Wang family. As a father, I only hope that he can take you away when he is injured and leaves. Although your foundation is damaged, but it is not impossible to recover. After leaving here, without the oppression of the Wang family, perhaps in the future, the two of you will have a foundation to recover and enter the sanctuary one day." father. Wang Yan hesitated. Wang Wei didn't know that his conversation with Wang Yan had been detected by Han Feng's Xuanhuan. This is also Wang Wei's carelessness, thinking that Han Feng's injuries are too serious, and he should not use his Xuanhuan to probe around. In fact, Han Feng's Xuanhuan was really affected to some extent, but Han Feng's own Xuanhuan level was not low, so even if there was some influence, it would not be difficult to cover the entire Wangjia village. Liguang Island is said to be an island, but it is actually a small piece of land, with an area about 100 times that of the Great Jin State. Wangjia village is said to be a village, but it is actually the size of a city. With the power of Han Feng's Xuanhuan, it is not difficult to cover a city-sized Wangjia village. It turns out, no wonder. Han Feng muttered to himself. Han Feng could see that Wang Wei's body had collapsed, and unless there were extremely precious spiritual things, it would be difficult to recover. Those medicines before can be said to be used for hanging. No matter how enthusiastic a person is, he will give up the elixir for his life to a stranger, no matter how he thinks. Now, Han Feng completely understood. Although Wang Wei's move was purposeful, Han Feng did not show displeasure. First, it's a fact that Wang Wei's family is kind to him, and second, Wang Wei's move was also because of his great fatherly love, and he didn't force him to repay his kindness. Everything is up to him. And Han Feng also heard it before, the other party just wanted him to leave Li Guangdan with Wang Yan and his brother. For Han Feng, this is just a small effort. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed, and now Han Feng is probably able to exert the cultivation of the 4th level of the Great Sanctuary. On this day, Han Feng finally stopped recovering and came to the courtyard. Han Feng saw Wang Lai waving his fists, bare-chested. I'm already at the Xian rank at a young age, and it is indeed very likely that I will be promoted to the sanctuary in the future. It's a pity. Han Feng had already learned from Wang Wei that Wang Lai's foundation had been destroyed. Seeing that Wang Lai couldn't break through to the 2-star Xuanjia level no matter how he cultivated, Han Feng walked over involuntarily and pointed at Wang Lai. A fierce chi burst out, and the bottleneck that Wang Lai couldn't break through instantly shattered, and he was completely promoted to the 2nd star of the profound rank. The 3rd one. Wang Lai opened his mouth wide. Why did he break through the bottleneck that he couldn't break through? Looking at Han Feng's eyes again, Wang Lai was full of admiration. It was only then that Han Feng remembered that it seemed that Wang Lai didn't know that his foundation was destroyed. No wonder he practiced so desperately, like Wang Yan had basically given up. Brother Feng, my father said that you are a very powerful warrior, can you guide me in my practice? Wang Lai was looking forward to it. How could Han Feng refuse? This Wang Lai was the one who saved himself seriously. Wang Lai is definitely the first one to have a favorable impression of the Wang Wei family. Although Wang Wei also had good intentions, he had a purpose after all, and Wang Yan didn't need to say anything. So when Wang Yan came back, he saw that his younger brother practiced martial arts under the guidance of Han Feng, and mastered the martial arts to a perfect state with incredible progress. Those were Xian-level martial arts. Wang Yan knew that with his younger brother's cultivation, it was impossible to master Xian-level martial arts in such a short period of time. Even if it is placed on her, it is impossible to master it in a short time, let alone teach others. At this moment, Wang Yan really believed that Han Feng was a stronger sanctuary than his father. Sister, you're back, have they bullied you? Seeing Wang Yan, Wang Lai immediately wiped the big man off his forehead and ran to Wang Yan to ask worriedly. Han Feng knew that since the Wang Wei family had offended the top officials of the Wang family and were banished here, then some people in Wangjia village might really make things difficult for the Wang Wei family in order to curry favor with the senior officials of the Wang family. Wang Yan smiled and patted Wang Lai's head, avoiding Wang Lai's question. Yes, I have reached the 2nd star of the Xian rank. I thought it would take you at least half a year. At this point, Wang Yan felt a little bitter in her heart. If the foundation hadn't been destroyed, the mere breakthrough of the Xuanjia star was only a breakthrough from 1 star to 2 stars. Why would it take such a difficult and long time? At the same time, Wang Yan also shocked Han Feng's methods. Even his father could not directly help Wang Lai break through. Because this kind of help is too dangerous, if one is not careful, Wang Lai will explode and die. Wang Lai smiled. Brother Feng is too powerful. With Brother Feng's teaching, I believe that I will break through again in a short time. When that time comes, I will fight back those who bully my sister. Thank you so much, Brother Han. Wang Yan looked at Han Feng with a tangled expression. Thank you is also reluctantly. Obviously there is no way to face Han Feng calmly. Han Feng raised his eyebrows, knowing that this was Wang Yan's heart. For Wang Yan, Han Feng was originally just a wicked man who robbed his father's life, but after Wang Wei's words, Wang Yan found that this wicked man suddenly became a life-saving straw for their family. If Wang Yan's attitude was good at the beginning, it's okay now, but Wang Yan's attitude towards Han Feng was not at all kind at first, and now suddenly. Wang Yan is full of embarrassment. Han Feng didn't pick it up, but said lightly, it doesn't have to be like this. Wang Lai is very talented, and his future achievements are limitless. Wang Lai has long regarded Han Feng as an idol, and being praised by the idol so much, Wang Lai is happy but a little shy. However, Wang Yan smiled bitterly. The foundations were destroyed in 7 or 88 ways. Where did they come from? Wang Yan only thought that Han Feng was talking about the scene, and didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, Han Feng just smiled mysteriously. As long as the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower can be reopened one day, with the nourishment of the spiritual spring, what is the foundation of this destruction? Not only can it be restored, but it is not impossible to improve a little. Staying in Wangjia village, another month has passed. Now that he is injured, the most important thing is to recover, so Han Feng did not rashly leave Wangjia village. On this day, Han Feng was still cultivating, but Wang Yan suddenly ran over with an anxious look, and regardless of the awkwardness with Han Feng, Brother Han shouted anxiously. What happened? Han Feng appeared in front of Wang Yan. Looking at Wang Yan's appearance, he knew that something big had happened. Wang Yan said anxiously, today I went hunting with my father and younger brother, but we ran into that guy Wang Hu. Wang Hu wanted to use force against me, but was stopped by my younger brother. Wang Hu took a lot of strong men out of anger. Come to take revenge, my brother and father are surrounded. At the moment, only Brother Han, you can save father and brother. From some daily exchanges, Han Feng knows that Wang Hu is the son of the current village chief of Wangjia village, and his talent is also good, and now he has advanced to heaven. With Wang Hu's status and talent cultivation base, he is also a rich and handsome man in Wangjiakan. And this rich and handsome man has taken a fancy to Wang Yan from the very beginning, and the top management of the Wang family secretly gave orders, so Wang Hu frequently asked Wang Wei's family for trouble. It's just that Wang Hu considers himself a gentleman, so he has always wanted to impress Wang Yan with a sincerity. This time, he is finally impatient, so he wants to do it. Han Feng glanced at Wang Yan without a trace. Wang Wei's family came to Wangjia village 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Wang Yan was only 14 or 15 years old, and his appearance had not fully grown. Although Wang Yan, who is now fully grown, cannot be compared with peerless beauties like Meng Yaqing and Lin Qingshan, she is also a fairy in the eyes of ordinary people. No wonder that Wang Hu couldn't help it. Big Brother Han. Wang Yan couldn't help shouting when he saw Han Feng's trance. Han Feng came back to his senses, the power of Yuanshan quickly spread, and all the scenes in Wangjia village were shrouded in the power of Yuanshan. Soon, Han Feng found the location of Wang Wei and Wang Lai. Holding Wang Yan, Han Feng instantly disappeared from the room. When they appeared again, Han Feng and Wang Yan were already beside Wang Lai and Wang Wei. Putting down Wang Yan was shocked, from flying to the sky and then falling to his father and younger brother, in just a few blinks of an eye. If Wang Yan believed that Han Feng was a strong sanctuary only 2 or 3 points when talking with Wang Wei, then when Han Feng taught Wang Lai and easily helped him break through, it was 5 or 6 points. And now, it is 10. Who is it? The crowd surrounding Wang Wei and Wang Lai shouted loudly. Han Feng ignored these people, but turned his head and said gently, "Brother Wang Lai, are you all okay?" Wang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. "It's okay, it's fine. This injury is nothing." Wang Lai seemed to have found the backbone and shouted loudly, "Big brother Han, these people often bully my sister and me. You have to avenge me and my sister." The voice was wronged. The young man-headed saw Han Feng treated them as nothing, and his face was gloomy. "What else are you asking? This shit is obviously with that slut, kill him for me." "Yes." Behind the young man, all the warriors responded. In the next moment, these warriors of the earth and heaven took action one after another, and in the eyes of Wang Lai and Wang Yan, terrifying tricks burst forth. However, in Han Feng's view, such a trick is like a thin layer of ice, which can be broken in one shot. With a flick of the sleeve robe, Wang Hu and many other warriors came out with a surging aura that greatly changed their expressions. "Go away." With just one word, the attacks of many warriors collapsed immediately, and the rolling sound was like a palm slapped heavily on their chests. Puff puff. The sound of vomiting blood came out, and the bones of these people made a crisp sound, and shot backwards, like a kite with a broken string, falling to the ground in an embarrassing manner, motionless. Wang Hu, stupid. The first. This is impossible. Wang Hu roared in his heart with a dull expression. Unstoppable fear rose from Wang Hu's heart, and with a single blow, he injured a group of earth-level and heaven-level ranks like this. What a terrifying strength was needed to do this. Perhaps only the semi-holy realm like his father is possible. Thinking that Han Feng is likely to be a semi-sage, Wang Hu's heart is cold. Wang Hu didn't think that Han Feng was a strong man in the sanctuary, and he couldn't tell what level Han Feng was. Wang Hu's level is too low, and the gap with Han Feng is huge. Whether it is a semi-sacred, ordinary sanctuary, great sanctuary, or the peak of the sanctuary, the feeling it brings to Wang Hu is unfathomable. The reason why Han Feng is not considered a sanctuary is because Wang Jiakan belongs to the cannon fodder used by the Kraken to delay the time, and the sanctuary will not stay here, and the danger is too great. Only the city inside Liguang Island is somewhat safe. Especially Liguang City, which is the place where the island owner of Liguang Island lives. It can be called the safest place in the entire Liguang Island. The entire Liguang Island's 10% of the sanctuary and the Great Sanctuary are gathered. It's here. After all, Han Feng is a great sanctuary. These earth and sky levels are too weak for Han Feng, and the levels of both sides are also extremely large. But Wang Hu regarded Han Feng's behavior as fearful, fearing the father behind him. Wang Hu knew that his father was a first-rate semi-sage, and he was currently preparing to attack the sanctuary. Once it succeeds, it will immediately become the sanctuary third heaven, and the status will be completely different from what it is now. From then on, entering the Wang family, there is no need to stay in Wang family village to be frightened. Because of the misunderstanding, Wang Hu's arrogance gradually recovered, only to hear Wang Hu shouting, "Boy, I don't know where you came from, for the sake of your strength, this young master can hurt you today. The actions of your subordinates are not to be blamed for the past. But the premise of everything is that you submit to this young master, otherwise the anger of this young master's father is not something you can bear as a young and semi-sacred existence." Han Feng and Wang Wei's family were all stunned. After being stunned, Wang Wei's family rejoiced in misfortune. Han Feng felt that there was something wrong with Wang Hu's eyesight. Could it be that the strength he showed before was too low? How could he be mistaken for a demigod? Still a first-time semi-holy. He also threatened his own father. When would he be afraid of being a half-sage? With a sneer, Han Feng looked at Wang Hu so coldly, Wang Hu's voice gradually weakened, and he panicked again. Could it be that the other party is not afraid of his father at all? His father was a semi-holy. Han Feng suddenly thought of something, his eyes slammed, and a huge coercion fell on Wang Hu. Wang Hu thumped on the ground, and was horrified to find that he could not get up no matter what. What have you done to me? Wang Hu growled loudly. Han Feng said lightly, it's nothing, just used coercion to suppress you. If you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to break free. Blame your poor strength. Wang Yan, didn't this guy want to do something to you before? You can take revenge now. I can guarantee that he has no way to take action against you. Wang Yan was startled, but he did not expect that Han Feng would hand Wang Hu to him. After hesitating for a while, Wang Yan gritted her teeth and walked quickly towards Wang Hu. The grievances of the past 3 years gradually turned into deep hatred. Wang Yan, you can't take action. My father won't let your family go. The Wang family won't let you go either. Watching Wang Yan getting closer and closer, Wang Hu only felt more and more uneasy. Wang Yan said bitterly, those bastards didn't intend to let us go. If that's the case, why not take revenge before that? Wang Hu, you've been looking for trouble with my family all the time for the past 3 years, and you want to. Today I will cut off your curse. Wang Yan kicked out with a kick, kicking Wang Hu more than 10 meters away, and fell to the ground on his back. Wang Hu seemed to have guessed what Wang Yan was going to do, and his eyes were full of fear and prayer. This kind of gaze made Wang Yan a little soft-hearted for a while, but when she thought of what would happen to her family and herself without Han Feng, Wang Yan's heart immediately hardened again. Lifting her foot again, Wang Yan fell down hard, right between Wang Hu's legs. An extremely shrill and tragic scream resounded in the radius. Wang Hu foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. The blood red spread between Wang Hu's legs. Han Feng gave Wang Yan the right to punish Wang Hu, but he did not expect Wang Yan to do so. Wang Lai and Wang Wei were also stunned. Wang Lai clenched his legs and said shiveringly, is this still my gentle elder sister? It's scary. Let's go. Frowning, Han Feng ignored Wang Hu and the others. Wang Wei and Han Feng immediately returned to the dilapidated wooden house. Until a long time, there were only a few people around Wang Hu struggling to get up. These people are not bad, but they are in the middle and late stages of heaven. Although Han Feng's roll also hit them hard, it was not fatal. As for the early days of the sky and the ground, their bones were shattered, and the dead couldn't die any longer. When several people saw Wang Hu's tragic state, they all swallowed and smiled bitterly. Several people can imagine how severely they will be punished by the village chief, but they would rather accept the punishment than escape from Wangjia village. Wang Jiakan is certainly the cannon fodder for the attack of the Kraken, but there are a lot of people in Wangjia village. If the Kraken is really attacking, if they are lucky, some of them may survive. But if you leave Wangjia village, unless you can enter the city inside Liguan Island, the attack of the Kraken will definitely be dead or alive. As for the inner city of Liguan Island, how could it be that these rank and sky warriors, with poor aptitude and no background, can enter at will? Several people jointly lifted Wang Hu, looked at each other and sighed, and returned to the village chief's residence. The house where the village chief lives is very conspicuous and gorgeous in Wangjia village. The village chief is a man in his 50s or 60s. Half of his hair is gray, but his eyes are full of energy. From time to time, a ferocious light flashes through the heart. It can be seen that although the village chief is old, but it is an unpleasant existence. Several young girls were waiting for the village chief by beating their backs or pinching their legs, hoping that the village chief would give them a little benefit when he was happy. But at this moment, a person rushed over in a panic. The village chief, who was disturbed, looked impatient, but after learning the whole story, he suddenly got up and became furious. "Dare to hurt my son, I want to see who is so bold and arrogant." Without the slightest reluctance to spread the aura of the women who were wrapped around him, the village chief walked out with a gloomy face. In a stone house, Wang Hu was lying on the bed with a pale face. The village chief's chest was constantly heaving and his eyes seemed to shoot flames. The village chief's eyes fell on Wang Hu's wound, and he heard an alchemist say, "The alchemy technique I have is too low, and I can't do anything about Wang Hu's injury. If the village chief can hire a holy alchemist to refine it. If you make a holy pill, there is a bit of a possibility." Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. The alchemist couldn't go on talking. The holy alchemist was indeed able to refine the elixir to restore male function, but the problem was that both of Wang Hu's meatballs exploded, so he could save his life. It's all the medicinal pills he made that worked well. It is not impossible for the lost to grow back, but that is not something that ordinary holy-grade alchemists can do. Such medicinal pills are extremely precious, and even if the great sanctuary goes bankrupt, they may not be able to afford it. The village head, obviously, is not qualified to invite such an alchemist to take action. There is no such alchemist in Liguang Island. The anger on the village chief's face became more and more intense, and the blue veins were crawling all over the village chief's face like centipedes, extremely hideous. Snapped. The village chief crushed the object in his hand with one palm. Huaran turned around, and the village chief said in a cold tone, "Master Wang, the dog will trouble you. The old man will go to catch the murderer and let him taste the pain of the dog." The village chief charged at Wang Wei's family with anger, attracting many curious people on the way. These people are all the top powerhouses in Wanjia village, and all of them have the strength of 10 stars and above. It wasn't that no one saw the people who carried Wang Hu back to the village chief's house before, and soon these people knew the whole story. It's true that these people don't like Wang Wei's family because of the Wang family, but these people don't necessarily like Wang Hu. This time, whether it was the unlucky Wang Wei family or the unlucky village head, they all gloated over the misfortune. The village chief is a semi-saint, but Wang Wei is a heavenly rank that fell from the sanctuary. It stands to reason that the village chief will undoubtedly have the upper hand, but Wang Wei is a former sanctuary after all. God knows what methods and cards he will have. Wang Hu will not be made like that. These villagers didn't know that the reason why Wang Hu was in such a world was that the fourth member of Wang Wei's family, Han Feng. Because Han Feng's main homework during this time is to practice and recover from his injuries, so Han Feng did not leave Wang Wei's house one step, and people outside naturally didn't know it. Wang Wei's family had one more person 2 months ago. "Wang Wei, get out of here! Get out!" The village chief's voice roared. The powerful aura rushed out, and some villagers stunned and hurriedly retreated. The coercion of the semi-holy realm is not something that they can withstand. I wonder who will win this contest? It should be the village chief. Wang Wei is no longer the genius of the Wang family. Well, who told him to offend Wan Xiao? No matter who wins, in the end we are just watching a lively event. Yes, just watch a lively event, we can't implicate ourselves in it. While everyone was talking about it, the 3 Wang Wei family came out. The village chief's eyes showed a cold light. "Wang Wei, do you think you are still the genius of the sanctuary of the day? When you arrive at Laozi's territory, you don't know how to restrain yourself. If you make hooer like that, the old man will not forgive you lightly. This time, the old man will not only abolish you, but also your son. As for your daughter. The village chief grinned. The old man must let the men of Wangjia village taste them one by one. You. Wang Yan's face turned pale. Wang Yan could not have imagined that the village chief would be so disgusting. Wang Lai had long been angry. Bah, old man, your son deserves it. With such a bad son, you are not a good man, old man. Wang Wei's face was gloomy and cold, his fists were clenched tightly, and the anger in his heart could not be dispelled. But thinking of his current strength, Wang Wei can only endure. Looking for death. The village chief was completely enraged by Wang Lai's words, and slapped him away. The powerful energy fluctuations made the onlookers look shocked. However, the next scene made them widen their eyes. They saw a young man appearing beside the village chief at an unknown time. He grabbed the village chief's wrist with a single claw, making the village chief unable to move. Seeing this man appear, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lai was excited, and the corner of Wang Yan's mouth curved. What about the semi-sage? Compared with the sanctuary, it's nothing. Who are you? The village chief had a bad premonition in his heart. I did your son and those people. Do you have any opinion? Han Feng said coldly. The village chief took a deep breath. The rest of the village names were surprised. It was not the Wang Wei family, but this young man who killed Wan Hu and those heavenly rank warriors? When the village chief heard that the real murderer was here, he couldn't bear it, but then the village chief was cold, because the Saint Yuan in his body couldn't move at all and was completely suppressed. You. The village chief is not as ignorant as Wan Hu. At this moment, he does not know that the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him is far from being able to compete with him. The gap between the two sides is too great. Fourth heaven of sanctuary? Or seventh heaven or ninth heaven? Or great sanctuary? The more he thought about it, the more horrified the village chief became. At the same time, for the first time in his heart, the village chief resented his son, Wang Hu, for provoking himself such a powerful enemy. The village chief immediately lost his previous prestige, and his face twitched for a while before he cautiously said, I don't know about this adult and Wang Wei. Wang Wei's family is kind to me, and your son is also giving him the punishment he deserves. If you want revenge. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. The village chief was cold all over, and quickly said, Big. You did a good job, my son has taught me a lesson. The villagers were stunned for a while, and the scene in front of them was beyond their expectations. Originally, the villagers thought that there would be at least one war this time, and whether it was Wang Wei or the village chief, one of them would definitely suffer. But now, the village chief was caught by a young man and did not speak, and he was cautious in his words, as if he was afraid of angering the other party. Everyone is not a fool, and their gazes towards Han Feng are immediately different. Those who can make the semi-sage like this must be the real sanctuary powerhouse. This is just Wangjia village, not the interior of Liguang Island. The ordinary sanctuary in the interior is nothing, but in Wangjia village, the sanctuary is definitely an existence that cannot be provoked. Right now, Wang Wei actually met a real sanctuary. For a while, these villagers looked at Wang Wei's family with envy. Maybe, because of this sanctuary, Wang Wei's family may have the possibility to return to the interior of Liguang Island. Entering the interior of Liguang Island can greatly reduce the threat of the Kraken. Big. Sir, can I go? The village chief asked cautiously. Let's go? Since you're here, let's stay. Han Feng smiled coldly and slapped the village chief. The village chief's eyes widened, he vomited blood and flew out, and fell silent on the ground. I didn't kill Wang Hu before, but Han Feng handed over the decision to Wang Yan. Wang Yan didn't kill him, and Han Feng didn't care. Second, Han Feng knew that for a man, or a lascivious man, it would be more painful than death if that place could not be used. And now there is no intention of handing over the right of choice to Wang Wei and others, and there is no tormenting thought, so naturally the village chief is simply and neatly killed. The village name who looked around was horrified. Killing the semi-sacred with one palm, but without using the power of the domain, this young man is not a simple role in the holy domain. The stronger Han Feng became, the more jealous these villagers became towards Wang Wei's family. Han Feng swept his eyes away coldly, and the villagers who were watching immediately dispersed like frightened birds, daring not to make Han Feng unhappy. Wang Wei walked slowly. "Thank you, Brother Han, this time it was you who saved us." Wang Lai's worship is even more. Wang Yan's "thanks" this time is not awkward, it is sincere, and her attitude is also a lot closer. The third one. 1189 Wang family comes down, first update. Han Feng waved his hand. "Wang Lai, this kid saved me. I will help you during my healing period, but after the injury gets better, I will leave. Then you can leave with me or stay here and make a quick decision." Wang Wei's face changed suddenly, as smart as he didn't know that Han Feng had already understood his purpose. "Brother Han." Wang Wei wanted to say something, but Han Feng said, "Brother, don't mind. This world is not good for no reason. Even if my brother has a purpose, he is willing to give the life-saving medicine to my brother. I will not forget this kindness, brother." Although this medicine is useless to himself, Han Feng complained in his heart. Rao is so, Wang Wei is also embarrassed. However, Wang Lai didn't know why, he only knew how to worship Han Feng, and constantly praised Han Feng for killing the village chief with one palm. With Wang Lai's active atmosphere, Wang Wei gradually returned to normal. After that, Han Feng continued to stay at Wang Wei's house to recover from his injuries, but now no one in Wangjia village dares to provoke Wang Wei's family. Everyone in Wangjia village knows that Wang Wei's house lives in a terrifying existence that they cannot provoke. The village chief's house is now depressed, and many servants have taken the money and ran away. There was only one person left, Wang Hu, who was powerless to stop him, especially since his injuries were not healed, let alone stop him. The moment he knew that Han Feng was a strong man in the sanctuary, Wang Hu was full of regrets. It is a pity that no matter how much you regret it, it is an indisputable fact that the father has died and the family has fallen. Resentment burned in Wang Hu's eyes. What about the sanctuary? The Wang family has quite a few sanctuaries and great sanctuaries. My hatred, and my father's hatred, I will definitely make you pay the price. Don't look at the fact that the North Central Sea is not as big as the 5 continents, and the number of sanctuary, great sanctuary, and even the peak of the sanctuary is not comparable to the 5 continents, but because the North Central Sea and the Kraken are opposed to each other, wars often occur. The proportion of the sanctuary below and above the sanctuary in the central and northern waters is extremely high. Under the sanctuary, it is too easy to fall in the war, and the survivors are basically the strong above the sanctuary. In the 5 continents, unless the cultivation base reaches a certain level, it is impossible to see the sanctuary everywhere. But in the North Central Sea, it is true that the sanctuary is everywhere. It is not that it is not difficult to break through the sanctuary in the central and northern seas. It is really too many deaths under the sanctuary. It is natural that the proportion of the sanctuary is large. This is like 100 people out of 10,000 people are sanctuaries. Naturally it seems that sanctuary is rare. But when there are only 300 people, but there are 100 sanctuaries among them, it seems that sanctuary is too ordinary. The number of sanctuaries has not changed, it is only under the sanctuary that has changed. The Wang family has been able to stand on Liguan Island for so many years, and it has not been defeated by the Kraken for so many years. The accumulated sanctuary and great sanctuary can be imagined. Sending a message to someone in the Wang family, Wang Hu grinned. A few days later, outside Wangjia village. Several rays of light came from the sky and landed on the nearby cliff. The man at the head was in his 20s, but he was a strong man in the sanctuary. Next to the man stood 3 middle-aged men, each of them exuding a fierce aura. "Young Master Jun, why don't you just rush into Wangjia village?" The man at the head said lightly, "We don't know anything about that unfamiliar sanctuary, so it's better to find out first. Wang De, you go and tie that useless waste of Wang Hu. If you start earlier, you won't be able to. It's going to end up like this." "Yes." After Wang De bowed and saluted, the figure suddenly disappeared. Not long after, Wang De and Wang Hu appeared in front of Wang Jun. Small, see Jun Xiao." Wang Hu shuddered. Wang Jun is the top genius of the Wang family within 100 years of age. At such a young age, he is already a 5th-level sanctuary, and he might not be able to step into the later stage of the great sanctuary in the future. For Wang Hu, such characters are high above the level and cannot be seen at all. Faced with such an existence suddenly this time, Wang Hu panicked in his heart. "Can you tell me the specific news about that sanctuary?" Wang Jun was too lazy to look at Wang Hu, his eyes were not on Wang Hu at all, he said lazily. Wang Hu heard the words, and his heart immediately stabilized a lot. "I don't know the specific situation of that person, but I only know that he was injured and healed at Wang Wei's house. By the way, that person is very young, and his face should be less than 20 years old. If it weren't for this face too, a small family would not." At first, I didn't think about Han Feng going to the sanctuary because Han Feng was too young. Wang Hu resented in his heart, if he was a little more mature, maybe he wouldn't mistakenly think that he was just a mere beginner. "You're very young." Wang Jun's eyes narrowed. Next to Wang Dao, so young, even the sanctuary should not be so powerful. Why should young Master Jun be so scrupulous? Wang Jun shook his head, and his cautious attitude still did not let Wang Jun make a move to rush into Wangjia village. "Wang De, things can't be viewed this way. Although our Wang family is at the bottom of the 4 major families in Liguan Island, it is not as good as the island owner. Such a city master level force is also a giant in the eyes of ordinary people. I don't believe that this guy does not know our royal family, but he dares to do so when he clearly knows our royal family. Obviously, he has the confidence to compete with our royal family. Not being able to find out, I'm always uneasy." Wang De didn't say anything, although he didn't agree, but Wang Jun's caution was not wrong. "Young Master Jun, what should we do?" Wang Jun didn't answer, but took out a jade box. The opening of the jade box was sealed with a yellow note, which was covered with blood-red runes. "This is..." Wang Da's pupil shrank. Wang Jun smiled and said, "There is a sea monster who has lost his senses sealed inside. At the beginning, this sea monster was at the peak level of the Holy Land 9 heavens, and it is only 1 step away from the great sanctuary. Now it has been sealed for so long, at worst, it should have the strength of the sanctuary 7th layer, so use this kraken to test that sanctuary. The most powerful of the 7 of us is only Kazongshan. If the other party can easily kill the sea monster, we will retreat immediately. Otherwise..." Wang Jun's eyes flashed a fierce light. Wang De and others knew it, and they all laughed. On the other hand, Wang Hu couldn't help but said, "In this way, won't Wangjia village be destroyed? So many people. Humph, a group of trash and ants will die if they die. Anyway, there are still a lot of trash in the clan that have nowhere to go. When the time comes, those people will be driven here to rebuild a Wangjia village." Wang Jun's indifferent expression made Wang Hu feel chills for a while. Although he knew that Wangjia village was nothing in the eyes of the real disciples of the Wang family, he really didn't expect it to be so low. Even if he enters the Wang family by chance this time, will he really be treated well? Wang Hu was not sure. Wang Wei's home. Han Feng, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Hu-ho! There were bursts of roars in the sky, and a huge breath and coercion fell from the sky. I don't know how many houses collapsed directly at this moment. This is... Han Feng flashed and appeared in the courtyard. Looking up, I saw a huge figure roaring in the sky. The upper body of this huge figure was a sturdy rough man, with black hair dancing like a long snake, and his eyes were red. There are sharp fangs under its nose, which are constantly opened and closed, making bursts of roars. The lower part of the figure is a fish body covered with scales. The first. It's a purple-scaled mermaid. Wang Wei's family of 3 had already come out from the courtyard. Wang Yan recognized the sea monster raging in the sky, and took a deep breath, full of horror. Mermaids can be said to be the most numerous and widely distributed race among the sea monsters in the central North Sea. This mermaid is not full of dreamy beauty like the mermaid in Han Feng's previous life, but terrifying and hideous. Every merman is like a monster that eats people, even women. Under the sanctuary, the merman's tail is pitch black, and occasionally white and cyan. But once the mermaid breaks through to the sanctuary realm, the tail will uniformly turn purple. Further up, when the tail turns golden, the mermaid is at the level of the great sanctuary, and has the title of the mermaid general, which means that such a strong mermaid is the backbone of the mermaid family. After the golden tail, it is dark green, which is equivalent to the peak of the human sanctuary, and has the title of the mermaid commander. Such a mermaid also has a very high status in the mermaid family. The merman fish tails of the sanctuary small perfection and the great perfection are still dark green, and there is not much change. At most, the color is darker, and the scales on the fish tail are more hard and hideous. The mermaid in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary is called the king of the mermaid. Now there is a mermaid king among the sea monsters in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary in the central and northern waters. Going up, the mermaid family has never given birth to such a level of powerhouse. It is said that if they reach this level, they will be regarded as the mermaid emperor by the mermaid. The purple-scaled mermaid in front of him has all purple scales on its tail, and even a few golden scales. Obviously, it is only one step away from the realm of the great sanctuary. A sea monster of this level can blow Wangjia village in one breath. To be destroyed. How could there be such a sea monster attacking? Wang Yan was in disbelief, with a look of despair. Equally desperate, there are many villagers in Wangjia village. Even if these villagers knew that the sanctuary of Han Feng was there was not much hope. Han Feng is too young, and these villagers don't think Han Feng will be the opponent of this purple-scale mermaid. Most importantly, these villagers didn't think Han Feng would make a move. Thinking from another perspective, they will inevitably leave all the burdens behind at this moment, just to buy themselves time to escape. Brother Han, run away quickly. Wang Wei said bitterly. I just hope that Brother Han can take my brother's pair of sons and daughters. Wang Yan categorically refused, that's a purple-scaled mermaid. Han. It's too dangerous for Big Brother to bring the two, stay. The last 2 words, Wang Yan said it was extremely difficult, if he could live, who would be willing to die. But Wang Yan knew that in the face of such a terrifying existence as the purple-scaled mermaid, it was better to bring 1 person than 2 to agree to escape. Yenner. Wang Wei looked at Wang Yan and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Although Wang Lai is young, it does not mean that he is timid. Perhaps feeling something, Wang Lai shook his head firmly. The son wants to stay, the elder sister and father don't leave, and neither does the son. You. Wang Wei angrily wanted to slap Wang Lai, but Wang Lai was stubborn, staring at Wang Wei without flinching. Han Feng clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Brother Wang, you don't have to run away. Brother has a way to deal with this siren. What? Wang Wei and Wang Yan were surprised. Whether it is Wang Wei or Wang Yan, although they think that Han Feng is extraordinary, they never think that Han Feng is the kind of existence that has reached a very high level in the sanctuary. In the eyes of the two of them, Han Feng is at most the appearance of the fourth and fifth levels of the sanctuary. Now that he is injured again, it is not bad to be able to exert the strength of the third level of the sanctuary. Compared to mermaid. Han Feng looked at the purple-scaled mermaid in the sky and said, "Look, the purple scales of the purple-scaled mermaid are dull, obviously not in their heyday, and the breath and coercion are not harmonious. If I guessed correctly, now the purple-scaled mermaid was either seriously injured, or just broke through the seal and was not in its prime." Injured? Sealed? But even so, I can sense that the strength of this purple-scaled mermaid is not under the seventh heaven of sanctuary. After all, Wang Wei was once a strong man in the sanctuary, and his eyesight was good. The great sanctuary Wang Wei may not be able to see anything, but it is only the ordinary sanctuary level, and Wang Wei can still roughly guess the cultivation level. Han Feng smiled mysteriously, knowing that no matter what he said, it was better to do it. The purple-scaled mermaid roared in the air, venting the excitement of returning to freedom, and then the scent of human flesh drifted into the purple-scaled mermaid's nose. The purple-scaled mermaid opened its fangs, and saliva flowed down the corners of its mouth. Hoo-ho, eat, death. The Kraken, who was not even in the great sanctuary, Han Feng, didn't even use his martial arts, and threw a punch. The purple-scaled mermaid sensed something was wrong, and subconsciously swept in with its tail, covered with purple fish scales. With the strength of the purple-scaled mermaid, it is not a problem for the fish tail to directly sweep a mountain into pieces, but unfortunately it was Han Feng. The improvement of the level of the sanctuary, every step is the improvement of the Holy Yuan, the primordial spirit and the holy body. Han Feng's cultivation was affected because of his injury, but his own holy body power is still at the 8th level of the great sanctuary. It is comparable to the hardness of the fist of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, whereas the fish tail of the purple-scale mermaid comparable. With just one punch, the purple-scaled mermaid didn't send Han Feng flying, but his fish tail was pierced by Han Feng with one punch. Hoo-hoo! The purple-scaled mermaid let out a shrill roar, and blood poured out into the sky. What? The Wang Wei family's eyes were dull. Based on their understanding of Han Feng these days, they also know that Han Feng is not a big talker. Since they said that there is a way to deal with the purple-scaled mermaid, then the 10 really have the ability to contend. But they never expected that Han Feng would smash the purple-scale mermaid's tail with a punch. This purple-scaled mermaid seemed so vulnerable in Han Feng's hands. Gollum. Wang Wei swallowed a mouthful of spit, difficult. Could it be? Father, Big Brother Han won't be the great sanctuary, right? Wang Yan asked dumbly. Wang Wei swallowed his spit with difficulty. In 10 cases, yes. Sky. Wang Yan felt dizzy. Wang Lai didn't think about it that much, he just admired Han Feng more. The rest of the villagers inadvertently saw the scene in the sky, and they all looked horrified. The wisdom of the purple-scale mermaid is not there. But he has the instinct of a monster. Intuition tells the purple-scaled mermaid that the tempting food in front of him is more like a ferocious hunter, who will be bitten if he is not careful. With such an intuition, the purple-scaled mermaid turned and fled. Where to escape? Xingyuan broke out, and the surging Xingyuan turned into a sharp sword that fell from the sky and shot through the body of the purple-scaled mermaid. The huge body of the purple-scaled mermaid just fell from the sky to the ground, causing the ground to vibrate violently. The purple-scale mermaid is dead. On the cliff outside Wangjia village, Wang Jun and others, who observed the purple-scaled mermaid through a special crystal ball, took a deep breath. Wang Jun's face changed wildly. Wang Da, let's go back quickly, this person is definitely the great sanctuary, not the ordinary great sanctuary of the first and second heavens. Wang Jun has thought about many possibilities. It is very likely that he will win a difficult battle with the purple-scaled mermaid, it is likely that he will be killed after a difficult battle, and it is more likely that he will be easily bombarded by the purple-scaled mermaid. But in any case, Wang Jun never thought that the purple-scaled mermaid would be killed by the opponent so easily. That kind of ease was like killing an ant at will. Wang De quickly said yes. Seeing Han Feng's figure through the crystal ball, Wang Da's eyes flashed with horror. Wang Hu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He actually provoked such a terrifying existence. Not good. Just as Wang Jun and others were about to get up, they were shocked to find that they were locked by a fierce qi machine. This breath swept over, and Wang Jun and the others were like falling into an ice cellar. Wang Jun and others knew that they were definitely discovered, and if they were caught up, they would have no chance of surviving. At this time, Wang Jun and other Wang family strongmen did not care about their distress, and they all used special secret techniques, even if such secret techniques required a great price, such as the drop of cultivation base and the impact of aptitude. But compared with life, this cultivation base is dropped, and the aptitude is affected, it is nothing. If a person dies, no matter how strong the aptitude is, it will be in vain. Want to escape? A trace of disdain flashed across Han Feng's mouth. Long before killing the purple-scaled mermaid, Han Feng had locked Wang Jun and his party through his primordial spirit, so he naturally pursued it with all his strength. Suzukuian's spiritual wings unfolded, and Han Feng's speed in the injured state was close to the late stage of the ordinary Great Sanctuary. Although Wang Jun and the others have used special secret techniques, it is impossible to reach the speed of the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. If there is such a secret method, the price to pay must be fatal. The terrifying aura was approaching. Wang Jun and others were horrified to find that they would be caught up in a few seconds. How is it possible? Such a speed. Wang Jun roared in his heart, and he hated Wang Hu next to him. If this person had told him that the other party was the Great Sanctuary, where would the Wang family send him? Sanctuary strong. Death. Facing the crisis of life and death, Wang Jun pushed everything on Wang Hu and slapped it with a palm. No. Don't. Wang Hu shouted, but he couldn't stop Wang Jun's palm. Wang Hu fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string, and fell into a pool of flesh and blood. Young Master Jun, you go first, we will stay and stop. Wang De roared loudly. The remaining 5 royal sanctuary powerhouses erupted in holy yuan one after another. Wang Jun didn't hesitate at all, please. After saying that, Wang Jun's speed increased again. The 6 sanctuaries stayed behind and displayed their tricks one after another. Golden spiral fingers. Dark frozen fist. Sea high prison. 9 heavens blood slash. Xuanhuan holy slash. Powerful attacks cover the sky and the sun, but in Han Feng's view, these attacks are like a piece of paper, which can be pierced with a single finger. In fact, Han Feng did exactly that. In the unbelievable gaze of Wang Da's 6 people, Han Feng defeated their attacks with 1 finger, and the Saint Yuan burst out of his fingers even penetrated the bodies of the 6 of them one after another. Wang De fell before he could say anything. Ordinary sanctuary is no different from ordinary rank and human rank to Han Feng today. Perhaps only the peak of the sanctuary can put some pressure on Han Feng. After eliminating the 6 people, Han Feng waved his hand to collect the storage of the 6 people, and continued to chase after Wang Jun. Wang Jun seemed to know that he could not escape, and shouted loudly, I am the direct descendant of the Wang family, and also the grandson of the 4th elder of the Wang family. If he kills me, my grandfather will definitely not let you go. For the sake of some useless people, why do you have to be with you? My royal family has a feud. As long as you let me go, I can pretend that nothing happened today. In response to Han Feng, there was only a cold sentence, the Wang family's direct line? Then there should be better things in your storage. Wang Jun was furious, and the next moment his eyes darkened, he completely lost consciousness. After receiving Wang Jun's storage, Han Feng took out all the previous 6 storages, and the Yuanshan flooded in to wipe out the mark of Yuanshan left by Wang Jun and others, and everything in the storage was presented to Han. In the sight of the wind. As expected of the Wang family and the strong Wang family, there are really many good things. It's a pity that I'm already a great sanctuary now, and it has little effect on me. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes locked on an ordinary fruit. Wuxingguo. It turned out to be Wuxingguo. Sure enough, it was useful for me to collect all these storages. Wuxingguo can play a great role in the recovery of my current injury. At the beginning, the purpose of Han Feng's elimination of Wang Jun and others was to see if these real disciples of the Wang family had any spiritual objects that would be useful for the recovery of their injuries. God treats Han Feng well, and he really found Han Feng. With Wuxingguo, it will take 2 months to completely recover from the cultivation base. Han Feng said happily. The first. Returning to Wangjia village, all the villagers became enthusiastic for a while. Even if Wang Wei's family stopped him, it was still groups of people who visited Han Feng. In the end, Han Feng was so annoyed that he told Wang Wei directly and went to practice in a mountain range near Wangjia village. When wuxin fruit appeared in his palm, Han Feng sighed slightly. If I can refine wuxin fruit into source liquid, my cultivation will be restored to 70-88 after I completely absorb it. But now even if wuxin is refined, if so, it will take nearly 2 months to fully restore the cultivation base. I don't know when Xuanhuan will recover, but it shouldn't take too long. If the source consumption was huge, then Xiaopeng and Jianshan Fire Tower would have closed directly instead of chatting with Han Feng for a while. Han Feng estimated that the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower would be able to reopen within half a year at most, and Xiaopeng would be able to recover completely. 5 days later, Han Feng completely absorbed Wuxingguo, and his cultivation level returned to the peak of the 6th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. This is a recovery, not a breakthrough like before. If it is a breakthrough, breaking through from the 6th layer to the 7th layer is the bottleneck in the middle and late stages, and it is not so easy to break through. Dry retreat practice, no breakthrough, for more than a few years or more. But just recovering, it's different. Seeing that it was not long before he recovered to the 7th level, Han Feng simply continued to recover from his injuries and did not return to Wangjia village. 6 days later, Han Feng Shui returned to the 7th level heaven level, which was only 1 level away from the early 8th level heaven in its heyday. After coming to the mountains for a total of 11 days, Han Feng decided to return to Wangjia village. It wasn't long before the cultivation base was fully restored, and Han Feng wanted to ask what the 3 of Wang Wei's family decided. If Wang Wei's family wants to get justice, Han Feng doesn't mind going to Wang's family to make a foray. It's not that the Virgin of Han Feng has to help people to such an extent, but the Wang family is really not a threat to Han Feng, even a saint there is no peak of the domain. If the power of the Wang family is equal to that of the Xintian sect, then Han Feng will never be so stupid to help the Wang Wei family directly conflict with the Wang family, but choose the second way, to take the Wang Wei family away from Liguan Island. This was also the initial decision of the Wang Wei family. It was only because they knew that Han Feng was the only one in the Great Sanctuary, so they had the idea of getting justice. Han Feng returned to Wangjia village. Immediately found it wrong. Some villagers encountered on the way were hesitant to say anything, and they were also a little scared. Han Feng's heart sank, some bad thoughts flashed in his heart, and he hurried back to Wang Wei's house. However, all Han Feng saw was the ruined house. The 3 Wang Wei family were not seen at all. A wave of anger rose in Han Feng's heart, and his tone was cold. The people from the Wang family are here? Outside Wang Wei's house, some villagers followed closely. Hearing the words, they immediately said, "Yes, sir, you want to." Han Feng didn't reply, he flew out into the sky and disappeared in front of the villagers. The villagers looked at each other in dismay. Will this lord go and save Wang Wei's house? Hey, it's just like that. The most powerful person in the Wang family is the supreme elder of the Wang family, who is the 7th-level powerhouse in the Great Sanctuary. This lord really broke into the Wang family, and he died. No one thought that Han Feng could rescue Wang Wei's family. The power of the Wang family has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of these villagers and cannot be easily shaken. The Holy King City is one of the 5 most powerful cities in Liguang Island. The royal family, one of the 4 major families of Liguang Island, is located in the Holy King City. The Holy King City is also named after the royal family. The Wang family is the most powerful family in the Holy King City. 90% of the Great Sanctuary in the Holy King City comes from the Wang family. The Wang family is definitely a hegemonic force in the Holy King City. No one dares to contend. The order issued by the Wang family is the imperial decree, and no one can oppose it. However, on this day, something that shocked many resident warriors in the Holy King City happened. Who? Before Han Feng approached the palace, the guards in front of the palace's door had already scolded him. Han Feng's eyes were sharp, and the terrible breath rushed away like a tidal wave. Puff puff. These guards were just mere heavenly steps, and they fell to the ground one by one, vomiting blood. Han Feng's aura was too unfamiliar, and suddenly shocked countless powerful people in the Wang family. Who dares to be presumptuous in my Wang family? A loud shout came out, and an aura that was not weaker than the Holy Land Zhuzangshan rose into the sky and charged straight towards Han Feng. Han Feng looked indifferent, letting this momentum oppress him. Han Feng's aura is like a barrier that firmly guards Han Feng, and no matter how the opponent's momentum attacks, he cannot break through. What? The powerful Wang family who made an imposing attack was taken aback. Han Feng just stood outside the Wang family's door, and clenched his right fist in the depths. The next moment, there was a scream from the Wang family, and the momentum that oppressed Han Feng disappeared. This time, many of the Wang family's powerhouses who were hiding in the dark couldn't sit still. At the moment when Han Feng's momentum swept out, the Wang family, whether in seclusion or whatever, used their primordial energy to pay attention to Han Feng. After many years, no one dared to offend the Wang family like this and be presumptuous in the Wang family. These powerhouses are also waiting for this stupid warrior to be taught a lesson. Who knows, in the end it is so easy to beat Wang into serious injuries. This kid is 100% Great Sanctuary. What a young Great Sanctuary. What is the origin of this kid? This old man is sure that there is no such person in the Great Sanctuary of Liguang City. Could it be a disciple from a certain force outside Liguang City? It's not easy to handle now. Hey, what's wrong? How can we endure such provocation of our royal family? The majesty of our royal family over the years is not something that anyone can step on. If you don't do anything, then leave it to this old man. In the sky above the Wang family, an old man appeared at an unknown time, and the terrifying aura of the 3rd heaven of the Great Sanctuary filled the air. It's the 9 elders. 9 elders take action. This kid who provokes our Wang family will be defeated. The appearance of the 9 elders seemed to bring hope to the guards of the Wang family, who were slumped to the ground. No matter how powerful this kid is, he will never be the opponent of the Great Sanctuary Triple Heaven. Boy. Before the 9 elders finished speaking, Han Feng coldly shouted, Tianmeng. Xing Yuan condensed into a slap in the void and slapped it fiercely. The palm condensed by the mere Saint Yuan also thinks. The 9 elders were extremely disdainful and opened the barrier defense condensed by the Saint Yuan, but before the words were finished, the Saint Yuan barrier condensed by the 9 elders was directly broken. Oops! The 9 elders were horrified. Thousands of feathers and myriad palms. The cultivation base of the Great Sanctuary's 3rd level heaven is matched with the middle rank and lower level sacred knowledge, And it is not an exaggeration to say that the strike of the ninth elder is comparable to the ordinary Great Sanctuary's fourth level early stage. The 9 elders also thought that this palm of his own was enough to counterattack. But the next scene made the 9 elders widen their eyes. I saw the palm that I condensed, and it was directly smashed into pieces. How is that possible? The 9 elders were full of disbelief. It's a pity that no matter how the 9 elders don't believe it, it is a fact that the palm of the Holy Yuan condensed by Han Feng defeated the 9 elders. With this palm, the 9 elders slapped him fiercely with an unbelievable look on his face, like a kite that had lost its string and flew backwards. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Boom. The 9 elders of the Wang family did not know how many buildings were destroyed along the way, and the smoke and dust filled the air. Among the collapsed rubble, the 9 elders struggled to get up, another mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell directly to the ground and could not get up again. Wang Jiaduan fell into silence for a while. The guards of the Wang family who came over, the disciples of the Wang family who came out to see the situation, and the powerhouses in the holy domain of the Wang family who were hiding in the dark to observe with their primordial spirit were all sluggish. Impossible, how could the 9 elders? This is our 9th elder, why is he so embarrassed? Lao Jiao actually lost, this kid is so strong, what is his cultivation? You can't let this kid go on. 4th, didn't you break through to the peak of the 5th layer of the Great Sanctuary? Go and get rid of this kid. Elder, don't worry, the old man is not comparable to the old 9. If he does his best, the old man can also cause this scene, not to mention that the old man thinks that the old 9 must be careless. The words of the 4 elders were recognized by the elders, and they were unwilling to believe that the other party was really that strong. Han Feng walked into the Wang family step by step, and no guards or disciples of the Wang family dared to stop him. Even the 9 elders of the Great Sanctuary were easily hit and died, let alone these little shrimps. At this moment, these guards and disciples of the Wang family desperately hope that the first 3 elders can take action. The top 3 elders are all at the 6th level of the Great Sanctuary, so they should be able to defeat this intruder, right? Many guards and disciples of the Wang family thought uncertainly in their hearts. The 4 elders appeared in the sky amid the complicated mood of everyone. It's the 4th elder. The 4th elder is the pinnacle of the 5th heaven of the Great Sanctuary. But the intruder doesn't seem to be weak, can the 4th elder win? Humph. Although I don't know the identity of your excellency, since you have done such a behavior, the old man, as the elder of the royal family, will never allow your excellency to continue such nonsense. The cold voice of the 4th elder spread throughout the Wang family, and the powerful breath of the Great Sanctuary's 5th level peak surged out. Perhaps because of the fluctuating aura of the 4th elder, or because of the words of the 4th elder, the guards and disciples of the Wang family who were in a panic gradually calmed down. You are. Han Feng's goal is very clear, so he didn't really kill the rest of the Wang family. Whether it is the 9th elder, or the former sanctuary Juzangshan, or the original guard, as long as he cultivates for about half a year, he can almost recover. Therefore, whether to kill the strange elder in front of him or leave a little leeway depends on whether this elder is the target he is looking for. Old man, the 4th elder of the Wang family. The 4th elder did not know what Han Feng was thinking, and proudly stated his identity in the Wang family. Han Feng's eyes froze, and the cold light filled with coldness. In an instant, the entire Wang family was enveloped by a strong killing intent, and the air temperature dropped several degrees. Okay, very good, you are the 4th elder. Was the Wang Wei family of Wangjia village arrested by you? What? This guy is looking for Wang Wei? I heard that Wang Jun, the grandson of the fourth elder, went to Wangjia village a few days ago and never came back. Could it be that? The elders of the Wang family in the dark were amazed. They thought that Han Feng was here to provoke the majesty of the Wang family, but they didn't expect it to be. Involuntarily, these elders glanced at someone. The face of the first elder of the Wang family changed. Wang Wei was his grandson, but the fourth elder was also a little surprised for a moment, and then the fourth elder also had a cold expression. It turned out to be you, so the grandson of the old man died at your hands. Not bad. Han Feng simply admitted. Then go and bury the old man's grandson. Magic Shadow Heaven's dangerous palm. The Saint Yuan of the fourth elder broke out at this moment, and the anger soaring to the sky even made the fourth elder perform exceptionally well. Too weak. Han Feng waved his hands lightly, and in the incredible eyes of the fourth elder, he was actually shot like a bug, just like the end of the ninth elder. Puff puff. Han Feng treats the fourth elder differently from the ninth elder. The ninth elder is just a great sanctuary to block Han Feng, but the fourth elder is the great sanctuary that Han Feng is looking for. Don't look at Han Feng's indifference. In fact, the power of this palm is much more powerful than when he slapped the nine elders. Before falling to the ground, the fourth elder vomited blood. Even the fourth elder was. This time, including the elders of the Wang family, they were all shocked. But the fourth elder is not comparable to the ninth elder, and his strength is much stronger than the ninth elder. Although this palm was powerful, it also beat the fourth elder to the point of vomiting blood, but the fourth elder did not lose the strength to fight again. The moment the fourth elder flew out again, a long spear appeared in his hand. Kid, go to hell. The fourth elder did not expect that he would be so vulnerable, and the arrogance when he appeared on the stage formed an ironic contrast to the embarrassment at this moment. Immediately, the fourth elder didn't care about anything and used the strongest trump card. No, the fourth elder used the blood demon spear. Although this blood demon spear is powerful, it requires blood essence to be able to explode its strongest formidable power, which is enough to compare with the ordinary middle grade and high grade holy artifact. This time even the fourth elder wins. If not, the loss of blood essence will be enormous, and if the fourth elder's cultivation level falls to the fourth or even the third heaven, it will be difficult to improve in the future. The expressions of the elders of the royal family in the dark changed greatly. The fourth elder looked ferocious, and lost a lot of blood. The power that this gun erupted has truly reached the late stage of the great sanctuary. But Han Feng's eyes were still in the ancient well. The power of this gun is strong, but it is only equivalent to the seventh level of the great sanctuary. Lotus bursting fist. A silver-white flaming lotus greeted her. A silver-white lotus flower is only equivalent to a middle-grade and medium-grade sacred knowledge, but what Han Feng uses to condense the flame lotus is Aurora Tsungyan. The power of Aurora Tsungyan has already been raised to the level of high-grade holy fire, so this silver-white lotus flower is only a middle-grade and middle-grade sanctuary on the surface, but its power is not weaker than that of middle-grade high-grade. Boom! The flame lotus rushed into the blood-colored light and exploded. The silver-white flames covered the sky and the sun, and a lotus pattern was vaguely formed. The powerful flames raged, directly swallowing the blood-colored light, and more flames swept toward the fourth elder. Oops! Not good. The fourth elder is in danger. The boss of the royal family was terrified. If these four elders were swallowed by the flames, they would not only be seriously injured, but would most likely be killed. No, it's not me who caught Wang Wei, spare my life. At the juncture of life and death, the fourth elder no longer cared about his dignity, and shouted and begged for mercy. The elders of the royal family also took action one after another. Any great sanctuary is the trump card for the Wang family to stand in the Holy King City, and no accident is allowed. Go away. Han Feng snorted coldly, and the terrifying cultivation of the seventh layer of the great sanctuary was swept out like a storm. The elders of the royal family who were about to save the fourth elder were blocked, and the weaker ones were even swept out. The elders of the royal family could only watch helplessly as the fourth elders were swallowed by the flames and turned to ashes. You. The chief elder of the Wang family's face was distorted, pointing at Han Feng, speechless. The first. If Han Feng did not develop the cultivation base of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary before and formed a storm to stop them, it is possible that the elders of the Wang family and other elders would have taken action at this moment. But it was because Han Feng had burst out the atmosphere of the seventh heaven of the great sanctuary, and the great elder and others did not dare to move. The seventh heaven of the great sanctuary, that is the late stage of the great sanctuary, and their strongest is the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary. How can they be the opponents of the masters of the great sanctuary in the later stage? The elder's face was ashen. Is it too much for your excellency? Han Feng said lightly, excessive? Dare to ask the Wang family if they have ever cared about the life of Wangjia village? That's just a group of untouchables. The elder raised his voice. Untouchables? So their lives are dispensable to you, and they are for you to kill at will? Han Feng sneered and continued, in this case, you are also untouchables in my eyes, and your strength is not worth mentioning. You. A group of royal family elders were choked, staring at Han Feng hatefully, but didn't dare to do anything. The strength of the four elders only ranks fourth among the elders, but that is not the case of the holy artifact. The holy artifact is rare, even if it is the great elder of the Wang family. The holy artifact in his hand is only an ordinary middle grade. Among the elders of the Wang family, only the fourth elder got the bloody spear by chance, which is a top middle grade gun-like holy weapon. Not only that, the blood essence was injected into the bloody spear, and the bloody spear could burst out no weaker than that. The power of the middle grade holy artifact. With the cultivation base of the fourth elders and the blood fiend spear after inhaling blood essence, even the first elders are extremely afraid of their strength, and they have no confidence in who can win between the two. But the blood essence has been injected to enhance the power of the blood evil spear, and the fourth elder was still defeated, or even killed. How could the first elder and others not be frightened? At this moment, all the elders and others can do is to stare at Han Feng. Do it? They don't have that courage. Who are the elders of the Wang family? Han Feng looked around for a week and asked lightly. The first elder stood up. This is the old man. Han Feng stared at the elder. Listen to what Brother Wang Wei said. You are his grandfather. Do you allow your grandson to be arrested? Being bullied? During the days when he lived with Wang Wei's family, Han Feng had learned a lot about Wang Wei. Wang Wei's father was named Wang Shu. He is the youngest of the elder's sons. Wang Shu also had several sons, of which Wang Wei was Wang Shu's eldest son, born to Wang Shu's first wife. It's just a pity, as Wang Shu's identity, 3 wives and 4 concubines are inevitable, and there are naturally endless fights in the backyard, but Wang Shu's first wife's family fell, so in the battle, Wang Wei's mother gradually fell into the disadvantage, and eventually lost Wang Shu's trust and love. Since then, Wang Wei has gradually become less important in Wang Shu's heart. In contrast, a man named Wang Ning was gradually valued by Wang Shu. This Wang Ning was born to a concubine of Wang Shu. With Wang Ning's backing, the concubine quickly became powerful and even assassinated Wang Wei's mother. Wang Wei went crazy at the time and killed the concubine directly, which completely angered Wang Shu. Wang Shu didn't care about the cause of his wife's death. Wang Shu only knew that the woman he loved most died, and Wang Ning provoked it. That day, Wang Wei was beaten to death by Wang Shu. Since then, the relationship between father and son was severed. The enemy. Father and son are like passers-by, and Wang Wei cultivated in the Wang family until he became a sanctuary. During this period, Wang Ming naturally fought constantly with Wang Wei, and his cultivation was not weaker than Wang Wei. But Wang Ming has the support of Wang Shu, his father, and enjoys endless resource assistance. Even so, he can only surpass Wang Wei. This shows how powerful Wang Wei's talent is. Han Feng once calculated that Wang Wei's real age was 39, and he was only 36 when his foundation was destroyed 3 years ago. 36's sanctuary, the third and fourth layers of heaven, may be a little inferior compared to Han Feng, and it is not worth mentioning compared with the geniuses of the ancient family. But on Liguan Island, it is definitely an extremely remarkable existence, and it is expected to hit the peak of the sanctuary in the future. This is brought about by one's own talent, and cannot be achieved by external resources. The Wang family is not an extremely powerful force, and the strongest in the clan is only in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary. Such forces and resources may also have a huge effect on the Great Sanctuary. Even if your talent is not enough, as long as the resources keep up, you can basically achieve the sanctuary, but I am afraid that it is not so much for the Great Sanctuary above the ordinary sanctuary. Great support, at least there is no way to help the Great Sanctuary reach the peak of the sanctuary, otherwise the Wang family would have given birth to the peak of the sanctuary. Wang Ming knew that he was able to surpass Wang Wei only with the help of his father's resources. In the future, when he reached the level of the Great Sanctuary, Wang Wei would probably overtake him in turn, which Wang Ming would never allow. Therefore, Wang Ming set up a trap to tempt Wang Wei to take the bait, and he succeeded. The success caused the senior members of the Wang family to be angry with Wang Wei, abolished Wang Wei's foundation, fell from the sanctuary to the level of heaven, and was banished to Wangjia village. As for Wang Yan and Wang Lai's foundations being destroyed, it was the hands of Wang Ming's cronies. Han Feng thought it was the fourth elder who used his hands to capture the Wang Wei family, but when he was dying, the fourth elder shouted that he was not the one to arrest him, so it could only be Wang Ning. Wang Jun is Wang Ning's son of a bitch. Han Feng looked at the great elder with a cold look. He was also a grandson, but he allowed one of them to practice the other, and his eccentricity could not be like this. The great elder's expression changed, and he said bitterly, Wang Wei committed such a scandal, and he is not worthy of being the grandson of this old man. This is our family background, and your excellency as an outsider has too many things, and because of this, he killed our fourth elder of the Wang family. If your excellency does not give us an explanation today, our royal family will never give up. Won't you give up? It's up to you? Han Feng mocked. The anger in the hearts of the elders and others was even more intense. But at this moment, a heart-pounding voice came from the sky. Wang Xian, what happened? I don't know when, an old man wearing a white robe appeared behind the great elder and others. The old man stood there so quietly, but brought a bunch of oppression to the great elder and others. Tai. Elder Taisheng. The first elder and others were overjoyed, they never imagined that at such a critical moment, the elder Taisheng left the customs. Elder Taisheng, have you succeeded? The elder couldn't help asking. The white-robed old man smiled and nodded. The great elder and others were extremely excited. The 7th level breakthrough of the Great Sanctuary was successful, and that was the 8th level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. There was only the last level left from the 9-level heaven of the Great Sanctuary. Immediately, the first elder seemed to have found support, told the ins and outs of the matter, and immediately looked at Han Feng with a sneer. What about the 7th heaven of the Great Sanctuary? How could it be the opponent of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary? All the royal families have backers, and their backs have stopped. The elder Taisheng frowned, but he didn't expect this matter to be related to his own genius. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. The elder Taishan turned his head and said, "Young man, this matter is an internal matter of our Wang family after all. It seems inappropriate for you to be an outsider." Crazy reading novel, winky face. Brother Wang Wei is kind to the younger generation, and it is impossible for the younger generation to ignore it. Han Feng saw that the elder Taishan was not as unreasonable as the rest of the strong Wang family, and his tone was somewhat relaxed. This elder Taishan hesitated. Since the other party was in the name of repaying his gratitude, how could he stop him? If today's matter spreads out, who would dare to help the Wang family? Didn't you see that the Wang family was a group of people who didn't advocate repaying kindness? In any case, Your Excellency has caused my Wang family to lose face, and even caused my Wang family to lose an elder of the great sanctuary. Although the old man admires your kindness for your kindness, it is impossible for the old man to take your actions lightly. No. Elder Taishan stared at Han Feng and said slowly. Han Feng also firmly said, "If you don't rescue Brother Wang Wei, if you don't find justice for Brother Wang Wei, the younger generation will not stop there." Justice? The elder Taishan frowned again. The elder Taishan had been in retreat for decades, and he really didn't know anything about what happened to the Wang family over the years. The first elder was in a cold sweat and couldn't help but say, although Wang Wei is the grandson of the younger generation, who knew this family would save. This so-called younger brother is not Wang Ning, but the child of another concubine of Wang Shu. It's just that this concubine is not like Wang Ning's mother who can please Wang Shu, so she is not favored, and even the children she gave birth to have not received much attention. She was killed while out, leaving a widow. When the elder Taishan heard this, a trace of disgust flashed on his face, even his younger brother's wife. This character is really not very good. The elder Taishan only heard that the first elder said that Wang Wei had done something wrong, but he really didn't expect such a wrong thing. It's no wonder that the first elder didn't want to say it. It was really shameless to say it. Wang Wei, but it is the entire line of the great elder that is embarrassing. At this time, Han Feng sneered, "This is all Wang Ning's side words. Do you trust your grandson so much?" The first elder said angrily, "There were still many witnesses at that time." "Just kidding, aren't those witnesses Wang Ning's son of a bitch? What's more, if Wang Ning found out by accident, why would he bring so many people with him? He didn't know what was going on beforehand. Furthermore, when Wang Wei was imprisoned by you old fellows, the woman seemed to be fine, but she died while Wang Wei was imprisoned. Wasn't it Wang Ning who killed her? As for the faceless life, even if you want to commit suicide, you should see what happens to the person you hate before committing suicide, otherwise how to relieve your anger?" The first elder choked. These are indeed very unreasonable places, and the first elder has no way to refute. Seeing this, Han Feng pouted, "Did the great elder and that Wang Shu really not know? One of these two people is the sixth heaven of the great sanctuary, the other is the ninth heaven of the sanctuary, and none of them are weak. After cultivating to such a state, neither of them could be fools. The reason why these unreasonable things are ignored is because Wang Ning is more important in their hearts, and they are more partial to Wang Ning, so they deliberately ignore all kinds of unreasonable things. As for Wang Wei who weighs various grievances and censures, it may not be a big deal in the eyes of the two of them. Elder Taishan has been in retreat for decades, and has never seen Wang Ning and Wang Wei, so naturally he has no feelings for them. Therefore, the Supreme Elder has the idea of reinvestigating, but this is an internal matter of the Wang family after all, so the Supreme Elder said, "I don't know if the younger Wang Weina has been wronged, but Your Excellency has turned my Wang family upside down. But it is a fact. Since you are repaying your kindness, this old man will not embarrass you." As long as you take the old man's move, you can leave safely. Then what if the junior wants to seek justice for brother Wang Wei in person? Then you must defeat the old man. The elder Taishang shouted in a deep voice. Then ask the seniors to take action. Han Feng lifted it up with a confident look on his face. Junior, you are too arrogant. Rao is the heart of the Supreme Elder Great Sanctuary 8th Heaven, and he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. The earth is collapsing. The elder Taishang clasped his hands together suddenly, and the earth attribute holy essence burst out. In the sky, the earth attribute Saint Yuan condensed a huge mountain and slammed into Han Feng fiercely. This is the middle grade, high-grade sanctuary that the old man has just learned from his retreat all these years. Junior, as long as you can survive this move and apologize to the old man, I will let you go. The confident voice of the elder Taishang came. This blow is comparable to the ordinary great sanctuary 9 heavens. If facing other people, the elder Taishang really won't be sure, but he is facing Han Feng. The cultivation base is the 8th level of the great sanctuary. Due to the injury, he can only exert the power of the 7th level of the great sanctuary. Han Feng directly used the unique skills of the top-grade sanctuary. Breaking the heavenly fist. The 36th layer of vibration force erupted in unison, and the first layer was higher than the first layer. Top-grade sanctuary secret art. The Supreme Elder was extremely horrified. A mere great sanctuary, who has not yet reached the pinnacle of the sanctuary, is able to display such a sanctuary's unique skills. What an astonishing and brilliant genius. The giant mountain was shattered, and the residual power of the vibration spread to the elder Taishang, who spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shaky. Elder Taishang. The first elders and others were nervous. The elders Taishang was the banner of their royal family, and it was also the most fundamental reason why they were able to rank among the 4 major families of Liguan Island in the past. Any injury on elder Taishang's body is enough to cause them to be nervous. With a single blow to repel the elder Taishang, Han Feng smiled lightly. Now, the younger generation can stay here and seek justice for Wang Wei. The elder Taishang smiled bitterly. With your strength, can the old man stop it? The elder Taishang had a hunch, maybe, this time the Wang family is really going to have a scandal, and this scandal has to be seen by outsiders. Get Wang Shu, Wang Ning, and Wang Wei here. No, I'd better get Wang Wei alone first, and I will listen to Wang Wei's explanation first. The elder Taishang ordered several elders of the Wang family. The great elder felt a shudder in his heart. He even went to find Wang Wei first. Seeing this, he believed in Wang Wei even more. How should this be? Wang Wei was quickly brought back, but Wang Wei was wearing a prison uniform, and it seemed that he had not eaten or washed for several days, looking extremely embarrassed. Wang Wei was very panicked in his heart, but when he saw Han Feng, Wang Wei immediately opened his mouth. Han Feng said, "Brother Wang Wei, tell the Wang family what you told me before. Don't worry, with my brother watching here, they will never force you to admit something you haven't done." The great elder's face turned red, and he was speechless. The original interrogation really had such a forceful nature. Wang Wei looked at Han Feng, then looked at a group of elders of the Wang family, and then took a deep breath. Looking at this, could it be? What kind of freak has his son rescued? The third one. Wang Wei knew how terrifying the combined strength of these elders was, especially when the elders were still here. At the level of the great sanctuary, those who can overwhelm these elders are definitely the peak existences in the great sanctuary, or the peak of the sanctuary. Wang Wei couldn't believe that Han Feng's true strength would be so terrifying. But no matter how shocked, Wang Wei had to admit in his heart that he was lucky at the moment, fortunate that his son had rescued such a person, otherwise Wang Wei really couldn't imagine what would happen to his family in the end. The eyes of hatred flashed across the great elder, and Wang Wei bowed to the Supreme Elder before telling the whole story. The elder Taishang frowned. This explanation is really completely different from what the elders said before. Wang Xian, what is going on here? The elder Taishang asked. This. The elder Taishang was full of cold sweat on his forehead, and said embarrassingly, this is just Wang Wei's words. Okay, then call Wang Shu. Elder Taishang said coldly. The first elder had to send someone to call Wang Shu, but Wang Wei knelt on the ground at this time and said, Elder Tai, the children of the younger generation do not know where they were taken, and the elders also asked the elder to bring the children of the younger generation with them. Come over. The elder Taishang looked at the elder, and the elder had to send someone to call again. Han Feng stood aside and watched all this with cold eyes. As long as Wang Wei's justice is recovered, this kind of favor can be considered to be over, and it is time to leave as long as the injury fully recovers. Wang Shu flew over in an uneasy mood, and saw a trace of disgust flashing across Wang Wei's face, so he bowed to the elder Taishang. Junior sees the elder Taishang. I don't know what happened to the elder Taishang calling the younger. Elder Taishang said coldly, Wang Shu, what was the truth of what happened 3 years ago? 3 years ago? Wang Shu hadn't come back to his senses. It wasn't until after the first elder's voice transmission that Wang Shu understood what had happened, and he immediately said, Elder Taishang, all this is a mistake caused by Wang Wei's bad qualities. The Supreme Elder must not listen to the words of the villain. Han Feng sarcastically said, so in your eyes, your son is a villain. Who are you? Wang Shu didn't know Han Feng, and Han Feng's interjection aroused Wang Shu's anger. In front of the elders, Wang Shu pretended to be the grandson of the turtle, but in front of outsiders, Wang Shu was arrogant. The first elder was startled, is this pervert that you can scold at will, and the first elder hurriedly sent a voice transmission to scold him. Wang Shu's face turned pale in an instant. This extremely young-looking guy turned out to be a pervert who was not even an opponent of the Supreme Elder. He actually. Wang Shu was dripping with cold sweat and hurriedly said, My lord, although Wang Wei has saved your life for you, you can't be deceived by the villain Wang Wei na. At this time, Wang Shu was still screaming like a villain. Wang Wei's eyes became colder and colder, and the last trace of father-son relationship was completely broken. Han Feng pouted, Your Excellency believes in your son, named Wang Ning? Of course, Ninger has both talent and virtue, treats people politely, has an upright personality, and is not impatient in practice. I am proud to have such a son, not Wang Wei's bastard who makes me feel ashamed. If it wasn't for Ninger who had discovered it earlier, I don't know how many people would have been harmed by this Wang Wei. When Wang Shu mentioned Wang Ning, it was a bunch of good words, but when he talked about Wang Wei, it was a face. Disgusted, I wish I could use all the bad words on Wang Wei. Both the Supreme Elder and the Great Elder felt a chill in their bodies. The first elder actually knew the truth of the matter for a long time, but he was habitually biased towards Wang Ning, so he directly convicted Wang Wei, and even sent him to Wangjia village. Only in this way will the original matter gradually fade away. The first elder did not say that he fully understood Wang Ning's behavior, but he still had 3 or 4 points, and it was definitely not as good as Wang Shu said. Hearing Wang Shu's shameless good words, the first elder felt a chill. Elder Taishang is not a fool who has lived for so long. No one is perfect, a good person will have some flaws, and a wicked person will also have corresponding shining points. Listening to Wang Shu's good words, he spat out recklessly, and the elder Taishang subconsciously didn't have much affection for Wang Ning. There is absolutely no such perfect person in the world. A person who is perfect everywhere is either too well hidden or advertised. Wang Shu didn't know that the kind words that he didn't want to spit out had the opposite effect. At this time, a disciple of the Wang family rushed over, followed by Wang Lai. When Wang Lai saw Wang Wei, he jumped up and cried. Looking at the various whip marks on Wang Lai's body, Han Feng's expression became more and more gloomy, and Wang Wei roared at Wang Shu with hatred, even if you don't like me, liar is your grandson anyway, I don't ask you treat him well, but don't abuse him like that. This time even the great elder opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. The elder Taishang said in a cold tone, Wang Shu, what's the matter with this child's injury? Don't tell me he did it himself. This. Wang Shu hesitated, unable to speak, and gritted his teeth for a while. Ning'er will never do this, it must be the criminal law of other Wang family disciples. The elders of the royal family were all sneering, if they were fools, without the hints of some people, who would be a disciple of the Wang family and punish a child for nothing. Wang Wei gritted his teeth, and his eyes became more and more hated. At this point, his father was so partial to that person, and he was also a son, so he was so partial. Han Feng had a deeper understanding of Wang Shu's shamelessness. Elder Taishang had a look of disgust on his face, just because of the whip marks on Wang Lai's body. Elder Taishang believed in Wang Wei even more. Han Feng glanced back and forth, and his heart moved. Wang Lai, where is your sister? Wang Lai stopped crying and looked at Han Feng pleadingly. Brother Han, my sister was taken away by someone named Wang Ning. Brother Han, you must save my sister. Wang Ning wants to treat my sister, to my sister. Wang Lai didn't say the following words, but everyone understood the meaning. Wang Shu jumped up directly. Little bastard, stop framing my son, how could my son? The elder Taishang flicked his sleeves, and Wang Shu couldn't say what he said below, and was firmly oppressed by the powerful momentum. Whether it's true or not, you can tell by looking at it. Elder Taishang said coldly. Han Feng's face was full of killing intent. Okay, it's worthy of being a father and son. Being a father is so shameless, and being a son is even more. Fortunately, Brother Wang Wei was a stranger to you early in the morning, otherwise God knows what it will be like. Lead the way. Elder Taishang ordered a disciple of the Wang family to lead the way to the courtyard where Wang Ning lived, ignoring Wang Shu's plea. A group of people followed behind. The first elder passed by Wang Shu's side and sighed. Sure, you and Ning'er have done too much this time. I don't know what will happen if the elder intervenes. You have to be mentally prepared. After everyone left, the momentum on Wang Shu dissipated, and Wang Shu hurriedly followed. Who is it? In front of the courtyard where Wang Ning lived, two of Wang Ning's scumbags shouted loudly. As Wang Ning's son-in-law, the two of them were naturally in the Wang family's house, and when they saw a crowd coming, they blurted out without looking carefully. The first. The two bastards have done a lot of things like this. Anyway, behind him is young Master Wang Ning. Even if it is the sanctuary who is being reprimanded, he has to lower his arrogant head and laugh at them. Didn't hear the usual smirk. The two doglegs looked unhappy, and at this sight, the two doglegs immediately slumped to the ground, and they were about to be frightened. Two doglegs can never imagine that the people here are the elders of the Wang family. The leader is the supreme elder, who has been in retreat for decades in the Wang family. God, what did they do? Even scolding a group of elders of the great sanctuary, is it that you don't live long enough? Your subordinates are so arrogant, you can imagine. The elder Taishang shook his sleeves in dissatisfaction. He stared at two doglegs and was scared to pee, and a smell of urine filled the air. Wang Shu also glared at the two bastards. He finally said so many good things about Ning'er in front of the elder Taishang. Now it's good. Seeing the murderous intent flashing in Wang Shu's eyes, the two doglegs rolled their eyes and fainted from fright. Han Feng is speechless. What kind of eyesight does Wang Ning have? Looking for such a timid dog. It wasn't so weak when the dog was fighting against people before. No longer focusing on the two doglegs, the power of Han Feng Yuanshan madly swept towards the courtyard. The powerful people in the sanctuary possess the power of the primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit can be extended to detect faraway places. Therefore, for the of each martial artist, every courtyard is actually shrouded by a powerful enchantment. Usually, you can't see the enchantment. Only when someone wants to use the power of the primordial spirit to investigate the courtyard, the enchantment surrounding the courtyard will appear. These enchantments were established by the ancestors of the Wang family, and only the power of the primordial spirits in the later stages of the Great Sanctuary could pour in regardless of the enchantments. Han Feng's primordial spirit has been restored to the level of the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary. It is naturally effortless to penetrate this barrier, and there are also elders who have penetrated the barrier. Seeing everything in the house, Han Feng suddenly became angry, and saw that Wang Yan was disheveled and was desperately blocking a young man. The young man's upper body was intact, but the bottom trousers had already been taken off, revealing the unique thing that belongs to men. In a flash, Han Feng disappeared in front of everyone. When he reappeared, Han Feng held Wang Ning, who was not wearing pants, in his left hand and Wang Yan in his right. Yenner, elder sister. Wang Wei and Wang Lai pounced on them. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't recovered, and she burst into tears after a while. Han Feng threw the same sluggish Wang Ning to the ground, and sneered at Wang Shu. This is the Wang Ning you say has both talent and virtue, treats people politely, has an upright personality, and is not impatient or impetuous in practice? Is he worthy? A beast who doesn't even spare his own niece. The facts are in front of everyone, and the great elder is irrefutable. The elders of the Wang family used to be concerned that the first elder turned a blind eye to Wang Ningdua, but now they can't stand it when they look straight at him. There are also some wicked people among them, but they are not so mad that they even let their niece go. Is this still human? The elder Taishang took a deep breath, his face grim. Up to now, regarding Wang Wei and Wang Ning, elder Taishang has chosen to believe in Wang Wei. Depending on what Wang Ning has done today, elder Taishang thinks that what happened 3 years ago was most likely to be framed by Wang Ning. Everyone thought that Wang Shu had nothing to say, but everyone still underestimated the shamelessness of Wang Shu. Wang Shu grabbed his neck and shouted, "My family's Ninger is just teaching my niece about things in the room, and in the future, she will be able to serve her husband well when she gets married." Han Feng once again had a deep understanding of Wang Shu's infinity, and was abruptly amused. "I have learned your shamelessness." Wang Wei said gloomily, "Wang Shu, I have nothing to do with you in the future." Immediately, Wang Wei stared at Wang Ning again. "You bastard. Unfilial bastard, dare to talk to your father like this." Wang Shu scolded with a face of justice. The first elder bowed his head, and he was really embarrassed. How could he not know that his youngest son would be such a person before? The elder Taishang was already trembling with anger, and shouted loudly, "Shut up." Wang Shu's words that he hadn't scolded were swallowed back in his stomach. Wang Shu dared to go along with Wang Wei, but he didn't dare to go along with the elders too. The elder Taishang said sincerely to Han Feng, "This little friend," the old man really did not expect such a thing to happen in the clan. How Wang Ning will deal with it will be left to the little friend. When Han Feng heard the words, he turned his head. "Brother Wang Wei, this is a matter between you and Wang Ning. It's up to you how to deal with it." Wang Wei stood up, staring at Wang Ning as if he was going to eat him. It was only at this moment that Wang Ning came to his senses and shouted, What are you doing? What am I going to do? I want you to die." Wang Wei said bitterly. "Kill me? It's up to you?" Wang Ning looked disdainful. Han Feng snorted coldly, slapped him and slapped Wang Ning's fan to the ground. "You dare to beat me? You are courting death, and my father will not let you go." How could Wang Ning be beaten like this before, staring at Han Feng fiercely? Is this the current situation of the younger generation of the Wang family? It's really disappointing. Elder Taishang closed his eyes. The elders such as the first elder were silent. Wang Shu and Wang Ning were indeed father and son. They were idiots who couldn't understand the situation. In this situation, Wang Ning wants Wang Shu to stand up for him. Is it possible? Han Feng was too lazy to answer. indicating that Wang Wei could deal with Wang Ning. Wang Ning looked around for a week, and finally understood his situation, but Wang Ning still couldn't understand, why did Wang Wei suddenly turn over? Why did a stranger dare to slap himself like this? The first elder, or even the supreme elder, was not at all displeased. After understanding his situation and realizing that Wang Wei might actually kill him, Wang Ning really panicked. Wang Ning is naturally unwilling, but Han Feng's palm also sealed Wang Ning's power before, and now Wang Ning is equivalent to an ordinary person. How can he resist Wang Weitian's strength? Wang Shu couldn't bear it anymore, and scolded, "You unfilial son, are you really going to kill your own brother? Are you still human? You don't even recognize your own brother?" Wang Wei couldn't help but sarcastically said, "I'm not human? Wang Shu, I think you and Wang Ning are not human. Have you ever treated me as your son? Did Wang Ning ever treat me as a brother? Who framed me 3 years ago? Who ordered the village chief of Wang Jiakan to make things difficult for my family of 3? Who arrested my family a few days ago? And who was crazy about his niece?" Han Feng thought that Wang Shu had nothing to say this time, but Wang Shu shocked Han Feng again. "He's your younger brother, you should let him. Anyway, you're not dead, and your daughter is fine? Why care so much?" Wang Shu's eyes seemed to be looking at an ignorant son. Everyone was shocked. "Wang Shu, do you still have a face?" Wang Wei took a deep breath. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. In Wang Wei's hand, he condensed the heavenly rank true essence and turned it into the shape of a sharp sword. If you dare to take action against Wang Ning, I will never recognize your son again in the future," Wang Shu threatened. Wang Wei turned a deaf ear, as if he didn't hear Wang Shu's threat, and walked towards Wang Ning step by step. Wang Shu couldn't bear it any longer. "If you want to kill Ninger, kill Lao Tzu first. Do you have the courage to attack your own father? The name of killing your father is not good." Seeing that Wang Wei really stopped, Wang Shu couldn't help but feel proud. Everyone was shocked again. This Wang Shu was not only shameless, but also so despicable. Han Feng smiled coldly. "Brother Wang Wei, if you can't move your hand, just leave it to me." Han Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void, and Wang Shu was directly caught by Han Feng. Han Feng pinched Wang Shu's neck with his right hand, and Wang Shu's face was full of blue veins, and he couldn't breathe. Wang Shu's pupils really showed fear. For the first time, Wang Shu felt that death was so close to him for the first time. Wang Shu's pleading gaze fell on the great elder, the supreme elder, and others. The elders of the Wang family have long disliked Wang Shu, but they turned a blind eye to Wang Shu's actions because they were worried about the first elder. The main culprit for the Wang family being so provocative now is Wang Shu and his son. The great elder opened his mouth, but finally closed it. That incident 3 years ago, the first elder vaguely knew the truth. He had already been biased once. How can he continue to be biased at this moment? Wang Ning is his grandson, isn't Wang Wei? The elder also knew in his heart that the most fundamental reason was Han Feng. The strength displayed by Han Feng made the first elder not dare to continue to be biased, and the first elder really did not expect that he had already sent Wang Wei to Wangjia village, and Wang Ning still did not intend to let Wang Wei's family go. And now the superb performance of Wang Shu's father and son has also made the first elder ashamed to intercede for the two. If he asks for mercy today, how will he be able to hold his head in front of the elders and the elders in the future? Perhaps only when Wang Shu and his son were dead could he save some of the evenings. At least it was a righteous death. Anyway, there are still many sons, there is no shortage of Wang Shu, and there are even more grandchildren. The Supreme Elder really wanted to slaughter Wang Shu and his son, but he had been in retreat for decades, and the Supreme Elder could not understand how the younger generation of the Wang family had fallen to this point. Even if there is no Han Feng shot. Elder Taishang did not intend to spare Wang Shu lightly afterwards, but now Han Feng took action, which just saved his effort. Seeing that the Great Elder, the Supreme Elder and others were indifferent, Wang Shu really panicked and began to play the family card. Wang Weier, after all, I'm also your father, and I have raised you for so many years, are you really indifferent? Brother, I was wrong. I was blinded by lard. I will definitely correct it in the future. Wang Ning cowed out and begged for mercy. Wang Wei stared blankly at this scene, and sneered for a long time, what's the use of talking about this at this time? The sharp sword condensed by the true essence slashed, and Wang Ning's head rolled aside. Han Feng used his right hand hard, and Wang Shu died without any resistance. Wang Wei smiled wryly, looking confused. The matter is over, but the scene is silent. Han Feng was silent, and no one dared to speak. After a long time, the elder Taishang coughed lightly and said, "This little friend, what are your plans in the future?" "Naturally leave and go somewhere else." "This? If the little friend doesn't dislike it, you can visit my Wang family for a period of time. I heard that the little friend is injured. Maybe there are spirits in the treasure house of my royal family that can help the little friend's injury." Elder Taishang's tone with some indulgence. Han Feng squinted slightly, and somewhat understood the plan of the elder Taishang. The competition for strength in Liguan Island is very cruel. Don't look at the fact that the Wang family is now ranked among the 4 major families in Liguan Island. Once any of the 4 major families has a tendency to decline, these coveted families will stare at this family, looking for any possible opportunity to replace it. Now that the Wang family has been dealt with like this, it is impossible to hide their disappearance, and their reputation will definitely plummet. The family that was originally hidden in the dark might take this opportunity to pull the Wang family down from the lofty status of the 4 major families. But it was different when Han Feng stayed in the Wang family, which would give the outside world a wrong perception. This strong man who turned the Wang family upside down, even the elders of the Wang family could not help it, may have established some kind of connection with the Wang family. Why are the 4 major families able to rank on the throne of the 4 major families? It is precisely because the 4 major clans have late-stage powerhouses in the Great Sanctuary. There is one who can sit firmly on the throne of the 4 major families in the later stage of the Great Sanctuary. What about the 2? As long as Han Feng stays in the Wang family for a while, the reputation of the Wang family will increase instead of falling. Those families who were hiding in the dark like poisonous snakes did not dare to show their fangs at will, and no one knew whether this sudden powerhouse would stand up for the Wang family. It's fine if you don't start, but if you get ahead, even the Wang family can't stop the strong, their family will only be even more unbearable. Han Feng thought about it and agreed. If the Wang Wei family is willing to let him go, it's fine. If they don't want to leave, he will stay here for a while to restore the Wang family's reputation, and the Wang family will not be harsh on the Wang Wei family in the future. The most important thing is that Han Feng really needs some spirits to recover from his injuries. Seeing Han Feng's agreement, the elder Taishang was overjoyed. After the Wang Wei family was arranged, the elder Taishang personally arranged a residence for Han Feng, and recruited countless little servants and maids to serve Han Feng. At the same time, the elder Taishang opened the treasure house of the royal family and let Han Feng choose the spirits. And Han Feng did find some spirits that would help him recover from his injuries. As for the others, most of them were useless to him. The cultivation realm of the 8th heaven of the Great Sanctuary, it is not something that the Wang family can afford to break through again, otherwise the Wang family would have come out of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary earlier. A month later, Han Feng exhaled, opened his eyes, and was in good spirits. After a month of refining, Han Feng's injuries have all recovered, and the strength that Han Feng can show now has reached the early stage of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary in its heyday. It's been a month, and the purpose of the elder Taishang must have been achieved. It's time to leave. After sorting out his own sanctuary skills, almost everything that can be improved has been promoted to the highest level, and it is almost difficult to continue to improve. The only thing left is the top-ranked sanctuary Xuanming Tianlanji. The best grade is just the highest level that Xianming Tianlang Wing can achieve. If you want to cultivate the Xianming Tianlang Wing, you must have the blood of the wolf clan, and the blood level of the wolf clan should not be too low. If there is wolf blood essence now, Han Feng will be able to practice Xianming Tianlanji immediately. Thinking of this, Han Feng went directly to the elder Taishang to ask about the wolf blood essence, preferably the blood essence of the holy bloodline. What surprised Han Feng was that elder Taishang really had information. Little friend Han, the Nine Souls auction house in Liguang City, will open in half a month. According to the news I got, among the items to be auctioned in the Nine Souls auction, there is the blood of the wolf clan, and it is the essence of the Xian Tianlang. Blood. Nine Soul auction. Xian serious. Han Feng's expression froze. The third one. After coming to Liguan Island for such a period of time, Han Feng also learned a lot of information about the central and northern waters from the Wang Wei family of three. There are currently 7 small perfection realms of the sanctuary in the North Central Sea, of which there are 4 human races and 3 demon races. Even though the human race has the upper hand in terms of numbers, but among the 4 sanctuary small perfection realms of the human race, only one has reached the middle stage of the sanctuary small perfection, the sanctuary and the 29th heaven, and the rest are all in the early stage of the sanctuary small perfection. Sanctuary 28th heaven. However, the 3 krakens are all in the middle stage of sanctuary small perfection, and one of them is said to have stepped into the later stage of sanctuary small perfection, sanctuary 30th layer, with 1 foot. The 4 sanctuary small perfections were greatly disadvantaged. Among the 4 sanctuary small perfections in the North Central Sea, the only one in the middle of the sanctuary small perfection is the Nine Soul Saint. The Nine Souls auction house was created by the Nine Soul Saints. Nine Soul auction house has a lot of distribution in the central and northern waters, and its headquarters is naturally on the Nine Soul Island where the Nine Soul Saints are located. Han Feng was first surprised that there was a Nine Soul auction house in Liguan Island, and then he was relieved. Although Liguan Island is not large, the island owner is in existence who has stepped into the peak of the sanctuary with half a foot, and is not a vulnerable warrior. It is not inconceivable that such a Nine Soul auction house exists. What really makes Han Feng awe-inspiring is the blood of Xian Sirius. The Xian Heavenly Wolf is an extremely rare race in the wolf clan, but precisely because of its scarcity, this race is in existence with extremely high bloodlines. As far as the current known Xian Sirius is concerned, the worst is the high-level primary saint bloodline level. Every Xian Sirius can at least reach the peak of the sanctuary, and most of them can enter the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary. The warriors of the Nine Souls auction house can hunt the Xian Sirius, which means that this Xian Sirius has not yet fully grown. Otherwise, the Xian Sirius will grow up unless a large number of sanctuary peak late-stage masters or even sanctuary small perfection are used. Otherwise the practice will arrest him, let alone get the blood of Xian Sirius. But Han Feng didn't care whether this Xian Sirius was strong and fully grown. The cultivation of Xianming Tianlanji only needs the quality of blood, and it has nothing to do with strength. 10 days later, Han Feng left the Wang family and went to Liguang City. Accompanying them were sisters Wang Yan and Wang Lai. The foundation of the two is damaged, and they need to auction the next spiritual item in the Nine Souls auction house. At that time, they will be combined with several spiritual items in the Wang family treasure house to refine the holy medicine pill to restore the damaged foundation. At this time, Liguang City Lord's mansion. Liguang Sage is a middle-aged man with a tuft of mustache, and his eyes are piercing. Li Wei, I heard that the Nine Souls auction house is going to auction some blood of Xian Sirius this time? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Saint Liguang. In front of Saint Liguang stood a man wearing silver-white armor. The man said, "Back to the island owner, this news has been confirmed by the director of the Nine Souls auction house." Is the island owner? Liguang Sage nodded slowly. This island master's cultivation base has been successfully broken through, thanks to that. Although the cultivation base has broken through, the old man's sanctuary is still at the half-step high-grade level, and he wants to smoothly improve to the top. At the level of the unique knowledge of the sanctuary, at least it takes more than 100 years of seclusion to be possible. The sanctuary secret learned by this old man was realized when he was still in the early days of the small ordinary sanctuary while watching the battle between two powerful heavenly wolves. If you want to continue to improve, you must continue to comprehend the wolf beast. At this moment, there is the blood essence of Xian Tianlang. Maybe this old man can comprehend something from the blood essence. Since Warcraft has inherited blood, there are naturally some mysteries in blood essence. These mysteries can serve as a good reference for Han Feng's cultivation of Xianming heavenly wolf wings in this type of sanctuary. Of course, Han Feng's Xianming heavenly wolf wings are different, not only for reference, but also for direct enhancement of power through absorption. Staring at the blood of Xian Tianlang, there are still some in the entire Liguang Island, and these are all powerful great sanctuaries. Away from the City of Light, Han Feng, Wang Lai, and Wang Yan stepped in here. Because Han Feng fluctuated the atmosphere of the great sanctuary, the guards at the gate of Liguang City did not dare to make things difficult. It was not until he entered Liguang City that Han Feng restrained his momentum. Big Brother Han, there are 4 floors in the Nine Souls auctioneer in Liguang City. The first floor is the most extensive and is provided for those under the sanctuary. The second floor is a private room, where there are drinking items such as spirit tea. It is prepared for the strong sanctuary. The private room on the third floor is 2 to 3 times the size of the second floor. There are not only various drinking things, but also a special bed for the strong sanctuary to rest for a short time. The fourth floor is open to the peak sanctuary powerhouses in Liguang Island and outside. Of course, because there is no sanctuary peak in Liguang Island, the great sanctuary of Liguang Island can also enter in the later stage, but it must be one of the 4 major sanctuaries. It's just family identity. There are very few private rooms on the 4th floor. It is a private room, it is better to say that it is a small villa. All kinds of items are well prepared, and even the Jiopa auction house can specially prepare dancing girls or dancing boys. During the auction process, I feel bored. At times, you can watch these programs to evacuate your boredom. Each private room is separated from the outside by a special barrier, and you can clearly see the outside from the inside, but you can't see the inside from the outside. Big Brother Han, you are in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, and you have the identity token given by the elders, so you can enter the 4th floor. Han Feng nodded. If that's the case, let's go. The auction held by the Nine Souls auction house will be held in a few days, and they need to live in Liguang City these few days. Of course, because Han Feng can enter the 4th floor of the Nine Souls auction house, there is no need to look for a place like an inn. The rooms in the inn are not as good as the 3rd floor of the Nine Souls auction house, let alone the 4th floor. Nine Soul auction house, showing the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, and after taking out the token representing the supremacy of the Wang family, Han Feng walked into the 4th floor in a group of astonished eyes. It's no wonder that Han Feng's appearance is really too young. The elders of the 4 major families, which are not white-haired old men, are middle-aged, no matter how bad they are. I heard that the one who made a lot of trouble in the Wang family a few days ago was also a very young warrior. Could it be? Hey, even the Wang family can't help it. This lord must be the top existence in the great sanctuary, perhaps second only to the island owner. I didn't expect such a strong man to be so young. I really don't know where it came from. Han Feng couldn't hear the discussions of a group of warriors in the Nine Souls auction house. He and Wang Yan and sisters had already arrived at their private room on the 4th floor. From the outside, the private room is not big, but after entering it, it is found that there is a universe inside. The private room is divided into upper and lower floors like a villa. The upper floor is dedicated for people to rest. In addition to drinking items, Han Feng also saw a lot of holy stones on the lower floor. Top-grade holy stone. Thinking that the 9 soul saints are in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, Han Feng is not too surprised. Are these holy stones provided for free? Han Feng asked the maid of the 9 souls auction house. The waitress smiled slightly. Yes, anyone who can enter the 4th floor will enjoy such benefits. The first. Ask for basic flowers. The waitress slowly revealed everything in the private room with a smile on her face, and then pointed to a house on the lower floor. Sir, that room is a gathering spirit formation specially reserved for powerful people like adults. Once the gathering spirit is activated, the formation will condense the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Perhaps for a strong person like the adult, these spiritual energy of heaven and earth are not enough to support the adult to break through, but it can make the adult's realm more consolidated. Do you have any questions, sir? The slaves will answer them one by one. Looking at the maid's perfect smile, Han Feng said curiously, I think your psychological quality is very good. The waitress only had a celestial rank, and she was not timid in the later stages of the dignified great sanctuary, and the smile she showed made people feel extremely warm. Although he knew that this smile was prescribed by the 9 souls auction house, perhaps it was not the case in his heart. But even so, such a smile makes people unable to say anything. The waitress still replied with a perfect smile, the service staff of our 9 souls auction house will enter the headquarters for training every once in a while. Han Feng nodded clearly and stopped asking. 9 Souls Island is home to the powerhouses of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and it is not uncommon to see the powerhouses at the peak of the sanctuary on the island, especially the headquarters has more powerhouses at the peak of the sanctuary. Those who were trained at the headquarters were used to seeing the peak of the sanctuary, and suddenly came to Liguan Island to see a group of sanctuaries and great sanctuaries. After the waitress left, both Wang Yan and Wang Lai cheered. It was the first time they came to the private room on the 4th floor of the 9 Souls auction house. The luxury here was an eye-opener for them. They didn't want to be looked down upon before, so the two of them tried their best to resist the urge in their hearts, but now that the waitress has left, they don't have to hide anything. Han Feng smiled and said, Today we are resting on the upper floors, and tomorrow we will start the training of the spirit gathering array. This rich spiritual energy may have little effect on me, but it may not be for the two of you. Wang Yan was only on the ground level, and Wang Lai was even more profound, even worse than the previous waitress. The aura condensed after the opening of the spirit gathering array was enough to make Wang Yan and Wang Lai stronger in a few days, especially with the help of Han Feng. The two nodded fiercely, and happily rushed to the upper floors. Han Feng waved his sleeve robe and directly collected the holy stone. The 9 Souls auction house is really rich, so many holy stones are given away if they are given away. However, the only ones who are eligible to enter the 4th floor are Liguan Island. Few, less than 10 people, this loss may really be nothing to the 9 Souls auction house. It happens that I am in short supply of holy stones now, so you are welcome. In the next few days, the three of Han Feng began to practice in the spirit gathering array. These condensed spiritual powers are really not of great use to Han Feng. At most, the Xuanhuan in the body runs smoothly, the breathing is more comfortable, and the mood is inexplicably happy. It's like staying in a dirty city for a long time, and suddenly coming to a place with fresh air. It feels very different. Wang Yan and Wang Lai are different. These spiritual powers are very sticky to them, and it is not easy to inhale them to enhance their cultivation. Fortunately, with the help of Han Feng, the two slowly inhaled these spiritual powers into their bodies, into their true essence. The foundations of the two were damaged, and even with such favorable conditions, it is reasonable to say that they would not break through quickly. However, Han Fengqiao input a trace of Saint Yuan into their bodies to sort out the true Yuan in their bodies, and Wang Yan advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few days, the strength of the two has undergone earth-shaking changes. Wang Yan is better. From the original 4-star breakthrough to the peak of the 6-star. It is only one step away from the 7 stars of the Earth rank. In just a few days, it has increased by more than 2 stars. What a terrifying speed. Wang Lai is even more incredible, directly from the peak of the 3-star Xuanjie to the early stage of the 9-star Xuanjie. A full increase of nearly 6 stars. The reason for such a terrifying speed of improvement was that Wang Lai's level was too low. The concentration of spiritual energy here is also very beneficial to the strength of ordinary sanctuaries, and it may be possible to break through a small realm and a heavy heaven realm in half a year. It is helpful even for ordinary sanctuaries, not to mention the mere profound steps. But Han Feng has regrets about such an improvement. If it wasn't for the damage to the foundation of the two, now Wang Yan is at least 8 stars on the ground level, and it is possible to break through to 9 stars on the ground level, and Wang Lai is directly promoted to the ground level is not impossible. After the breakthrough, the two did not continue to practice, because the auction was about to start. Han Feng looked at the crowded hall on the first floor through the barrier. Not long after, an old man stepped onto the auction stage. Old man Jin Buxiu. There must be quite a few of you here who know something about this old man. Today, this old man presides over the auction. I won't say more nonsense, the old man, the auction will start now. The first auction item. Han Feng, Wang Yan and others have a purpose this time, so these auction items are not auctioned. And most of the items in the auction, Han Feng disliked. 9 Souls auction items are not auctioned casually, but according to each martial artist level. For example, most of the auctions of the 9 Souls auction on Liguang Island are useful for the early stages of the sanctuary and the Great Sanctuary, and there are very few in the middle stage of the Great Sanctuary. Even the later stages of the Great Sanctuary are envious. Almost all of them are at the bottom of the box, such as the blood essence of Xian Tianlang that is going to be auctioned this time. If it is not for the bottom of the box, the 9 Soul auction will not send out the news. For the auction items under the bottom of the box, the auction will usually select a few to send out news to attract warriors. Every item was auctioned off, and Han Feng was a little bored. Wang Lai smiled and said, "Brother Han, how about calling some dancing girls if you're bored?" Wang Yan's eyes widened. "What dancer are you looking for? You are not allowed to learn badly for me at a young age." Wang Lai shut up embarrassingly. Han Feng shook his head. "No need, looking at the auction price, I'm afraid it will soon be your turn to auction the Lingshu grass." As soon as the words fell, Jin Buxiu's voice sounded. "The 63rd auction item Lingshu Cao has a reserve price of 100 middle-grade low-grade holy stones, and each bid shall not be less than 1 middle-grade low-grade holy stone. Don't look at the small number of 100, this is the middle-grade holy stone. Liguang Island has middle-grade holy stones, all of which are powerful in the Great Sanctuary. The middle-grade holy stones in the hands of these great sanctuaries are only hundreds of thousands. There are only the 4 major families and the island owner who can freely squander the middle-grade holy stone. As an intermediate holy grass level, Lingshu grass has a lot of competition, and it broke through to the number of 300 in a short period of time. At this point, the speed of competition gradually slowed down, but even so, Ling Xucao's bid quickly exceeded 400. At this time, the people who were still bidding were basically second only to the strength of the four major families, and there were middle-term masters of the great sanctuary in the family. You can take action. Han Feng suddenly said. Wang Yan was very trusting, and immediately sold the price of 450. Directly raising 50 pieces, no doubt immediately quelled the rest of the warriors who participated in the auction. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / What? Raise 50 at once? It's actually increased by 50 at once. Who is so squandering? It's the 4th floor. When these warriors discovered that the competition for Ling Xucao turned out to be a private room on the 4th floor, Chi gasped. Some warriors who originally had angry expressions on their faces immediately restrained their anger. Those who can be on the 4th floor are either the peak of the sanctuary or the elders of the 4 major families of Liguan Island. These are not things they can provoke at will. For a while, no one said a word. Jean Bouchot glanced resentfully at the private room where Han Feng was, and thought that Ling Xucao would be able to auction at a high price of around 500 or even nearly 600. Who would have thought that no one would dare to continue to compete because of such a deal? Just when Jean Bouchot thought the matter was settled, a voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. 500 middle-grade holy stones. Everyone's eyes swiped to look at the past. Who is so bold and dare to compete with the 4th floor bully? Don't want to live anymore? Han Feng's eyes were also condensed. Wang Yan looked at Han Feng hesitantly, and Han Feng said, continue to increase the price. Wang Yan immediately called out the 505 middle-grade holy stones. Jean Bouchot's face was overjoyed. The initial estimate of Ling Xucao was about 550. Now they can't lose money. In a private room on the 3rd floor, a woman looked angry and was about to continue to increase the price, but a man next to her stopped it. Sister, don't forget our purpose this time, don't be too conspicuous. The Holy One from the light found out that we had escaped, and our purpose would not be achieved. Next to the man, an old man in a grey robe coughed lightly. Second young master is right, that old man Li Guang looks like a gentleman, but in fact he is the most bullying, fearing hardship, and timid as a mouse. If he knew that we were coming, he would definitely run away. Hearing the words, the woman had to endure it and muttered, Uncle Ling is a strong man at the peak of the sanctuary. We should also go to the 4th floor. Look at those stray eyes, as if we are looking for death. The man smiled softly. Ignore what those people are doing, they don't know that there is a peak of the sanctuary around us, not to mention that we can't go to the 4th floor. Uncle Ling agreed, yes, this is the 9 Souls auction house after all. Although it is a branch, there are also some treasures that can detect people's cultivation. We are very easy to be exposed as sea monsters. The 4th floor is too eye-catching. Those auctions the warriors of the auction house will not fail to scan. Only the number of people on the 3rd floor is not much or not. As long as the warriors of the auction house are careless, we are more careful. It is almost impossible to see our body and cultivation base. The woman sighed. Ling Xucao is very important to me, and it is the key to my breakthrough in the great sanctuary. It's a pity. A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. What a pity. Uncle Ling has just used the power of Yuanshan to investigate. The other party is only in the late stage of the great sanctuary. It should be a member of the 4 major families. After the old guy, kill this kid and grab Ling Xucao. Hey, it's better for the second brother to treat me. The woman cheered and leaned on the man, and the man smiled dotingly. You are my sister, who will treat you if you don't? In the private room on the 4th floor. Seeing that Han Feng's face was wrong, Wang Yan wondered, "Big brother Han?" Han Feng eased his face and said, "It's nothing." However, in his heart, Han Feng was extremely dignified. If it was an ordinary great sanctuary, it would be impossible to discover the peak of the sanctuary, but Han Feng was not an ordinary great sanctuary. Han Feng's primordial spirit is still the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary, but because of the Jianshan fire tower, Han Feng's primordial spirit has changed a little bit. As long as it is not overwhelming, Han Feng can feel the primordial spirit. God's investigation of him. Who is it? Han Feng thought hard, because the Jiuyantianhua pagoda had not recovered. Han Feng had no way to let Xiaopeng help him to perceive. Forget it, no matter who he is, looking at the level of the primordial spirit, this person should only be at the level of the second and third levels of the sanctuary peak. As long as he is not the kind of genius who is invincible at the same level, I can handle it completely. Even if he is invincible at the same level. Genius, it's not a problem for me to escape. Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a lot more at ease. But this is like a thorn in Han Feng's heart after all. Liguang Island's strongest Liguang saint is said to be only the peak cultivation base of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Where did the peak of the sanctuary come from? Item after item was auctioned off, and soon halftime came. At this time, the difference between the 4 layers is reflected. The warriors under the sanctuary on the first floor were ignored at all. The warriors in the private rooms on the second and third floors could get the food carefully prepared by the 9 Souls auction house, but they needed to pay for holy stones. Compared with the second tier, the third tier only has a 50% discount, and the fourth tier is completely free. In the private room where Han Feng was, Han Feng looked at the dancing girls in front of him and threw his eyebrows at him and was speechless. In front of Han Feng, there was a table of rare and exotic fruits, and a shocking aroma permeated out. "Sir, do you want our sisters to massage you?" A pair of beautiful sisters came over. Not only Han Feng, Wang Lai and Wang Yan also received the same treatment, but it was a pair of beautiful twins who served Wang Yan. Wang Yan's face blushed. No need. That said, Wang Yan still took a peek at it from time to time. He was so big that he had never really made out with other men except for his younger brother. It was also the first time that Wang Lai had experienced such a battle, and his nostrils were about to smoke. Han Feng waved his hands again and again. "No, let's go out, so are those dancers." Sister Hua did not dare to refute, so she had to step back when she heard the words. When the last dancer left, the 3 of Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. There is still an hour before the second half of the auction starts. These spiritual fruits will not be eaten for nothing. The 3 of Han Feng immediately started. These spirit fruits tasted better to Han Feng, but they were different to Wang Yan and Wang Lai. Not long after, Wang Yan felt a scorching energy rise from her dantian, and suddenly sat cross-legged, as did Wang Lai. Han Feng smiled lightly. "Are you going to break through?" "Looks like this, I can only auction off by myself in the second half." Time passed quickly, and the second half of the auction began. Jean Bouchot's face was solemn. Friends who have participated in the 9 Souls auction should all know that the second half of the 9 Souls auction will come to the finale items. Now the old man announces that the auction of the 80th item, Yan Lai Gun, will start. The base price is 1,000 middle grade holy stones. The Yan Lai spear is a good holy weapon, and it happens to be a fire attribute. Unfortunately, it is only a medium-grade holy weapon, which is useless to me. Han Feng shook his head and didn't care. Now the holy artifact that can attract Han Feng is at least high-grade and low-grade. After the auction of several items, Han Feng's expression was shocked. The item to be auctioned this time is the blood essence of Xian Tianlang that Han Feng wants to get no matter what. Jean Bouchot looked around for a week and said loudly, "The next auction is the blood of the Xian Sirius." Everyone who is present must know how powerful the blood of the Xian Sirius is, so the reserve price is 5,000 middle-grade holy stones. Each auction shall not be less than 100 middle-grade holy stones. The third one. Ask for basic flowers. Hiss. 5,000 holy stones, too many. Crazy/read/novel winky face. The reserve price is so much. Many warriors were in an uproar. With so many holy stones, who is qualified to compete besides the 4 major families? Even if the 4 major families bid for it, I am afraid that it will hurt the vitality. It should be noted that this is the reserve price, and the transaction price is absolutely impossible to be only 5,000 middle-grade holy stones. Some warriors speculate that the final transaction price is likely to exceed 10,000 middle-grade holy stones. Jean Bouchot coughed a few times, and when the uproar on the first floor gradually subsided, Jean Bouchot said, "Everyone, the Xian Sirius clan has the worst bloodline and is a first-time high-level saint. This reserve price is not high. If it weren't for the small amount of blood essence I got this time, and because it is a Xian Tianlang that has not fully grown, the essence contained in the blood essence is not complete, and it would not be my turn to leave the Light Island branch to auction. The blood essence contains the inheritance essence of the Xian Sirius clan. The Xian Sirius, which has not yet fully grown, naturally does not have the most perfect essence in the blood essence. Some want to learn from the essence of blood essence to make breakthroughs." The martial artist of the sanctuary was greatly disappointed. However, these warriors soon remembered that even if they did not contain the true essence of the Xian Heavenly Wolf clan, they were bloodlines above the high-level holy rank, and they were not at the peak of the sanctuary. Thinking of this, they became excited again, but the reserve price of 5,000 was still blocking them like a hurdle. In the auction house, no one bid aloud for a long time. 5,000, too high. In the end, a voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor, 5,500 middle-grade holy stones. "Old Master Sun Bailey, I hope you all show some respect." Sun Bailey? It's actually him? Sun Saint realizes that the sanctuary of creation is the roar of angry wolves, and the blood of the Xian Tianlang is indeed very important to him. Sun Xingzhe is already a powerhouse of the 3rd level of the Great Sanctuary. I wonder if there will be someone competing with him. The warriors in the 1st floor hall were talking a lot. Anyway, they are not qualified to compete for the blood of the Xian Sirius, so they might as well watch the fun. Not just the 1st floor. The same is true for the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor, which does not need the blood of Xian Tianlang, is also joking as if watching a lively event. "Humph, what are you, Sun Bailey? Why should we give you face? The Great Sanctuary Triple Heaven is by no means weak in Liguang Island, but where is this place?" "This is Liguang City, the 9 Souls Auction House. I don't know how many great sanctuaries gathered here to participate in the auction, and there are definitely not a few people above the 3rd heaven of Great Sanctuary. There are many of these warriors who need the blood of Xian Sirius, so how can they give Sun Boli face? 6,000 middle-grade holy stones. A private room on the 3rd floor directly raised 500 middle-grade holy stones. Sun Bailey was annoyed. 6,500. 7,000. 7,002. 7,003. 7,005. 8,000. More and more people joined the competition, and Sun Bailey gave up sullenly. Even though he paid all his belongings, he did not have so many middle-grade holy stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of Xian Sirius blood essence has increased by more than 10,000. But at this moment, a gloomy voice came from a private room on the 4th floor. "In the severe cold of Xiashi, there are 12,000 middle-grade holy stones. I hope you will stop fighting for them." Xuanhuan. Everyone was horrified, and some 3rd-level warriors who were still competing did not dare to say a word for a while. "Who is Xuanhuan? That is Li Guang Saint's crony, Li Guang City's chief general manager and guard leader, and his cultivation base has broken through to the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. It is the existence of Li Guang Island, second only to Li Guang Saint. Such a strong person said such words directly, who would dare to bid? Jing Buxiu's eyebrows trembled in the first layer. As an auctioneer, Jing Buxiu hates this kind of thing the most. Relying on his identity and cultivation base to threaten others at the auction house, this directly caused huge losses to the auction. Auction at the ideal price. That's Li Guang Island. If it's at the headquarters. With a cold snort in his heart, Jing Buxiu didn't say anything after all. This Xuanhuan was quite kind, and directly stated the price of 12,000 middle-grade holy stones. The initial positioning of the Nine Souls auction house was only about 15,000, but now it is only 3,000 less than the ideal price. Jing Buxiu met a good friend when he was training at the headquarters. When this friend was auctioning, a heaven and earth wonders worth 20,000 to 30,000 middle-grade holy stones were only auctioned for 3,000 middle-grade holy stones. The reason is that a sanctuary peak Jizongshan powerhouse directly threatened others. The peak of the sanctuary Jizongshan is second only to the existence of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and naturally no one dares to really resist. However, Jing Buxiu also knew that this sanctuary peak Jizongshan was assassinated in the end, and the murderer was some powerhouse at the headquarters of the Nine Souls auction. 12,000 middle-grade holy stones, is there anyone else? Jing Buxiu shouted weakly. Jing Buxiu knew that if there was no accident, the blood of the Xian heavenly wolf would probably belong to Xuanhuan. Just when Jing Buxiu thought the overall situation was set, a voice suddenly came from a private room on the 4th floor, 1,500 middle-grade holy stones. Everyone who thought the overall situation had been decided was suddenly surprised, and looked at it in surprise, and found that the competition with Xuanhuan was also a 4th-level warrior, and it was the private room where Ling Xucao was auctioned before. Xuanhuan's face turned cold in an instant, and a cold voice came out, 1,600. 1,700. Compared with Xuanhuan, Han Feng's voice was lazy. To talk about middle-grade holy stones, Han Feng doesn't have so many in his hands, but Han Feng has top-grade holy stones. The terrible exchange rate between the above-grade holy stone and the middle-grade holy stone is completely sufficient to pay. It's too bold, even Xuanhuan dares to fight. What is the origin of the warriors in this private room? The elders of the 4 major families would never dare to confront Xuanhuan. Yes, not to mention that the elders of the 4 major families are not as powerful as Xuanhuan, even if they are comparable to Xuanhuan. The one standing behind Xuanhuan is the Saint Li Guang. Many warriors were still somewhat dissatisfied with Xuanhuan's previous domineering. At this moment, seeing Xuanhuan being provoked, they gloated. Under the constant competition between Han Feng and Xuanhuan, the price of Xian Tianlong's blood essence exceeded 20,000 middle-grade holy stones. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. Rao was as confident as Li Guang Saint, and there were only so many middle-grade holy stones in his hand, and he couldn't take out any more. As soon as the power of Yuanshan poured out, Xuanhuan wanted to see who was going to oppose him. However, when the primordial spirit just came into contact with the other party, Xuanhuan's face turned pale, and his primordial spirit was almost hit hard by a ruthless impact. The power of the other party's primordial spirit is not weaker than mine. Xuanhuan was horrified. The other party, like him, was a master of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Does your excellency really want to fight against me? Your excellency, you must know that there are saints of Li Guang behind me, so don't take your life and leave. Xuanhuan threatened through Yuanshan's voice transmission. Han Feng's Yuanshan also replied through voice transmission. Do you really think it's amazing in the Dasanyu Jizongshan? Han Feng's Yuanshan burst out suddenly, and directly retreated Xuanhuan's Yuanshan. In the private room, Xuanhuan's chest kept heaving and his heart was full of anger. For so many years, no one dared to treat him like this. Xuanhuan's eyes were full of strong killing intent. The first. Feeling so many eyes looking at jokes, Xuanhuan became more and more annoyed, thinking that all this was brought about by Han Feng. Xuanhuan's killing intent towards Han Feng couldn't stop surging. But seeing Jin Buxiu, and thinking that this is the Nine Souls auction house, Xuanhuan had no choice but to take the killing intent back into his stomach. If he provokes Jin Buxiu, he is afraid that it will lead to the arrival of experts from the headquarters of the Nine Souls auction house. However, what Jin Buxiu didn't expect was that Han Feng opened his mouth and said, "Shrink your head toward us? Don't worry, I won't hide in the auction house. You don't have the qualifications to let me hide." This sentence gave everyone the feeling of arrogance, and many people felt that Han Feng was a fool. Behind Xuanhuan is Saint Liguang. This time he came to compete for the blood of Xian Sirius. Maybe it was the order of Saint Liguang behind his back. Now that the blood of the Xian Heavenly Wolf has not been auctioned off, how could the Saint Liguang let someone go easily? Jin Buxiu said in astonishment, "This friend, you." Before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Han Feng. Senior Jin's kindness is accepted by the younger generation, but the younger generation can't stay in the auction house all the time. This. Jin Buxiu sighed, since this is the case, the old man can only wish his friends good luck. Xuanhuan laughed, "Boy, I can't help you if you don't come out." "If you come out." Xuanhuan smiled coldly and left the private room first, obviously planning to wait for the rabbit outside the auction house. Han Feng glanced at Wang Yan and Wang Lai, who had not yet broken through, and called the waitress, "I'll come as soon as I go, and I'll take care of these two children first." "Yes." The waitress bowed her head and agreed. Han Feng knew that Xuanhuan represented Saint Liguang, and maybe Saint Liguang was also rushing towards here, and a conflict was unavoidable. If it is unavoidable, then solve it directly. Outside the auction house. When Han Feng walked out, many eyes fell on Han Feng, and these eyes were full of astonishment. Good, so young. Is this guy who doesn't take Xuanhuan in his eyes? How about being young, to be able to enter the fourth floor, at least in the late stage of the Great Sanctuary? In the late stage of the Great Sanctuary, the origin of this guy is not simple. Xuanhuan may have really kicked the iron plate. Xuanhuan's expression also changed, but when he thought that Saint Liguang had been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, Xuanhuan regained his confidence. The sanctuary peak is the first-class powerhouse in the North Central Sea. Ordinary people dare not provoke it easily, even if this guy has an extraordinary origin. He has the title of the peak of the sanctuary behind him, so what is there to fear? Boy, hand over the blood of Xian Sirius, I can pretend that this incident has never happened today. Xuanhuan put his hands behind his back and looked directly at Han Feng. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to make a move, make a move. Since the blood of Xian Tianlang has already been in my hands, it is impossible to hand it over. The mad boy, it's just the early days of the eighth heaven of the great sanctuary. Xuanhuan's face slammed, and the surging Saint Yuan rushed out like a tornado. The big tablet cracks the hand. Xing Yuan surged, turned into a giant palm, and slammed it towards Han Feng. All the warriors who were horrified retreated with the cold air. Until this time, some warriors who were still watching Xuanhuan's jokes discovered that Xuanhuan had already stepped into the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. How is this possible? It was only in the early stage of the 8th heavenly layer of the great sanctuary more than 10 years ago. If things go on like this, isn't Xuanhuan expected to become the pinnacle of the sanctuary in the future? Some of the warriors who were laughing at Xuanhuan before all shut up. The sanctuary peak and the great sanctuary are 2 levels. They dare to laugh at Xuanhuan, who is still the great sanctuary, but if Xuanhuan has stepped into the sanctuary peak, then. Humph. Xuanhuan's palm does contain a terrifying majesty. The power of this palm has vaguely exceeded the limit of the great sanctuary, but Han Feng just snorted. Holy Flame Emperor Fist. The terrifying flame shot up into the sky and turned into a phantom of the Emperor. The Emperor's huge flame fist swung out suddenly, rushing towards the giant palm in the sky like a shooting star. Boom! Like two dazzling stars, colliding together, the heart-pounding aftermath of energy suddenly spread around, and the space shook. I didn't expect that the sanctuary's unique knowledge that your kid displayed is not low. Unfortunately, you only have the cultivation base of the 8th stage. Xuanhuan smiled disdainfully. It is true that his large tablet-cracking hand can only be regarded as middle class in the middle-grade sanctuary, and it is not comparable to the top of the Holy Flame Emperor Fist, but the gap in cultivation is enough to make up for this deficiency, and even surpass it. Broken! Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and the giant palm gradually pressed down the flaming giant fist, as if it could smash the giant fist into pieces at any time. Everyone can see that the current situation is extremely unfavorable for Han Feng. Everyone looked at Han Feng's face, but found that Han Feng's face did not change much. Even if he fell into the disadvantage now, he was still indifferent. At this moment, Han Feng made a move. The silver-white flame bloomed like a lotus flower, and as soon as the flame came out, the space made a shishi sound, as if it could not bear such a flame. The temperature of the space rose suddenly, and the expressions of some warriors who were also fire attribute changed greatly. They were horrified to find that the fire attribute Saint Yuan in their bodies trembled. This is the high-grade holy fire. A warrior said with difficulty. Only the high-grade holy fire will have such an impact on their sanctuary and the great sanctuary. High-grade holy fire, generally speaking, it is the flame that only the peak of the holy realm can master. This is as if a 3-year-old child picked up a large sword that weighed hundreds of pounds, making people feel incredible. Wrong. Han Feng faintly spit out a word, and the silver-white flame instantly merged into the phantom of the Flame Emperor in the sky. The Flame Emperor roared suddenly, with more majesty. The high-grade holy fire is integrated into the Holy Flame Emperor Fist, even if the fit between the two sides is not too high. The power of this punch is infinitely close to that of the slightly weaker high-grade and low-grade sacred arts. The huge flame fist suddenly increased a lot, as if from a marble to the size of a ping-pong ball in an instant, increasing countless times. At the same time as the increase in size, the giant flame fist continued to rotate, like a vortex. It directly swallowed the giant palm. Under Xuanhuan's unbelievable and shocking gaze, the Emperor Fist of the Holy Flame finally swallowed the large tablet-cracking hand. No. It's impossible, I don't believe it. Xuanhuan roared loudly. The flaming giant fist ignored Xuanhuan's roar and unwillingness. After swallowing the large tablet-cracking hand, the flaming giant fist slammed into Xuanhuan unabated. Not good. Xuanhuan was terrified and hurriedly retreated, but the Emperor Fist's offensive was chasing after him. The two sides had not made direct contact. The terrifying temperature made Xuanhuan sweat profusely, as if he had just walked out of the river jumped out. Xuanhuan could sense the horror contained in the giant flame fist behind him, like a beast that devoured people. Xuanhuan knew that once he was swallowed into it, he would definitely die. Destroy. Suddenly, a shocking gloomy voice sounded in the sky, and the giant flame fist seemed to be pinched by something invisible, unable to move at all. The flaming giant fist gradually shrank, and finally it was directly crushed into ashes. Han Feng stared at the sky. I don't know when, a middle-aged man appeared in the sky, his eyes full of evil spirits. Saint Liguang. Some warriors also saw the middle-aged man and cried out in horror. The third one. Saint Liguang is here after all. How did Liguang Saint do it? I'm quite sure that the fire fist just now is powerful enough to kill the great sanctuary, even if it is the great sanctuary Jizongshan. Could it be? An incredible idea appeared in everyone's mind. No. No, it's so easy for the great sanctuary to advance to the peak of the sanctuary. How many people have been trapped for 100 or 200 years, and they have not even broken through for hundreds of years? I remember that the Liguang Saint was only decades ago. Stepping into the peak of the half-step sanctuary, and the Saint Liguang was over 1,400 years old when he stepped into this level. Such an age is impossible to break through without 200 or 300 years, and it is normal to have no breakthrough even before sitting. Extremely, how? Regardless of whether these warriors believe it or not, they cannot stop the fact that Saint Liguang is already a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary. Han Feng looked up at Saint Liguang, and did not reveal the fear that Saint Liguang imagined. Peak sanctuary? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Many warriors were only suspicious and not sure, but when Han Feng said so himself, everyone took a breath. In the hearts of everyone, Han Feng's power is second only to the peak of the sanctuary, and his words cannot be wrong. Some eyesight. Liguang Saint said lightly, which confirmed the suspicions of many warriors. Xuanhuan came to the back of Saint Liguang in fear, almost. It was only a matter of time before he would fall. Thinking that he almost died, Xuanhuan looked at Han Feng with fear, even if there was Saint Liguang around him, a peak powerhouse in the sanctuary. Not long after Sage Liguang broke through the peak of the sanctuary, the powerful power brought Sage Liguang infinite confidence. This seat does not want to bully the younger generation. As long as you hand over the blood of the Xian Sirius, this seat will let you go. Han Feng's face did not change at all. Impossible. Junior, don't you think that this seat really doesn't dare to take action against you? Even if you have a reputation for bullying the junior, you are the first to provoke the junior, and no one can tell you. I'll ask you one more question. Are you willing to hand over the blood of the Xian Sirius? Liguang Saint stared at Han Feng, his expression gradually gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In response, only Han Feng's silence. The surrounding warriors were shocked for a while. Is this guy's head nod? No matter how arrogant he is, he can't be arrogant in front of the peak of the sanctuary. The peak of the sanctuary is much stronger than the big sanctuary, and the first entry into the peak of the sanctuary is enough for the fist smashed the ordinary great sanctuary Jizongshan. In the crowd, the woman next to Uncle Ling said disdainfully, human geniuses are indeed a bunch of maddened brainless idiots. The man smiled and said, isn't that right? When the old guy Liguang kills that kid, we will capture Liguang, not only to avenge you, little sister, but also to achieve our goal. Uncle Ling stroked his white beard. Second young master, don't worry, this old man is at the peak level of the sanctuary's peak second level heaven, and he will make a sneak attack with all his strength. In the Nine Souls auction house, Jin Buxiu shook his head. I didn't expect that Saint Liguang has been promoted to the peak of the sanctuary, so this old man can't protect this young man. Alas, after all, it is a young man. I don't know how to converge. How many geniuses are there? That's how it fell. Junior, this is what you asked for. Liguang Saint did not use the sanctuary technique, and it was too cheap to use the sanctuary technique to deal with a mere great sanctuary. But what Liguang Saint did not expect was a flaming lotus blossomed and burst, and the terrifying flames rolled up a firestorm, which devoured his Xingyuan palm abruptly. The slightly narrowed eyes of Saint Liguang suddenly widened. Impossible. How could this be? Many warriors seemed to see the sun coming out from the west. Unbelievable. 2. It's shocking. What kind of pervert is this guy? It's enough to easily crush the 8th level peak of the great sanctuary like Xuanhuan, and even resist a blow from the peak of the sanctuary like Liguang Saint. Already. It's really incredible, but Saint Liguang was just a random blow and didn't use all his strength. It's hard to say what the final result will be. Many warriors thought that Han Feng's shot at the peak of the sanctuary would definitely end, but now it seems that the final result is still unknown. Jin Buxiu's face showed a strange look. with the great sanctuary fighting against the peak of the sanctuary, even the 9 soul saints can hardly cultivate such a genius. What is the origin of this young man? Looking for death. Liguang Saint became angry, and the sanctuary's unique skills broke out. Liguang Silver Wolf Claw. The half-step high-grade sanctuary secret technique broke out, the sky was gloomy, and a silver giant claw exuding endless killing intent descended from the sky. Liguang Saint's cultivation base is not the great sanctuary 9th layer, but the sanctuary peak. Although Han Feng is very surprised, but only the cultivation base of the sanctuary peak 1st layer's early stage makes Han Feng not have much fighting spirit, and even some too lazy to fight. Thinking that Wang Lai and his brother were still meditating to break through, Han Feng planned to make a quick decision. Aurorat Songyan quickly condensed in Han Feng's hands. Void immortal body, congeal. Fusion. The peak of the virtual immortal body is not weaker than the top-level top-notch skills of the middle rank, and it is integrated into the Aurorat Songyan, and its power is not weaker than that of the upper rank and lower middle class. Han Feng's cultivation began to skyrocket in the eyes of countless people, and in a blink of an eye, it surpassed the level of the great sanctuary. However, this is not over yet, the silver-white flame burns even more prosperously, and a loud shout comes from Han Feng's mouth, Void Immortal Snake Dragon Finger. The silver-white flame turned into a giant flaming snake that covered the sky and slammed into the sky with silver claws. The Void Immortal Snake Dragon Finger was originally equivalent to a half-step high-grade and low-grade sanctuary. It can be said that the outbreak of Han Feng at this moment is not an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the initial stage of the 2nd level of the peak of the ordinary sanctuary. In the sky, under the shocking gazes of countless warriors, a giant snake seemed to be fighting with a giant wolf. The two giant beasts only stalemate for a moment, and the giant wolf was swallowed by the giant snake. With the cultivation base of Saint Liguang, if the comprehension of the sanctuary's secret knowledge really reaches the top grade and low grade, and if it is not the bottom but the lower middle class, the Saint Liguang can completely compete with the current Han Feng. Unfortunately, the Liguang Silver Wolf Claw is only a half-step high quality. Half-step high grade and real high grade, even if it is only a half-step difference, in fact, it is a world of difference. The giant snake devoured the giant wolf, where would it give up, and meandered towards the Holy One of Liguang. The speed of the giant snake looked very slow, but in fact it appeared in front of Saint Liguang in a blink of an eye like a teleportation. But at this moment, Saint Liguang threw a ball and quickly retreated, the ball exploded, and the energy storm swept out and slammed into the mouth of the giant snake. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, this is. Saint Liguang gritted his teeth and said, Junior, this seat will not let you go. This round bead looks inconspicuous, but it actually contains terrifying power, which Saint Liguang obtained by accident. Once the ball exploded, the power it exploded would be enough to hit the mid-level powerhouse of the sanctuary. It's just a pity that it was too far away from the ball in the hands of the holy light, which caused a lot of energy in it to dissipate, and as a result, it could only erupt with a power comparable to the peak of the sanctuary's peak. The first clan. This round bead has always been used by the saints of Liguang as life-saving and in people, and it was originally intended to kill several sanctuary peaks in the 2nd and 3rd levels to snatch their remnants. If you get the resources they left behind, maybe your cultivation will further step into the 2nd level heaven of the peak of the sanctuary, even the 3rd level heaven, and it is not hopeless. Anyway, the peak of the sanctuary has 4,000 years of life, and he has more than 2,000 years from the Saint of Light to reach a higher level. However, where did the Saint Liguang think that today was so wasted? The Saint Liguang hated his teeth. The giant snake gradually disappeared. In any case, the collision between the Void Immortal Snake Dragon Finger and the Liguang Silver Wolf Claw still caused the Void Immortal Snake and Dragon to consume a lot of energy. Explosion, it is not far from collapsing. A group of warriors swallowed and spit, and the whole world was silent. Although they had expected that Han Feng would be a difficult character, they also did not expect that Han Feng almost killed the peak of the sanctuary, which was the peak of the sanctuary. It's too terrifying, this lord is using a high-grade sanctuary secret? Han Feng's combat power made them unconsciously change the name of Han Feng and rose to the rank of adults. Han Feng's performance was also good before, but after all, it did not reach the level of killing the peak of the sanctuary. No. Not sure. These warriors are a group of sanctuaries and great sanctuaries. The great sanctuary is still mostly in the early and middle stages, and their knowledge is limited. Only a few people understood. Jing Bushou's shocked expression gradually disappeared, and he muttered to himself, whether it is the sanctuary peculiarity that improves the cultivation level or the sanctuary peculiarity that turns into a flaming serpent, it has not yet reached the top grade level. But the holy fire level that integrates into the sanctuary's peculiar knowledge is too high. It is very high, and it has a very high degree of compatibility with the sacred knowledge, which is why the Saint Li Guang was almost killed. This young man is very powerful. There is absolutely no such strong genius in the central North Sea. Could it be from the mainland? Is it the central continent or the North Continent? In the sky, although Saint Li Guang hated to death, he did not dare to act rashly. Just when everyone thought that the two were about to start their second battle, two figures burst out from the crowd, one of them rushed towards the Saint Li Guang, and the other was towards Han Feng. Breaking waves and spiraling out. Magic sea octopus. Impossible. How is it you? Li Guang Saint saw who was coming at this moment. A look of horror. Under this fright, Saint Li Guang forgot even the basic resistance, which shows how strongly this sudden appearance brought Saint Li Guang a shock. Puff. The old man slammed the body of Saint Li Guang with a heavy palm, and Saint Li Guang's complexion distorted at this moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out, pouring down like a rain of blood, and the whole body fell like a broken rag. Shoot out. Han Feng did not expect that someone would suddenly attack. But as early as the auction house noticed the existence of the sanctuary peak, Han Feng has been very vigilant. After the Li Guang Saint appeared and showed the strength of the sanctuary peak, Han Feng also suspected the Li Guang Saint. It was only after a battle that Han Feng knew that the peak of the sanctuary at the auction house was not the Saint of Li Guang. Because of his vigilance, Han Feng was very alert. At the moment when the sneak attacked, Han Feng Tianhua's armor subconsciously worked. The flame armor was put on Han Feng Majestic, and the sneak attacker grabbed Han Feng with his claws, and Han Feng didn't move. An anti-shock force, accompanied by flames, slammed into the attacker. The sneak attacker groaned and stepped back suddenly, and the whole body was filled with purple-blue water before it was difficult to extinguish the flames on his body. The person who attacked had a look of fear on his face, and panic flashed in his eyes. Damn, this guy still has a hand, what is the flame armor? There is still flame backlash, fortunately I retreated fast, and I have the holy water of my life. If others are attacked like that, 10 of them will be burned to ashes. Second brother, go to hell. Another figure came out, first looking at the sneak attack with a worried look, and then rushing towards Han Feng with a face full of suffocation. You can't do this, little girl. The face of the person who attacked was horrified, and even his dignified great sanctuary almost killed himself under the sneak attack, not to mention the little girl at the level of ordinary sanctuary. The first sneak attack on Han Feng may not have reacted yet, but this time Han Feng has already made preparations. The holy yuan in his body broke out, and the second sneak attack was blown away before he approached, vomiting blood again and again. Miss. The old man who injured Saint Li Guang originally wanted to take advantage of the victory, but found that his young lady and the second young master were in a bad situation. He immediately gave up the idea of capturing the holy man of Li Guang, and turned to rescue his young lady and the second young master. Li Guang Saint climbed up with difficulty, his eyes were full of complexity, he never expected that the most popular would escape because of Han Feng. Junior, go away. The old man's tyrannical Saint Yuan burst out and slammed into Han Feng fiercely. Peak Sanctuary second layer, that's him. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he finally determined that the peak of the sanctuary in the auction house was the old man in front of him. Han Feng Tianhua's armor is getting brighter and brighter, and the flames are burning vigorously. Han Feng swung his palm out, and the two Saint Yuan attacks collided suddenly. With a bang, the energy whirlwind swept out. These whirlwinds swept Han Feng, all of which were blocked by the Skyfire armor. The old man also took the opportunity to grab the man and the woman and quickly retreated, escaping the area ravaged by the whirlwind flames. What's the situation? Saint Liguang was hit hard by a blow? Who is this old man who attacked? The crowd was in an uproar for a while, and they never thought that things would take such a turn. Only a small number of people noticed the panic that flashed on the face of Saint Liguang at the last moment, and they couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the old man and the two young people. At the same time, the strength of the peak of the old man's sanctuary also opened everyone's eyes. Although Liguang Island is not a small island, it is not a large one. Most warriors on the island have never left Liguang Island, so they have never seen the peak of the sanctuary since childhood. For them, the peak of the sanctuary is a legendary existence. Now there are two at first sight. There is also a genius who is comparable to the peak of the sanctuary alone. They can't help but be excited. Why are you here? Saint Liguang said sternly, and Shi Yanhan in the distance was also trembling. Could it be? What do you think? Uncle Ling smiled coldly and stepped out. It was really discovered. Saint Liguang's heart sank, his expression gloomy, and his eyes flickered even more. Uncle Ling didn't look at Saint Liguang again. This old thing has been severely injured by him. There is absolutely no possibility of escape. There are only other guys. Uncle Ling looked at Han Feng, his eyes narrowed. Han Feng's difficulty was beyond Uncle Ling's expectations. He originally thought it was just a great sanctuary that could be executed at will, but he thought. Han Feng's eyes moved. See clan? Uncle Ling was startled and smiled cruelly. Boy, as the old guy Liguang said, he has good eyesight. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / See clan. They are sirens. How is it possible? I didn't feel the siren breath on them at all. Really? How could it be fake? How could this adult tell a lie? Hearing that these people were sea monsters, all the warriors showed panic, and many even fled. They have been impressed by the Kraken for countless years. Powerful, brutal, cruel. As soon as they heard that it was a sea monster, some warriors felt their legs go soft, and they didn't even have the courage to resist. Junior, how did you find out? Uncle Ling was curious at this time. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched. I really can't see the aura on your body, but the woman beside you is different. Han Feng's primordial spirit is not at the level of the ordinary great sanctuary, it is more powerful than other great sages. The power of the Yuanshan in the domain is much sharper. Uncle Ling is the peak of the sanctuary, and Han Feng can't sense it at all. The man is also in the great sanctuary or the late stage of the great sanctuary. It is difficult for Han Feng to find out. But the woman is only an ordinary sanctuary. If you don't get close, it's fine, but when the woman was close to the outbreak of the Holy Yuan before, Han Feng felt a breath of the woman that was different from the martial artist. Han Feng, who had played against the purple-scaled mermaid, guessed the identity of the woman in an instant. So that's the case. Uncle Ling didn't say anything after learning that it was the young lady who exposed their Sikh clan identities. It's not a big place here, so what can you do if you expose these people? Uncle Ling, I want him to die. The woman roared with resentment at this moment. As the youngest palace lord of the One-Eyed Octopus clan, the woman has always been extremely favored. When has she ever been so embarrassed? Uncle Ling smiled bitterly. If he had said before, this matter is covered by the old slave, but now that he has seen Han Feng's strength, everything is difficult to say. It is true that Uncle Ling still has the confidence to kill Han Feng, but if Han Feng runs away, Uncle Ling is not confident that he can leave Han Feng, unless Han Feng flies into the domain of their One-Eyed Octopus. Junior, how about we join forces? But how? Li Guang Saint transmitted his voice to Han Feng. United? We were rivals before, and I don't trust you. Han Feng sneered and refused. Junior, this old man is the old butler of the One-Eyed Octopus clan. He has the second-level cultivation of the peak of the sanctuary. If we don't join hands, we will die here today. Hearing Han Feng's rejection, Li Guang Saint was instantly hurry up. Dead? Don't think that I can't see that these krakens are here for you, the Saint of the Light, I'm just secondary. If I guessed correctly, the krakens don't look good to me just because they didn't bid for Ling Su. Grass. To be able to let the kraken deal with you, you must have more secrets than Ling Xiuzao. If I run away sincerely, these krakens will surely capture you first. But if I concentrate on running away, you think these krakens will catch you. Can you stand me? Han Feng slowly told his guess. The face of Saint Liguang changed in an instant. Saint Liguang didn't expect Han Feng to guess so accurately. Indeed, Saint Liguang already knew the purpose of this One-Eyed Octopus family's old butler to arrest him, and it was because of this that Saint Liguang was full of unwillingness. If it is discovered by the One-Eyed Octopus family, where will he enjoy it? Without those things, with his aptitude, whether he can break through to the middle of the peak of the sanctuary in the future is one thing. Saint Liguan has great ambitions, and his goal is the small perfection of the sanctuary, so he can just give up if he wants to. Say. What is the purpose of these sirens looking for you? Maybe I can consider whether to join you or not. Han Feng faintly transmitted his voice. Saint Liguang knew that the situation was urgent and didn't have so much time to think about it. After thinking about his current situation carefully, Saint Liguang had to suffocate his voice transmission. At the edge of the One-Eyed Octopus's field, dozens of a few years ago, I accidentally discovered a sacred stone dragon vein. Holy stone dragon vein? Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly. It's not that Han Feng has never seen the holy stone dragon vein, just because of this. Could it be a high-grade holy stone dragon vein? Saint Liguang continued to transmit his voice. The dragon veins on this island are middle-grade holy stone dragon veins that are evolving towards high-grade holy stone dragon veins. 1/10 of the holy stones have evolved into high-grade holy stones, and the output is very considerable. Why hasn't such a holy stone dragon vein been discovered? This is what Han Feng is most curious about. Generally, places with holy stone dragon veins are extremely rich in spiritual energy, and it is impossible not to attract the attention of other powerhouses. But these sea monsters couldn't find the one, so they had to come to capture the Saint Liguang. In particular, this holy stone dragon vein is still 1/10 of the holy stone dragon vein that has evolved to the top grade, and the aura around it should be extremely eye-catching. Saint Liguang smiled bitterly, because this dragon vein is sealed in the inner enchantment. I don't know which senior did it so many years ago. This holy stone dragon vein aura can't be released, and it's all condensed and the dragon veins are deep. If this seed hadn't accidentally broken in, I wouldn't have found this holy stone dragon vein. Han Feng suddenly realized that this is the case, so it makes sense. And many more. The spiritual energy could not be distributed, and all gathered in the depths of the dragon veins. Could it be that? Han Feng's eyes lit up at Saint Li Guang. Li Guang's sage endured the urge to fan Han Feng to death and said, yes, because the spiritual energy cannot be released, it is all concentrated in the depths of the dragon veins to form the dragon vein holy spring. As long as your excellency promises to jointly kill this old octopus, I can take you there. The reason why this seat can break through to the peak of the sanctuary within a few decades is because of the holy spring of the dragon vein. This time, Han Feng was really moved. The conditions for the formation of the dragon vein holy spring are very strange. When the spiritual energy in the holy stone dragon vein cannot be distributed for various reasons, by being sealed or affected by external conditions or its own problems, it will gather together at the bottom of the dragon vein, and finally because of it is too rich and liquefies from gas to liquid, eventually forming a holy spring. The dragon vein holy spring has two major effects. The first one is because the purest holy gas is liquefied, so after absorbing it, it can enhance the cultivation of the strong in the sanctuary. The second is to improve the qualifications of the sanctuary powerhouses. Perhaps this improvement is not much, but for the sanctuary powerhouses, this small increase in qualifications may allow them to enter a new dimension. For example, the Saint Li Guang was originally only a mid-level and middle-level holy aptitude. It stands to reason that although such aptitude is expected to be at the peak of the sanctuary, the probability is extremely small. It is not bad to be able to break through when the deadline is approaching. But now the aptitude of the Saint Li Guang has been improved to about the intermediate and high level, the probability of breaking through the peak of the sanctuary has greatly increased, and the improvement of the cultivation base of the holy spring of the dragon vein, so it has entered the peak of the sanctuary in a short period of time. Okay, I promise to join forces, but I have to take me there, otherwise. Han Feng glared. Have the terms been negotiated? Uncle Ling's playful voice came. With so many years of experience of Uncle Ling, there is no way to see that Han Feng and Saint Li Guang are secretly transmitting their voices. At this moment, Uncle Ling can also imagine what price Saint Li Guang paid. Uncle Ling did not mean to stop it, but was happy to fulfill it. Only when the two take the initiative to attack, Uncle Ling has the confidence to leave Han Feng, otherwise Han Feng runs away. Uncle Ling can only catch Uncle Ling first, and with Han Feng's previous performance, this time is enough to run very far. Almost impossible to catch. The third one. Uncle Ling did not take Han Feng and Li Guang's sage into his eyes. Li Guang's saint has been severely injured by him before, and the strength he can exert now is only able to suppress the level of the great sanctuary. As for Han Feng's strength, although Uncle Ling was surprised, he was not sure to leave Han, who escaped wholeheartedly. Wind. But if there is a head-on collision, Uncle Ling is not afraid of Han Feng, and even has the confidence to kill Han Feng with this. What if he has a combat power comparable to the second level of the peak of the sanctuary? He is already the peak of the second level of the sanctuary. If he transforms into his body and then uses the unique skills of the sanctuary, his strength will only be stronger. Crazy! Nowhere did Saint Li Guang see that Uncle Ling's gaze towards him was full of contempt, and even if he was afraid of the Xi clan, Saint Li Guang was truly angry at this moment. Li Guang's silver wolf claw. Tricks of carving insects. Uncle Ling shouted disdainfully. With a wave of his sleeve robe, Xuanhuan burst out and blasted away with a gust of wind. Puff. The Saint Li Guang was hit hard, and now he can't resist the blow of Uncle Ling, and he was blasted again immediately. You haven't shot yet. Li Guang's saint roared angrily. But at this moment, Han Feng moved. Void Immortal Snake and Dragon Finger. Han Feng took advantage of the gap where Uncle Ling just broke out of Saint Yuan. At this moment, Uncle Ling's Saint Yuan has just erupted, and he is in a state where the old force has gone and the new force has not yet been born. Seeing Han Feng's blow, Uncle Ling did not show a surprised look, but smiled lightly. One-eyed domain, congeal. The power of the water blue domain expanded at this moment, covering Han Feng and Liguang Saint in the blink of an eye. Over the center of the field, a huge pupil slowly opened, emitting a faint green light. The pupils turned, suddenly staring at the giant snake condensed by the silver-white flame. The giant snake seemed to let out a faint scream, and suddenly collapsed. At the same time, Uncle Ling's domain suppression attacked Saint Liguang and Han Feng. The Saint Liguang was knocked into the air, and after finally stabilizing his body and staggering to his feet, he was directly suppressed by this domain, and his cultivation base was also suppressed and fell from the peak of the sanctuary. Liguang Saint is injured in itself, and now he has been suppressed and his cultivation has plummeted. I am afraid that the strength that can really be exerted will be able to deal with the ordinary great sanctuary. Uncle Ling showed a smile, and now everything is going according to his rhythm. Expanding the power of the domain, Uncle Ling's own strength has improved. Although it has not reached the level of the peak sanctuary, it is far more than the peak of the sanctuary. However, in the next instant, Uncle Ling's expression changed. The sky-high silver-white flames slammed into his one-eyed domain constantly, and the flames like spider webs covered the domain barrier. Uncle Ling was startled and angry. Under the suppression of the domain, he still had the power to fight back. Human boy, how can you compete in this old man's domain? I don't know. Uncle Ling sneered, but soon Uncle Ling stopped laughing. Uncle Ling's face was ugly and found that the silver-white flame was actually swallowing his domain. What kind of flame is this? Uncle Ling was finally horrified. As the old housekeeper of the one-eyed octopus family, Uncle Ling never knew that there was still flames that could devour the realm. Uncle Ling was just about to do something, and with a sound of clicking, the domain was so shattered. Liguang Saint lay on the ground dumbfounded, never expecting such a thing to happen. Looking at Han Feng's calm face, for some reason, Liguang Saint shuddered violently. Very well, the old man still underestimates you, but even if there is no domain, the old man is still not something you can compete with. At this moment, Uncle Ling's attention was all on Han Feng. Bo ignored it. Uncle Ling ignored it, but Zhang Erxiao did not forget that the fierce qi machine firmly locked the Saint Liguang. Liguang Saint was annoyed for a while. When did the peak of the dignified sanctuary fall to the point where he was stared at by the great sanctuary and dared not move? After sensing the situation in his body, Saint Liguang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Today, he is really not much stronger than the great sanctuary. Breaking waves and spiraling out. The endless ocean currents surged out, gathered together and continuously rotated, and the speed of rotation even gradually distorted the space. Die! Uncle Ling roared, and the powerful attack cut through the space and slammed into the Korean wind. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the holy flame battle body suddenly appeared at this moment, and a roar at Songyan also merged into it at the same time. Boom boom boom. Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again at this moment. Uncle Ling was also shocked by its strong aura. Breaking the heavenly fist. At this moment, the 36th vibrational power erupted in unison, and like a tsunami, it rushed towards the rapidly rotating water flow. At the moment when the vibration force and the water flow collided, the entire Liguang city instantly seemed to be raining heavily. Not enough. Han Feng snorted. Because the domain was broken, Uncle Ling's cultivation level fell from far beyond the second level to the peak of the second level. However, the display of high-grade and low-level sanctuary secrets such as breaking waves and spiral destruction made Uncle Ling's combat power at this moment not at all weaker than ordinary sanctuary peaks around the late third stage. This is still the level of breaking waves and spiral destruction, which is not very high level among high-grade and low-grade. Otherwise, at least the combat power will reach the peak of the triple heaven, and it is not impossible to surpass the triple heaven. Although Han Feng's battle strength at this moment is strong, he still cannot reach the late stage of the sanctuary peak Santian. Immediately, Han Feng integrated Aurora Tsangyan into Do Pujintian Fist. The invisible vibrational power also contained the power of fire at this moment. What? Puff. When Han Feng integrated Aurora Tsangyan into Do Pujintian Fist, the power of Do Pujintian Fist soared, reaching an unbelievable level. Uncle Ling felt the powerful force coming from the opposite side, and panic instantly rose in his heart. No. How is it possible? The vibrational force slammed into Uncle Ling like a storm. Uncle Ling shouted badly, turned around and was about to run away. However, the speed of the vibrational force was too fast, and Uncle Ling was completely swallowed as soon as he turned around. Only when Uncle Ling let out a scream, he was directly smashed into a rain of blood by the vibration force. Oops! Zhang Ershao never expected that Uncle Ling, who had the upper hand just now, would be killed like this. He immediately reacted to their current situation, and immediately dragged his younger sister to flee. I can't escape. To deal with Zhang Ershao, Han Feng doesn't need to use such a powerful sanctuary. With one move of the immortal Hunter Dragon Palm, the terrifying power has already made Zhang Ershao's expression change in horror. Suddenly, Zhang Ershao roared and turned into a huge purple-blue octopus, with one eye flashing a faint green light. Transformed into his body, Zhang Ershao's strength leaped from the seventh heaven of the Great Sanctuary to the ninth heaven of the Great Sanctuary, vaguely even surpassing it. Bloodlines are pretty good, but unfortunately. Seeing that the opponent's body strength has improved so much, Han Feng knows that the opponent's bloodline is at least an advanced primary saint level. Unfortunately, in front of him, such a bloodline has no advantage. The immortal Hunter Dragon Palm hit the huge octopus fiercely, and the octopus was blasted into powder without even humming. By this time only Zhang Xiaomei was left. Zhang Xiaomei was so frightened that Uncle Ling and the second brother died in front of her, which was something Zhang Xiaomei never thought about. Devil, you are a demon. Zhang Xiaomei came back to her senses and roared at Han Feng. The first. Devil? Not as good as your Xi clan. Han Feng said lightly, about to kill. Zhang Xiaomei also realized that her life was in danger, and hurriedly said, You can't kill me, I'm my father's youngest daughter, killing my father won't let you go. Han Feng was indeed a little hesitant at this moment, but when he thought that Uncle Ling and the second brother in front of him had both died in his hands, and the contradiction between the two sides could no longer be reconciled, Han Feng was determined. No, don't kill me, I can be your servant, and I can give you my body together. Zhang Xiaomei glared at Han Feng, trying to tempt Han Feng. It's a pity that, being used to seeing the stunning looks like Meng Yaqing and Lin Qingshan, Zhang Xiaomei was extremely ordinary in Han Feng's eyes, and she did not seduce Han Feng at all. Han Feng shot it with a palm, and Zhang Xiaomei fell to her death unwillingly. Gollum. The whole scene was silent, only the voice of Spit Spit came out clearly. The appearance of the Xi clan powerhouse made countless Liguang Island warriors afraid to flee, but there were still many warriors who stayed. These warriors are all at the level of the sanctuary and the Great Sanctuary, and many of them have fought against the Xi clan powerhouses, so they fled everywhere without being frightened. The Xi clan is the great enemy of the human beings in the central and northern seas. Originally, they thought that it would be okay to join forces to fight against the strong Xi clan at the last moment. These warriors looked at Han Feng cautiously, and their attitude and expression were very different from the original ones. This time even Shi Yanhan didn't dare to say anything. Liguang Saint is even more terrified, with such terrifying combat power. If there is no Xi clan strongman, he and this guy will fight to the death or die. At this moment, the Saint Liguang suddenly felt a little grateful for the sudden intervention of the Xi powerhouse. In the auction house, Jin Buxiu was stunned. After a long time, he said, This old man is really self-motivated. Jean Bouchot smiled wryly. Just with this strength, where would he need to live in their auction house, to avoid? Han Feng withdrew his momentum and glanced at Saint Liguang and Xuanhuan. Both of them were very nervous. Han Feng's voice transmission to Liguang's Saint, don't forget the agreement, otherwise. A cold light suddenly flashed in Han Feng's eyes. Liguang's body trembled, and he quickly replied, don't worry, my lord, little one. Never dare to violate the agreement. When will you go, my lord? Liguang's sage used to be called a junior, but now he humbly calls Han Feng an adult. This is the change brought about by strength, which makes Han Feng sigh again. Let's go as soon as you recover. So urgent? Liguang's saint was shocked. Huh? Is there anything wrong? Han Feng snorted coldly. No, no. Liguang's saint wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and lowered his head, but his eyes flickered. Han Feng turned around and left as if he didn't know anything. It was only then that Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. Entering the auction house again, Han Feng's treatment immediately changed. Not only did Jean Bouchot and the others show respect for Han Feng, but other non-auction house warriors also wanted to meet Han Feng, but they were naturally rejected by Han Feng. Having seen Han Feng's powerful combat power, these warriors dare not show any dissatisfaction because of their rejection. Soon, Han Feng's side was clean. In the private room on the 4th floor. Hours passed in a flash. Wang Yan and Wang Lai broke through and woke up one after another. Brother Han, the auction is over? Wang Yan looked at the empty first floor outside and was startled. Han Feng nodded, yes. Then, Han Feng slowly told what happened after the two started to hit the bottleneck. Row was that Wang Yan and Wang Lai had long known that Han Feng was strong and was taken aback. Wang Yan is really glad that her brother saved Brother Han, otherwise. Han Feng said at this time, I am going to the Dragon Vein Holy Spring now, you two will go with me. Let's go too. Wang Yan pointed at her nose with a look of disbelief. Han Feng laughed, of course, don't be so unbelievable. It's the last benefit I'll give you after I leave. But if this is the case, will it affect Brother Han's breakthrough in cultivation? Wang Yan was very moved, but still asked specifically. Han Feng shook his head, how could it have an impact? Do you think that the holy spring of the dragon vessel can be absorbed without limit? With the strength of your two siblings, you can't absorb much at all. I will let you go to the holy spring of the dragon vein to absorb and refine. The main purpose is not to improve. Your cultivation base is to improve your aptitude. Although the foundation will be restored after you go back, the possibility of your qualifications wanting to be promoted to the peak of the sanctuary in the future is less than 1 in 1,000. And if you improve your qualifications in the Dragon Vein Holy Spring, the result is naturally very different. Maybe one day you will also be able to step into the ranks of the sanctuary peak. Then, I would like to thank Brother Han. Wang Lai sincerely thanked him. Half a day later, Han Feng, Liguang Saint and Xuanhuan left Liguang Island. Han Feng learned from the mouth of the Saint Liguang that the place with the Dragon Vein Holy Spring is not large, even the small ones are not comparable, and the distance to Liguang Island is also somewhat close, otherwise the Saint Liguang would never dare to do it like this. 5 people flew over. It should be noted that there are countless crises in the sea in the North Central Sea. If the distance is too far, and you are surrounded by a group of sea monsters during the flight, then it will be over. Even if you don't encounter a sea monster, if you are surrounded by pirates, the result will not be much better. A group of people flew to an empty sea area. The hands of Saint Liguang continued to form seals, and rays of light poured into the opposite void. Soon the space in front of them was distorted, and it slowly retreated like a water curtain. A small building appeared in Han Feng's sight. The size of this building could not even reach 1% of Liguang Island. Li Guang's sage said respectfully, Sir, the holy spring of the dragon vein is in this place, and the outer barrier is a hidden barrier obtained by Xiao by accident, unless the power of the primordial spirit exceeds Xiao's by more than 10 times. 10 times, otherwise you won't be able to find this place. There are no large-scale kraken forces near Liguang Island. The strongest one-eyed octopus family, the strongest is only the peak of the sanctuary. The power of the primordial spirit of the Saint Liguang is at the peak level of the sanctuary. Although the fourth layer of heaven is far more than the first layer of heaven, it cannot reach the gap of more than 10 times. Therefore, this place has not been discovered until now, which led to the one-eyed octopus family who found out that something was wrong and could only go to catch the Saint Liguang alive, wanting to learn everything from the Saint Liguang. Stepping into the middle, looking at the baldness, Han Feng is really hard to imagine that there is a holy stone dragon vein that is about to evolve into a high grade under the desert. The power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out wildly and swept down, but found nothing. Li Guang's saint said quickly, Sir, you can't sweep out anything with the power of your primordial spirit. The holy stone dragon vein is trapped in a large array around it, and can't emit a little energy. If you use your primordial spirit to investigate, it's like hitting a rock. You can only see the holy stone dragon vein when you sink in it yourself. Then you lead the way. Han Feng nodded to indicate Li Guang's saint. Second more. Li Guang's saint blasted a pit on the ground, and a tunnel appeared in front of Han Feng. There was a hint of surprise on Han Feng's face. When he used his Yuanshan to investigate just now, he didn't find that it was a tunnel. Could it be that the big formation covers the entire building? My lord guessed it well. It's precisely because of this that this place has not been discovered for so long. If it wasn't for Xiao Xiao who was chased and killed and had to sneak below, Xiao Xiao would not have discovered that this place contains heaven and earth. Li Guangxing, the person, sighed. Han Feng nodded to show that he understood, and signaled that the holy lightly would continue to lead the way. In the tunnel, the 5 people moved forward unhurriedly. Han Feng glanced at Saint Liguang and created such a tunnel. Saint Liguang obviously found it here for a long time. It took so long to break through from the great sanctuary to the peak of the sanctuary. It seems that the formation of this dragon-veined holy spring is not long. Perhaps the essence of energy contained in this dragon-veined holy spring is not as much as I imagined, and I don't know if it can be. How much will my cultivation be improved? In this thought, Han Feng's body stagnated, and suddenly he felt a trace of spiritual power. A smile appeared on the face of Saint Liguang. Sir, we are about to reach that holy stone dragon vein. The group walked a lot faster, and soon came to the holy stone dragon vein, and the more dense and sticky aura that seemed to be liquefied filled the entire space. No, this can no longer be said to be spiritual energy, but holy energy. But at this moment, Han Feng's face suddenly changed, and a huge coercion came crashing down, actually sealing the Saint Yuan in his body. Saint Liguang! Han Feng shouted loudly, but saw Saint Liguang and Xuanhuan both laughing. Liguang's sage said savagely, Boy, the holy spring of the dragon vein is the hope of the old man's further cultivation, and he can't lose a little bit. Do you think the old man will give it to you easily? Xuanhuan also felt very refreshed. This Fengyuan Great Array controls the energy of the spirit stone dragon veins and does not leak out. It gathers in the depths to form the holy spring of the dragon veins, and it can seal the holy essence of the martial artist's body. Now you are a body in the body. I can't mobilize Xingyuan's great sanctuary. The insult you gave us at the auction house was in my heart. Han Feng coldly swept towards Saint Liguang. You actually already controlled this great formation? Liguang's sage said proudly, Of course, the old man has found that it has been here for decades and nearly 100 years. How can he not grasp the great formation of Fengyuan? Although the Fengyuan Great Array is blocking the Saint Yuan of all the sanctuary powerhouses, the old man is the peak of the sanctuary after all, and the primordial spirit and the holy body have also reached the peak level of the sanctuary, but what about you? Although your combat power is strong, but the old man can see that your primordial spirit and holy body should still stay at the level of the great sanctuary. I don't believe that your primordial spirit and holy body can be as crazy as Saint Yuan. The competition in the Fengyuan Great Array is the primordial spirit and the holy body. You are not the opponent of this old man. Xuanhuan rubbed his fists and said, Sir, leave this guy to your subordinates. Haha, okay, I'll leave it to you. Li Guang's sage laughed. Xuanhuan laughed sinisterly. The thought of killing the perverted genius Han Feng personally made Xuanhuan's blood boil. Boy, if you want to blame it, you are too arrogant. After saying that, Xuanhuan punched Han Feng hard. You step back. Han Feng scolded Wang Yan and his brother, and went up to meet them. Bang bang bang. Han Feng and Xuanhuan collided with each other. A wave of invisible momentum waves bombarded out. This time it was purely a physical contest. The two were completely indistinguishable. The two of them were having a blast. Han Feng rarely uses the holy body to fight the opponent like this. In the battle of the strong in the sanctuary, the Yuanshan and the holy body are generally used to cooperate with the holy Yuan to perform big moves. Simply attacking with the primordial spirit and the holy body is not very effective. Of course, Han Feng also knows that if the holy body and the primordial spirit exceed their own cultivation bases too much, they can also turn the world around, but the promotion of the holy body and the primordial spirit is closely related to their own cultivation, and few people can transform the primordial spirit. God and the Eucharist are far more refined than the holy Yuan. With such time on the cultivation of Xingyuan, I don't know how many breakthroughs have been made. Good boy, you can actually fight so hard with me. Xuanhuan was astonished. In terms of cultivation, he was at the peak of the 8th heaven, and it stands to reason that the holy body should far surpass the opponent. Sage Li Guang frowned when he saw this scene. Xuanhuan, what are you doing? We haven't solved it quickly. Xuanhuan secretly complained, if it could be solved earlier, he would have solved it long ago. At this time, Han Feng showed a strange smile. Xuanhuan, do you think Xingyuan is sealed and you will eat me? Humph, it's just that the holy body can compete with me. What are you proud of? Xuanhuan roared angrily, and his punches were even more ruthless, but Han Feng still resisted. Damn, I don't believe that your primordial spirit can compete with me. The power of the primordial spirit at the peak of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary was fiercely stabbing towards Han Feng like a sharp sword. At this time, Xuanhuan had already forgotten that his primordial spirit was not good enough when he was at the auction house. Han Feng smiled coldly, and suddenly opened a star eye with a 7-pointed star pupil on his forehead. The pupil of the 7-pointed star spun quickly, and a special power wave swept out. It is the holy pupil of the star. The holy pupil of the star reaches the level of a 7-pointed star, which is not weaker than the existence of high-grade and low-level sanctuary secrets, and it is the primordial spirit attribute sanctuary secrets. Saint Yuan was sealed, and Han Feng, a sanctuary special skill like the holy flame Tai Wangquan, naturally couldn't use it, but the holy pupil of the star was no problem. With the holy eye of the star, Han Feng's primordial spirit can soar wildly, and the primordial spirit of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary creates a primordial spirit power that is second only to the peak of the sanctuary or comparable to the early days of the peak of the sanctuary. The illusion broke out, and Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly became dazed, but in Xuanhuan's perception, he came to a vast starry sky, which is the space of stars. Endless sparks came from the sky, blocking all of Xuanhuan's retreats. No. What is this place? Xuanhuan was horrified when he sensed the dangerous aura on Xingho. Han Feng's voice came from all directions in the vast starry sky. Xuanhuan, your life will end here. The sparks all over the sky rushed toward Xuanhuan like a human-devouring beast, and Xuanhuan let out a shrill scream. In the space of stars, Xuanhuan's figure was transformed by Xuanhuan's primordial spirit. When Xuanhuan in the space of the stars fell, it also meant that Xuanhuan's primordial spirit collapsed. Li Guang's sage's pupils shrank, only to see Xuanhuan, who had been fighting with Han Feng before, suddenly fell to the ground and lost his life. What's going on here? Saint Li Guang was at a loss. The third one. There may be 4 shifts tomorrow. It was not until he saw the third eye between Han Feng's eyebrows and felt the strong fluctuations in his soul, Li Guang's sage finally fully understood. Before, because of Xuanhuan's body, Li Guang's saint did not see Han Feng's star pupil. I didn't expect you to hide such a method. Li Guang's sage frowned slightly, feeling the fluctuations that belonged to the primordial spirit attribute, and he was not weaker than him at all. In other words, even if it is weak, it is only slightly weaker. But that's all, you are still going to die today. The majestic Yuanshan power swept out like a storm, Han Feng's 7-pointed star-shaped pupils spun frantically, and the equally majestic Yuanshan power slammed into the past. Boom! The entire space trembled violently at this moment, and the invisible power of the primordial spirit formed bursts of ripples, and the raging impact went all around. Han Feng's expression changed, and he abruptly retreated to Wang Yan's sister and brother to help them resist the aftermath of these raging primordial spirits. The eyes of Saint Li Guang suddenly lit up. Haha, the old man has found your weakness, you should never bring 2 weak burdens. Wang Yan and Wang Lai, one on the ground and one on the profound, are just 2 ants to Saint Li Guang, and they can be killed at will. In order to protect the 2 brothers and sisters from harm, Han Feng must give a great deal of attention to the 2 of them, and to separate most of the distraction, how can the remaining strength resist the Saint Li Guang? Wang Yan also thought of this, her face was pale, no one could be indifferent in the face of such a life-threatening situation, but in the end Wang Yan bit her lip and said, Brother Han, don't mind us, just run away. Although this Feng Yuan Great Array has sealed the Saint Yuan in your body, Brother Han, it has not blocked the way back. As long as Brother Han, you run away, this old guy can't catch you. You can only escape from this place, Brother Han. You can avenge us. Saint Li Guang's eyes narrowed, and he initially launched the great formation of Feng Yuan. Saint Li Guang really didn't think Han Feng could escape. But now Saint Li Guang doesn't think so. If Han Feng runs away. The Saint Li Guang was so frightened that his back was covered in cold sweat. Thinking of this, Li Guang's saint is not going to give Han Feng any more chance. Yuanshan was madly attacking, because he found a weakness, so the attack range of the Yuanshan of Li Guang's saint also included Wang Yan and his brother. Han Feng resisted it with difficulty. Since he had to allocate a part of his strength to protect Wang Yan's sister and brother, the holy eye of the stars was running to the limit, and it was even more unbearable. Vaguely, it seemed that there was blood flowing out of the corner of the eye of the holy pupil of the star. Seeing this scene, Saint Li Guang smiled grimly, and his figure suddenly attacked Han Feng. The holy body of the peak power of the sanctuary collided fiercely like a giant bull. Raising his fist high, Saint Li Guang slammed it down. However, at this moment, the golden red face on Han Feng's body was bright and dazzling. These dazzling golden and red rays of light gradually formed a pagoda, which firmly protected Han Feng. Li Guang's saint's fist smashed up, but it sent himself flying. This is. Saint Li Guang set off a storm in his heart. At this time, Han Feng did not have the initial anger, but showed a faint smile. Saint Li Guang, do you think I didn't notice your dark thoughts? As early as after killing the Sea Clan powerhouse, I knew that you would not be reconciled. But I just thought that you had some powerful attack traps in this place. I didn't expect that there would be such an existence as the Feng Yuan Great Array. Trick. However, since I have been prepared for a long time, how can I follow me so boldly without any preparation? When he killed the strong Sea Clan before, Han Feng found that the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower had a sign of reopening. At that time, in order to prevent outsiders from seeing the clue, Han Feng did not immediately observe it. Afterwards, on the way to the holy spring of the Dragon Vein, Han Feng did not enter the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower in order to ensure that there would be no accidents. It's just that although he didn't enter, Han Feng knew that the Jianshan Fire Tower was really reopened not long ago, and Xiaopeng also recovered his vitality. This is the reason why Han Fengming knew that Saint Liguang would have an underhand trick, but still dared to follow Saint Liguang to enter. The pagoda formed by this golden and red light is not the real Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, but an energy body condensed with a part of the energy. Xiaopeng has just recovered his vitality. Where will Han Feng use the real Jiuyan Tianhua Tower? But even so, this pagoda energy body is enough to resist a blow from the Saint Liguang. However, this is an energy body after all, and it shatters after resisting it once. The Saint Liguang looked gloomy and uncertain, and his heart was full of fear. Han Feng had already prepared for this matter and dealt a heavy blow to Saint Liguang. Seeing the scene where the energy body of the pagoda shattered, Saint Liguang encouraged himself, "It shattered all at once, maybe I can still." But the next scene completely made the Saint Liguang desperate. Han Feng summoned the phantom thunder leopard and the flying flame lion, and both of them broke through to the peak of the sanctuary during this period. After all, the Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf Lan Ao was born too short. Even if the talent is extraordinary, it is now only at the level of ordinary sanctuary. Zhu Tianyunk is too strong, and the Aoyan swallowing wolf has not yet fully grown, so Han Feng only summoned two beasts, the flying flame lion and the phantom thunder leopard. Han Feng felt that these two beasts were enough to deal with the Saint Liguang. The phantom leopard and the flying flame lion are both at the first level of the sanctuary peak. The body of the beast is much harder than that of a human being. One-on-one, Liguang saints may not win, let alone two-on-one now. Roar! Roar! The two beasts roared one after another, and the huge body intercepted the Saint Liguang one after another. The face of Saint Liguang was distorted. "Hey, dare to blame my boss? I won't let you die so easily," Feitian Yencher said with a smile. The phantom leopard fluttered its wings, and the smile was also treacherous. The next scene that appeared in front of Han Feng and Wang Yan's sister and brother was a brutal and inhumane crushing. In the end, Wang Yan couldn't bear to turn his head. In the blink of an eye, Saint Liguang's entire body was huge for several times, and there was no intact part of the body, all of which were swollen. The Saint Liguang was full of regrets, regretted provoking Han Feng again, and finally ended up like this. "Please, please, kill me." Liguang sage finally couldn't bear such torture. Han Feng only hoped that Han Feng would solve him immediately. Han Feng sighed. After all, it was the pinnacle of the sanctuary, and it was also a respected powerhouse in the third-rank empire on the North Continent. Without a word, Han Feng ordered the two beasts to directly kill the Saint Liguang. Putting away the two beasts, Han Feng said to Wang Yan's sister and brother, let's go to the Dragon Maiden Holy Spring. In the deepest part of the middle-grade, holy stone dragon veins, there is a misty place here, and the rich, holy gas turns into mist. At the very center, a square of more than 10 meters in diameter, the holy spring Gulyalu was bubbling. Han Feng took a deep breath, the abundant holy energy poured in, and Han Feng looked relieved. Wang Yan, Wang Lai, I'm going to retreat to practice. You should also enter the Dragon Vein Holy Spring to practice. Later, Han Feng stepped into the holy spring of the Dragon Vein, and the 9 flames and different fires began to operate. The first. Seeing that Han Feng had fallen into deep cultivation, Wang Yan and Wang Lai looked at each other and entered the holy spring of the Dragon Vein. A huge amount of energy poured into the bodies of the two, and after a panic, the two immediately began to hit a higher level. The cultivation base of the two is much lower than that of Han Feng, so the speed of the two breakthroughs is far faster than that of Han Feng. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and Han Feng has been promoted from the early stage of the 8th heaven to the peak of the early stage. Before he touched the edge of the middle stage of the 8th heaven, Wang Lai has been promoted to the earth rank, and Wang Yan has also been promoted to the heaven rank. Wang Yan and Wang Lai couldn't say they were not happy about the breakthrough in their cultivation, but what they were even more happy about was the improvement in their aptitude. This means that the speed of their cultivation will increase greatly in the future, and they will have a broader tomorrow. Time passed slowly, and unknowingly, Han Feng entered the middle stage of the 8th heaven, then entered the late stage of the 8th heaven, and finally rose to the peak of the 8th heaven. Almost 3 months have passed since the retreat. It took 3 months to increase from the early stage of the 8th heaven to the peak of the 8th heaven. If this speed is spread out, I don't know how many warriors will be envious and jealous. This is not the 8th heaven of the ordinary sanctuary, but the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary. Even if there is almost no bottleneck from the early stage of the 8th heaven to the peak of the 8th heaven, most of the great sanctuaries will take a long time to accumulate to the peak of the 8th heaven. From this point of view, we can see the power of the Dragon Maiden Spring. 3 months later, Wang Yan and Wang Lai no longer stayed in the holy spring of the dragon vessel. As Han Feng said before, the cultivation level of the two is too low, and the energy of the dragon vein holy spring that they can absorb is limited. If you don't know what to do if you continue to stay in it, you will only explode and die. In the past 3 months, the two of them went ashore to train every time they entered the dragon vein holy spring to break through, in order to adapt to the sudden surge in cultivation. Fortunately, the cultivation level of the two of them is not bad. In addition, they prepared some dry food because they were expected at the beginning, but the two of them have never been hungry. Now, Wang Yan has stepped into the late stage of the sky, and Wang Lai has crossed to the peak of the earth. In just 3 months, the two have made tremendous progress. I don't know when Brother Han will end his retreat, it's been 3 months. If you wait any longer, the dry food will be eaten. Wang Lai said with a wry smile. Although I don't know what level Big Brother Han has reached now, but if I guessed correctly, it should be caught in some kind of bottleneck, and it is not possible to end the retreat in a short time. We have to eat the rest of the dry food. In our cultivation realm, it's okay to not eat for 10 days and a half months. Wang Yan sighed. Wang Yan's guess was correct. In 3 months, Han Feng not only broke through to the peak of the 8th heaven of the great sanctuary, but also reached the limit of the 8th heaven. However, the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, which seemed to be within reach, seemed so far away, and there was no sign of breaking through. The Great Sanctuary Jizongshan is the last layer of the Great Sanctuary realm. If you break through to the Jizongshan, you can fully prepare for the sprint to the peak realm of the sanctuary. Therefore, this last heavy day is not so easy to break through. Otherwise, Shi Yanhan would have already broken through to the 9 heavens level of the Great Sanctuary. At the same time, in the depths of the sea beyond the sphere of influence of several sea monsters from Liguan Island, strange fluctuations were heard from a resplendent hall. Accompanied by strange fluctuations, countless huge figures rushed from the depths of the sea. Looking closely, these huge figures were all huge octopuses. Inside the golden hall, a blue-robed man with a majestic face sat quietly on his hands. Under his seemingly calm face, there were endless roars waiting to be vented. This person is the king of the one-eyed octopus family, the Octopus King. Although he has the title of king, the Octopus King is absolutely incomparable to the powerhouse of the level of the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King is the realm of small perfection in the sanctuary, and it is the realm of the king who has truly reached the mermaid family. The Octopus King is only the peak of the sanctuary, and it stands to reason that the one-eyed octopus family has to break through to the small perfection realm of the sanctuary to have the title of king. North Central Seas. This area is actually the only base camp of the one-eyed octopus family. As the strongest of the one-eyed octopus clan, the Octopus King is honored as the Octopus King even if he does not have a small perfection in the sanctuary. However, because the Octopus King's cultivation has not really reached the small perfection of the sanctuary, this king can only be called by himself within the one-eyed octopus family. Especially in front of the real Siren King, daring to call himself a king is courting death. No matter how ordinary the strength of the Octopus King is, among the one-eyed octopus family, the Octopus King is the real ruler. Heads of one-eyed octopuses entered the hall and turned into human figures. Seeing the sullen face of the Octopus King, they couldn't help but restrain their breath, for fear of angering the Octopus King. Queer and Sister are dead. More and more one-eyed octopuses gathered. Because of the ugly face of the Octopus King, the hall was silent. In this silence, the Octopus King said a caution that everyone could not believe. What? Zhang Ku and Zhang Mei are dead? How is it possible? Isn't Uncle Ling guarding them all the time? So, isn't the murderer a stronger existence than Uncle Ling? The octopus people were in an uproar. And the murderer is a human race. The Octopus King said coldly again. All of a sudden, many octopus people are completely angry. It turned out to be human. The human race dares to kill the second prince and palace master of our one-eyed octopus clan? Your Majesty, we must take revenge. The Octopus King suddenly stood up. This king has already found out the clues related to the murderer these days. Everyone, go to Liguan Island with this king. Han Feng, who was in the holy spring of the dragon vein, did not know that the one-eyed octopus family had led the troops to Liguan Island. After a month of constant compression, Han Feng's body, Xuanhuan, stared to the extreme, and finally touched the sign of Jizongshan breakthrough. Han Feng's spirit was shocked, and he sprinted with all his strength. The whirlwind swirled around Han Feng, and the spring water in the holy spring was swept out. Seeing this, Wang Yan and Wang Lai hurriedly rushed outside. They didn't even have the cultivation level of the sanctuary, and if they got involved, they would probably die. If they didn't die in the hands of their opponents, they didn't die in the hands of their enemies, and if they were only carelessly involved in the fall by the momentum, they would definitely die and would not rest their eyes. After leaving a long way, both sisters and brothers are happy. Looking at this situation, Big Brother Han is about to break through? Just as the two of them thought about it, a terrifying pressure that made them tremble spread like a wave. This coercion belongs to the coercion of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Han Feng finally broke through. He cultivated in the dragon vein holy spring for just over 4 months. At the beginning of the day, the whole sky was lifted. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number, 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Tianlanji. Don't think it's just the first level, even with Han Feng's current 9th level of super holy flame art and high-level holy aptitude, it is impossible for him to break through in normal practice for more than 10 years. If there is a holy stone to help, it may improve for a few years, but it will take nearly 10 years in the end. However, with the assistance of the Dragon Maiden Spring, it only took 4 months. Finally broke through. Sensing the mighty power in his body, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. Congratulations to Brother Han, Big Brother Han, for his successful breakthrough. Wang Yan and Wang Lai came up to congratulate. Han Feng swept over with a smile and exclaimed, "The strength of the two of you is amazing." 4 months later, Wang Yan has initially stepped into the semi-sage, and Wang Lai has also stepped into the middle stage of the heavenly order, which is not far from the late stage of the heavenly order. Thinking back then, Wang Lai was only a mere profound rank, and Wang Yan was only at the early stage of the earth rank. Looking at it now, the difference is really huge. It's all thanks to Big Brother Han. If Big Brother Han hadn't brought us here, our brothers and sisters wouldn't have improved so much. Wang Yan thanked sincerely. Fortunately, Big Brother Han's breakthrough was not delayed. If Big Brother Han failed because of our sister and brother's reasons, then our sister and brother would die hard to repay. At this time, Wang Yan was really glad that Han Feng was in a bottleneck before. There is no way to break through. Wang Yan is also in the eyes. Han Feng waved his hand. You can't absorb much of your cultivation. The energy you absorb is only a drop in the bucket for me to break through. If I really can't break through, it's my chance, not your problem. Having said this, Han Feng said regretfully, the energy in the holy spring of the dragon vein was absorbed by the old Gaili Guang and broke through to the peak of the sanctuary, and Xuanhuan also rose from the early stage of the 8th heaven to the peak of the 8th heaven, and there is not much energy left. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say that I am 100% sure of breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary, but at least it is the peak of the 9 heavens. It is very likely that half of my feet will reach the peak of the sanctuary. Brother Han, are we leaving? Wang Lai couldn't wait. Han Feng said, I still need to practice a sacred art, so I won't leave for the time being. What's wrong? Wang Lai grimaced and covered his stomach. But at this moment, Wang Lai's stomach made a rumbling sound. Han Feng smiled. It turned out to be hungry. Don't worry, you don't have enough dry food, don't you still have me? Han Feng's current realm no longer needs to rely on food to maintain his body. Because of the many dishes sent by the 9 Souls auction house, Han Feng put away the rest, which are all made from heaven and earth spirit fruits with strong spiritual energy. It's a shame to waste it like that. The treatment on the 4th floor of the 9 Souls auction house is completely treated like the emperor in the empire. There are only 3 people in Han Feng, but there are more than 300 dishes. How much can the 3 people eat? Take out the food and hand it over to Wang Lai, and Han Feng cultivates again. This time, what Han Feng wants to cultivate is Xianming Tianlanji. Han Feng carefully took out the jade bottle that contained the blood of Xian Sirius, and began to absorb and refine the blood of Xian Sirius according to the method of cultivating Xianming Sirius wings. The first drop of Xian Heavenly Wolf's blood essence floated in the air, flashing a strange red, and a strong bloody smell wafted out. Behind Han Feng gradually condensed a pair of transparent wolf wings. The wings were extremely simple, except that it could be seen that they were opposite wings. Receive. Han Feng seals his hands. His eyes were dignified, and a sharp shout came out of his mouth. The blood essence of the Xian Heavenly Wolf suspended in the air began to struggle, as if he was also spiritually aware of his fate. Han Feng's expression remained unchanged, and it was already recorded in the cultivation method of Xianming Tianlanji that blood essence would resist. Even the resistance of blood essence in front of him was already low enough. If other warriors did not have the methods recorded in Xianming Tianlang Wing's cultivation method, the resistance of blood essence would be even more intense, and it would be extremely difficult to absorb blood essence. As expected of the blood essence of Xian Sirius, looking at this level, I am afraid that the level is not low among the high-level holy blood, even the top holy level is not impossible. The more Xian Tianlong's blood and blood struggled, the happier Han Feng was. The Xianming Heavenly Wolf Wing absorbs the blood of the Heavenly Wolf to raise the level, relying only on the level of blood. No matter how spiritual the blood of Xian Tianlang is, no matter how hard it struggles, it is only a drop of blood essence of Xian Tianlang, and it won't be able to struggle for too long in front of Han Feng's dignified great sanctuary Jizongshan. It didn't take long for this drop of blood essence to be inhaled into the wings of the Heavenly Wolf of Han Feng's younger generation. Just after this drop of blood essence entered the Sirius Wing, the Xianming Sirius Wing behind Han Feng underwent an earth-shaking change. One after another bloodshot spread out, forming a pattern, which looks extremely coquettish. The Xianming heavenly wolf wing has changed from the nearly transparent state to a clearer state. After that, these blood-red patterns gradually transformed into dark green colors. On the wings, traces of hair began to appear, but these hairs were only transparent, and it was obviously still far from the real shape. Han Feng moved the Xianming heavenly wolf wing and said to himself, I have to say that the Xian heavenly wolf clan is really powerful. With just a drop of blood essence, my Xianming heavenly wolf wing is no weaker than the mid-level rank. Wait. It's just that with my current cultivation level, the middle grade and lower level help are minimal to me, and I have to continue to work hard. The jade bottle containing the blood essence of Xian Tianlang didn't look too big. At the beginning, Jin Buxiu also admitted that the blood essence contained in the bottle was limited. Han Feng looked at it and found that there were about 10 drops. 10 drops is enough to improve the Xianming heavenly wolf wing a lot. Every drop of Xian serious blood essence was finally absorbed after some resistance, and the pair of wings behind Han Feng became more and more real. The hair on the wings was blood red at first, but eventually turned purple-black. When the 10 drops of blood essence were all absorbed, it was completely impossible to see that this was a pair of wings condensed with Saint Yuan, as if it had grown on Han Feng's body. The wide wings are 3 or 4 meters long, and there are dark green Dao lines in the purple-black hair. The Xianming heavenly wolf wing has been successfully cultivated. Even if it absorbs the blood of the wolf clan in the future, it will only increase the length and width of the Xianming heavenly wolf wing. The rest will not change much. 10 drops of Xian heavenly wolf's blood essence allowed Xianming heavenly wolf wing to successfully reach a level comparable to that of high-grade and low-grade sanctuary. Xianming Tianlanji succeeded in the initial cultivation. Han Feng was naturally filled with unspeakable joy, but entering it was destined to be 3 joys. In addition to the successful preliminary cultivation of Xianming Tianlang wing, there are 2 good news from Xiaopeng. The first is that Zhu Tianyunk successfully broke through to the 4th level of the sanctuary peak, and the second is that Lan Ao, the arrogant swallowing wolf, finally advanced to the level of the great sanctuary. Xuanhuan said with a smile, Han Feng, your strength is progressing well. Wait a few years for the batch of holy fruits in the planting space to mature, your cultivation base and the 4 major martial arts will be greatly improved, and your comprehensive strength will also have a growth by leaps and bounds. But you have to think about how to promote the virtual immortal body you created by yourself, and you can't leave too much behind. Han Feng nodded, understood. In fact, I already have a preliminary idea about the virtual immortal body, but it is quite difficult to implement it. Are you going to leave? Fatty asked again. Han Feng thought for a while, then shook his head slightly. No, after breaking through to the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary, I found that my control over the high-grade and low-level sacred arts will be further improved. I want to enter the time house to practice the sacred arts. The third one. Holy Flame Tai Huang Fist, Lotus Explosion Fist, the 3rd level, Burning Heaven Emperor's Respect Finger, 7th level, and Do Pazhintian Fist, the 4th level, the 4 top-rank and low-level sacred arts. Han Feng had not fully mastered it, in other words, he could not play it. 10% of the power. But now with the improvement of strength and breakthrough to the early stage of Jizangshan, Han Feng faintly felt that this time, even if he could not cultivate these high-grade and low-level sanctuary skills to the point of complete mastery, he would greatly enhance his control over these sanctuary skills. Facts have proved that Han Feng's hunch was correct. When Han Feng entered the time room and with the help of the heaven and human effect, his understanding and mastery of the top-grade sanctuary secrets increased at an incredible speed. At the moment, Han Feng is not clear. A storm that is about to sweep the entire North Central Sea is about to start. North Central Seas, Thunder Shark region. This is the place where the 4 major kraken races, the Thunder Shark, live in the North Central Sea. The king of the Thunder Shark family, the Thunder Shark King, is one of the 4 kings of the small perfection realm in the 4 sanctuaries of the sea monster. The second stage of the sanctuary is a super powerful existence second only to the Mermaid King. Deep under the sea, the palace of the Thunder Shark King is not as splendid as the Octopus King, but simple and elegant, and at the same time exudes a long-lasting atmosphere. The Thunder Shark clan has existed for a very long time in the central and northern waters, and the king of the Thunder Shark clan has never been interrupted. From a long time ago to the present, the Thunder Shark clan has never fallen to the top of the North Central Sea. But there must be gains and losses. Perhaps because of this, no matter how hard the Thunder Sharks work, they have never been born with a super existence in the great perfection realm of the sanctuary. From the simple and elegant underwater palace, there was a loud bang, and a purple thunder burst out, rushing directly out of the sea, and shot into the sky. A terrifying breath swept out, and the sea floor was turned upside down, forming a tornado in the depths. Suddenly, a man in a black robe flew out and stood on the top of the palace. This man's eyes were a little different from ordinary people's, which made people shudder. Looking closely, they were exactly the same as those of a shark. In addition, the man has gills belonging to sharks on both sides of his cheeks. This man is the king of the Thunder Shark family, the Thunder Shark King. However, this should be the overlord-level existence of the Thunder Shark family, but it is roaring again and again, "Mermaid King, are you going to fight with my Thunder Shark family?" Another figure came out of the palace, but this figure was wearing a white scholar's uniform and looked weak, but he was such a weak scholar, but he was the famous Mermaid King in the Central and Northern Seas. The Mermaid King had a smile on his lips. "Lay Shark King, this king sincerely invites you to join this king. It's not good to fight and kill." "Bah! As the king, why should I put myself under your command?" The Thunder Shark King snorted. As the king of the Thunder Shark family, the Thunder Shark King is calling for wind and rain in this sea area. What if he becomes the subordinate of the Mermaid King? What's more, everyone is a small perfection in the sanctuary. Even if your strength is stronger, how can you make him surrender to the dignified Thunder Shark King? The Mermaid King pretended to sigh. "It seems that you can only surrender with strength and violence." The Thunder Shark King laughed angrily. "It seems that this king is really underestimated, and at the same time, you are only a small level stronger than me in the second level of sanctuary small perfection. It happens that this king and you I haven't fought for 200 or 300 years, and today this king will see how capable your Mermaid King is." One after another thunder turned into thunder swords. Suspended around the Thunder Shark King, densely packed, such a scene seems to be about to destroy the world. Faced with such a situation, the Mermaid King remained extremely calm. The Thunder Shark King was provoked. Did the Mermaid King really think that he was over? The annihilation of thunder. The densely packed thunder swords madly shot at the Mermaid King. A huge mermaid shadow appeared behind the Mermaid King, and the fish tail swept over suddenly, like an impenetrable barrier, resisting these thunder swords one by one. The Thunder Shark King's eyes narrowed, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. It is true that the Thunder Shark King knew that he had some gaps with the Mermaid King, and he did lose the battle hundreds of years ago. But at that time, the opponent never resisted his attack so easily. "Do you still want to fight?" "You must have guessed it too," the Mermaid King said lightly. The Thunder Shark King looked gloomy and uncertain, and there were already stormy waves in his heart. The same as the second level of sanctuary small perfection, one is the peak and the other is the nearest peak. The gap between the two sides will definitely not be so big. This situation only shows one thing: the Mermaid King is likely to take that step first, breaking through to the third level of the Holy Land small perfection, and entering the final step of the Holy Land small perfection. All that's left is to fully attack the great perfection realm of the Holy Land. Even if you break through to the sanctuary small perfection triple heaven, this king has to see how much stronger the triple heaven is than this king. The Mermaid King said with pity, "If you didn't take this step, you would never have imagined the huge gap between the sanctuary small perfection third heaven and the second heaven. You are really stubborn. Stop talking nonsense. The Thunder Shark King shouted angrily, revealing his body. A huge thunder shark, with a length of more than 1,000 meters was churning in the deep sea, and the deep sea was a mess. Did you show your main body? Indeed, with your bloodline level, after showing your main body, it is indeed comparable to the sanctuary small perfection who has just entered the third level heaven. Coupled with your unique skills, the ordinary third level heaven early stage will not be able to win you. But you seem to have forgotten that in terms of bloodline power, this king is higher than you. The Mermaid King proudly looked down at the Black Shark King. Although the Black Shark King has now appeared in this group, the Mermaid King is as small as a bean compared to the Black Shark King, but in terms of momentum, the Mermaid King is not at a disadvantage. When this king captures you, and then captures the other Siren Kings, the Central and Northern Seas will be the king's world. As soon as the voice fell, the Mermaid King also showed a huge body. Two terrifying auras that made the sea churned and formed bursts of tsunamis collided violently. In an instant, the Thunder Shark territory rolled up a terrifying vortex with a radius of more than 100,000 meters. The Thunder Shark King's palace was destroyed at this moment, the Black Shark King's eyes were red, and even his old nest was gone. What a shame! This king is fighting with you. The huge thunder shark was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and it opened its terrifying mouth and bit the mermaid. It's just a pity that the Mermaid King did not step into the triple heaven initially, but the middle stage of the triple heaven. The Mermaid King knew for a long time that none of these sea monster kings could be easily surrendered. If it was only the initial strength of the three heavens, the combination of the other three kings would be enough to resist him. Therefore, the Mermaid King Ming had already broken through to the sanctuary small perfection triple heaven early tomorrow, but he endured it, and he did not move until he broke through to the middle stage of the triple heaven. The cultivation base has reached the middle stage of the triple heaven, and after exerting the bloodline, the cultivation base of the Mermaid King is comparable to the peak of the triple heaven, and even more vaguely surpasses the realm of the triple heaven under the full force of the explosion. The powerful combat power beyond the small perfection realm of the sanctuary can be said to completely crush the Thunder Shark King. It didn't take long for the Thunder Shark King to be scarred, and the Thunder Shark territory was dyed into a sea of blood. The Mermaid King turned into a human figure, and said abusively, "Can you still resist now? If you want to continue to resist, this king doesn't mind expelling the Thunder Shark family from the North Central Sea." The Thunder Shark King knew that the Mermaid King could do it. After a long while, the Thunder Shark King gave a wry smile, knowing that there was no turning point, so he nodded in agreement. Fourth, more complete. Ask for flowers. Thunder Shark territory has belonged to the Mermaid King since the Thunder Shark King surrendered to the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King has dispatched many masters of the late sanctuary under his command to station here. The Thunder Shark King had to leave with the Mermaid King. Afterwards, the Mermaid King began to go to the other two sea monster kings' territorial waters. The Thunder Shark King applauded this. Probably all creatures have this kind of problem, and they are unlucky, wishing everyone was as unlucky as him. The Thunder Shark King was forced to submit by tough means, but there was always unwillingness in his heart. In the past so many years, both sides were equal, both were sanctuary small perfection, and both were the kings of the Sea Clan. But now, it's a little shorter. The Mermaid King itself has the power to crush these strengths, which is not as good as the Thunder Shark King Sea King. Now, with the Thunder Shark King's help, it is even more easily captured. Not long after, the other two Sea Kings had to submit to the Mermaid King. Since then, most of the central and northern waters have been controlled by the Mermaid King, and the rest have been occupied by sea clans of different races. But the Mermaid King of these sea areas did not invade. First, the remaining sea areas were not worth mentioning compared to what he had mastered now. Second, the environment of those sea areas was not good, and it was the same whether they were occupied or not. Furthermore, if he really has an order to pass on, how dare the Sea Clan in those seas dare to resist? Although there was no occupation, as long as the Mermaid King sent out the news that the 3 kings of the Thunder Shark King had surrendered, who would dare to object? Although the Mermaid King did not include these sea areas within his own territorial waters, they were actually almost equivalent to his own territorial waters. 2 months later, various large-scale enterprises in the North Sea received news that shocked, disbelieved, and feared them. The 4 kings of the Sea Clan have united like never before, and 2 of the 3 great saints of the human clan have fallen. The entire warriors were all slaughtered by the Sea Clan powerhouses by brutal means. Its cruel methods are simply outrageous. Except for the warriors who left early, none of the remaining people were alive. Many warriors are reluctant to believe that it is 2 of the 3 great saints of the human race, but there are 2 of the 3 great saints of the human race in the small perfection. The warriors who did not believe in evil took the spaceship to the 2 to investigate, but naturally they had to be afraid to admit that the news was not misrepresented. All of a sudden, the human race in the central and northern waters was terrified. In particular, Jiopa Island has increased its 100% vigilance. As the last 3 saints in the north-central seas, the warriors, including the 9 Soul Saints, do not think that the Sea Clan will let go of the 9 Souls Island. Some timid warriors left one after another. The originally lively 9 Souls Island became deserted after a while. Even with the declaration of the 9 Soul Saints, it did not stop them from leaving. Liguang Island was not affected. Liguang Island is not large, and the connection with the outside world is limited. The spacecraft will only come to Liguang Island every 6 months, so Liguang Island at this time does not know what is happening outside. Time returned to a month ago, the Holy King City, the royal family. A group of strong Wang family looked deadly and were pressed by a group of Sea Clan in the square. The leader of the Wang family, Taishang Elder, looked bleak, and he never expected that the sky would fall. The Wang family stayed in the Holy King City, but was attacked by the One-Eyed Octopus family. The leader turned out to be the One-Eyed Octopus King of the 4th-level powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary. Thinking that the root of all this is Han Feng, the Supreme Elder, can only smile bitterly. The many elders and disciples of the Wang family did not have complaints in their hearts, but Han Feng was the only one who could save them now. Especially after knowing that Han Feng had killed a sanctuary peak 2nd-level heaven, many powerful people in the Wang family could not help but look forward to it. The Octopus King has already sent out news, but to this day, he has not waited for Han Feng's arrival. Everyone in the Wang family has become desperate, and some people have yelled at them. In their opinion, maybe Han Feng is afraid of not knowing where to hide, and it is very likely that he has even left Liguang Island. Only King Octopus guessed what. My son came to capture Saint Liguang for the treasure that Saint Liguang obtained, but now Saint Liguang and that kid disappeared together. Could it be? Octopus King's eyes flickered. Thinking of this, the Octopus King was secretly anxious. The Octopus King came to Liguang Island so much, although he wanted to avenge his children, but he didn't want to capture the holy Liguang and torture the treasure information. Octopus secretly hated that he got the news too late, otherwise he would not. Humph, so what if you get the treasure? When the king catches that kid, everything is still the king's. The Octopus King just noticed what adventures Saint Liguang might have encountered, and what treasures he got to enhance his strength, otherwise it will not break through to the peak of the sanctuary, but it is not very clear what treasures are obtained, otherwise it will not send Uncle Ling and his children to inquire. What the Octopus King didn't expect was that a person like Han Feng would be inserted in this incident, which eventually led to the fall of a pair of children, and even the number 3 figure of the One-Eyed Octopus family like Lingbo was killed. The Octopus King realized that something was wrong, because he found that Uncle Ling and others left for too long and did not return, and there was no information passed in between. If it wasn't for the Octopus King specifically explaining that he went to Liguang Island to investigate Xinchi, the Octopus King might not have thought that Uncle Ling and his children were killed like this. But in this way, the best time was wasted, and the Octopus King could only threaten the other party with the safety of the Wang family. Liguang Island, Han Feng and Wang Yan finally stepped into this territory again. Han Feng swept slightly around, frowning. It's not right. From the rush of the warriors, Han Feng smelled a panic. What exactly made these warriors so panic? Judging from the direction they fled from, it should be from the Holy King City. Wang Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Han, I know this person. He is a young genius with a family name in Shengwangchang." Han Feng's face condensed. Sure enough, they all ran out of the Holy King City. Wang Yan's face changed greatly when she heard the words, and she was in a hurry. Oops, something must have happened. My father is still at Wang's house, so I must hurry over there. Wang Lai was also worried. Han Feng pulled the two of them. Don't worry, these escaped footsteps are some ordinary sanctuaries, and even they have to escape. It can be seen that what happened is not something that ordinary sanctuaries can handle, or even the great sanctuary is reluctant. Let's first ask what happened. With that said, Han Feng captured the young genius who had the family name. You. Who are you? What are you going to do? The genius of the family was almost scared to pee. Anyone who is suddenly caught while escaping and appears in another place like a teleport will not change his face. The first. Baby, what happened? Before Han Feng asked, Wang Yan couldn't wait to ask. Wang Yan had a relationship with the genius of the family surnamed when he was a child, and they also played in the mud together, so Wang Yan blurted out the nickname for this genius at the beginning. The handle is startled. Handle? How many years hadn't anyone called him that? Looking at Wang Yan with Zijingran, he overlapped the face of the woman in front of him with the little girl from more than 10 years ago. Are you Yanzi? He pointed at Wang Yan and shouted in surprise. Due to Wang Wei's situation, Wang Yan only played happily for a very short period of time, and then was trapped in the Wang family, or was forcibly tied to her side by Wang Wei, for fear that Wang Ning's party would attack her daughter. Unfavorable. After being surprised, the handle quickly reacted, and anxiously persuaded, Yanzi, please follow me, the Holy King City can't stay any longer. What happened, please? My father is still at the Wang family. Seeing the handle's reaction, Wang Yan became more and more worried. Paozi also knew that it was impossible not to explain clearly, and thinking that the other party's father was in the Wang family, Paozi couldn't help showing pity. The Xi clan attacked a month ago, and now they have invaded the Wang family's mansion, and they have to attack every day. The warriors who killed the Holy King City, now there are not many warriors who dare to stay in the Holy King City, for fear that it will be their turn to die next. Then, what about my father? Wang Yanru shouted frantically after being hit hard. Zozi sighed, although I don't know why the Wang family is temporarily fine, but I also heard that the Wang family is imprisoned in the Wang family square, guarded by the strong Xi clan, and the strong Xi clan is becoming less and less. Be patient. I think it won't be long before these Xi clan will really start. Swallow, those Xi clan are in the Wang family. If you go, you will only be reduced to the same people in the Wang family. It is better to run away now. If uncle knows, I'm sure I will agree with this behavior. Xi clan? But the one-eyed octopus clan? Han Feng's eyes flashed and he asked in a deep voice. Yes, this lord is. Only then did Juzi notice that it was this seemingly young powerhouse who had caught him, and Juzi showed a respectful expression. There is no strong sanctuary in the Handle family, so the handle is clear, ordinary sanctuary can't do it. Thinking that the other party's face is so young, but he is already at the level of the great sanctuary, he must not be careless. for fear of angering the other party. At this time, Han Feng was in the mood to take care of him, and knowing that it was the One-Eyed Octopus Sea clan, Han Feng knew that the other party was looking for them. With a roll of sleeve robes, Han Feng rolled up Wang Lai and Wan Yan and flew to the Holy King City, quickly. Shuizi was stunned, and immediately stomped his feet. Is this adult's brain caught in the door? The other party has several sanctuary peaks, and now it is completely courting death. Alas, I hope they can survive. Although the Handel and Wan Yan there are some friendships, but after all, it was a short friendship when I was a child, and it has faded away over the years. In the face of Han Feng's behavior, except for what he said, he did not dare to go back and share weal and woe. As soon as he turned around, he quickly fled away. In the Wang family, the figure of the Octopus King sitting cross-legged suddenly unfolded. The Octopus King stared into the distance, with piercing eyes, where a powerful aura came swiftly without covering it. The Great Sanctuary Juzongshan. The Octopus King squinted slightly, according to the inquiries. Isn't it the eighth heaven of the Great Sanctuary? Could it be? A strong fiery flashed in the eyes of the Octopus King. This guy must have obtained the treasure, so he has raised his strength to this point. This king must capture this kid alive. The behavior of the Octopus King made everyone in the Wang family can't help but look, and soon they also sensed a powerful breath coming quickly. The elder Taishang exclaimed, "Little brother Han is finally here." Boom boom boom. But at this moment, the people of the Great Sanctuary and the Peak Sanctuary of the One-Eyed Octopus family flew into the sky one after another, unleashing their imposing pressure, madly blasting towards Han Feng like a tornado. Humph! Han Feng snorted coldly, and the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body appeared together. Han Feng turned into a flame war god, and his body was filled with holy light. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level soared directly to the peak of the sanctuary. But Han Feng knows that this is not enough. The other side's peak of the sanctuary is not just one. Immediately, Aurora Tsongyan merged into the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body, and Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed again. Under the incredible gaze of the powerful Octopus clan, Han Feng's cultivation soared to the peak of the sanctuary, the Triple Heaven realm. Soaring directly from the level of the Great Sanctuary to the peak of the sanctuary, what a terrifying improvement. The powerful aura of the sanctuary peak Sanjianshan rushed into the momentum of the Octopus clan, sweeping away, frantically entangled. In the void, the sound of rumbling constantly came, and the situation was surging. The imposing storm was raging in the void, and the apocalyptic scene made the weaker ones unwilling to approach the slightest, fearing that they would be involved and turned into ashes. The supreme elder of the Wang family looked horrified. It was one thing to know that Han Feng had killed a sanctuary peak second-level heaven, and it was another thing to see Han Feng's cultivation soared to the sanctuary peak tertiary level with his own eyes. The elder Taishang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't face it head-on, otherwise it would still be a matter of whether there is still the Wang family. Some of the Wang family disciples who had complained before were so frightened that they immediately fell silent. Sanctuary Peak, in their eyes, is like a high-ranking ruler. They dare to secretly whisper some great sanctuary and speak ill of the great sanctuary, but they never dare to be disrespectful to Sanctuary Peak. Even if this Sanctuary Peak is only the first layer of heaven. Therefore, they did not dare to be disrespectful to Han Feng, whose cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the sanctuary, and they did not even dare to think about this thought in their hearts. Seeing that Han Feng's cultivation base has skyrocketed so much, the powerhouses of the octopus family have shown their bodies one after another, and huge one-eyed octopuses appear in the void, and the endless tentacles are bombarding Han Feng like a thunderbolt. From a distance, the sky obscures the sky and the sun belongs to the powerful tentacles of the octopus. The suckers on these tentacles are even more ferocious and terrifying, and there are even ferocious fangs, like a giant beast swallowing and biting something. In the face of these one-eyed octopuses that appeared on the body, Han Feng was not in a hurry. Although the main body has appeared, the strength of these octopus clan masters has increased, but their bloodline is only at the intermediate level, and the increase is really limited. Even the bloodline of the Octopus King is only an intermediate holy product, it is only the highest level of the intermediate level. It is with this bloodline and the accumulation of the one-eyed octopus family that the Octopus King is able to break through to the peak of the sanctuary. Chong Tian, as long as the Octopus King's bloodline is stronger, now it is not only the peak of the sanctuary peak quadruple heaven. Double shattering fist. Han Feng threw out an understatement punch, which looked extremely ordinary, but this very ordinary punch suddenly erupted with violent vibrations like a tsunami. The tentacle swept in. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. In addition, there are big. This chapter is not over, please click the next page to continue reading. A group of one-eyed octopuses were shocked. These vibrating forces effortlessly shattered all their tentacles, and blood poured out into the sky. The entire Holy King City seemed to be raining blood, and many grounds and buildings were stained red. The tentacles were all smashed by the vibration force, and these one-eyed octopuses all let out a whimper. Before they came, they already knew that Uncle Ling fell into the hands of Han Feng, and they had overestimated Han Feng as much as possible, so they swarmed him. Uncle Ling is only the number 3 person in the one-eyed octopus clan, and there is also a number 2 person who is at the peak of the sanctuary peak triple heaven, and the number 1 person above is the Octopus King. This time, there was this number 2 person who rushed up. I thought it was enough to capture the opponent, but who knew? Under the sweep of the vibrational force, except for the second character, all the other one-eyed octopuses at the peak of the sanctuary were severely damaged, and none of the great sanctuary under the peak of the sanctuary survived. The cultivation base has skyrocketed to the peak of the sanctuary's triple heaven, and the 4th level Dopa shaking fist makes the shock tsunami that Han Feng burst out far exceeds the triple heaven level and is infinitely close to the 4th level. And the number 2 character of the one-eyed octopus clan, the power that broke out just surpassed the triple heaven. If the gap between the 3rd and 4th heaven is divided into 10 parts, then Han Feng has undoubtedly reached the 6th and 7th parts, while the second person is only 2 or 3 parts. The Octopus King couldn't stay away. How can this kid be so strong? Even Zhang Xiong can't take it down, and he was even injured. The Octopus King's eyes were awe-inspiring. Zhang Xiong is the name of the second character of the one-eyed octopus family. The Octopus King suddenly moved and confronted Han Feng face to face. My king. A group of one-eyed octopuses immediately turned into human figures and saluted. Zhang Xiong looked ashamed and said, My king, my subordinates are incompetent. The Octopus King waved his hand, It's not your fault, even this king underestimated this son, which caused our family to suffer heavy casualties. It's all this king's fault. You retreat, and now this king will deal with him. Yes. He hesitated for a while. Zhang Xiong and other octopus powerhouses stepped back, leaving the space for Octopus King and Han Feng. The Octopus King stared at Han Feng, and his murderous intent surged out. Han Feng's face was dignified. Facing opponents like the Octopus King, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. With his current aurora Tsangyan, he still cannot devour his realm. In other words, he cannot be completely immune to the suppression of the Octopus King's realm. The Octopus King moving at the speed of the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary, and Han Feng could hardly see clearly. When Han Feng reacted, the Octopus King was already close to Han Feng and shot it with a palm. Han Feng hurriedly threw out a fist, the fists and palms collided, and the terrifying chi fluctuations rushed out like a whirlwind. Han Feng was like a cannonball being shot into the air. After all, the Octopus King was a super powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary's fourth-layered realm, and he would overwhelm Han Feng as soon as he made his move. But Han Feng is not a vegetarian either. Xianming heavenly wolf wings unfolded suddenly. With Xianming heavenly wolf wings, Han Feng's speed suddenly soared. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two formed a trail of afterimages, and they were still extremely blurred afterimages. Among so many people present, I am afraid that only Zhang Xiong could see the battle between the two clearly. Using the Xianming Tianlang wing, Han Feng's speed can be said to be no worse than that of the Octopus King. Although the Octopus King is a master at the peak of the sanctuary's fourth-level realm, but as octopuses, they can exert their full strength in the water, and they are not good at flying. The root cause of the speed of King Octopus. Unable to attack for a long time, the Octopus King's momentum broke out violently again. Human, the warm-up is over. Songhai lore. The holy spirit of the water system surged out, and a move of high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secret skills made the power of the Octopus King's palm comparable to the peak of the ordinary quadruple heaven. Han Feng is unafraid. Fen Tian Emperor respects the finger. The sky condensed a sea of fire, and from the sea of fire, a giant flaming finger came crashing down under the shocking gaze of many powerhouses. Water and fire are completely opposite elements. When Emperor Fen Tian's venerable finger collided with Songhai's lore attack, it started to rain on Liguang Island. A terrifying storm swept out, with the tendency to completely destroy the Holy King city. In the energy storm, the Octopus King stood still and sneered, "Human genius always surprises our Sea clan, and we can improve our cultivation to the peak of the sanctuary before reaching the peak of the sanctuary. Even the peak of the sanctuary should be the peak of the sanctuary." The high-grade sanctuary secret skills that can only be comprehended have also been fully comprehended. Even among the high-grade and low-grade holy domain secret skills, it is not low. It's just a pity. No matter how talented you are, it will take time to grow. This king admits that if you give you a few more decades, this king may not be your opponent, but now you are definitely not my opponent. Another human genius is about to fall into the hands of this king. Thinking of this, the Octopus King was a little excited. Some powerful masters of the human race are very happy to destroy the genius of the Sea clan and destroy the next generation of the Sea clan. In the same way, some Sea clans are also very happy to kill the geniuses of the Killing clan. Over the years, the central North Sea area has lost many human and sea geniuses, and among them there are some geniuses who are expected to achieve the small perfection of the sanctuary. In terms of the fall rate of geniuses, the central North Sea is undoubtedly the first among the central continent, the central North Sea area, and the Bay continent. Are you too confident? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. Han Feng's cultivation base is not as good as that of the Octopus King, but he can have Skyfire armor for defense. The Skyfire armor integrated into Aurora Tsangyan is no worse than the level of the Holy Flame War body. Its strong defensive power, even if a heavy energy storm hits Han Feng fiercely, can only crack the Skyfire armor, but it has no effect on Han Feng in the Skyfire armor. The Octopus King said contemptuously, "Now that the situation is clear, don't you still have the strength to resist? What can the flame armor on your body be able to defend against you? The flame armor will eventually break. In the storm, it is enough to strangle your body into serious injuries. Forget it, since you don't think this king has the strength to capture you, this king will speak with facts." Songhai lore. The Octopus King slapped his palm again, as if a long river burst from the sky, and then slammed into Han Feng. The power of this record is even stronger than before. Obviously, the previous Octopus King did not use all his strength. Han Feng took a deep breath, and Emperor Burning Heaven slammed his seventh finger out. The Octopus King smiled, "The same trick, the same power, is this your trump card?" The Octopus King looked disdainful. The third one. Today is about the third watch, and everyone who has read it can sleep, N_N. The thoughts are a little dry, and the cabbage is going to rest early today to think about it. Not to mention the Octopus King, even the other one-eyed octopus powerhouses, laughed. That Songhai lore just now is stronger than this move, not to mention that Songhai lore that is even more powerful now. Before these one-eyed octopuses suffered a big loss in the hands of Han Feng, they lost a lot of face in front of the Octopus King, and they already hated Han Feng. Now that Han Feng is about to be hit hard, all of them show joy and schadenfreude smiles. But the next moment, their faces froze together. Han Feng integrated Aurora Xuanhuan into the Fen Tian Emperor's venerable finger, and the Fen Tian Emperor's venerable finger suddenly swelled several times, surrounded by silver-white flames, and the surrounding space was distorted by the terrifying temperature. The entire sky turned into a sea of silvery white flames in that instant. With the deepening of Han Feng's cultivation, the mastery of Emperor Fen Tian's venerable finger is getting closer and closer to perfection. After integrating into Aurora Xuanhuan, the power is not weaker than that of the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary secret skills. Even in the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary, the power is not low. All of this is because Aurora Xuanhuan is only one step away from the high-grade medium-grade holy fire. Even if the fit between Emperor Fenchun's esteemed finger and Jiguang Xuanhuan is not as good as that of the immortal body, but the rank of Aurora Xuanhuan is enough to raise the rank of Emperor Fenchun's esteemed finger. If the rank of Aurora Xuanhuan is only a first-time entry into the high-grade and low-grade holy fire, then whether the Fen Tian Emperor's venerable finger, which is now integrated into Aurora Xuanhuan, can burst into a power comparable to the high-grade and middle-grade sacred knowledge is another question. The flames that seemed to destroy the world made the Octopus King panic. At this moment, the Octopus King's Lord of the Sea seemed so insignificant in front of Emperor Fen Tian's esteemed fingers, and the disdain and ridicule on the Octopus King's face were now full of ashen. The rest of the octopus powerhouses all closed their mouths and looked terrified. Death. Han Feng's eyes were cold, and the power of Han Feng's eruption at this moment has far exceeded the peak of the sanctuary's fourth-level heaven. Boom. Emperor Fen Tian collided with Songhai's lore. This time, there was no shower, because at the moment of contact, the water system holy essence was evaporated into mist, and the entire holy city was filled with mist. Ordinary people are here, and they can hardly see a place that is 1 meter away from themselves. But these fogs have no effect on the strong men such as Han Feng and Octopus King. As a sanctuary powerhouse, the power of the primordial spirit is enough to penetrate these mists. Even these fogs can't affect even the powerhouses of the sky. It was just because of Emperor Burning Heaven's esteemed fingers that the mist was extremely hot, and the Holy King City, surrounded by mist, seemed to have entered a furnace. Puff. The Octopus King's tricks were broken, and he was hit hard by the raging flames. His face was extremely pale. However, the remaining flames had no sympathy and still cast a net towards the Octopus King. The Octopus King roared and appeared. Tentacles slammed out wildly, smashing these flames fiercely. After the main body appeared, the Octopus King's cultivation increased a little, and all these flames were scattered. The flames turned into fire rain and fell from the sky, and many buildings in the Holy King City were blazing. But the Octopus King did not pay the price, and the tentacles were covered with burn marks. The main body has appeared? It's a pity, it's just an improvement from the early stage of the fourth layer to the peak of the early stage, and the improvement is too small. If you have a high-level holy bloodline now, even if it is an advanced primary holy level, it is enough to defeat the main body after showing up. I am at this moment. Han Feng said lightly, and Emperor Fen Tian's revered fingers merged with the Aurora Xuanhuan and still burst out. The flaming giant fingers are constantly falling from the sky. If someone sees the Holy King City outside now, they will have an illusion, as if there is a flame giant standing in a sea of fire above the Holy King City, constantly blasting their fingers towards the Holy King City. It was extremely difficult for the Octopus King to deal with it, and the strong octopus family was very anxious, but no one dared to go up to help. They could clearly feel the terrifying aftermath of the battle. Except for Zhang Xiong, the rest of them were afraid that they would be burned to slag as soon as they stepped forward. Zhang Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he sent a voice transmission to the Octopus King. "My king, use the domain to suppress." The Octopus King was stunned, and then burst out laughing. Many Warcraft advocates head-to-head combat, so they rarely use domain power in battle. But that doesn't mean they don't have a field and don't know how to use it. With Zhang Xiong's reminder, the Octopus King instantly unfolded his one-eyed domain. The peak of the holy domain, the four-layered heaven domain, was displayed, like a torrent running through the entire holy city. Under the suppression of the domain, Han Feng's cultivation was suppressed to the peak level of the second heaven. This is still the result of Aurora Tsongyan's continuous devouring of the one-eyed domain. If there was no Aurora Tsongyan, Han Feng would be at least suppressed to the first level of cultivation. After all, Han Feng's triple heaven cultivation base came from skyrocketing. It is not the real triple heaven, and there is no triple heaven domain to resist the Octopus King's domain. The Octopus King was very dissatisfied. He thought that the suppression of the domain would make the opponent unable to fight back, but he thought that it was only lowered by a small level. Zhang Xiong, hurry up and let all the peaks of the sanctuary use their domains together. After our domains are merged, I want to see what else this kid can do. The Octopus King shouted loudly. The strong men of the Octopus family saw the hope of victory, and no longer hesitated. They flew to the side of the Octopus King and turned into their bodies. The overlapping and fusion of the first and second monocular domains, the Octopus King's domain is further strengthened, and the degree of domain suppression is suddenly strengthened. Han Feng urges the Aurora Tsongyan in his body with all his strength, and Xuanhuan continues to erupt. Because he used all his strength, Han Feng's face was hideous, and he looked extremely terrifying at this moment. But in the eyes of the Octopus King, such a face was a sign of powerless struggle, and the Octopus King laughed loudly and cheerfully again. Han Feng did not care about the laughter of the Octopus King, and under the circumstance that he exerted his all-out Aurora Tsongyan, Han Feng was barely able to keep the cultivation level of the peak of the sanctuary at the second level, and maintained it at the early level of the second level. Fortunately, there are not many peaks in the sanctuary of the Octopus family. They are all first-level heavens, and only one is third-level heaven. Not to mention that all of them are fourth-level heavens. Even if they are all fifth-level heavens, I am afraid that my cultivation will be after being suppressed to the early stage of the first layer. I really have to summon the Skylark and the others to help. The breakthrough of the cultivation base and the deepening of the control of the sacred knowledge, Han Feng urgently needs a battle to test his own limits. Therefore, Han Feng didn't want Lark and the others to intervene in this battle. Han Feng knew that only one Zhu Tianyunk was needed to wipe out these one-eyed octopus clan. It didn't even fall from the second layer of heaven? The Octopus King frowned slightly, but he soon stopped caring. It's only the early days of the second layer of heaven. Even if it broke out before it was comparable to the high-grade and middle-level sanctuary secret skills, the power that is comparable to that of the fourth-level heaven has erupted. However, with the improvement of the domain, this king's cultivation is no weaker than that of the ordinary fourth-level heaven, and his unique skills are enough to explode the formidable power far exceeding the fourth-level heaven. That's it. Thinking of this, the Octopus King smiled coldly, and the Songhai lore swept towards Han Feng again. Turned into the main body, the Octopus King is no longer shot with one palm, but all the tentacles are united, spinning like a drill and rushing towards Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes were still bright and cold, which made the Octopus King feel uneasy. Bah, what's wrong with me? I don't believe that this guy has the ability to resist at this point. Facing the strongest move of the Octopus King, Han Feng slowly raised his hand, and a terrifying aura rose into the sky that made all the powerhouses tremble. Han Feng said word by word, Blood Pupil Sky Wolf Claw. The first. Blood-eyed wolf claws. Han Feng's stern voice resounded through the sky, and the boundless coercion made all the strong men of the octopus stunned. The blood-eyed wolf claws, and the breath that permeated from the top-quality middle-class sanctuary made the octopus king feel suffocated for a while. Even if Han Feng's formidable power is only a little bit now, he still possesses the power that is not weaker than that of the top-grade and high-grade sanctuary. This is still before. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation base has broken through to the early stage of Juzongshan. With the deepening of the mastery of the blood-eyed wolf claws in the time house, Han Feng's power is even stronger. Although this power has not surpassed the top grade, it is also the top level among the top grade high-grade sanctuary secret arts. How much power can a sanctuary peak second-level powerhouse display if he displays a high-grade sanctuary peculiar skill? It is not an exaggeration to be comparable to the peak of the sanctuary, even stronger. The powerful force directly ravaged the field, constantly bombarded the field barrier, and the lore of the Octopus King was directly torn to pieces by the blood wolf claws, and blood and meat were constantly sprinkled in the sky. The tentacles were torn to pieces, and the Octopus King let out a shrill scream. The realm was originally unable to withstand the power of the blood-eyed wolf claws. At this moment, the Octopus King was severely damaged and could not fully control the realm for a while, and the realm was immediately broken. At the moment when the domain was broken, endless silver-white flames burst out wildly, and Han Feng's cultivation soared to the peak of the sanctuary again. With the improvement of the cultivation base, the power of the blood-eyed wolf claws is also more powerful, soaring directly to the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Such a powerful power is enough to crush the Octopus King, not to mention the powerhouses of the rest of the octopus family. The blood wolf claws rushed into the octopus clan's strong group, and started to kill. These octopus clan powerhouses with the strength of the sanctuary peak first layer were like weak children, and they were easily torn apart. Only Zhang Xiong and Octopus King can resist for a while, but the final result is the same. When Zhang Xiong was also torn apart, the fear in the Octopus King's heart reached the extreme. The Octopus King never imagined that a mere sanctuary would be able to burst out with such a powerful force in the end. Where did this freak come from? No. I don't want to die, I am the king of the octopus family, and I still have a great life to live. The Octopus King shouted frantically, and the huge body fled directly. However, under the blood wolf claws. How could King Octopus escape? Not long after flying out of the Holy King City, the Octopus King let out a scream, and everyone knew that the Octopus King must be dead. In Wangjia Square, these warriors were shocked, and their gazes towards Han Feng were even more frightened. The first elder of the Wang family secretly rejoiced that if he had been determined to protect Wang Ning and his son, the result would not be much better than the Octopus King. Even the peak of the sanctuary, such as the Octopus King, can be killed, not to mention his small 6th-level sanctuary. Han Feng slowly landed, and everyone in the Wang family, headed by the elders of the Wang family, bowed respectfully. At this time, no Wang family disciple would say that it is not worth it. Wang Yan and Wang Lai were placed in a safe place by Han Feng early in the morning, and they also rushed over at this moment. No matter how far the two of them have improved their cultivation, they are still young girls who are less than 15 and 20, and they are all thrown into the arms of their father at this moment. Wang Wei's condition is not bad, comforting the two. Sir, you. The elders of the Wang family saw that Han Feng's face was a little pale. Han Feng rolled his eyes. Prepare me a secret room, I want to recover from my injury. Yes. The Supreme Elder dared to object. The last time Han Feng came to the Wang family, the Supreme Elder respected Han Feng, but he was not as awe-inspiring as he is now. A few days later, Han Feng fully recovered and finally left Liguang Island. Before leaving, Wang Yan and Wang Lai were full of reluctance. Wang Yan was fine, but Wang Lai was too young to cry. Wang Wei clasped his fists and said, "Brother, if you want to leave, you'd better take the Xianming spaceship. Although my brother is powerful, there are too many robbers in the Central and North Seas, including some powerful pirates in the late peak of the sanctuary. Going on these pirates is not good. In addition to the pirates, there are powerful sea clans under certain sea areas. If these sea clans find that there are human warriors flying over their own areas, they will also call in troops to attack my brother. This Xianming spaceship belongs to Xianming Island and was created by the Xianming Saint. Pirates and sea clans will be very afraid of taking the Xianming spaceship. Even if there are some inconspicuous ones, the powerhouses on the Xianming spaceship will shoot them. Kill. On every spaceship, there is at least one late-stage sanctuary peak powerhouse. Xianming spaceship. Han Feng thought while touching his chin. The three major human saints in the central and northern waters are the Nine Soul Saints, the Xianming Saints, and the Luhai Saints. Among them, the 9 soul auction houses created by the 9 soul saints are all over the central and northern seas, and the Xianming Saint created the Xianming spaceship for human warriors to come and go. As for the Saint of the Flowing Sea, he kept a low profile in his own cultivation. Han Feng nodded slowly and said, "Where's the Xianming spaceship?" Han Feng is not an arrogant person. Although the strongest explosion is comparable to the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, it is without the suppression of the domain. If there is a stronger field suppression, the result will be different. Don't look at Han Feng's strongest explosive power reaching the 6th level of the peak of the sanctuary, but if he encounters the 5th level of the peak of the sanctuary, he may not be able to win. The peak of the sanctuary peak and the 4th level peak are enough to be entangled with Han Feng. The cultivation of the Octopus King is only in the early stage of the 4th heaven, and the suppression of the domain will not have much impact on Han Feng. Therefore, Han Feng knows that it is indeed very dangerous to cross the central and northern seas with his own cultivation. If those pirates are really afraid of the Xianming Saint and dare not do anything to the Xianming spaceship, they can take the Xianming spaceship to cross the middle North Sea. I just don't know if there is Beizhou continent among the flying destinations of Xianming spacecraft. Thinking of this, Han Feng asked, but Wang Wei smiled bitterly, "Brother, I have never been a Xianming spacecraft, and I have never left Liguang Island." How do I know this? Han Feng was helpless, so he had to ask when he was about to take the Xianming spaceship. The base of the Xianming spacecraft on Liguang Island is located in Liguang City. The news of the fall of the Liguang Saint has not spread, because Liguang City is still in order. It was only when Han Feng got here that he knew that the takeoff of the Xianming spacecraft had a fixed time just like the planes in the previous life, and there were still 3 days before the next takeoff. After paying the handling fee, Han Feng found a hotel in Liguang City for 3 days. 3 days later, Han Feng took off in the Xianming spacecraft and left Liguang Island. The Xianming spaceship looked only 100 feet tall, but there was a universe inside. The interior of the Xianming spaceship is like a small city, with many rockeries, spiritual springs, and various bamboo houses are arranged in an orderly manner on the left and right sides. These bamboo houses are where guests like Han Feng live. Han Feng, who was in the Xianming spaceship, didn't know it yet, but soon, something that shocked the entire North Central Sea area happened. Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter, group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, /. In the bamboo house, it is not simple, but magnificent. It looks like a simple bamboo house from the outside, but it looks like the place where the emperor lives. Not only that, there is a comfortable place to bathe the warriors in the bamboo house, and the dining table has already been filled with spirit fruit spirit wine. As expected of the Xianming spaceship created by the Xianming saint, it is not easy for people to pick out the thorns while staying here. Han Feng sighed. After sighing, Han Feng sat down and took out a jade slip. This jade slip recorded what the Xianming spacecraft was going to pass by, as well as the information and brief introduction. The next one is called Tianya Island. Tianya Island is also quite famous. The owner of the strongest island on the island, Tianya Saint, is already at the peak of the sanctuary. Later, Han Feng glanced at this introduction and switched to the next one. It wasn't until he saw the 8th seat that Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The 8th seat is actually Jiupa Island, one of the 3 largest in the North China Sea. Seeing that it was Jiupa Island, Han Feng looked at the introduction carefully, but the introduction was an introduction after all, and the introduction was only superficial. Go to Jiupa Island. After sweeping Jiupa Island, Han Feng continued to sweep down, until the last one, Han Feng did not find the Beizhou continent. Could it be that the Xianming spacecraft doesn't have a route to Beizhou continent? If so, then I can only find a landing closest to Beizhou continent, and then fly directly to Beizhou continent. If it is a marginal area, there should not be too many sea clans and pirates. With my strength, I can still safely return to the Beizhou continent. Thinking of this, Han Feng pressed a button beside the bamboo house door. Before long, the service personnel on the Xianming spacecraft arrived. My lord, what are your orders? The visitor was a young man. Han Feng asked, is there one that is closest to Beizhou continent? There was a hint of surprise on the man's face, and then he said, Sir, are you going to Beizhou continent? Yes. In this case, adults can choose Mingguan Island. Han Feng looked at Mingguan Island, almost after more than 100 seats, but it was not the last stop. Han Feng raised his head suspiciously. The man smiled and said, the rest is what we have to go through on the return journey. Didn't the spaceship go back the same way? This time, Han Feng was a little surprised. The man said, yes, it is not the same way to return. Although the North Central Sea is not as large as the 5 continents, it is not small, and a straight line back and forth cannot complete the Central North Sea. Is there anything else, sir? Han Feng waved his hand, it's okay. The little one will say goodbye. The man bowed his hands to Han Feng and stepped back to leave. For the next few days, Han Feng had to stay in the bamboo house to practice, or go outside for a walk. There are many bamboo houses in the Xianming spacecraft, but not many people came out, which seemed a little cold. A day later, the spaceship landed on Tianya Island. Han Feng had no intention of getting off the spaceship to visit Tianya Island, so he still stayed on the spaceship. 3 days later, the spacecraft took off. So many times, more than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. Han Feng noticed that not everyone stayed for 3 days, some stayed longer, and some stayed for only 1 day. Han Feng looked inside the jade slip, and the next one was Jiupa Island. Han Feng clearly felt that the atmosphere in the spaceship had changed slightly, and many warriors seemed a little excited. As expected of Jiupa Island, it seems that there will be a lot of warriors going to Jiupa Island for a turn. Han Feng secretly said in his heart, he also had the idea of going to Jiupa Island. In particular, there is a very well-known pickle street in Jiupa Island, which makes Han Feng want to take a look. Picking up the street, it is said that the treasures that a group of warriors will get after their adventures are set up on the street. There are some real treasures, but more are useless. These expedition warriors will clearly price the real treasures and wait for other warriors to buy them. But not all of these expedition warriors have extraordinary eyesight, and not all valuable ones can show extraordinary visions to let other warriors know, so some seemingly useless waste is probably some precious treasures. If someone sees it and buys it quietly, it will make a lot of money. This kind of thing is not uncommon on Pickle Street, so this street is jokingly called Pickle Street. After a long time, the fame spread, and more warriors came, and many warriors were tricked, but there were also many warriors who really made money. When such news spread, more warriors were attracted. Come over. Over time, the reputation of Pickle Street spread almost all over the central and northern seas. Han Feng endured his little excitement and returned to the bamboo house. Little fatty, with your eyesight, you should be able to find a lot of good things. Han Feng said with some flattery. The little fat arrogantly straightened his nose. Of course, who is this seat? What good things can't escape the eyes of this seat? But Xiaopeng wrinkled his nose and said, if you can explore some treasures in the secret territory, those explorers can't be stupid, and their eyesight is not comparable to ordinary people. If I'm right, 90% Zhou's treasures are all able to see whether they are valuable or not, so if they want to find out, it depends on luck. If there are really no dusted treasures, what if my eyesight is extraordinary? Everything is for nothing. Han Feng nodded and sighed. Indeed, I hope there will be more treasures covered in dust, so that I can get a lot of treasures. But at this moment, the spaceship trembled violently, and Han Feng, who was in the bamboo house, felt that the spaceship had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. This is... Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Boom. After the earthquake, there was a rumbling sound. The spaceship was attacked. Han Feng's face froze, and such thoughts appeared in his heart. Leaving the bamboo house quickly, Han Feng found that many warriors ran out in a panic. A voice suddenly came from the spaceship, like a bell. Please don't panic, guests, it's just a group of pirates. Our Xianming spaceship is not something that a group of pirates dare to provoke. The same sentence was repeated several times, and the emotions of many warriors gradually calmed down, and there were many discussions. Yeah, behind the Xianming spaceship is the Xianming Saint. The Xianming Saint is a super expert in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and not any pirates dare to provoke them. Yes, I annoyed the Xianming Saint, and the pirate forces can't please. I remember that the famous Honghua pirate 30 years ago was killed by the Xianming Saint himself, because of the destruction of a Xianming spaceship. This red flower pirate, the strongest person in the world, is the peak of the holy domain, the 9 heavens. Which pirate is so blind? It made us panic for a long time. Han Feng frowned as he listened to the discussions of these warriors. Knowing the name of the Xianming Saint, he still dares to intercept the Xianming spaceship. Is it really not long-sighted? Still. For some reason, Han Feng suddenly felt a very uneasy feeling in his heart. Immediately, the power of Han Feng's Yuanshan dissipated, and the scene outside the spacecraft appeared under the perception of Han Feng's Yuanshan. The third one. If Han Feng's own power is used, the power of the primordial spirit at the level of the great sanctuary will naturally not be able to conceal these sanctuary peak powerhouses. With Xiaopeng's help, perhaps only the sanctuary small perfection realm can be alert. Without anyone noticing, Han Feng saw everything outside the spacecraft. Outside the spaceship, the Xianming spaceship, headed by a green-robed old man, faced off against the other party's robbers. The old man in green robe said coldly, "Silver Moon pirates, you must have understood what I said before. If you don't want to provoke the anger of the sage Xianming, you should leave now." The Silver Moon pirate is headed by a woman. This woman looks like she is in her 30s, her charm is still there, and her every move is full of inexplicable temptation. On the side of the Xianming spaceship, except for the old man, the rest of the younger warriors could not stand it, and their throats were a little dry. The Inua Saint giggled, "Old man, do you really think that the Xianming spaceship is something that people dared not provoke before? It is also the Xianming Saint. Ah, by the way, you don't know this old thing yet, Xianming Saint, it's already dead." What? The green-robed old man's eyes widened, and the powerhouse on the spaceship side was also in an uproar. The old man in the green robe shouted angrily, "Fart, Saint Xianming is in the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, who can kill him? Don't try to confuse the public and disturb our side." The warriors on the spaceship side came to a sudden realization, and looked at the Silver Moon Saint with sarcastic eyes. It was ridiculous that just a lie would make them confused. In the spaceship, Han Feng groaned, "Saint Xianming died?" Xuanhuan said solemnly, "This is just what the woman said. Who knows if it is true? Maybe it is really possible to disturb the minds of the powerhouses on the spaceship side." Han Feng shook his head, "I think 9 times out of 10 it's true. If it's false, isn't this woman afraid of the revenge of Saint Xianming?" Through Xuanhuan's perception, Han Feng knew that the woman known as the Silver Moon Saint was only the 7th heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. Back then, the island at the peak of the 9th layer of the sanctuary could not bear the revenge of the Xianming Saint, let alone the Silver Moon Saint of the 7th layer of the peak of the sanctuary. Xuanhuan felt that what Han Feng said was reasonable. Looking at the behavior of the Silver Moon Saint, if it wasn't for the Xianming Saint's accident, it would be too dead. Xuanhuan and Han Feng can understand that they are on the outside. The green-robed old man and others are in the middle of the game, and the Xianming Saint is their backing. If there is no Xianming Saint, why should the Xianming spaceship be afraid of the major forces, even some Sea clans? It is undoubtedly extremely difficult for the green-robed old man and other warriors to admit that the Xianming Saint had an accident, unless the evidence of the matter is in front of them. Han Feng, if something happens to the Xianming Saint, you will no longer be able to take the Xianming spaceship when you arrive at Jiopa Island. Even if you fly back by yourself, it is much safer than taking the Xianming spaceship. Little Fatty said solemnly. Han Feng did not understand this truth. The constant crossing of the Xianming spaceship in the central North Sea area has long caused many pirates to drool, but they are worried that the Xianming Saint does not dare to take action. And some Sea clans in the sea are also not afraid to provoke the Xianming Saints and continue to tolerate the human warriors in the Xianming spaceship. Once the big backer of the Xianming Saint is gone, neither the pirates nor the Sea clan will let go of the big fat Xianming spaceship. At that time, the Xianming spacecraft flying in the sky will be a huge target. Whether Sea clan or pirates will come to take a bite. If you continue to ride the Xianming spaceship, you will never know when you will die. Outside the spaceship, the Silver Moon Saint was too lazy to talk nonsense with the silver-robed old man. With a wave of his hand, a group of younger brothers behind him burst out with a powerful momentum and attacked the silver-robed old man. The silver-robed old man was furious. Since 30 years ago, when has the Xianming spaceship been attacked by pirates? The silver-robed old man shot in anger, and the powerful Saint Yuan continued to spread out like a tidal wave, and the space oscillated. The Silver Moon Saint waved his jade hand, and the brilliance burst out like a bright silver moon, blocking all the attacks of the silver-robed old man. Silver Moon Saint said lightly, "Old guy, your opponent is me. Then the old man will solve your bitch first." The green-robed old man said angrily. The late-stage masters of the 2 major sanctuaries fought at high altitudes, with great momentum, and the space was constantly vibrating, distorting, and even shattering. The 2 fought farther and farther, and neither wanted the strong man beside them to be innocently injured because they were involved in their attack range. After the 2 were far away, the 2 sides also fought, and various tricks broke out in the air. But at this moment, 3 powerful auras suddenly erupted from the pirate side, which was only 1 step away from the peak of the sanctuary's 7th level heaven. Pear Blossom Pirates, Rising Sun Pirates, Heavenly Ghost Pirates. In the distance, the green-robed old man saw this scene, and his expression changed instantly. You actually united with other pirates? Could it be that you are really not afraid of the revenge of Lord Xianming? The green-robed old man stared at the Silver Moon Saint with cracked teeth. While resisting the attack of the green-robed old man, the Silver Moon Saint giggled. It has already been said that the Xianming Saint is dead, what else do we have to worry about? 30 years ago, Saint Xianming killed my sister. Saint Pear Flower, Saint Xingyang, and Saint of Heavenly Ghost were once suppressed by Saint Xianming. Now is the time for us to take revenge. The green-robed old man became anxious. Apart from himself, the 7th-level sanctuary peak, there were only a few sanctuary peak 6th-level heavens left. Although these 6th-level heavens were powerful, they did not reach the 6th-level peak, nor did they even have half a foot on their feet. Entering the peak 7th heaven of the sanctuary. In any case, it is impossible to be the opponent of the Yue pirates, the Sunrise pirates, and the Heavenly Ghost pirates. Further down, the 4th and 5th levels of the sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary did not have an advantage in numbers, but were slightly inferior. For a long time, the spacecraft will be breached sooner or later. Because of anxiety, the green-robed old man made mistakes again and again, and the Silver Moon Saint seized the opportunity to attack the green-robed old man again and again. In this way, the green-robed old man no longer cared about the spaceship, and had to concentrate on resisting the Silver Moon Saint. These damn pirates are so bold, could it be? The green-robed old man couldn't help but panic. When the green-robed old man was able to withstand the attack of the Silver Moon Saint, the 3 pirates led by the 3 pirates, Lihua pirates, Xingyang pirates, and Tiangue pirates, gradually gained the upper hand. The spaceship powerhouses were hit hard, and the Pear Blossom pirates sneered, "It's time to break the spaceship barrier. The Xianming spaceship has been flying for so long, I must have scavenged a lot of holy stones from those guests, these are all ours." The ghost pirate laughed, "That's right, in addition to those holy stones, there must be various treasures collected on the way in the spacecraft, and these treasures are also ours." The first. The eyes of the 3 pirates flashed thick greed, and the shots were even more merciless. The enchantment of the spaceship also has a limit. The 3 know that as long as they keep attacking, the enchantment will shatter in a short time. Pear Flower Holy Finger. Rising Sun, Kai Tai. Gods are addicted. The 3 are worthy of being quite famous pirate leaders, and they are all high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary masters. The 3 of them are powerhouses who are only one step away from the peak of the sanctuary peak, and at this moment, they have used the high-grade medium-grade sanctuary secret skills, and their explosive power is infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary peak of the 7th layer. Under the attack of the 3 powerhouses, the spaceship barrier trembled violently, and cracks spread. In the spaceship, as the vibration became more and more violent, many warriors who had settled down became panic again. This time, no matter how the spaceship steward yelled, it was useless. The warriors became more and more flustered, and an uneasy atmosphere permeated. Han Feng had already made preparations. Xuanhuan observed everything outside, and Han Feng knew that a battle with these pirates was inevitable. Han Feng hesitated for a while, but he still didn't make a sound to remind everyone. In this way, many warriors will inevitably fall because of being caught off guard, but Han Feng has no choice but to say sorry. People are selfish. Even if they want to do good things, they must save themselves first. How to explain how he knew the pirates were about to break in if he sounded a reminder now? The power of the primordial spirit in a mere great sanctuary cannot even be detected by the peak of the sanctuary. Everyone must feel that he is carrying a treasure. If he provokes the greed of many powerhouses in the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, it will be dangerous in the future. Boom! The spaceship barrier finally shattered, and the 3 Pear Blossom pirates filed in with the remaining islands and started killing. My God, it really is a pirate. Pirates actually broke in. What do the strong men on the spaceship eat? Even the pirates can't resist. Aren't these pirates afraid of the revenge of the Xianming Saint? With so many sanctuary peak pirates, we are finished. Angry, roaring, fear, despair, and various expressions of emotions, all the warriors in the spaceship panicked. The heavenly ghost pirate looked at the many warriors in the spaceship, and grinned. "Little brothers, kill them all." In an instant, these pirates entered the crowd in the spaceship. The screams and the sound of fighting were endless. These pirates are the elites among the elites. Perhaps these pirate leaders decided to completely destroy the Xianming spaceship without letting one person go, so the most elites in the forces were sent, and most of them were the peak powerhouses of the sanctuary. The very few remaining parts are also at the level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary. These sanctuary peaks and Great Sanctuary pirates are released, and any of them will be reused by major forces. And what about the ship? There are peaks in the sanctuary, but very few. Most of them are the Great Sanctuary, the Ordinary Sanctuary, and even the heavenly rank young masters from the Son-in-Law, and there are very few in the Great Sanctuary who are in the later stages of the Great Sanctuary. In the face of this group of elite pirates, in addition to being able to withstand the peak of the sanctuary, what the peak of the sanctuary faces is completely inhumane murder. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. These people said that they would seek revenge for the Xianming saint, as if they had suffered a lot of grievances. But now it seems that Han Feng still feels that the Xianming saint is light. If it was him, he would definitely not only suppress them, but exterminate all these pirates. Pirates continued to kill these warriors, and soon some pirates noticed Han Feng and killed Han Feng. Jia, such a young guy, he must be the son of a big family. TSK, there is no strong man with you. This time I have sent it. A son-in-law from birth. These young masters may not be very strong, but they can carry extremely precious treasures, which is a big gain for their pirates. Death. Han Feng's eyes widened, and he suddenly shot. Xuanhuan broke out, and Han Feng slapped the pirate's chest with the palm of his hand. Click. Puff. I just heard the sound of the bones shattering in the pirate's chest, and blood spurted out, mixed with the minced meat of organs, and then flew upside down, and fell heavily on the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. Han Feng knows that even if this pirate is not dead now, he will be dead after a while. To tell the truth, this pirate is not weak, and his strength has reached the level of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, but this pirate underestimated Han Feng. The pirate only saw Han Feng's young face and mistakenly thought that Han Feng was the son of a big family who was not very powerful. He didn't expect Han Feng to be the same level as him. Even though Han Feng's cultivation base is only in the early days of the Great Sanctuary, the holy body and primordial spirit have reached the peak of the 9 heavens, and they may even surpass them. As for Xuanhuan's solidity, it is comparable to the peak of Zhuzangshan. All things considered, Han Feng was only slightly weaker than this pirate, without using the unique skills of the sanctuary. Inadvertently, he was hit with all-out blows by a powerhouse who was second only to him. How could this pirate be able to get a good deal? Damn. Isn't this kid brother? It's the Great Sanctuary Zhuzangshan of the same level as us. This kid actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and killed our brother to avenge our brother. Several Great Sanctuary Zhuzangshan pirates saw this scene and suddenly became angry. These weak chickens dare to kill their brothers, they are courting death. Seeing these pirates attacking with anger, Han Feng sneered again and again, only you are allowed to kill, and they are not allowed to resist? What's the point of this? Lotus Smashing Fist. The 5 flaming lotuses that were not condensed by Aurorat Songyin burst out. Even if there is no Aurorat Songyin, the 3rd level of Lotus Smashing Fist is also a high-grade and low-grade holy domain secret. The flaming lotus exploded, forming a vortex of flames that swallowed these pirates, and instantly turned these pirates into ashes. Some warriors in the spaceship were overjoyed when they saw this scene, and began to subconsciously gather in the Korean style. At such a moment, if there is a strong person around, it will undoubtedly give them a certain sense of security and the courage to fight back. Seeing this, Han Feng frowned slightly and said nothing. There was no advance warning before, but now it can be considered compensation. Killing 3 pirates of the Great Sanctuary Jizongshan with one blow, Han Feng finally attracted the pirates of the Peak of the Sanctuary, and a pirate of the Peak of the Sanctuary flew over. "Boy, bury my brother with me." With a half-step high-grade sanctuary, the terrifying power roared like a giant beast. "Humph, the first level of the Peak of the Sanctuary." Han Feng snorted coldly, but the flaming lotus condensed, this time, was integrated into the aurora Xuanhuan. Under the outbreak, the pirate at the Peak of the Sanctuary was terrified and incredulous. It devoured and burned to ashes. The warriors who gathered to Han Feng were a little terrified when they saw that the Peak of the Sanctuary was coming, but they were all overjoyed to see Han Feng kill the Peak of the Sanctuary in one move. The stronger they gather towards this strong man, the safer they will be. The Heavenly Ghost Pirates took action to resist several Sanctuary Peak 3 or 4 heavenly powerhouses. Seeing a cold light flashed in his eyes, the Sanctuary Peak that was killed in one move was exactly his own. "Li Chi, leave that kid to you." The Heavenly Ghost Pirate's voice transmission was full of killing intent. "Second more. Leader, leave everything to your subordinates." Li Chi's respectful voice came out. Li Chi's real name is not actually called Li Chi, it's just because he ranks 7th in the Heavenly Ghost Pirates. Being able to rank 7th in the Heavenly Ghost Pirates, Li Chi's strength is naturally not weak. He has already reached the limit of the Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven, and he is only half a step away from the Sanctuary Peak 4th stage. Li Chi ordered the 2 Peak Sanctuary Peaks to follow him. 1 Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven, 2 Sanctuary Peak 2nd Heaven. Han Feng's face froze. He just killed a Sanctuary Peak, or a first level, and he has provoked such powerhouses so quickly. Kill. Kill. The 2 Sanctuary Peak or Zongshan pirates roared and attacked Han Feng with powerful attacks. In the face of such attacks, Han Feng could not remain indifferent. Void Immortal Body, congeal. Holy Flame Battle Body, congeal. Aurora Xuanhuan, fusion. Under Li Chi's incredible gaze, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed to the peak of the sanctuary. Holy Flame Taihuang Fist. The shadow of the Taihuang appeared behind him, and the Taihuang's cold gaze swept towards the 2 pirates at the peak of the sanctuary. The 2 soon realized that what they were dealing with was a ruthless rival. However, the 2 were unable to stop. Boom! The Taihuang punched with the momentum of dominating the world, and blasted the 2 of them into powder with one punch. The 2 died very simply. Their bodies died at the same time as their primordial spirits, and they didn't feel the slightest pain. A deep chill surged out of Li Chi's heart. This guy was so powerful. Just thinking of his own cultivation of the triple heaven limit, Li Chi became a lot more stable. Boy, kill so many brothers of mine, how can I spare you? 8 Desolate Sky Wrath Fist. Fusion Holy Flame Taihuang Fist. Facing Li Chi's punch, Han Feng also threw a punch, but Jiguang Xuanhuan immediately merged into it. If the previous Taihuang Phantom reminded people of the Supreme Overlord, then the Taihuang Phantom now burning with silver-white flames gives people the breath of a flame monarch. Boom! The aftermath of the flame spread out. Han Feng's eyes flashed, but he was not affected by the aftermath, but a figure flashed. The Xianming heavenly wolf wings unfolded behind him, passed through the aftermath of the flame at a shocking speed, and came directly to Li Chi. Li Chi was still struggling to resist the aftermath of the flames, and when he saw Han Feng suddenly appear, his face was full of inconceivable, and then Li Chi's heart couldn't contain a touch of panic. Death. Sun Han's tone came out of Han Feng's mouth, and Do Pajintian fist suddenly slammed into Li Chi. Li Chi hurriedly displayed a defensive measure, and an energy shield was intercepted between the 2. Han Feng didn't stop his hands at all, and Do Pajintian fist still smashed it fiercely. A layer of shocking power broke out. and together they created a more terrifying power. If the energy shields of the previous vibrating powers can still be resisted, with the continuous explosion of the vibrational power, the energy shields are also constantly fragile, and eventually shattered in a single blow. Han Feng's punch hit Li Qi fiercely, and the shock force burst out with all his strength, causing Li Qi's internal organs to shatter in an instant. Puff! Li Qi's eyes widened and he fell heavily to the ground. Han Feng's attack did not end. Yuanshan slammed away, and after strangling Li Qi's Yuanshan, Han Feng really killed Li Qi. Old 7. Heavenly Ghost Pirate's face was hideous. It didn't take much time from Li Qi's killing to Han Feng to being killed by Han Feng, so the ghost pirates have not recovered from Li Qi's death at all, so they can't do anything to rescue them. At this moment, when I came back to my senses, how could the ghost pirates take care of the opponent in front of them, and they wanted to kill Han Feng wholeheartedly. Li Hua, Xingyang, these guys are handed over to you. I want to avenge my brother. The ghost pirate said bitterly. Li Hua pirates and Xingyang pirates said, don't worry, leave these chops to us, you can go. Although Han Feng's strength was astonishing, it was relative to the others. For the 3 pear flower pirates, this strength did not even have the ability to pose a threat to them. In the eyes of the Yue pirates and the Sun pirates, a few seconds after the heavenly ghost pirates is enough to solve everything. Gods are addicted. The heavenly ghost pirates hated Han Feng to death, and they didn't hold back. Fusion Burning Heaven Emperor's revered finger. Han Feng's complexion changed greatly, and the huge flamed finger burst out. However, the gap between Han Feng and the heavenly ghost pirates was too great. The giant flame fingers were swallowed up by myriad tortoises before they could actually strike out. These ghosts grimaced and bit Han Feng greedily. Han Feng sighed, knowing that the heavenly ghost pirates are far from being able to deal with the powerhouses at present, and immediately, Han Feng summoned Zhu Tianyunk. As soon as Zhu Tianyunk came out, the flames raged and spread, and Wan Gui's original grim expression turned into fear. Zhu Tianyunk uttered a cry, and the flames spread like waves, swallowing all the ghosts. What is the bloodline of Zhu Tianyunk? Now it is able to exert the power of the top saint level. The 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary is combined with the top-level sacred blood, and it is not weaker than the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary in terms of cultivation. With the help of unique skills, it is not a problem to contend against the peak of the ordinary sanctuary. As soon as the flames came out, the ghost pirates felt a strong threat. What a powerful monster! How could you have such a powerful contracted monster? The heavenly ghost pirate was deeply horrified, feeling that his life was under great threat, and the heavenly ghost pirate could not even bother to avenge his brother. Heaven and earth are big, and you are the biggest. Only if he saves his life, can he avenge his brother. If he is dead, there is nothing left. However, Zhu Tianyunk has not fought for a long time, and the previous battle was abused by the spirits of the spirit race. At this moment, it is finally possible to fight to vent. How could Zhu Tianyunk let the ghost pirates escape? With a flash, Zhu Tianyunk appeared in front of the ghost pirates like a teleportation, and the raging flame surrounded the ghost pirates in the blink of an eye. What kind of flame is this? No. The flames poured into the body of the ghost pirate, and the ghost pirate let out a shrill scream, and then the body and the primordial spirit were burned to ashes. The battle in the spaceship stopped abruptly. Xingran watched this scene, and the next moment, countless horrified and anticipating eyes focused on Zhu Tianyunk. The one who is frightened is the pirate side, and the one who is looking forward to it is the powerhouse side of the spaceship. However, Zhu Tianyunk screamed, "Oh, I didn't control the strength, I killed it in seconds." Zhu Tianyunk wanted to vent, but he would kill the opponent all at once, and Zhu Tianyunk was full of dissatisfaction. In an instant, Zhu Tianyunk's gaze glared at the pear flower pirate and the Xingyang pirate, who were the strongest among them now. The third one. The Pear Blossom pirates and the Xingyang pirates immediately turned their faces and ran away. The Heavenly Ghost pirates are at the same level as them, and their combat power is comparable, but the Heavenly Ghost pirates can't even resist a single move in the opponent's hands. Could it be possible for the two of them to be able to resist? Even if the two are united, how long can they really last? Oh, don't run! Zhu Tianyunk shouted arrogantly, and immediately chased after him. The next moment, what appeared in front of everyone was unilateral tyranny and crushing. Perhaps knowing how terrifying his current flame is, Zhu Tianyunk did not release the flame, but kept using his claws to bully the Pear Flower pirates and the Sunrise pirates. Han Feng was also stunned by this scene. Han Feng's impression of Zhu Tianyunk was still at the level of being tyrannized by Lingon. Even after Xiaopeng recovered and told Zhu Tianyunk that he had broken through to the 4th level of Sanctuary Peak, he did not immediately reverse Han Feng's impression of Zhu Tianyunk. But it wasn't until then that Han Feng really understood how powerful Zhu Tianyunk was. Even if this level cannot compete with Lingon, it definitely has the power to fight. If Lingon wants to defeat the current Zhu Tianyunk, he must go all out. It has only been a few months since the battle with Lingon, and not even half a year. The progress of Zhu Tianyunk is too terrifying. Little Fatty snorted coldly. The battle that was abused by Lingon made this guy arouse his self-motivation, not only this guy, but also Xuanhuan and Xiaolei. Why are they progressing so fast in a month? Even if there is a source of holy stone, they have reached the pinnacle level of the sanctuary after all. At this level, the ancient family is the mainstay of the elite. If it is so easy to break through, the ancient family will already be an elite of all people. By the way, I forgot to tell you that now Xuanhuan and Xiaolei have also broken through to the 2nd level of the Sanctuary Peak. You have to work hard, or you will be thrown far away. Han Feng took a deep breath. The 3 beasts were motivated, and the progress in strength was so terrifying. As if he knew what Han Feng was thinking, Little Fatty said proudly, "What kind of treasure is the Jiuyantianhua Pagoda?" Before, their self-motivation generally improved so quickly, not to mention now that they have goals and self-motivation. If there is no Jiuyantianhua Pagoda, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei will be at the same level in their entire lives. It's amazing that the mutation reaches the heaven level. Zhu Tianyunk is just beyond the sanctuary to reach the true God. It is very powerful in the Forgotten Continent, and it is average in the continent of the gods. It can survive to reach the true God of 9 tribulations. But now there is the Jianshan Fire Tower, sanctuary? True God? No, they will reach the group that is at the top level in the continent of the gods. Han Feng, never underestimate the Jiuyantianhua Tower. During the time Xiaopeng was talking, Zhu Tianyunk was almost done playing. No longer playing with the two of them, Sun Han's murderous intent poured out. You shouldn't come to provoke the boss. Die. On the verge of death, the Pear Flower pirates and the Rising Sun pirates were aroused fiercely. Pear Flower Holy Finger. Rising Sun, Kai Tai. The two of them felt the clearness of the way forward as never before, and they even unleashed the power of 120% of the sanctuary. At this moment, the two of them have clearly touched the power of the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. As long as they retreat afterward, there are 10 who can successfully break through to the 7th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Although there is no breakthrough now, but it is also a great improvement in strength, coupled with the extraordinary performance of the sanctuary, the two of them have truly reached the peak of the sanctuary's 7th level power. The two laughed loudly, showing a cheerful look. Now this beast should be damned. Zhu Tianyunk smiled jokingly. This strength is like killing the young master? Dreaming. The temperature of the flame suddenly increased, and the original joy of the Pear Flower pirates and the Sun pirates turned into despair again. The flames devoured them, and the 2 pirate chiefs were burned to ashes. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. In their eyes, the pirates who were extremely powerful were so vulnerable in the hands of this beast. How strong is the real strength of this beast? Thinking that such a monster is the younger brother of a certain young man, all the warriors couldn't help but feel a little jealous. If they have such a beast boy, they will not immediately become a master in their own family. There are such powerful monsters, but they were not released earlier. If they were released earlier, how could there be so many casualties? A discordant voice came from the crowd. Han Feng's eyes froze, and he looked coldly, seeing that the warrior who said the discordant voice was pale and didn't dare to say anything before he retracted his gaze. Some of the warriors who were planning to go along were also silent when they saw this scene. With such a powerful little beast, if they are not pleasing to the eye and want to slaughter them, they will never be able to fight back. In such a situation, it is better not to provoke right and wrong. Han Feng retracted his gaze, but there was not much joy in his heart. Han Feng never planned to summon Zhu Tianyunk and other monsters in a large audience. In such a large audience, the news could not be concealed and would always spread. A monster with strong bloodline and strength is not weak, or a monster that has been successfully tamed by humans. I don't know how much greed it will cause to the strong. Contracted monsters are rare, because the character of monsters makes them unable to surrender to human beings, and they would rather self-destruct than surrender. But if it is a monster that has been tamed before, it is more likely to be subdued. Having an extra powerful warcraft thug around him is equivalent to a great increase in overall strength, and no martial artist will not be envious. If the warrior who conquered the beast was powerful, maybe no one dared to provoke it, but if it was the opposite, then everything would be different. Han Feng knew that his cultivation in the great sanctuary could not hold back some greedy warriors. When you arrive at Jiupa Island, you may have to leave as soon as possible, before the news spreads. Han Feng made a decision in his heart. Of course, Han Feng has another option, which is to kill all the many warriors present. But Han Feng is obviously not so maddened yet. This lord. A strong man at the peak of the sanctuary came over with a trembling body. Han Feng saw this person's clothes and knew that this person should be one of the managers of Xianming spacecraft. What's the matter? Big, sir, can you? The sanctuary peak of this Xianming spacecraft was a little uncertain about Han Feng's character, so he spoke with trepidation, for fear of angering the other party and explaining his own life. Han Feng looked at the other party's anxious eyes and quickly guessed the other party's purpose. Do you want me to help you? Han Feng raised his eyebrows. The first island. Yes. The peak of the sanctuary of the Xianming spacecraft was a little uncertain whether Han Feng was willing or not, and his attitude was still disrespectful, and it could even be said that he was afraid. Unexpectedly, Han Feng said next, yes. Skylark, please. Hey, boss, leave everything to me. Zhu Tianyunk heard that there were still people who could be abused, and his eyes were bright like two little suns. When Xianming Spaceship's sanctuary peak heard the words, he was overjoyed and thanked again and again, thank you. Thank you, sir. Han Feng waved his hand, indicating that this is not necessary. The reason why Han Feng chose to help is only because these pirates are not a threat to him, and it is nothing to help him. What's more, if you want to reach Jiupa Island, you still need to rely on the Xianming spaceship, and Han Feng himself does not recognize the way. Of the many map records in the North Central Sea, Jiupa Island and Xianming Island should be the most complete. Han Feng plans to buy a map of the North Central Sea when he arrives at Jiupa Island. There is absolutely no such map in Liguang Island. After Zhu Tianyunk flew out of the Xianming spaceship, the remaining waiters of the Xianming spaceship came to Han Feng to serve, and finally Han Feng was impatient to speak and was able to relax. The passengers and the rest of the spacecraft were also cautious at this moment, and the atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. Not long after, the green-robed old man from Zhu Tianyunk and Xuanming's spaceship flew back, and the green-robed old man still had some doubts on his face. In the end, it was the peak of the sanctuary of the Xuanming spacecraft who told the old man everything, and the old man immediately came to Han Feng's side and said, "Old Xuanhuan, known as the Saint of Xuanhuan, thank you for your help." Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan and Xuanming are only one word apart, which makes Han Feng doubt the relationship between the Xuanhuan saint and Xuanming saint in front of him. Perhaps it was Han Feng's eyes that looked too much, and Saint Xuanhuan smiled bitterly. This old man has no blood relationship with Master Xuanming, so it's just right. It's also because of Saint Xuanming's big belly, and he doesn't have the title of old man. I don't care. Han Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. Saint Xuanhuan said again, "In order to thank your excellency for your help, this old man hopes that you will show respect to this old man. How about going to the VIP area of the spacecraft?" Han Feng spent a lot of time on the Xuanming spacecraft, and naturally knew that there was a VIP area on the spacecraft. But only two types of people can stay in such a VIP area. The first category is naturally the powerhouse of the Nine Soul Saint level, and it is still free. The second category is the late stage of the peak of the sanctuary, but this level of powerhouse needs to fly out a large number of holy stones, and its huge number makes many of the late stage of the sanctuary prefer to live in ordinary areas rather than live in ordinary areas. VIP area. Han Feng was naturally curious about the VIP area, so he did not refuse. Under the jealous eyes of the passengers, Han Feng followed Saint Xuanhuan into the VIP area. The scenery in the VIP area is more delicate than the ordinary area. Rauscher Han Feng was a little lost for the first time, and then he took a deep breath. The rich holy air in the air made Han Feng feel that the pores all over his body were opened. "Hee, Mr. Han, how do you feel?" Because of the existence of Zhu Tianyunk, Xuanhuan Saint did not dare to call Han Feng Han Xiaoyu or Han Brother. But if it is called Master Han, Han Feng is too young, plus Han Feng's own cultivation is only at the level of the Great Sanctuary. Xuanhuan Saint can't be called at all. Saint Xuanhuan, as a 7th level powerhouse at the peak of the sanctuary, also has his own pride. Han Feng said with a smile, "It's very good. Even if you cultivate in a place like this, there will be a lot of benefits even at the level of the Great Sanctuary." Saint Xuanhuan stroked his beard and said, "The benefits of the VIP area are not only that, Mr. Han can enjoy it to the fullest. This time, thanks to Mr. Han and my Xuanming spacecraft, I was able to get rid of this disaster. Everything in Mr. Han's VIP area is free." Han Feng's eyes instantly became hot. After that, the two exchanged again, and Saint Xuanhuan finally said goodbye and left. Han Feng's sharp eyes found that Saint Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with unresolved sorrow. "I'm worried about what the Silver Moon Saint said." Han Feng sighed and continued, "If the Xuanming Saint really fell, then the Xuanming spaceship would have no big backers, and I want to cross it in the future. The North Central Sea is almost impossible. Maybe when they arrive at Geopa Island, those passengers need to find a way to get back to their own." After sighing, Han Feng didn't care much. Saint Xuanming is not familiar with him and is far away from him. Now Han Feng's main purpose is to cultivate. There are more precious spiritual fruits here, and there is such a strong holy energy. If you don't hurry up to cultivate, you will be sorry for yourself. In just a few days, the Saint Yuan in Han Feng's body was more condensed, the realm of the initial stage of the Great Sanctuary was more stable, and there were even signs of breaking through the middle stage of the 9 heavens. All of this is of course because the spiritual fruit in the VIP area contains a lot of energy and the sacred air in the space is rich, but it is also because the energy left in the body of the Dragon Vein Holy Spring was further refined. Han Feng estimates that if he retreats now, at most 1 or 2 months will be enough to break through to the middle stage of the 9 heavens. If there is any precious holy level spiritual fruit, the speed of this breakthrough can be greatly accelerated. Unfortunately, when Han Feng wanted to continue his cultivation, Jiupa Island finally arrived. A group of people filed out, and after saying goodbye to Saint Xuanhuan, Han Feng also left the Xianming spaceship, intending to inquire about news. When he came to the holy city of 9 souls, Han Feng's face was condensed. It stands to reason that the holy city of 9 souls, as the core city of 9 souls island, has 9 soul saints sitting in town, and the city should be full of traffic and endless stream of traffic, but Han, however, Feng found that the 9 soul holy city was somewhat depressed. At this moment, Han Feng felt that something really happened in the central North Sea area. The fall of Saint Xianming is probably not simple, otherwise Jiupa Island would not be like this. Han Feng frowned. For some reason, I suddenly had a bad premonition in my heart, as if something bad would happen. Fatty's face is also a little dignified. Han Feng, go and inquire. Half a day later, Han Feng looked embarrassed, and the news that he found shocked Han Feng. Not only the Xianming saint died, but also the flowing sea saint. The 3 major human sanctuaries in the central and northern waters were Xiaocheng, and 2 of them fell at once, and now there is only 1 saint of 9 souls left. And the one who killed the 2 saints turned out to be the king of the Sea clan. These kings are rarely united. It's no wonder that the 2 saints didn't even escape. The 4 kings of the Sea clan are the 4 great sanctuaries, so how can they escape in a 4-on-1 situation? Moreover, the Xianming sage and the Luhai sage are only the sanctuary's small perfection. 1-on-1 is not the logarithm of any of the sea kings. It's too bad. In the past, the human race was able to stand in the North Central Sea area because these sea kings were against each other. Now they are united. Look good, the idea of leaving Jiupa Island is even better. But before that, it is necessary to buy a map of the Central North Sea. Han Feng bought the map of the North Central Sea area not far from Pickle Street. After thinking about it, Han Feng stepped into Pickle Street by the way. Time is urgent, Chubby, it's up to you if I find anything worth missing. If we don't have to leave now, I always feel unsafe in Jiupa Island. Han Feng said. Second more. Don't worry, leave everything to me, as long as there are treasures here. Little Fatty vowed. Next, Han Feng walked through in a leisurely pace under the doubtful eyes of many people. The warriors on the street of picking up leeks are either here to buy things, or they are concentrating on picking up leeks. But whether it's buying things or picking up leeks, you need to observe the things here, and you will walk through the street as if you don't care about anything. However, there are so many wonderful people in this world, so many warriors are just surprised, they don't care, and they concentrate on the things in front of them. As soon as he was about to leave the street, Han Feng asked without giving up, is there really no treasure that has been dusted? Little Fatty smiled bitterly and said, no, maybe it's because the news of the fall of the Saint Xianming and the Saint of the Flowing Sea has had too much impact on these warriors, or maybe these warriors feel bad. So the warriors who come here to set up stalls are very little. Didn't you see that even the streets are not full? This is completely different from the prosperity we have heard about before. Just like the holy city of 9 souls, isn't it also very depressed? Of course, even so, it's not without dust, but those are of no use to you. Really? Han Feng was extremely disappointed, and really took advantage of the excitement and returned. But at this moment, Fatty suddenly exclaimed, no, I found a treasure that is of great use to you. Han Feng looked shocked, what treasure? Little Fatty smiled mysteriously, go and see if you can see it. Han Feng had to follow Xiaopeng's instructions, and came to a stall, beside the street. Yo, what is this little brother going to buy? The stall owner said enthusiastically immediately. Han Feng smiled and said, let me see. When the stall owner saw Han Feng searching among the piles of junk, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, and he was another one who wanted to find out. The stall owner sneered in his heart. He is well known on the street of picking up leaks. His eyesight is the best. Han Feng also noticed that there was no one in front of the stall, so he couldn't help but be a little puzzled, but he was quickly attracted by a stone. Han Feng stared at the stone. I vaguely feel a little familiar, but I can't think of why it is familiar. The rock was about the size of a fist, like part of something. Little fatty, are you talking about this stone? Han Feng asked uncertainly. Little fatty smiled. Okay, you really saw it. I thought you were going to ask me for help. Han Feng pouted and looked serious. What exactly is this stone? Why do I feel familiar? Fatty tooted, can't you remember? That's right, this stone is just a fragment of a complete product, so it's no wonder you can't recognize it. Let me remind you how your immortal body rose to its peak. Han Feng's face changed, and his pupils were full of shock. Is this stone a Taoist enlightenment stone? But it's too small. By the way, you said that this is a fragment of the enlightenment stone, but since it is a fragment, the effect will be greatly reduced. Knowing that this stone is the enlightenment stone, Han Feng was a little shocked for a moment, but after knowing that it was just one of the split stones, Han Feng was a little disappointed. The complete enlightenment stone is indeed precious, but how much can just a fragment do? Take the holy stone as an example. If the holy stone is split into several pieces, even if it is only cut in half, then the energy of each piece is probably not 1 out of 10, not 1/2. Xiaopeng rolled his eyes. Since I say it is useful, it must be useful. Look at your expression. I should have told you about the enlightenment stone you encountered in the secret realm before. It was almost exhausted. The one in front of you is different. Although it is only a fragment of the enlightenment stone, it can be used when it is complete. It should be full of energy, and no one has ever realized it. So don't look at it as a fragment now. The remaining power of enlightenment in it is stronger than the whole piece you encountered before. Do you understand now? It's so. Han Feng's eyes were burning. Looking at the fragments of the enlightenment stone, Han Feng is bound to win. Han Feng originally had some thoughts on how to take the void immortal body a step further, but if it was really implemented, he didn't know how long it would take to advance. Even if he breaks through to the peak of the sanctuary in the near future, Han Feng does not have much confidence. Don't look at it like this, and feel that Han Feng is not good at the field, and his comprehension is not high. You must know how long has it been since Han Feng realized the crude immortal body? It's just that Han Feng's cultivation speed is too fast. Now that there are fragments of the enlightenment stone, the meaning of listening to Xiaopeng is stronger than the power of enlightenment contained in the complete enlightenment stone that he encountered at the beginning, which makes Han Feng see the hope of advancing to the virtual immortal body. Perhaps, the void immortal body will be able to successfully break through when his cultivation has not yet reached the peak of the sanctuary. Raising his head, Han Feng looked at the stall owner. Stall owner, I want this stone, what's the price? The stall opened his mouth, looked at Han Feng suspiciously, and then looked at the stone. Could it be that this stone is really a treasure? The eyes of this kid are very hot. The stall owner is a little uncertain. If the boy in front of him is just self-righteous and takes an ordinary stone as a treasure, then he will naturally earn it, but what if it is not? Then he will lose. Hee, the little brother seems to know something about this stone. Can you tell me next? The stall owner couldn't help but asked curiously. Han Feng did not answer the stall owner's words, but smiled slightly. Stall owner, don't think I'm a newcomer and don't understand the rules here, except for the clearly marked prices. These things that are regarded as waste are not allowed for the two sides to interact with each other. Inquired. Since I have taken a fancy to it, don't care if I am wrong, the stall owner can't ask. This is the charm of Pickle Street, and the stall owner will not want to break the rules here. The stall owner smiled embarrassingly. Although he was very famous on Pickle Street, he didn't dare to break the rules here. Once the news spreads, the business of Pickle Street will be affected, and he will not be able to do well by then. While Han Feng smiled, he was also a little annoyed in his heart. He was so restless that he was seen. But the shock that the Tao Enlightenment Stone brought to Han Feng was indeed too great, but Han Feng knew from Xiaopeng that the Tao Enlightenment Stone was a strange stone in the continent of the gods, and the forgotten continent could never be produced. This also means that unless it is the Enlightenment Stone brought from the forgotten continent from the gods' continent, it is impossible for the forgotten continent to produce a new Enlightenment Stone. In this way, the number of Enlightenment Stones is limited, and getting one is a great opportunity. Because of the rules, the stall owner could only watch Han Feng leave with what he thought was a waste stone. Leaving Pickle Street, Han Feng endured the joy and excitement, endured the urge to comprehend the broken pieces of Tao stone, and thought about where the next battle should be when leaving Jiupa Island. Han Feng did not plan to fly directly from Jiupa Island back to the central continent. First, it would consume a lot of Saint Yuan in the body, and second, it would be more likely to be attacked by the Sea Clan in the sea. Only by avoiding the powerful Sea Clan as much as possible and looking for the islands in this route can we return to the Beizhou continent in the safest way. Just when Han Feng was thinking hard, Jiupa Island was secretly surrounded by the Sea Clan. The third one. Outside the Nine Souls Island, the Mermaid King at the head was majestic, and behind him stood the Thunder Shark King and other 3 Sea Clan kings. Kill. The Mermaid King looked coldly at the core of the King's Nine Souls Island, the holy city of 9 souls, and spit out a word from Xuanhuan. Kill. 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 In an instant, behind the Mermaid King, the sea monster powerhouse of the 4 kings, the Sea Clan, let out a deafening roar, suffocating into the sky. The large number of Sea Clan powerhouses almost covered the sky and the sun, and the warriors on the Nine Souls Island quickly discovered that the sky seemed to be suddenly darkened. Some powerful warriors quickly noticed that this is a Sea Clan powerhouse. For a moment, panic spread. Outside the Nine Souls Island, the Mermaid King said lightly to the 3 kings behind him, "The Black Shark King will follow me to kill the 9 soul saints. The remaining 2 defend here, and any martial artist who escapes must be killed." The means to kill the warriors on the 3 large islands will shock the human race, and presumably there are not so many human races on the remaining islands that dare to resist our Sea Clan. A king of the Sea Clan said, "Why not destroy all the human races? In the past, we fought each other and couldn't take care of the human race. Now that we are all united, we will occupy all the central and northern waters without leaving room for the human race." How? Do they still have the power to resist? The Black Shark King hummed, "Idiot. What did you say?" The king of the Sea Clan was furious, staring at the Black Shark King angrily. Surrendering to the Mermaid King is because of the Mermaid King's powerful strength, but this does not mean that the Sea King is afraid of the Black Shark King. The Mermaid King suddenly released his powerful aura, and the Black Shark King and the Sea Clan King were both shocked and stopped talking. The more they came into contact with the Mermaid King, the more they felt the unfathomable strength of the Mermaid King. Among the 4 kings, the Mermaid King is the youngest, and the bloodline is stronger than them. The 3 kings guess that maybe the Mermaid King will step into the holy realm of great perfection in the future. At that time, the Mermaid King will be the worthy emperor. Because of this, the 3 kings of the Black Shark King felt less unwilling at this moment. A little more real reverence for the Mermaid King. Therefore, when the Mermaid King released his momentum to stop them from arguing, the 2 kings subconsciously stopped arguing. The Mermaid King looked at the king of the Sea Clan and said lightly, "Water Ghost King, you must know that the strength of our Sea Clan is only in the central and northern waters. Compared with the human races of the 5 continents, our Sea Clan is nothing. Especially those in the ancient family, there are many strong people in the great perfection of the sanctuary. If we do too much, those strong people may not be able to take action. Before our Sea Clan was born with the great perfection of the sanctuary, we could not deal with all the people in the central North Sea. humans are slaughtered. Those ancient families are all in the 5 continents. Do they still manage the affairs of the central North Sea? The Water Ghost King was a little disbelieving. The Black Shark King rolled his eyes. Is the human race in the central and northern waters not human? There are also many monsters in the 5 continents. If the human race of the 5 continents wants to kill the monsters in a genocide-like strangulation, you can see that the old monsters of the monsters will intervene. The Mermaid King glanced at the Black Shark King with admiration and said, "The Black Shark King is right, we just occupy and dominate the central and northern waters. The old guys who are full of food may think that we are provoking them, and they will definitely take action if they don't take their strongest human beings in the eyes." The Water Ghost King broke into a cold sweat. A master who has reached the level of the Water Ghost King naturally knows what can be offended and what cannot be offended. They are kings in the North Central Sea, but in the ancient family they can only be said to be high level, and there is still a lot of gap between the leaders at the top. My subordinates understand. The Mermaid King of the Water Ghost Dynasty handed over. The Mermaid King said, "It's good to know, Black Shark King, follow this king to attack the city." Yes. The Mermaid King and the Black Shark King led many Sea Clan powerhouses and attacked Jopa Island like a plague of locusts. In addition to the holy city of 9 souls, there are many other cities on Jopa Island, but these cities are at most a middle stage of the sanctuary peak, and they have no resistance in the face of the army led by the Mermaid King. This led to the fall of the fortresses. Picking up the street, Fatty's voice sounded anxiously, "Han Feng, the Sea Clan has come to attack the island." What? Han Feng was taken aback. After knowing the reason for the fall of Saint Xianming and Saint Lu Hai, Han Feng guessed that the Sea Clan would find Jopa Island sooner or later, but Han Feng never expected it to happen so quickly. At the moment, Han Feng is a little fortunate that he came to pick up the leeks and strolled around, and left Jopa Island immediately after buying the map. Otherwise, according to the time, he should just come to the edge of Jopa Island right now. Maybe it's not good. Just happened to meet the attacking Sea Clan. That result. Han Feng was shocked. But even so, if you stay on Jopa Island, you will meet the strong Sea Clan sooner or later. What should you do? Han Feng thought hard. Han Feng, why don't we return to the holy city of 9 souls? If there are saints of the 9 souls, we should be able to be some. Xiaopeng suggested. Han Feng directly refused. No, since the goal of these Sea Clan powerhouses is to kill the 9 soul saints, it will be a matter of time before the 9 soul saints and the 9 soul holy city are killed and broken. If we are now returning to the holy city of 9 souls is like a turtle in an urn. It is too dangerous. Now we can only find a place to hide in the 9 Souls Island for the time being, and wait for those Sea Clan powerhouses to focus all their attention on the holy city of 9 souls. Take the opportunity to leave. Of course, at that time, the entire 9 Souls Island was probably already under the control of the Sea Clan, and you may encounter the Sea Clan powerhouses everywhere. But compared to facing those Sea Clan kings, the danger is undoubtedly much less. Xiaopeng thought about it, and felt that Han Feng's thinking was very reasonable. Staying in the holy city of 9 souls meant that he had to face off against the large army of the king of the Sea Clan. Hiding somewhere and taking the opportunity to leave, the Sea Clan powerhouses encountered are likely to be only the Great Sanctuary and the peak of the Sanctuary. Compared with the Sea Clan kings in the small perfection realm of the Sanctuary, the Sea Clan powerhouses who competed against the Great Sanctuary and the peak of the Sanctuary are naturally much safer. Han Feng, you're right, let me see where I can hide. Xuanhuan's perception expanded to the limit, and he quickly found a place to hide. Han Feng, go there. Hide before the Sea Clan powerhouses have invaded here. Han Feng flew over immediately, following Xiaopeng's instructions. A few days later, in front of the holy city of 9 souls. The huge barrier surrounded the entire city. Inside the barrier were the nervous and desperate faces of all the warriors in the Nine Souls holy city, and in front of these warriors, a middle-aged figure stood in the air, staring at the Mermaid King and the Black Shark King across the barrier. It is the Nine-Soul Saint. The first. The Black Shark King looked at the barrier, and said to the Mermaid King in a solemn tone, "This barrier should have been created by the Nine-Soul Saints, gathering all the peak human warriors in the sanctuary, and also used the special formations left by some ancient powerhouses. Even an ordinary sanctuary small perfection late stage early stage, triple heaven stage early stage, expert would be difficult to break through. After the Black Shark King's strength is fully transformed into the body, the comprehensive strength is equivalent to the initial stage of the ordinary sanctuary small perfection triple heaven. In other words, with the Black Shark King's combat power, it is difficult to break through this enchantment. In fact, the reason why the Mermaid King left Chi Bai Island at the end was because he had long known that such an enchantment existed. Xuanhuan Island and Luhai Island do not have such enchantment protection. The Mermaid King took a few glances and smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, it is useless to me." The Black Shark King hurriedly flattered, "That's natural, a barrier like this can't stop our invasion." The Mermaid King's cultivation base is in the middle stage of the sanctuary small perfection, triple heaven. After transforming into the body and performing the unique skills, it has reached the peak level of the triple heaven, and it is vaguely surpassed. If this kind of combat power can't break such a barrier, then they can commit suicide. The Mermaid King's two-handed junior, the voice came out faintly, but it passed through the barrier and passed into everyone's ears. "Everyone in the holy city of Nine Souls, you should all surrender. If you surrender, this king will spare your life after occupying this place." As soon as these words came out, many warriors in the Nine Soul holy city were in a commotion. The Nine Soul Saint shouted, "Don't be deceived by him. Think about the fate of Xuanhuan Island and Luhai Island. If we admit defeat, the fate will not be much worse than Xuanhuan Island and Luhai Island." This sentence calmed the eager warriors together. Thinking of the broken corpses on Xuanhuan Island and Luhai Island, the eyes of the warriors in the holy city gradually became filled with hatred. The Nine Soul Saints are right, we must not surrender. Even if we die, we have to die standing up. Damn Sea Clan will never want to destroy our fighting spirit. The Nine Soul Saints breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Sea Clan was strong, they were not necessarily able to resist it because of the spirit formation and their combined strength. At this time, the voice of the Mermaid King came through the barrier again. "Sage of the Nine Souls, you are the most optimistic about the small perfection of the three major human sanctuaries. Why don't you surrender to this king? After conquering the entire central and northern seas, the king can grant you the fief of Chi Bai Island." Nine Soul Saint snorted coldly, "Do you want to provoke the relationship between this saint and the rest of the warriors? Dreaming. How could this dignified master of the human race's sanctuary, a small perfection, surrender to a Sea Clan like you? Today, this seat is dead, and I will drag you down." The Mermaid King seemed to have heard a big joke. "Drag this king down? It means that your excellency wants to die with this king? You deserve it too." With the last three words, the Mermaid King's face suddenly turned cold. The Mermaid King said with a cold face, "It is said that the human race likes infighting more than our sea race. Today, I wanted to watch a lot of fun, but I thought you guys would surprise me a little. But since you can't see the fun, forget it, I will put the words of this king here today, and the holy city of Nine Souls will be destroyed today." While speaking, the Mermaid King turned into a huge body, and the fish tail like a giant mountain slammed into the barrier with a cold light. Boom! As if two giant mountains suddenly collided, the entire Chi Bai Island shook, as if a 10-magnitude earthquake had occurred, and countless buildings and peaks collapsed at this moment. The aftermath of the collision was still spreading wildly around, bombarding the ground into a desert. The enchantment that made the Nine Soul Saints feel at ease was shattered under the shocked gaze of the Nine Soul Saints. Impossible. How could it be? The Nine Soul Saint widened his eyes. Nine Soul Saints dare to fight so hard, relying on the barrier, but the barrier is broken, then. The eyes of the Nine Soul Saint suddenly focused on the body of the Mermaid King, and the Nine Soul Saint took a deep breath. Sanctuary small perfection triple heaven. Should have thought of it. Should have thought of it long ago, if it wasn't for the breakthrough of the cultivation base, to suppress the other 3 kings of the Sea Clan. How could the 4 kings of the Sea Clan unite? Desperate at this moment. This is true of the Nine Soul Saints, not to mention other warriors. Many warriors cried out in despair. The Mermaid King returned to his human form, and curled his lips. That's just it, the endurance is so low. Black Shark King, I'll leave these chops to you. As for the Nine Soul Saint, this king wants to take his own life. The Mermaid King looked hideous. In a certain valley on Geopa Island, a figure suddenly sprang out. The breath coming from the holy city of 9 souls. It should be the small perfection of the sanctuary. The attention of those sea kings should be on the holy city of 9 souls. Now is a good time for me to escape. This figure is Han Feng. It's just. Isn't that the union of the 4 major Sea Clan kings? Why are there only 2 now, or? Thinking of a certain possibility, Han Feng looked gloomy and uncertain. After a long time, Han Feng exhaled, whether it is like that or not. We must rush out of Geopa Island with all our strength. If you are really forced to a desperate situation, you can only. Thinking of this, Han Feng smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, the Xuanhuan Tower will be used for the 2nd time in a short period of time. Sure enough, the central and northern seas are still too threatening to him now, and it is still a little difficult to cross the central and northern seas by his own strength. Huh? And the human race, kill. Just after flying out of the valley, a team of patrolling Sea Clan spotted Han Feng and rushed in shouting. Death. Han Feng shot out with a cold face, and these Sea Clans, who only had the strength of the great sanctuary, were completely killed by Han Feng. As he flew all the way, Han Feng encountered more and more Sea Clans, and in the end, there were some peak sanctuary powerhouses. For this reason, Han Feng had to display the double superposition and fusion of the void immortal body and the holy flame battle body, and the cultivation base skyrocketed. Soon, Han Feng approached the edge of Geopa Island. 9 Soul Holy City. 9 Soul World. Is it only this level? The Mermaid King easily broke the attack of the 9 Soul Saint with a mocking expression. The 9 Soul Saint is still in danger from the past, and his body is tattered, as if he ran out of a pile of beggars. The 9 Soul Saints stared at the Mermaid King resentfully. At this time, 7 or 88 warriors who were stubbornly resisted in the 9 Soul Saints had been killed. The corpses of the entire city were almost piled up into mountains, which was extremely terrifying. One day someone will avenge the compatriots who died today. The 9 Soul Saint roared hoarsely. The Mermaid King raised his eyebrows. Oh? This king is waiting. This king is no longer interested in you, so go die. This time, the Mermaid King broke out with all his strength, and the 9 Soul Saints could no longer resist, and thus fell. It didn't take long for the 9 Souls Holy City to become a dead city. The 3 holy islands of the human race in the central and northern seas are now a thing of the past. Second more. Ha ha ha, it's cool, it's cool. It's been a long time since I killed and eaten people so easily. A team of human warriors who had just caught and escaped by the Sea Clan powerhouses not only tore them to pieces, but also swallowed them as food, and the scene was bloody. As expected of the 3rd young master, he is really powerful. Even the powerhouses of the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary were beheaded by the young master. While eating people, these Sea clan did not forget to compliment the young people headed by them. This young man is the most favored son of the Water Ghost King, and he is also the most promising genius to inherit the throne of the Water Ghost King in the future, so he is known as the Little Water Ghost King. At this time, the Little Water Ghost King said impatiently, "The fourth level of the peak of the sanctuary is too weak. If there is a fifth level of the peak of the sanctuary, it would be great, and I will definitely let this young man have a good fight." Hey, with the strength of the third young master's sanctuary peak triple heaven, he can compete with the fifth heaven. The third young master is indeed the super genius of our Sea clan. The Sea clan did not complain about the Little Water Ghost King's impatience, but instead it is to tout the Little Water Ghost King even more. But at this moment, the Little Water Ghost King's face froze, and he said lightly, "Someone escaped. Who of you went to catch him? Whoever catches this person is whose food? This person's true cultivation base I don't know, but the cultivation base revealed at this moment is the first layer of the peak of the sanctuary. You know how delicious the meat of the peak human race of the sanctuary is, let's do it." No matter what method is used to soar the cultivation base to the first layer of the sanctuary peak, after all, it is now the first layer of heaven. This kind of food makes all the Sea clan powerhouses eager to move. Haha, this kid is mine. A sanctuary peak second level Tianshui Ghost Sea clan took the first shot. Breaking the earthquake fist, Han Feng slammed a punch, and the terrifying vortex of vibration engulfed the Sea clan of the second level heaven of the peak of the sanctuary. What? This scene shocked the Sea clan, who arrived later, and was even more fortunate. Fortunately, it wasn't them who came out, otherwise. Looking for death. Several of the sanctuary peak second level Tianhai people who were originally indifferent were angry. They were originally disdainful of taking action against the mere sanctuary peak first layer, but at this moment they knew that if they didn't take action, only those sanctuary peak first layers would not be able to help this human race powerhouse. All of a sudden, these Sea clans from the peak of the sanctuary peaked in the second layer of heaven have taken action one after another, causing great pressure on Han Feng. At this point, Han Feng couldn't care less about hiding, and Aurora Tsongyan instantly merged into the Holy Flame Battle Body and the Void Immortal Body. The cultivation base skyrocketed, and its terrifying aura made the faces of the Sea clan of the peak second level heaven of the sanctuary greatly changed. Lotus Smashing Fist. The 5 flaming lotuses condensed out, which happened to correspond to the 5 peaks of the sanctuary peak second level Tianhai clan, which burst out and exploded. Boom boom boom. The sky is filled with fire. Even though the 5 sanctuary peak second level Tianhai clan had resisted with the previously erupted tricks, they were still hit hard by the impacted flames. Hiss. A group of Sea clan gasped, and for a while no one shot. Clap clap clap. But at this moment, the sound of applause sounded. The Little Water Ghost King flew into the sky and looked at Han Feng with admiration. "Human, your strength is good. I can see that your own cultivation base should not be so high, and a human genius like you is a little reluctant to destroy it. Ah, well, if you are willing to sign a slave contract with me and submit to me forever, this young master can spare your life." Han Feng was stunned. He never thought that this person wanted to recruit him, but the slave contract. Han Feng coldly refused. The Little Water Ghost King's face sank. "You don't eat a toast and don't eat a penalty drink. If that's the case, don't blame this young master for not giving you a chance. The mere strength of the third level heaven is not in the eyes of this young master. Come on, 3 young masters. 3 young masters, this human bastard is so disrespectful to you, you must not forgive him lightly. 3 young masters, this human's meat must be delicious, so try to keep the whole corpse as much as possible." The Hai clan, who were hit hard by Han Feng before, hated Han Feng to death for making them look so ugly in front of San Shao. A very good future, and it's gone. Because of their resentment, they could not wait to eat Han Feng's blood. 3 young masters. Han Feng's face froze. Which Sea clan chief's son is he? This time, the king of the Sea clan led a group of Sea clans to attack Jiopa Island. Could it be? Han Feng secretly complained in his heart. In this case, he will definitely provoke the king of the Sea clan, which is not in line with his original expectation of escaping from Jiopa Island. But the conflict has already occurred, and Han Feng knows that unless this 3 young masters are resolved, it is absolutely impossible to escape from Jiopa Island. Forget it, anyway, I've been mentally prepared for a long time. If I mess with it, I'll mess with it. Isn't it the king of the Sea clan? When my strength improves, one day. Han Feng squinted slightly, and officially looked at the man in front of him. Sea genius. Han Feng sensed that this Sea clan genius was only in the Sanctuary Peak Triple Heaven realm, but since the other party said that the Triple Heaven was not in his eyes, he must have the ability to fight beyond the level. Suddenly, the little water ghost king shot. Blade of water cold. The endless cold air surged out and gathered, and finally turned into a half-foot-long blade, which shot at Han Feng densely. Holy Flame Taihuang Fist. The Taihuang phantom condensed, and a domineering punch suddenly swung out. Boom! The collision between the flame and the ice blade caused the area of more than 100,000 meters to be shrouded in fog. Emperor Burning Heaven's Finger. Spiral Water Roll. Breaking the heaven-shattering fist. The Claw of the Water Ghost. For a while, the two were fighting on a par. In the sanctuary, Han Feng is actually stronger than the little water ghost king. Although Han Feng could not perfectly control the sacred arts such as Xingyan Taiwanquan, but Xingyan Taiwanquan is a very high-level existence in the high-grade and low-level sacred arts. However, in terms of cultivation, Han Feng is slightly inferior. The cultivation of the little water ghost king has reached the limit of the 3rd heaven, and it is considered that half of his feet have entered the 4th level of the peak of the sanctuary. Taken together, the two are half a pound. The Water Ghost Sea clan did not expect Han Feng to be so strong. Chi was surprised, but then these Sea clans sneered, so what? Their 3 young masters have yet to show their main body and use their full strength. In another staggering, the little water ghost king said coldly, "Humans, you can fight this young master, you have to say that your strength is not bad. This is the last time this young master asks you, are you willing to surrender to this young master? This is your last chance. If you refuse again, no matter how much you beg for mercy in the future, this young master will not let you go. Let the horse come over." Han Feng had only one answer to the little water ghost king's words. "Okay, very good, you brought it on yourself." The Holy Spirit surged, and the little water ghost king suddenly increased in size, turning into a huge monster in the shape of half a horse and half a cow. The third one. Tianyuan Water Ghost Kill. Accompanied by the stern shout of the little water ghost king, the surging Saint Yuan swept out like a storm. Han Feng's face froze. Worthy of being the son of the king of the Sea clan, this move is impressively a top-grade middle-class sanctuary secret. Although the cultivation base has skyrocketed to the 4th level, it can be regarded as entering the middle stage of the peak of the sanctuary, but its own cultivation level is only the 3rd level. It is only possible to realize the high grade and middle grade in the midterm, which is considered a first-class figure among the geniuses of the ancient family. The powerful, high-grade, middle-grade sanctuary peculiarity exudes a desperate coercion. Even the ordinary sanctuary peak 5th-layered heavenly powers are also afraid of the coercion that comes with a bang. Han Feng took a deep breath, and the holy flame Taihuang fist quickly merged into Aurora Tsangyan. The phantom of the gigantic flame Taihuang, which is comparable to the body of the little water ghost king, condensed. The two sky-high momentum collided together, forming a terrifying momentum storm that seemed to tear apart the space. A group of Sea clan powerhouses were terrified. This kind of battle surpassed them too much. Just being affected by the momentum, they were a little breathless. On the edge of the sea outside Jiopa Island, another Sea Clan king smiled at the Water Ghost King and said, "This breath should be Ling Lang's breath, the Water Ghost King. You have a successor, who is not like this king's sons." The Water Ghost King's face was a little smug, but his mouth was humble. "Where, the Water Scorpion King, you look down on my son too much, and a few nephews are also good." But in the end, the Water Ghost King couldn't help touting his son, said, "I can force my son to use the main body. I am afraid that the opponent should be the peak of the sanctuary's fifth-layered heaven. However, Wuzhongshan does not pose any threat to my son, and it is estimated that my son will be able to end the battle without 20 breaths. 20 breaths, 40 breaths, 60 breaths. The Water Ghost King's face gradually became embarrassed, even more embarrassing. The Water Scorpion King stopped talking, and if he said anything to comfort him now, it would only make the Water Ghost King angry. In the sky, Han Feng, relying on the holy flame Tai Huang fist that was integrated into the Aurora Tsungyan, frequently fell into the disadvantage, but the attack and defense were orderly, so no matter how the little Water Ghost King bombed and killed, there is no way to kill Han Feng. The little Water Ghost King felt sick and disgusted, as if he had eaten shit. Looking at Han Feng, who was bouncing around, the little Water Ghost King gritted his teeth. The Holy Flame Tai Huang Fist is an extremely high-grade, low-grade sanctuary, but Han Feng has not mastered it perfectly. But after all, the power of Aurora Tsungyan is only one step away from the high-grade and middle-grade, so it is integrated with the Holy Flame after Aurora Tsungyan. The power of Yen Tai Huang Fist is still not weaker than that of the extremely high-grade, middle-grade sanctuary. The little Water Ghost King has an extraordinary talent, which can be limited by his cultivation, and the top-grade comprehension is only at the bottom of the same level. One change and the other grows, and the little Water Ghost King naturally can't help Han Feng for a long time. Bastard! The little Water Ghost King felt that his dignity was offended, and became more and more annoyed, and his murderous intent spread all over the sky. Han Feng's expression was unique from beginning to end, and there was not much change. When the little Water Ghost King jumped in anger, the holy pupil of Han Feng's eyebrows suddenly opened, and the power of the primordial spirit after the skyrocketing turned into the power of illusion and descended on the little Water Ghost King. How could the little Water Ghost King know that Han Feng still has such a means, and he fell into the illusion for a while. Although the power of the primordial spirit of the little Water Ghost King is extremely powerful, the illusion was broken in just a few breaths before and after, making Han Feng groan, and the holy pupil of the star overflowed with blood. But Han Feng's attack has also hit the little Water Ghost King. The huge body of the little Water Ghost King was blown away by a punch, knocking down many mountain peaks, and the ground was like an earthquake. 3 young masters. Chi-Chi's expression changed, and he exclaimed. Han Feng didn't stop there. Instead he endured the pain of being backlashed by the holy pupil of the star to pursue the victory. Stop. Don't think about it. The powerhouses of the Sea Clan panicked. If something happened to the little Water Ghost King, they would definitely bear the roar of the Water Ghost King, and they would die miserably in the end. That being the case, it is better to fight to the death, to save the little Water Ghost King now. Better to be killed than to die. Looking for death. Han Feng's brows flashed a thick suffocation, and Aurora Tsungyan burst out. Under the power of Aurora Tsungyan, these Sea Clan powerhouses kept screaming and falling. It was only a breath of time from Han Feng's action to the fall of these Sea Clan powerhouses, and the little Water Ghost King had not fully recovered. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, a golden light blasted away, and when he approached the little Water Ghost King, it suddenly turned into a giant golden mountain, which was the Shantian Holy Brick. Today's Shantian Holy Brick is also a super-strong existence that is infinitely close to the high-grade and middle-grade holy artifacts. The giant mountain-like Shantian sacred brick pressed against the little water ghost king with heavy pressure. Oops. The little water ghost king secretly said that it is not good. If he is prepared, it is not that he can't knock the golden giant mountain away with one punch, but he has just been blasted away with a punch, and the disorder of the holy essence in his body has not yet been calmed down. The power that can be mobilized at this moment is extremely limited. Boom! The Shantian sacred brick suddenly pressed down, and the little water ghost king resisted it with both hands, and his legs fell directly into the ground because of the huge power of the Shantian sacred brick. Han Feng smiled, which was exactly what he wanted. There are Shantian holy bricks oppressing it, and the legs are sinking into the ground below. This is a target. A fiery red fan appeared in Han Feng's hand, and it was a high-grade medium-grade holy weapon, a real fire fan. This is the first time that Han Feng has used a real fire fan since he obtained the refining of the real fire fan. Han Feng Xuanhuan entered the real fire fan, and the real fire fan suddenly burst into a dazzling fire, then rapidly increased, and finally turned into a giant fan 2 or 3 times larger than Han Feng. Die! Han Feng's real fire fan suddenly swung out, and the majestic Xuanhuan real fire sprayed out, shooting straight at the little water ghost king. The little water ghost king no longer had the arrogance that he originally wanted to make Han Feng his servant, only full of panic and panic. No. Stop, this young master's father is the water ghost king, and he is one of the 4 kings of the Sea clan. Now he is on the other side of the 9 Souls Island. With my father's cultivation, it only takes a moment to fly over to you. Kill. As long as you stop, I swear to let you go. The little water ghost king roared. Han Feng didn't seem to hear it at all, and ignored it. Xuanhuan true fire quickly devoured the little water ghost king. Father, save me, the little water ghost king shouted. Stop, boy. An angry shout came from a distance, bringing supreme pressure, and just a roar made Han Feng spit out blood. The sky is even more volatile and surging, as if the end is coming. Han Feng was horrified. This is the sanctuary small perfection powerhouse? Just a roar caused such a terrifying scene. Han Feng gritted his teeth. He had already offended the other party to death. Why did he keep his hands? The Xuanhuan real fire burned even more intensely, and in a blink of an eye, the little water ghost king was burned to fly ashes. Damn human boy. The roar was getting closer and closer, and the suffocating coercion came at a terrifying speed. Escape. Han Feng immediately flew away from Jiupa Island without thinking. Where to escape? The huge water ghost body roared again and again, and the terrifying Saint Yuan shot out like a sharp sword, and the space was broken. Die. In the void, a giant palm descended from the sky. The first. Fusion, Fentiandi's esteemed finger. Han Feng roared, and Saint Yuan poured into Han Feng's finger. A giant finger suddenly slammed towards the giant palm. The terrifying giant palm descended, the air around was squeezed out, and the space distorted and shattered. Compared with the giant palm, Han Feng's huge flaming finger is like a baby and an adult, so fragile and small. It was almost destroyed, and the huge flame finger was smashed lightly by the giant palm. At this moment, the 2 sacred weapons in Han Feng's hands were also motivated by Han Feng with all his strength. The Shantian holy brick turned into a golden giant mountain and slammed into it, and the true fire fan spewed out more Star Garden true fire. It's a pity that no matter whether it is the golden giant brick or the real fire of Xuanhuan, none of them can harm the giant palm. The Shantian sacred brick was almost shattered by the giant palm, and if it is to be used again, it must be repaired by Xiaopeng again. At this moment, Han Feng really felt the horror of the small perfection realm of the sanctuary, and his current great sanctuary is completely one in the sky and the other in the ground, the difference between clouds and mud. The level difference between the two is too much. Just as the giant palm was about to fall on Han Feng and slap Han Feng to death, two golden and red rays of light erupted in Han Feng's body instantly, and the real body of the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda surrounded Han Feng. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded through the entire Jiupa island, and the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda was slapped into the air. Even if it was protected by the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, there was still some shock force acting on Han Feng through the Jiuyan Tianhua pagoda, and Han Feng vomited blood again and again. With a pale face. Just a trace of strength, that is also the power of the Sanctuary Small Perfection Powerhouse, or the power of the Sanctuary Small Perfection Mid-Stage Powerhouse, which is stronger than the strongest attack of Lingon at the beginning. Han Feng's life is considered a big fate if Han Feng is not dead. It's so strong, Han Feng, we have to escape. The level of the Skyfire Tower is still low, and it can't completely prevent you after so many levels. This power may not have a fatal impact on the Skyfire Tower, but it will definitely pass the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. Gashan will shock you to death. Xiao Peng's anxious voice sounded. Han Feng smiled bitterly, I know, but my skeleton is about to dissipate now, and Xuanhuan is in chaos, and I can't control the Skyfire Tower at all. Fatty gritted his teeth, damn. Up to now, I can only sacrifice my source power to drive the Skyfire Tower, just like I fled from the Central Continent. Damn, you escaped from the Central Continent, and this time you escaped from the North Central Sea. Next time, you can ask me to get them back, and it is not worth sacrificing so much source power. Little Fatty! Han Feng exclaimed. Little Fatty has just recovered. If he uses his source power again, this time I am afraid that the Skyfire Tower will be closed for at least half a year, and it is possible for a year or more. Without saying a word, Little Fatty quickly activated the source power in his body, and the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower burst out with extremely dazzling rays of light, and even more powerful power erupted. This power even made the Water Ghost King palpitate for a while, directly destroying the palm of the Water Ghost King. But then this power disappeared without a trace, and the pagoda also seemed a little dim, as if the successor was powerless. What kind of treasure is this? It turned out to be. The Water Ghost King was greatly surprised. He was obviously different from himself, and he was able to rely on the treasure to exert enough power to destroy his palm. What level is this treasure? Judging from its appearance, it should not have exerted the full power of the treasure, and even the best sacred artifact may not have such power to make the opponent surpass the level so much. Could it be a super holy artifact? The Water Ghost King's heart thumped, and the temptation of the super holy artifact made the Water Ghost King show great greed. If he got this treasure, as long as he refined it a little, wouldn't even the Mermaid King not be him? Opponent? At that time, he is the real first king. At this time, Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda accumulated its source power, and immediately burst out at a speed no less than the great perfection realm of the sanctuary, breaking through the air. Oops! Where did the Water Ghost King think that the already weakened treasure would suddenly burst into such a terrifying speed, and after reacting, the pagoda was no longer in front of him. Damn! The Water Ghost King turned into a human figure, his face ashen. The Water Scorpion King arrived late at this time and didn't know what to say. Before the Water Ghost King and he were still praising the little Water Ghost King, the little Water Ghost King was killed in a blink of an eye. What happened? The movement caused by the collision between the giant palm and the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda was too great. A tsunami was set off around Jiupa Island, which devoured all the villages on the edge of Jiupa Island. The Mermaid King and the Black Shark King have long noticed the scene here. The Water Ghost King was still thinking about how to get the treasure to kill the Mermaid King, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty at the moment. However, the Water Scorpion King mistakenly thought that the Water Ghost King was still immersed in the sorrow of losing his son and did not reply, so he took the initiative to explain everything. The Mermaid King frowned. This human genius is indeed powerful, but he will not be the opponent of the Water Ghost King. The Water Ghost King, how did the opponent escape from your hands? At this time, the Water Ghost King had to explain it honestly. The Mermaid King is so smart, he soon saw that the Water Ghost King was not sad but guilty before, and he sneered a few times in his heart, seeing the fear in the Water Ghost King's heart. Looking back, the Mermaid King said coldly, "It is possible to let the mere great sanctuary or the peak of the sanctuary escape from the sanctuary Xiaocheng. This treasure is not simple, it is likely to be a top-quality holy artifact, or even a super-grade holy artifact. Shark King, you have issued a wanted warrant for this king, to offer a reward for this human genius, and bring the treasure, to this king. In addition, to capture that human genius alive, this king is very curious about how this kid got such a treasure." "Yes," the Black Shark King responded. Not long after, the wanted order for Han Feng was spread throughout the North Central Sea. It is a pity that even if the Mermaid King unified the North Central Seas, he did not find the human genius he was looking for. Time to return to the escape route. Looking at the screen flashing quickly below, Han Feng said anxiously, "Little Fat, it's all right." Xiaopeng's serious voice came, "No. The Nine Flames Fire Tower has been exposed. With the performance of the Nine Flames Fire Tower, those Sea Clan kings will definitely mistakenly think that the Nine Flames Fire Tower is a super holy artifact. If my guess is correct, in order to get this holy artifact, they will definitely want you in the entire Central and Northern Seas. Anyway, the source power has been consumed now, so just consume a little more and send you directly back to the Beizhou continent." This. Han Feng's face changed, and as a result, Xuanhuan's consumption was too great, and it also consumed a lot of his vitality. But if he landed in the middle, as Xiaopeng said, he would definitely be wanted by the Sea Clan. At that time, the Nine Flames Fire Tower was closed, and without the help of the Nine Flames Fire Tower, it was impossible to guarantee that it would not be captured by the king of the Sea Clan, and the consequences. Thinking of this, Han Feng closed his mouth. The speed of the Great Perfection realm of the sanctuary broke out, and the speed of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower was so fast that it was about to fly to the Beizhou continent. At the same time, Han Feng fainted because of the considerable consumption of vitality. Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / Continent. Yuyang Kingdom, the most common 9th-rank empire in Beizhou continent. In a mountain forest, a boy of about 15 or 16 years old sat cross-legged under the waterfall, letting the waterfall impact his body. No matter how violent the waterfall was, the boy sat as steady as Mount Tai. After a long time, the boy suddenly jumped up from under the waterfall and onto the land. Clenching his fist, the young man had a determined look on his face. "Finally, I have broken through to the late stage of the profound rank. At my current age, I have broken through to the late stage of the profound rank, and I am also a top genius in the entire Yuyang Kingdom, but it is not enough. My enemy is the chief disciple of the 8th-rank sect's Heavenly Slaughter sect. He is expected to achieve the sanctuary in the future, and he is expected to elevate the Heavenly Slaughter sect to the 7th-rank sect's super genius Mo Honglang. It is said that this person is now in his early 20s and has broken through to the heavenly rank. I am now too far behind him. I have to catch up with him in the shortest time, otherwise Shi'er will definitely be forcibly given to Mo Honglang as a wife by the old guys of the Song family. I will never allow it." "But..." The boy clenched his fists tightly. "How can I do it in the shortest possible time? To surpass Mo Honglang in time, that is the 3rd-class aptitude for the best." The aptitude of the young man is not bad, and he has the third grade of the best. However, the third grade of the best grade is weaker than the third grade of the best grade. The aptitude is weaker than that of Mo Hong Lang, and the training time is not as long as that of Mo Hong Lang. No matter how resolute the boy is, there is a feeling of depression in his heart that cannot be eliminated. But at this moment, the boy's eyes widened, watching a fireball-like thing in the sky fall into the mountains and forests, causing a raging fire. Just now, what was that? The young man swallowed, and his strong curiosity made the young man run away cautiously. The young man did not know that it was precisely because of this curiosity that he changed his life in the future. Until his death, the young man was very grateful for this curiosity. This is. Seeing a figure in the flames, the boy's pupils shrank. God, in such a terrifying flame, you are safe and sound but just fainted. This person must be a master of the masters, stronger than my heavenly Father. Could it be the legendary sanctuary powerhouse? No, I will definitely if you want to save this person, and then learn to be a teacher, maybe you can surpass that Mo Hong Lang, you have to see. Thinking of this, the young man sat down with a resolute expression, waiting for the flames to weaken. Until the flames weakened enough to cause harm to the teenager carried the figure in the flames back home. Rao is so, the young man was also burnt all over his body. Dong's family, Han Feng, slowly opened his eyes, and when his consciousness gradually woke up, he suddenly sat up. Looking around, Han Feng said to himself, I'm back in Beizhou continent, have I been rescued again? It's really. Han Feng smiled wryly, he was really embarrassed. But thinking about one as the ancient genius at the peak of the sanctuary, both aptitude and bloodline are top-level saints, and the other is the super-powerful of the small perfection in the sanctuary, Han Feng is relieved, there is no way to do the huge gap in strength. It's not that you can quickly improve in that instant. As long as your cultivation base improves, there will always be a time to find your way back. The first thing to do now is. Han Feng Yuanshan glanced at his body and sighed, sure enough, the vitality consumption is huge, at least 700 or 800 years of vitality, plus the previous one, it has been almost 1,000 years. This is still to concentrate on flight and escape without fighting, otherwise it will only consume more. Of course, the distance to escape is a bit long, which is also a major reason for the great consumption of vitality. The Great Sanctuary has only 2,000 years of lifespan, and now I have lost half of it all at once, which has an impact on my practice, and even. Yuanshan glanced, and Han Feng naturally saw his appearance through Yuanshan. If Han Feng was only 18 or 19 years old before, he is now as mature as 27 or 8 years old. Han Feng didn't know if he should say yes, maturity means maturity, but that was done by consuming nearly half of his life. Han Feng only paid attention to the change in appearance for a few seconds. Anyway, he should be able to recover when his cultivation base breaks through and reaches the peak of the sanctuary. What Han Feng really cares about is Jiantianhua Tower and Xiaopeng. After sensing the connection with Jiantianhua Tower, it was extremely weak, and Han Feng was taken aback. I didn't feel that way when I used Jiantianhua Tower twice before, as if Jiantianhua Tower was going to cut off contact with him. Looking at this, it really takes at least half a year to recover. Han Feng shook his head with a wry smile. I felt my body again, and the trauma was really not light. Before, the Water Ghost King almost crushed Han Feng's bones through the vibration of the Jiantianhua Tower. Jiu Yan Yihua Ju worked silently, repairing the wounds in Han Feng's body. At this moment, Han Feng's strength is probably only at the level of ordinary sanctuary. In order to fully recover from the injury, Han Feng did not disturb the Dong family, and was still asleep as if he had never woken up, but the 9 flames and different fire art did not stop while he was asleep. With the passage of time, Han Feng's injury gradually recovered, much to the surprise of the teenager. During this period of time, Han Feng's primordial spirit did not stop, but instead kept covering the Dong family, searching for information. Therefore, Han Feng understood that the boy who saved him was Dong Hui, the direct descendant of the Dong family, and his father was Dong Haowen. The cultivation base is stagnant and unable to break through. Since then, the status of Dong Hui and Dong Haowen in the family has been somewhat reduced, but the Dong family is only a family that does not enter the rank, which means that the Dong family does not have a strong sanctuary, and the strongest is only a semi-sacred family. Tianjia is already the pillar. Therefore, even if his status is somewhat lowered, he still has a strong voice in the Dong family. But all this changed because of a woman from the Song family. Song Shi, the daughter of the head of the Song family, had a marriage contract with Dong Hao since childhood. The two planned to get married as soon as they became adults, but for some reason, Song Shi was attracted by Mo Hong Lang, the chief disciple of the 8th rank sect Heavenly Killing sect. Now, the patriarch of the Song family was originally satisfied with Dong Hui, but after comparing with Mo Hong Lang of the Heavenly Killing sect, the patriarch of the Song family was a little bit down on Dong Hui. No matter how Song Shi objected, he wanted Song Shi to marry him. Mo Hong Lang, in order to climb a high branch like the Heavenly Killing sect. And since Mo Hong Lang knew that Song Shi and his fiancée like Dong Hui were also suppressed, the Dong family did not dare to offend the Heavenly Kill sect and Mo Hong Lang, who was expected to become an ordinary sanctuary. Naturally, he could only obey Mo Hong Lang's orders frequently. Suppressing Dong Wenhao and his son, the status of Dong Wenhao and his son suddenly fell into the abyss. It's a bloody drama, but this should happen often on the mainland. When my injury recovers, I'll help this kid. Thinking like this, Han Feng left a part of his primordial spirit to pay attention to the Dong family, and more of his mind was used for recovery. In fact, if you want to help, Han Feng can help now. Lying in the Dong family for nearly 2 months, Han Feng has already recovered to the level of the Great Sanctuary, and dealing with the ordinary sanctuary is not a problem at all. Another month later, Han Feng's injuries recovered 7 to 88. On this day, the Dong family had an uninvited guest, and the elders of the Song family headed by the head of the Song family demanded that the marriage contract between Song Shi and Dong Hui be annulled. The third one. Hehe, Clan Master Song, Elder Song, isn't this too? The head of the Dong clan smiled. Although the Dong family had to suppress Dong Haowen and his son who had made many achievements for the Dong family because of the oppression of Mo Hong Lang and the Heavenly Slaughter sect, but that was the result of helplessness, and he still felt guilty for Dong Haowen and his son. It is a proof that Dong Haowen and his son can still live in a nice courtyard. At this moment, the behavior of the Song family and his party to come directly to terminate the engagement is too slander, not only for Dong Haowen and his son, but also for the Dong family. Therefore, Patriarch Dong was quite dissatisfied, but he was only worried about the Heavenly Killing sect, so he could only show a dry smile. What is it? To be honest, the fact that the owner of the family was able to delay the marriage between the little girl and Dong Hui has already given you Dong's face. The owner of the family seems to value this matter in person. You should feel it's an honor. Song Patriarch said proudly. You. Rao is the master of the Dong family who is concerned about the Heavenly Killing sect, and he can't help but get angry at this moment. The faces of the Dong family's elders are not good-looking, but let's not say that the Song family has the support of the Heavenly Killing sect. Even the Song family's ancestor is also a master of the second level of the sanctuary, and it is not something they can afford. The second level of the sanctuary, placed in the entire Yuyang kingdom, belonged to the top-level group, and the strongest of the royal family were only at the early stage of the ordinary sanctuary. Compared with the Song family, their Dong family is too small, although the Dong family was not weaker than the Song family. Song Junxian, you didn't have this attitude when you eagerly came to order a baby kiss with my son. A voice with suppressed anger sounded from outside, and a figure stepped in. It was Dong Haowen. Dong Haowen followed Dong Hui, who was also gnashing his teeth. Song Jiwenxian's expression changed slightly, and then he sneered, "In the beginning, the Dong family was not weaker than my Song family. Dong Hui's aptitude was not bad, and it was not bad with a little girl. But now the Dong family has declined, and the owner of the family has a better one. Why do you want to hang your son-in-law on the tree, Dong Hui? If the little girl really marries Dong Hui, she will never be happy in her life. It's just that I want to climb the high branch to make myself look different. Why do I have to say it's so high-sounding? Who knows that Mo Honglang has a hobby of abusing women, and if she marries Mo Honglang, it will be considered true in the next life. Ruined. You even betrayed your own daughter in order to climb Gaoji, so you are worthy of being a father?" Dong Hui stared at Song Junxian coldly. "Junior is so rude. This is the tutor of the Dong family? This patriarch is really eye-opening. What does this patriarch do need a little kid to question?" Song Junxian couldn't bear the ridicule on his face, and was immediately annoyed. Sun Han's killing intent. As the air diffused out, the Dong family's strong people all looked stunned. Dong Hui was unafraid, and he went out of his way. "Where is Shi? Even if the marriage contract is to be terminated, Song Shi must speak in person, or you will make up your own mind. As a father, the master of the family should be the master of the daughter's marriage, so why should the daughter come forward?" Song Junxian became more and more annoyed. Seeing Song Jiwenxian's expression, Dong Hui understood everything, and his face became more and more angry. What kind of father is Song Junxian? This shit. If vision can kill people, Song Junxian has no idea how many times he has been killed by Dong Hui. No matter how angry Dong Hui is, it is an indisputable fact that Song Junxian has trapped Song Shi in the Song family. What else can Dong Hui do? Break into the Song family? The Song family is not a mere Xuanjia who can break into it. A deep sense of unwillingness and powerlessness rose, and Dong Hui clenched his fists. When Song Junxian saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. When Han Feng Yuanshan saw this scene, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. Who? Suddenly a figure appeared in the Dong family hall, and both the Song family and the Dong family were shocked. Dong Hui's eyes widened when he saw Han Feng, former, senior. As Dong Hui's father, Dong Haowen naturally knew Dong Hui's guess about Han Feng's cultivation, so he looked respectful. The Dong family only knew that Dong Hui had saved a person, but the details were unclear. At this moment, they were horrified to see Han Feng appearing. Han Feng didn't look at anyone, directly ignored Song Jiwenxian's stern shout, and turned to Dong Hui. "For the sake of saving me and taking good care of me during this period of time, you can make a condition to me. No matter what. I can promise you any conditions." Late. "Can this junior worship you as a teacher?" Dong Hui asked nervously. Hearing this, Han Feng frowned. Dong Hui is only a top-notch talent. Although it is not impossible to accept apprentices, his final achievements are really limited. Seeing Han Feng frowning, Dong Hui was disappointed and thought he was going to be rejected. Song Junxian also sneered, "Although I don't know how your excellency was saved by this kid, I advise you not to accept this person as your apprentice. This kid has provoked Mo Honglang, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. It is expected to step into the late stage of the ordinary sanctuary and lead the Heavenly Slaughter sect to the existence of the seventh-rank sect. Your Excellency Muddy Waters is better not to go." Han Feng was a little hesitant at first, but when he heard the words, he smiled. "Just say this to you, I really accepted this disciple. Isn't it the best talent? In the past, the Han family had to look up to this kind of talent, and even the Lei family didn't have many. What is the difference between disgusting Dong Hui and disgusting the former Han and Lei families? Anyway, with the Holy Stone Source liquid, even if Dong Hui's future achievements are limited, he can still become a general of the Han family and the Lei family. You. Song Junxian pointed at Han Feng angrily, speechless. The people of the Dong family were also in an uproar. As a disciple of the Dong family, they were outsiders. Where would this place the half-sage elders of the Dong family? Involuntarily, a group of Dong family disciples looked at the Dong family half-sage elder. The half-sacred elder did not feel anger in his heart. He was shocked to find that the power of his transformed primordial spirit could not detect the other party's cultivation. Could it be? With some kind of speculation, the half-sage elder's eyes lit up. Not only was he not as annoyed as a group of Dong disciples, but he was eager to replace Dong Hui. Dong Hui couldn't believe it when he was smashed by this huge pie. Han Feng glanced at Dong Hui and said, "Don't hurry to apprentice." Dong Hui was overjoyed and immediately knelt down and bowed. "My disciple Dong Hui sees the master." Looking for death. Song Junxian was furious, but he was just a warrior who came out casually, and he dared not to take his dignified Song family patriarch in his eyes. Humph! Han Feng suddenly exuded a trace of momentum, but even a trace of momentum made the entire hall fall into an ice cellar, and the stunned Song Junxian and other Song family powerhouses almost fell to the ground. Holy Sanctuary Powerhouse! Song Junxian said sternly. Many disciples of the Dong family were also shocked. No wonder Dong Hui wanted to worship outsiders as disciples. It turned out that the stranger who suddenly appeared was a strong man in the sanctuary. All of a sudden, many Dong family disciples looked at Dong Hui with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Just when everyone in the Dong family thought it was going to end like this, a voice of disdain rang out from the crowd in the Song family. "Your Excellency, don't think that it is a sanctuary that can be so rampant. You are not alone in the sanctuary." A white-haired stinging old man walked out, and a huge breath blasted out, which is also a sanctuary level. The first of Xianyang. Another sanctuary? The Dong family's face froze. The stinging old man released his sanctuary aura. Song Junxian and other Song family warriors looked much better, and they all bowed their hands to the stinging old man. "Thank you for the 7 kill elders." Patriarch Dong took a deep breath. 7 kills the elders. Donghaoen and Dong Hui also changed wildly. Han Feng looked at the stinging old man, and then looked at the performance of the Dong family. Could it be that this old man is a very famous person? Donghaoen saw Han Feng's puzzlement, and immediately said with a little anxiety, "The 7 killing elders are known as the 7 killing saints, but they are the strongest of the heavenly killing sect, second only to the supreme elders in the 4th heaven of the sanctuary." This time how come? Han Feng felt that something was wrong. Even if the heavenly killing sect took a fancy to Songshi of the Song family, there was no need to send the second strongest person in the sect to oppress the Dong family. Could it be that there is any secret in it that he doesn't know? The elder Qisha looked at Han Feng with a cold expression. "Although your excellency is a sanctuary, you are still too young. If you are willing to stop and leave, this old man will assume that what happened today has never happened, and the heavenly killing sect is also too young. I won't make things difficult for your excellency because of this. If your excellency is still obsessed, then..." 7 killing elders' face became colder and colder. Dong Hui's face turned pale. He had just been apprenticed to the sanctuary, but... With a tragic smile, Dong Hui said, "Master, no, Senior, please leave quickly. The heavenly slaughter sect will do what it says, and seniors cannot be implicated in the affairs of juniors." Immediately, Dong Hui looked directly at the 7 killing elders. His eyes were full of sarcasm, without the slightest fear. "The dignified heavenly killing sect has actually sent the sanctuary triple heaven to oppress me, a small mysterious rank. Should I say that I feel honored?" Han Feng looked at Dong Hui in surprise, and Xuanhuan not only looked directly at the sanctuary, but also dared to sneer without the slightest fear. This kid is not ordinary. At this moment, Han Feng's idea of accepting an apprentice is even more firm. Maybe Dong Hui still has some secrets, and what he can achieve in the future may not be limited by his own high-quality qualifications. Thinking of this, Han Feng flicked his sleeves and said, "Okay, since you have already worshipped the teacher, there is no way to get rid of it. Dong Hui, you step down. Today's affairs are really to be managed by the teacher, but it's just the mere ordinary sanctuary is only a third-level heaven, and it is not qualified to be presumptuous in front of me." How courageous! 7 Kills Elder laughed angrily. Although he is concerned about the possible forces behind the person in front of him. But the elders of the 7 Kills can't care about anything at the moment, just want to kill this arrogant person who doesn't care about himself and the heavenly killing sect. 7 Killing Fist. Kill, kill, kill. The surging energy surged out, and the Dong family hall shattered, and was enveloped by such coercion, and everyone felt breathless. Dong Hui looked at Han Feng with difficulty, and was stunned to find that Han Feng's face was indifferent. No matter how powerful the momentum was, no matter how strong the impact, he was standing there firmly like a mountain. Go to hell. Seeing that Elder 7 Kills was about to hit Han Feng with a punch, Han Feng finally looked up at Elder 7 Killing and slowly raised his right hand. Elder 7 Kills ridiculed endlessly, want to grab this old man's fist with empty hands? Dreaming. However, Elder 7 Kills' expression froze in the next moment, and his eyes were full of incredulity. He just said that his fist can't be taken so easily, but now. Grabbing the fist of 7 killing elders easily, Han Feng said lightly, with this ability, who is arrogant? 8th rank sect? Then you should know that there are 7 more ranks above the 8th rank, and how long will it be in the future? Take a look. Suddenly, a violent energy burst out from Han Feng's palm, and rushed into the body of the 7 Kill Elder following the fist of the 7 Kill Elder, and the 7 Kill Elder screamed like a chrysanthemum. Han Feng's palm loosened, and the 7 Killed Elder slumped to the ground. Elder 7 Kills was horrified to find that all the meridians in his body were destroyed. In other words, he is now a waste person, and even his life essence is not much left. No. No. How could this happen? I don't believe it. 7 Kills Elder roared frantically, and then looked at Han Feng's eyes as if looking at a devil, full of horror. So easy to block his full blow, but also to abolish him by the way, this kind of cultivation. Sanctuary 5th heaven? 6th heaven? 7th heaven? No, I'm afraid it won't stop. Is it the great sanctuary that is above the sanctuary? 7 Killing Elder rolled his eyes and completely fainted. The Song family's many warriors were terrified at the moment, like dogs who lost their families. Without the protection of the 7 Killing Elders, they are not farts. What's more, the person in front of him can easily abolish a sanctuary 3rd level heaven, and it is probably even easier to abolish them. Even their ancestors of the Song family are afraid. The members of the Dong family were also shocked. After the shock, they were ecstatic. Although Dong Hui was the one who was so strong as a teacher, the Dong family took care of Dong Hui's father and son on the surface. We'll take care of the Dong family regardless. In other words, Dong Hui has caught up with such a strong man, and their Dong family can barely have a relationship with such a strong man. Based on this alone, if today's news spreads, the strongest in Yuyang Kingdom will also treat them with courtesy from the Dong family. It won't take long for their Dong family to regain their former glory after all, and regain the position of the 4 major families in Yuyang. Senior, no master, this. Dong Hui was completely dumbfounded. Although Dong Hui guessed that Han Feng was a sanctuary, he never expected that Han Feng was so powerful. The super existence that is only 1 step away from Sazhongshan is now lying there like a dead dog. Han Feng said, Dong Hui, your little girlfriend is imprisoned in the Song family? Yes. Dong Hui's heart skipped a beat, as if he realized something. His face flashed with a strong look of joy. Song Patriarch hurriedly said flatteringly, "My lord, the little girl was imprisoned, but the little girl did not let her come out for the sake of her safety. If the adults want, the little girl will send someone to bring the little girl over." Patriarch Song seemed to have forgotten how he ridiculed Dong Hui before, and now said cheekily, "My nephew is as expected by my uncle, and has a bright future. The little girl is liked by a genius like my nephew. It is her good fortune." Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. There are too many shameless people in this world. Too lazy to pay attention to the Song family, Han Feng directly said to Dong Hui, "You know where the Song family is, take me there." With a wave of his sleeve robe, Han Feng rolled up Dong Hui and flew to the Song family. Song Patriarch grimaced, and hurriedly sent a message to Song Patriarch, for fear that Song Patriarch would anger Han Feng and be deposed like the 7 killing saints. No matter how fast Han Feng was, it couldn't be faster than the news. When Han Feng brought Dong Hui to Song's house, he saw an old man leading the crowd waiting. The old man is the patriarch of the Song family. At this moment, his attitude is extremely respectful. After the news of the patriarch of the Song family came, the patriarch of the Song family decided in his heart that he wanted to hug Han Feng's asterisk leg. In an instant, the 7 killers were abolished, and the supreme elder of the heavenly slaughter sect could not do it in the middle of the ordinary sanctuary. "Where is Song Shi?" Han Feng asked the subject directly. "Second more. 9 flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group. Those who like cabbage books must enter. Group number 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers. Group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / of Xianyang. Song Shi is here." Before the ancestor of the Song family could finish speaking, a young girl had already walked out of the crowd. Her eyes were cold, and she didn't seem to see anyone of her family around her along the way. Even if she saw Han Feng, it was just nodded. Only when he saw Dong Hui did Song Shi show a warm smile, which instantly illuminated the entire space. Han Feng raised his eyebrows. In the small Yuyang country, there was actually a beauty of the 2nd grade only after Meng Yaqing. The new apprentice he recruited was very beautiful. The ancestor of the Song family was a little dissatisfied with Song Shi's behavior of walking out without waiting for him to finish speaking, but Han Feng's eyes could be touched, and the ancestor of the Song family couldn't say anything. The ancestor of the Song family smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing that today, Song Shi would have been forcibly trapped in the Song family. Feeling aggrieved, really aggrieved, this is the voice of the Song family patriarch at this moment. When did the dignified Song family ancestor care about the younger generation of the family? But now he has to suppress his dissatisfaction, and smiled. Song Shi, quickly salute this adult. Song Shili ignored the ancestors of the Song family, and Dong Hui said, "This is our master. If it weren't for the master, the two of us would not be together now." Song Shi was moved. Before, he just heard from the ancestor of the Song family that there was a strong man coming soon and he couldn't offend him. He didn't even know that this strong man was actually his fiancée's master. Originally, Song Shi was still wondering how this strong man would bring Dong Hui here, but now he understands everything. Song Shi showed a shy smile. "See your lord." Han Feng smiled slightly. "You are my disciple's fiancé, call me master, too." "Yes, master." Song Shi's eyes showed joy. No matter how mature Song Shi was, he knew what it meant to have a strong backer. Song Shi swept to the people of the Song family behind him. Seeing the disciples of the Song family who had persuaded him to marry Mo Honglang and imprisoned him, Song Shi sneered. And none of these disciples dared to look at Song Shi. Song's mother is also full of regrets, knowing that today, she would have been good to Song Shi at the beginning. This mother Song is not Song Shi's biological mother, but a stepmother. It is precisely because of Song Mother's constant provocation that the relationship between the Song family and Song Shi will become more and more rigid. The main reason for sending Song Shi to Mo Honglang. Seeing that Dong Hui and the two wanted to whisper immediately, Han Feng turned his head and said to the ancestor of the Song family, "Why does the heavenly killing sect target my disciple so much? Even if it is because of Song Shi, I want to suppress my disciple. It is also enough to send a few heavenly rank or semi-saints. It is not right to send a sanctuary triple heaven. The Dong family has only one half-sage, and there are not many heavenly ranks. As long as the heavenly kill sect has some heavenly and half-sages, it is enough to destroy the Dong family. Sending a sanctuary triple heaven can be described as overkill, and this sanctuary triple heaven has no dissatisfaction, so it can be seen that there must be a secret." The ancestors of the Song family did not dare to hide anything. Everything is because Song Shi is the body of Xianin. The body of Xianin? Han Feng was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly understood. If a woman with a mysterious body has a relationship with a man, the man's cultivation will gain the virginity that the woman had guarded for so many years before, and the cultivation will skyrocket. If it is the peak of the 12 stars of the heavenly rank and has a relationship with a woman of the mysterious body, it is not a problem to be promoted to the sanctuary immediately. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of a woman with a mysterious body, the greater the benefits she will get at that time. But this is probably not the main reason why the Heavenly Slaughter sect treats the Dong family so solemnly. I just heard Song Patriarch say again, Dong Hui is the body of Xianyang. This time, Han Feng was completely shocked. The body of Xianyang and the body of Xianin have similar functions, but the benefits are replaced by women. Whether it is a mysterious yin body or a mysterious yang body, it is a very rare physique, and the two physiques just happen to love each other, so the probability is even lower. The body of profound yin will benefit men, but not itself, and the body of profound yang is the same, it will only benefit women, but it is not very beneficial in itself. But if the body of Xianin and the body of Xianyang were together, it would be completely different. The body of profound yin will only benefit men once, and the body of profound yang will only benefit women once, but if the two physiques are related, it is equivalent to continuous double cultivation and continuous benefits. What is the best qualification? Dong Hui and Song Shi have such a physique. As long as they stay together, their future achievements will be limitless, and they will not be much worse than those of intermediate and high-level saints. Han Feng feels that he has found a treasure, which has a broader development prospect than Bai Cai and Yi Zhu. Thinking of this, Han Feng looked at the ancestors of the Song family with strange eyes. He had such a good development prospect, but he insisted on giving Song Shi to the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Does the peak of the domain kill it? If Song Shi becomes a great sanctuary in the future, is the Song family still afraid of the Heavenly Killing sect? At that time, it will become the Heavenly Killing sect to kneel and lick the Song family. Do the people of the Song family have problems with their brains? It's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelon. The ancestor of the Song family also seemed to have guessed what Han Feng was thinking, and his face was flushed with embarrassment. In this regard, their Song family's vision is indeed too narrow, but who said that the Song family's head was blown too much by the pillow wind? The ancestor of the Song family pushed everything on Song Mother, so scared that Song Mother trembled and regretted even more deeply. Han Feng ignored the Song family and returned to the east. Teacher, there is still a Heavenly Killing sect that has not been resolved. You give me the way to be a teacher, and my teacher will lead you to kill the Heavenly Killing sect. Kill the Heavenly Killing sect. How domineering these words are, and how they don't take Heavenly Killing sect in their eyes. If it was the first time, the ancestors of the Song family would have been sneering. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was the hegemonic force of the surrounding countries. Can you break through if you want? But now the ancestors of the Song family clearly know that their Yuyang kingdom is too small, which also causes their martial artists to have too little vision. What is the heavenly slaughter sect? In the eyes of the strong man in front of him, it is estimated that there is no difference between kittens and puppies. Dong Hui thought of Mo Honglang's contempt at the beginning, and his heart surged. It was really Feng Shui's turn, and now it was his turn to bully Mo Honglang. After returning to his senses, Dong Hui said with a solemn expression, "The disciple is willing to go with the master. Then let's go. By the way, Song Shi, you come too." With a wave of his hand, Han Feng took Dong Hui and Song Shi to disappear in front of everyone. The ancestor of the Song family stared blankly at the sky, and sighed in disappointment for a long time. Heavenly killing sect, maybe it will disappear completely soon. Then the ancestor of the Song family sternly said, "Press that stupid woman to this ancestor." No matter how Mother Ren Song struggled, she was finally locked up. Soon after, the Song family had returned, and was also revoked by the Song family patriarch. The Song family head, or the original Song family head, did not dare to object, but kept sighing that he took the blame for himself. After this incident, the original Song family head seems to suddenly understand something. After that, the patriarch of the Song family issued a series of orders, all of which were to make various compensations to the Dong family and to seek peace. For a while, the major families in Yuyang country were stunned, and the news that came out later shocked them even more, and they also issued a series of orders with the Song family. It is said that the Yu family of the royal family of Yuyang Kingdom even sent a sanctuary powerhouse to the Dong family to wait for the return of the powerful being who helped the Dong family, and then visit. The third one. Sect. The heavenly killing sect, the hegemonic forces of the surrounding countries such as Yuyang Kingdom, was filled with a heavy atmosphere at this moment. Not long ago, a man brought a man and a woman to the heavenly slaughter sect and started killing. Among them, this man and a woman are known to many disciples of the heavenly slaughter sect. The woman is Song Shi, whom their senior brother likes, and the man is Dong Hui, whom their senior brother claims that his life is better than death. Many disciples of the heavenly slaughter sect never imagined that Dong Hui would do such a thing. Did he think that with a backer, he could do whatever he wanted in the heavenly slaughter sect? Their heavenly slaughter sect sanctuary powerhouses are still in retreat, and once they exit, there is still a way for them to survive. Where is Mo Honglang? Han Feng's voice entered the ears of the many disciples of the heavenly killing sect in front of him. "Humph, I have informed the senior brother, and you will be finished once the senior brother arrives." A disciple of the heavenly killing sect roared. Han Feng did kill a lot of people, but the heavenly killing sect was only a mere 8th-rank sect. There were no more than 10 strong people in the sanctuary, and most of them were still in retreat. The main thing is only the peak of the sky or the semi-sacred, and they are at the top, and they will not easily make a move, as if the price will drop as soon as they make a move. Therefore, those who intercepted Han Feng were only the outer disciples of Xian level strength from the beginning, and then the inner disciples of Earth level strength. Now, the core disciples with the strength in the early and middle stages of Tianjia are coming, and the leader is Mo Honglang. Soon, the core disciples of the heavenly slaughter sect headed by Mo Honglang flew over and fell from the sky. Mo Honglang was arrogant, stared at Dong Hui, and snorted coldly, "Dong, you are really bold." Then Mo Honglang set his eyes on Han Feng, "Your move is really impulsive. It is not a wise act to offend my heavenly killing sect for the mere Dong Hui." Han Feng said lightly, "What if you offend the heavenly slaughter sect? Do you really think your heavenly slaughter sect is great?" A group of disciples of the heavenly killing sect were furious and glared at Han Feng. Mo Honglang's face froze. It turned out to be a lunatic. "Song Shi, do you think you can avoid your fate after finding a lunatic? It seems that you are beautiful, as long as you serve well. Ben is too young. It's not that I can't treat you kindly, but just based on your behavior today, you will be a tool for this young master to break through the sanctuary in the future." Of course, if you know your mistake now, and kneel down and beg for mercy, this young master will ensure that you live in peace for the rest of your life. Songshi's face became colder, but Dong Hui pouted directly at Mo Honglang. There was also a flash of anger in Han Feng's eyes. It's really courting death. The majestic momentum swept out, and Mo Honglang's face changed greatly. This momentum, you are a strong man in the sanctuary. As the first core disciple of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, Mo Honglang had been in contact with the sect's sanctuary powerhouses quite a few times, so Mo Honglang clearly understood that this was the momentum and coercion of the sanctuary powerhouses. Mo Honglang never thought that Dong Hui would find such a backer. Han Feng snorted lightly, but this hum was like a heavy hammer hitting a core disciple of the Heavenly Killing sect. Puff puff. A group of core disciples vomited blood and collapsed to the ground. The inner sect disciples who had been a little arrogant because of the arrival of the core disciples all fell silent. The sanctuary turned out to be the sanctuary. Perhaps it was also because they were not taken seriously by the sanctuary. Such neglect would have hurt their self-esteem, but at this moment, these inner disciples were extremely grateful that they could not enter the eyes of the sanctuary powerhouse. As a result, the fate of these core disciples in front of them is a lesson from the past. Han Feng turned to Dong Hui and Song Shi and said, "This person will be handed over to the two of you." Mo Honglang no longer has the strength to fight, and Han Feng is not worried about the safety of Dong Hui and Song Shi. Mo Honglang vomited blood again and again, with a look of horror on his face, and said with difficulty, "Sir, I am a great disciple of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, and even the Supreme Elder values the younger generation, and if something happens to the younger generation, the Supreme Elder will never let him go. It's too much for the adults. Why should the adults have a revenge with the Heavenly Slaughter sect for Dong Hui and Song Shi? As long as the adults stop, the juniors can persuade the elders to recruit the adults to become the superior elders of the Heavenly Slaughter sect." Dong Hui sneered, "Elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect? Do you think this position is very noble? My master will not take the position of the elder of the Heavenly Slaughter sect in his eyes. It's a thing that is a dog. If the elders are too high to go out, I don't think you would dare to be so arrogant." Mo Honglang was furious when he was ridiculed by Dong Hui, who he once regarded as an ant. Dong Hui pouted, "So what if the elder Taisheng is out of the customs? My master has abolished the 7 killing saints with one hand." "Impossible." Mo Honglang's pupils shrank. Dong Hui doesn't care whether Mo Honglang believes it or not. He has long wanted to give Mo Honglang a hard lesson. Just as Dong Hui was about to make his move, a surging domain rushed out from the sky above the Heavenly Killing sect. "Stop the boy." Accompanying the domain, there was a roaring sound. The sound was like a surge of ocean waves. "It's the third elder." Mo Honglang was overjoyed. "Come down." Han Feng grabbed lightly into the air, only to hear a cry of exclamation, like the momentum of the waves suddenly vanishing and descending, and an embarrassed figure was caught in Han Feng's hands. You. The person who came here looked terrified, thinking that his dignified sanctuary's second-level peak cultivation base was arrested without the slightest resistance. Who is this person in front of him? The energy in Han Feng's hand poured into this person's body, and the person's cultivation was abolished like the 7 killing saints. Mo Honglang's face froze completely, thinking about what Dong Hui said before. Could it be true? If it is true, how strong is this person's cultivation base? Thinking of this, Mo Honglang's body trembled, he became extremely frightened, and a sense of regret rose from the bottom of his heart. "Dong Hui, continue," Han Feng said coldly. Dong Hui continued to move towards Mo Honglang. There was a scream, and Dong Hui beat Mo Honglang to the point that he didn't even know Mo Honglang's mother, but in the end Dong Hui still didn't kill him. It's not that Dong Hui is showing mercy, it's that Dong Hui can't do it. Dong Hui has not killed a single person since his practice. Killing and killing monsters are completely different feelings. Han Feng said coldly, it's inevitable that you will encounter such a situation when killing someone for the first time, but letting the tiger return to the mountain will only cause great harm to yourself. You must kill this person. Think about what would happen if you didn't teach Songshi. Speaking of Songshi, and thinking of Mo Honglang's previous statement that he would use Songshi as a tool for venting and promotion, Dong Hui's eyes were red. He no longer had any scruples, and killed him. No. I was wrong. I was really wrong, spare my life. I swear, I will never dare to oppose you in the future. Mo Honglang threw away his shame and begged for mercy regardless of his dignity. At this moment, his body could not move, and he could not even escape. Dong Hui hesitated again. Dong Hui, if you can't do it, then I'll come. It's true that women will mature earlier than men. When Dong Hui hesitated, Songshi was the one who picked up the ground without saying a word. He slashed at Mo Honglang with his sword. Mo Honglang's eyes widened, staring at Songshi, his eyes full of unwillingness. Songshi's expression remained unchanged, turning a blind eye to Mo Honglang's resentful eyes. Dong Hui felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Even Songshi had already attacked. How he would protect Songshi in the future if he dared not attack again. After Dong Hui made his move, Mo Honglang finally lost his voice. The first. He Feng Xiao dare to kill my disciple of the heavenly killing sect? Bold madman. Court death. An angry roar spread throughout the heavenly slaughter sect, and a group of sanctuary old guys who were in seclusion were forcibly woken up by the heavenly slaughter sect's high-level officials. The third elder, who was slumped on the ground, opened his mouth and was about to remind him, but he saw that Han Feng reached out and grabbed in the void again, and then these roaring sanctuaries were all abolished. A group of sanctuary elders are scared. What kind of monster is this? Abolishing these ants, Han Feng stared at a certain place in the air with a faint smile. A figure just appeared, and immediately fled in a panic. This person is the supreme elder of the heavenly killing sect. The elder Taishan had just left the customs and was about to punish the offenders, but he saw that Han Feng had abolished the elders of the heavenly slaughter sect sanctuary. The elder Taishan was about to be scared to pee. How could he be able to compete with such strength? At this moment, the elder Taishan had already left behind Mo Honglang, a younger disciple whom he valued so much, and scolded Mo Honglang in his heart as a scourge. To provoke such evil stars for the heavenly slaughter sect. Want to escape? Go with the elders of your heavenly killing sect. What about the middle stage of the ordinary sanctuary? In the eyes of Han Feng now, such strength is not much different from the heavenly rank. No. The elder Taishan resisted reluctantly, but it was the ants who shook the tree and were beyond their own power, and was finally abolished by Han Feng. Han Feng didn't kill these heavenly killing sect elders and Taishan elders. For these people who used to be high above, living is more uncomfortable than death. Dong Hui and Songshi watched the fate of these people and sighed secretly. Without these strong men, the heavenly killing sect would be over. After that, Han Feng just killed the heavenly slaughter sect banshing and stopped taking action, and left with Dong Hui and the others. Without the sanctuary, without the semi-sacred, there is only a group of earth-level and heaven-level ranks that cannot be guarded. The wealth accumulated by the heavenly slaughter sect over the years will have other sects and forces to deal with the heavenly slaughter sect. Yu Yang Wudong's family. Han Feng looked at the two people in front of him and said, "You don't plan to go with the teacher for the time being?" Dong Hui said with some shame, "Thanks to the master, the Dong family is on the rise, and the disciple will always contribute to the rise of the Dong family. Moreover, the current strength of the disciple is too poor, and he must break through to the sanctuary. You can only follow the master without embarrassing the master." Dong Hui mistakenly thought that Han Feng's force was a super-large force. Maybe it was a third-rank rank, so some of them were inferior to their own cultivation of the Xian rank, and they were embarrassed to follow before they broke through the sanctuary. I was ridiculed for being a small matter, and I was afraid that I would implicate my master. Of course, helping the Dong family is also a big reason. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched and he coughed dryly. He didn't say that he was only born in the small Great Jin Kingdom, not a top-ranking empire. Forget it, since you said that, then the teacher will wait for the day you advance to the sanctuary. Remember, the teacher is from the Han family of the Great Jin Kingdom. Before leaving, I'll give you something for the teacher. Han Feng squeezed his palm in the air, and a storage ring appeared in his hand and handed it to Dong Hui. Dong Hui's spiritual power penetrated, and he was completely stunned. The top-quality spirit stone like a hill made Dong Hui spit continuously. Master, this. Dong Hui didn't know what to say. The number of these top-quality spirit stones. There are several times more than their Dong family. With such a spirit stone, the Dong family will give birth to at least 3.5 saints. As long as one of them breaks through to the sanctuary, then the Dong family has completely risen to become one of the top forces in the Yuyang Kingdom. As for returning to the 4 major families of Yuyang Kingdom, it will take some time to accumulate the background. Han Feng pressed his palm down to stop Dong Hui's words. Master, I might as well tell you now that Master is not far from the peak of the sanctuary. Although these spiritual stones are many, they are useless for Master. Accept it with confidence. Dong Hui and Song Shi were stunned. They had already overestimated Han Feng, but they never thought that Han Feng's cultivation level would be as high as the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. In the past, such a level was an eternal legend for them. After staying at Dong's house for a few days, Han Feng finally left. From the beginning to the end, Han Feng did not go to see the powerful royal family in Yang Kingdom. He had already had some involvement with the Dong family. Han Feng did not want to have more involvement. Although Han Feng did not see the strong man in Yang Kingdom, the strong man did not dare to have any complaints, just because the news of the destruction of the Heavenly Slaughter sect had already penetrated into his ears. After returning to the Beizhou continent, it would be much easier to fly back to the Great Jin Kingdom. Summoning Zhu Tianyunk, Han Feng returned to Dejin in the shortest time. First met his relatives, cared about his relatives' cultivation realm, and learned about the current situation of the family and the empire. Han Feng retreated again. The retreat this time is for his own injury. It took 2 months for Han Feng to recover from his injuries. In the secret room, Han Feng took out the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone and said solemnly, Fortunately, I didn't have time to put the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone into the 7th floor of the Skyfire Tower. Otherwise, now that the Skyfire Tower is closed, there is no way to comprehend it. The immortal body has reached the bottleneck. I hope that the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone can help me break the bottleneck and enter a new level. After placing the pieces of the Enlightenment Stone, the power of Han Feng Yuanshan poured out, and then poured into the pieces of the Enlightenment Stone. When he first entered the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone, Han Feng felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a new world, a mysterious mystery like the vast Milky Way, and an unprecedented sense of clarity that made Han Feng feel all kinds of sudden changes in his heart. Cheerful feeling. In just a moment, Han Feng seemed to have found the opportunity to break through the virtual immortal body. Han Feng was overjoyed. This is still without the Skyfire Tower, and I can't use the heaven and human effect to assist, otherwise I will only comprehend more and faster. Immersed in the vast and mysterious ocean, time passes quickly without knowing it. Although I have found the Qi machine to break through the promotion, the virtual immortal body has reached its limit after all. If you want to be promoted to a higher level, you cannot be promoted at once, and it will take a long time to continuously improve. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In the secret room, Han Feng's whole body was swallowed by white light, and the dazzling white light formed a more immortal shadow behind him, and a holy and bright aura pervaded. From the moment when the phantom of the fairy condensed out, Han Feng's cultivation level burst out like a tide, and soon broke the boundary between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary. The powerful breath made the surrounding space fluctuate. In the white light, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, it seemed that the dark sky was illuminated by a white thunder, making a roaring sound. After a long time, the white light weakened, the phantom of the immortal disappeared, and Han Feng's cultivation level also fell back to the realm of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Finally advanced, it shouldn't be called the void immortal body now, it should be called the celestial immortal body. Han Feng's muttering voice sounded in the secret room. After more than half a year, the void immortal physique finally achieved a breakthrough and was promoted to the heavenly immortal physique. However, due to the absence of the time room and the assistance of heaven and human, Han Feng not only spent a lot of time in reality, but also the realm of the celestial physique is extremely unstable. A little negligence may cause the celestial physique to return to the virtual state. Fairy body. Han Feng did not have time to share this joy with his relatives, so he re-invested in the comprehension of the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone. Second more. Holy Flame War Body. With the continuous comprehension of the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone, the celestial body Xiaocheng realm is constantly stable. The celestial body is small, and its level is no weaker than the high-grade and low-grade sanctuary secret skills. In the past, Han Feng wanted to soar from the arrogant sanctuary Juzongshan to the peak of the sanctuary. Heavy stacking and union, and now only the fairy body is enough. But this did not reach the limit. Although the Tao Enlightenment Stone fragment was only a small piece of the complete Tao Enlightenment Stone, the power of the Tao contained in it was still huge and incredible to the great sanctuary. Time passed by faintly, and another year has passed since the immortal body became small. After a whole year of comprehension, Han Feng's celestial body not only reached the limit of Xiaocheng, but also broke through the realm of Xiaocheng and reached Desheng. The celestial body is complete, and its level power is not weaker than that of the high-grade and middle-grade sanctuary. When you first entered the celestial immortal body, you can barely rank in the top, middle, and bottom of the top-grade and middle-level sacred arts. Han Feng rubbed his chin and thought. The fragments of the Taoist stone were flipped over in their hands, and the power of the Tao was almost completely consumed, and it was almost useless for the improvement of the celestial physique. However, there is no disappointment on Han Feng's face. Although the celestial body is just entering the Desheng realm, with the help of the Tao Enlightenment Stone fragments, Han Feng basically has no bottleneck in the improvement of the celestial body. As long as there is enough time, he can improve all the way to the peak of the celestial body is not a problem. When the immortal physique reaches its peak, its power will reach the top of the top-grade sanctuary's unique skills. At this moment, nearly years have passed since the ancient race that was originally agreed upon. Today, Han Feng is also a young man of 24 or 5 years old. The young man in his 20s has the cultivation of the great sanctuary 9 heavens, and the comprehensive combat power is extremely powerful. If such news spreads, it will be enough to cause shock even in the ancient family. With the improvement of cultivation base and combat power, Han Feng's vision has also been greatly broadened. Now Han Feng's goal is not only the junior competition of the ancient race, but the first true disciple of each ancient race. Just like Lingon's position in the spiritual race, Han Feng's goal is to defeat these first true disciples. Not only that, but Han Feng's goal is the super powerhouses of the ancient family who can no longer be regarded as relatives. The celestial body is complete, and Han Feng is fully competent to fight them. Without the fragments of the Enlightenment Stone, Han Feng did not stop comprehending the celestial body, but the speed was extremely slow. After half a year, the celestial physique Desheng realm is only stable, and it will take a lot of time to completely stabilize it. On this day, Han Feng's expression changed, a smile appeared on his face, and the Tianhua Tower finally opened again. Little fatty, it took a long time to recover this time, nearly 2 years. Han Feng said with a smile. The recovered little fat was full of resentment. If you are strong, how could I be like this? The culprit, Han Feng, was embarrassed. Xiaopeng glanced at Han Feng again, and suddenly exclaimed, "Your temperament seems to have changed." "No, you shouldn't say temperament, how should I put it? I feel that your danger is much better than before I fell into a deep sleep, could it be?" Han Feng showed off, "My void immortal physique has been promoted, and now it should be called Heaven Immortal Physique, or Desheng Realm. Not bad, this way, the gap between you and that Lingon has been greatly reduced. As long as you truly break through to the peak of the sanctuary, you should be able to truly fight against Lingon." Xiaopeng expressed his admiration. After fighting with Xiaopeng for a long time, Han Feng immediately visited the four beasts of Zhu Tianyunk. During the 2 years when the Heavenly Fire Tower was closed, the four beasts were not lazy either, but because Xuanhuan was sleeping, the source liquid of the Holy Stone in the later stage could not keep up. Therefore, although the strength of the four beasts had improved, the span was not large. For example, Zhu Tianyunk broke through to the peak of the sanctuary at the 5th level, and the Flying Flame Lion and the Phantom Leopard were both in the early stage of the peak of the sanctuary. But it is only the peak of the 2nd heaven. Han Feng looked envious. This is the benefit of a strong bloodline. Breaking through is as easy as drinking water. Although Han Feng knows that this is the effect of the transformation of the Skyfire Tower, Han Feng can't help but go crazy. At this time, Xiaopeng said, "The fire attribute holy fruit in the planting space is about to mature, just be patient, and soon your cultivation will be able to improve. But I suggest that you first improve the 4 major martial arts such as the Holy Flame War Body." To the 7th realm. Han Feng said, "But in this case, there may not be many holy fruits left. How can I break through the peak of the holy realm?" Han Feng, don't forget that your current lifespan is less than 1,000 years. At the level of the Great Sanctuary, your vitality is equivalent to the middle-aged of ordinary human beings. The difficulty of breaking through is naturally not comparable to the original one. If you said that the difficulty of breaking through to the peak of the sanctuary was 10 at first, now it is 100. Only if you absorb and refine all those holy fruits can help you to break through successfully. It is a waste. If you can't keep up with your cultivation level, your overall strength won't necessarily increase much. However, if the 4 major martial arts such as the Holy Flame Battle Body break through to the 7th realm, and after stacking with the Celestial Body, your comprehensive strength will be greatly increased. What about the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary? Then your combat power will catch up. It's not impossible for the sanctuary to reach the peak later stage. Xiaopeng explained. Han Feng was startled and almost forgot that his current lifespan was less than 1,000 years. For the Great Sanctuary, after 1,000 years, the speed of cultivation will be greatly reduced, and the difficulty of breaking through will also increase linearly. Only the first 1,000 years will be the stage of rapid improvement in strength. Han Feng sighed, "You are right, with my current vitality, it is indeed a waste to take the middle-grade holy fruit. Perhaps only the high-grade holy fruit can help me break through more easily." For the peak of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, even taking the high-grade holy fruit, the success rate will not be too high, but Han Feng is different. Before in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Han Feng had been directly taught the essence of the peak of the sanctuary by the ancestors of the Heavenly Wolf Valley, and the peak of the sanctuary had already opened half the door to Han Feng. If it wasn't for the consumption of vitality this time, a few mid-grade holy fruits would be enough to raise Han Feng to the pinnacle of the sanctuary. Every time he thought of this, Han Feng gritted his teeth with hatred for the Water Ghost King, and he was even more determined that once his strength improved in the future, he would have to make the Water Ghost King pay the price. Han Feng thought of the high-grade fire attribute holy fruit he got in the Heavenly Wolf Valley, hesitated for a while and finally didn't decide to take it. Taking it now, although it can break through to the peak of the sanctuary, it will also lose nearly 60 to 70% of the energy, which is too wasteful. Unless this fire attribute holy fruit is refined into source liquid, it can be divided into several bottles to absorb and refine separately, and there will be no waste, but the current Aurora Xuanhuan does not have the ability to convert high-grade and high-level holy fruit. Refined into source liquid. High-grade and high-grade holy fruit is too wasteful, then choose high-grade and low-grade. This time I will go to the upper-grade 3-grade empire for a transfer. Maybe I can find high-grade and low-grade holy fruit. Han Feng made a decision in his heart. Another year later, Han Feng's cultivation base has stabilized at the peak of the mid-Jizongshan. As early as when Han Feng was in retreat, Han Feng's cultivation base was about to break through to the mid-term. And this year, the holy fruit in the planting space of Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda finally matured. The holy fruit was refined into the source liquid to improve the holy flame battle body, and the holy flame battle body broke through the 6th level and entered the 7th level. The third one. Immediately afterwards, the holy flame armor, the holy flame rising heaven fist, and the holy flame rising heaven seal were all raised to the 7th realm. The 7th level realm of the 4 major martial arts is actually equivalent to the high-grade and low-level sanctuary skills, and the mature fire attribute holy fruit is only the middle-grade holy level, so the promotion of the 4 major martial arts is only to upgrade to the 7th level early stage. Can't go any further. If all the fire attribute holy fruit is only used to improve one kind of martial arts, it may be possible to improve to the middle or late stage or peak of the 7th layer. After the breakthrough of the 4 major martial arts, Han Feng still has 2 left in his hand, so he will use them to improve his own cultivation. After refining the 2 fire attribute holy fruit source liquids, Han Feng's cultivation level was successfully raised to the peak of the 9 heavens. But Han Feng clearly felt that he was still a long way from the real limit of the great sanctuary, and he didn't feel any signs of breaking through the peak of the sanctuary, even though he had already understood the essence of the peak of the sanctuary. Thinking of this, Han Feng hated the Water Ghost King again, otherwise he might be a super existence at the peak level of the sanctuary now. At the very least, it will reach the true limit of the great sanctuary, and step into the peak of the sanctuary with half a foot. However, since things are already like this, Han Feng can only cheer up and prepare for breaking through the peak of the sanctuary. Entering the time room, Han Feng once again cultivated those high-grade and low-level sanctuary secrets. With the deepening of his cultivation, Han Feng's control has been infinitely close to perfection. Seeing that his cultivation can no longer be improved in a short time, the mastered sanctuary's secrets are also having reached their respective bottlenecks, Han Feng finally decided to leave the customs. As soon as he left the customs, Han Feng received a message from Bai Cai and Yi Zhu. Looking at the news, Han Feng's expression froze. The first news is about Dashing Empire. The mid-grade holy stone dragon veins that Dashing Empire snatched from Huayun Kingdom was finally discovered by someone with a heart, and now the 4th grade empire Qianyuangua is forcing the Dashing Empire to hand over the mid-grade holy stone dragon veins. Not only that, the crown prince of Qianyuangua also took a fancy to Xiaoyun, the princess of the Dashing Empire. At the beginning, this Xiaoyun and Han Feng also had a relationship and was the sister of the 8th prince of the Dashing Empire. The Dashing Empire also knew that Han Feng had returned to Dajin and sent a message to ask for help. The second news is about Hao Meili and Zhen Shui, friends from Baidu University. Hao Meili has returned to Hao's house and is competing with her half-sister for the succession of the chairman of the auction house. The helpers she originally invited were all her colleagues from the Baidu University, such as Shi Tai, Shi Jun, Wang Qingsong and Hu Xiaodai, etc., just didn't know where Hao Meili got the news of Han Feng's return, so she also sent a request for help. During the days I left, the Dashing Empire took good care of the Dajin Kingdom. It was considered that the promise was fulfilled. I can't abandon the Dashing Empire. Hao Meili also helped me in Baidu University, so I have to report it. It happens that I have been separated from those guys for a long time, so we can get together for a while. Han Feng was a little unsure who he should help. Looking at the tone of the message, it was obvious that both parties were in a state of emergency. However, when Han Feng inadvertently glanced at the location of the Hao family auction house in the news from Hao Meili, Han Feng smiled and wanted to go to the Hao family auction house, and happened to pass the Dashing Empire on the way. Now, there are no more problems. It is completely possible to solve the problems of the Dashing Empire on the way to the Hao family auction house, and it is expected that it will not delay much time. Instructed by Xian and Yi Zhu to continue to look after the Lei family, the Han family, and the Dajing country, Han Feng rushed to the Dashing Empire. In the Dashing Empire, when the Lord of Dashing saw Han Feng, it was like seeing a savior. Xuanhuan was a top-tier 4 empire, and there were not a lot of late-stage great sanctuaries in the empire, and some of them had reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the Great Sanctuary, which was only one step away from the peak of the sanctuary. Although Han Feng killed the Nether Demon Saint at the beginning, there was only one Huayunhua at the level of the Nether Demon Saint, and the threat was far less than that of Xuanhuan. The reason why the Lord of Dashing is so confident in Han Feng is because he has found news about Han Feng from Dajing. At the beginning of his 20s, he was already at the level of the Great Sanctuary, and his real combat power was so powerful that he killed the Nether Demon Sage. If it is the rest of the Great Sanctuary, the King of Dashing does not think that it can improve much in a few years. It is estimated that the small realm in a small realm may not necessarily improve, but the King of Dashing knows very well that 2 people like Han Feng, a genius who has reached the level of the Great Sanctuary in his early teens, a few years is enough to be equivalent to the practice of others for hundreds or thousands of years. Therefore, the Lord of Dashing is full of expectations for Han Feng. At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that he was the Lord of Dashing, the Lord of Dashing could not wait to jump on Han Feng's body and hang on Han Feng's body. Han Kaching, you are finally here, this time I have to ask you. The Dashing King looked like, without you and me, the Dashing Empire will be finished. The Lord of Dashing knows that the future of Han Feng is limitless, so all the names he calls Han Feng are honorable titles. Whether it is Han Kaching or you, it fully shows the status of Han Feng in the heart of the Lord of Dashing. Thinking of the first time we met, King Dashing had never done this before. Han Feng hurriedly said, "The Lord of the State has taken good care of me, Dajing. Now that the Dashing Empire is in trouble, how can I ignore it? Where are those people from Xuanhuan?" King Dashing smiled bitterly. The old ancestor and the little girl are accompanying them. The ancestor in the mouth of King Dashing is Shao Jianxiong, the most powerful person in the Shao family, and the youngest daughter is Shao Yun. Junlan Hall, a burst of hip-hop laughter, can be heard clearly outside. In the hall, Shao Jianxiong did not dare to erupt with anger on his face. Although Shao Jianxiong's cultivation base was not weak, he did not dare to act rashly in front of the later stages of the digital Great Sanctuary. Otherwise, the Shao family might be wiped out, and the Dashing Empire would also be destroyed. In the center of the hall, the Crown Prince of Xuanhuan and a group of Xuanhuan's playful children, dressed in purple and golden Crown Prince costumes, ate and drank wine, and beside the Crown Prince sat a cold-faced Shao Yun. The Crown Prince raised Shao Yun's chin fascinatedly. "This prince's future prince concubine, this prince likes your expression, it's delicious." Shao Yun avoided the Crown Prince's hand and said coldly, "Thank you for the Crown Prince's love, little girls are not worthy of the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince smiled, "Although your status is indeed not worthy of the prince, but the prince doesn't care, now you know the sincerity of the prince to you?" At the table, a group of dunks from Xuanhuan's major clans all started to make a commotion. Shao Jianxiong looked at these increasingly disrespectful words, and couldn't help but stand up, but at this moment, Xuanhuan's digital Great Sanctuary released imposing pressure in the later stage, and forced Shao Jianxiong to sit back again. The first It's your blessing that the prince can see the princess of your dashing empire, don't be ashamed. An 8th-level powerhouse in the great sanctuary said gloomily. Xiao Jianxiong was extremely aggrieved. Looking at the appearance of the crown prince, he was like a hungry ghost. Now that he said it so nicely, he would marry Xiaoyun as the crown princess. Not bad. Maybe within a few days, the crown prince of Qianyuanguo would like the new and dislike the old and abandoned Xiaoyun, and Xiaoyun could only stay in a small corner of the prince's mansion for the rest of his life. Xiao Jianxiong resisted, but looking at the late stage of the great sanctuary around him, Xiao Jianxiong could only smile bitterly. In the later stages of so many great sanctuaries, none of them are worse than the original Nether Demon Saint. Killing him is too easy. Among the saints of Qianyuanguo, the leader is the second national master of Qianyuanguo, who is at the peak of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Down. At this moment, the second national teacher of Qianyuanguo said, Xiao Jianxiong, when will you hand over all the holy stones obtained from the middle-grade holy stone veins? The national teacher does not want to wait any longer, or is your dashing empire really? Want to offend me, Qianyuanguo? If you don't pay, the old man will take away the holy stone from your Xiao family bloodbath today. Is it to take the initiative to hand over and present your princess to become the empire under my Qianyuanguo, or to be bloodbathed by the old man? You can choose one of these two. Xiao Jianxiong was even more angry in his heart. The dashing empire was still a 5th-grade empire, or a 5th-grade empire that was only one step away from the 4th-grade empire. Even if he had to surrender, he would have to submit to the upper 3rd-grade empire. Why should he submit to Qianyuanguo? However, Xiao Jianxiong didn't dare to say so in his mind. Brother Han, why hasn't he come yet? Do you really want to hand over the holy stone? Xiao Jianxiong was anxious. Handing over the holy stone means that they have missed the 4th-grade empire in the past few decades, and Qianyuanguo will have a lot of late-stage masters of the great sanctuary within 100 years. In any case, Xiao Jianxiong plans to fight and wait for Han Feng to arrive. If it is impossible, he can only hand over the holy stone. But Xiaoyun and Xiao Jianxiong were unwilling to let them be spoiled by the crown prince of Qianyuanguo anyway. Xiao Jianxiong's silence made Erguisher sneer. Wouldn't he be waiting for that surnamed Han? Xiao Jianxiong's expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, the teacher of the second country hummed, as expected, do you really think that our Qianyuan state has not investigated anything? If the ghost saints of Huayang state are in my Qianyuan state, their strength is also ranked first. I, Qianyuanguo, once invited him to join Qianyuanguo. How could we, Qianyuanguo, not care if such a strong man died inexplicably? However, thanks to the death of the Nether Demon Saint, we, Qianyuanguo, followed the clues to discover the mid-grade Holy Stone Dragon vein. Being from a mere Dajin country, but able to kill such a strong man as the Nether Demon Saint, I have to say that this surnamed Han is very surprising to the old man. Your dashing empire can recruit this son, you can be considered as you have vision. It is a pity that any genius needs time to grow. It has only been a few years since he killed the Nether Demon Sage. How much can his cultivation increase? Although the Nether Demon Sage is powerful, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of the old man. To tell you the truth, our Qianyuanguo has also taken a fancy to this son, otherwise you think this old man will drag on your dashing empire for so long? Xiao Jianxiong's pupils shrank, and he looked at the second national teacher of Qianyuanguo in shock. For a long while, Xiao Jianxiong looked frustrated. It turned out that Qianyuanguo had already valued Han Feng, but he thought it was the role of him and Xiaoyun that held Qianyuanguo for so long. Dare to love, this is Qianyuanguo's calculation. Oops, Qianyuanguo is a top-ranked 4th-rank empire, and it is not far from the 3rd-rank empire. Would Han Feng dare to refuse such an empire's invitation to Han Feng? If not, then the middle-rank Holy Stone Dragon vein and Xiaoyun. Xiao Jianxiong's face became more and more ugly. The reason why Xiao Jianxiong dared to drag it to the present is that he has the trump card of Han Feng, but if this trump card is gone. At this moment, King Dashing brought Han Feng to Junlan Hall. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Feng, who was behind the Dashing King, and the bewildered look on the face of Crown Prince Qian Yuanhua disappeared, replaced by gleaming eyes. Obviously, this Crown Prince is not a real book and only teases a woman's straw bag, which made Xiao Jianxiong's heart giggle again, and then he was full of wry smiles. Also, if he could only molest women, how could he be the Crown Prince? He was so confused that he didn't even think of that. Junior. King Dashing was about to salute, but was stopped by the second country teacher of Qian Yuanhua. The second country teacher did not even look at the king of Dashing, and his eyes were tightly focused on Han Feng. You are Han Feng? Erguashur asked in surprise, and Erguashur found that he could not see through Han Feng's cultivation. With Erguoshi's pride, he certainly didn't think that Han Feng would be stronger than him. He just thought that Han Feng had used some special method to cover up his cultivation. But Erguoshi was keenly feeling a little oppression from Han Feng, which made Erguashur. Even if the national teacher did not see Han Feng's cultivation base, he judged that Han Feng was not simple. Thinking that Qian Yuanhua was about to recruit such a genius, how could the teacher of Ergua not be happy? The Crown Prince directly transmitted his voice to the teacher of the second country. Is this the Han Feng who killed the ghost saint? Teacher Ergua said, it should be right. The old man has investigated the portrait of the son. Although he has matured a lot, he can still see that it is 70% to 80% similar to that portrait. The Crown Prince's expression changed. How is the son's cultivation? The old man can't see it. You can't even see the second country teacher? The Crown Prince was surprised, and then his eyes were burning. If he could accept such a subordinate, He Cho would not be able to ascend to the throne of Qian Yuanhua. Although the support behind him is enough to ensure that he can ascend to the throne in all likelihood, it is always good to have more protection, not to mention that the support behind him cannot be commanded. Han Feng looked at the fiery eyes of Qian Yuanhua Erguashur and the Crown Prince in puzzlement, and couldn't help feeling cold. These two guys wouldn't have any special hobbies. After bowing his hands, Han Feng said, "The younger generation is Han Feng. Is it inappropriate for you to rob my dashing empire's mid-grade holy stone dragon vein?" Since it was here to solve the problem, Han Feng did not hide it, and went straight to the point. Qian Yuanhua's strong man frowned, dissatisfied with Han Feng's straightforward words, but Erguashur didn't care. Genius is always special. The second country master shook his head. How important is the middle-grade holy stone dragon vein? The dashing empire is not qualified to occupy such a holy stone dragon vein, and my Qian Yuanhua is different. As a top fourth-grade empire, this middle-grade holy stone dragon vein is self-sufficient. It belongs to my Qian Yuanhua. Lord Dashing and Xiao Jianxiong were outraged by Erguashur's remarks that their country was so contemptuous. Han Feng said indifferently, "Are you qualified? This middle-grade holy stone dragon vein was obtained by my dashing empire first, or do you think that everyone in Qian Yuanhua has already settled my dashing empire? Second more. 9 Flames of the Cabbage Supreme Group, those who like cabbage books must enter, group number, 261635535. There is also a public group, as long as readers can enter, whether readers or ordinary readers, group number 155754397. Welcome to the discussion plot. Amazed face, / The second master of Qian Yuanhua laughed. Why can't you eat it? Could it be that the dashing empire still has the ability to resist? Or, you are going to fight against me, Qian Yuanhua, alone? Your kid is called Han Feng. I also understand your affairs. Indeed, there are very few geniuses like you who can surpass the level to kill the ghost saints, but what kind of genius can grow in just 3 years? You are now the great sanctuary, not the heavenly rank. A genius like you is just a guest of the dashing empire. It's a little wrong. Why don't you join my Xuanhuan? Although the mid-grade holy stone dragon veins are precious, but the dashing empire gets the mid-grade grade 1 Xuanhuan too. No, there are even several. If your kid is willing to join my Xuanhuan and give you 1/3 of this middle-grade holy stone dragon vein? With your kid's talent, it does have this value. The second country teacher of Xuanhuan finally revealed his real purpose and began to invite Han Feng with a confident look on his face. The Ergua division is very sure that Han Feng will join his Xuanhuan. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Xuanhuan is much stronger than the dashing empire. Everyone knows which one should choose between the two empires. 1. Choosing the dashing empire will not only offend Xuanhuan, but also won't get the holy stone and the mid-grade holy stone dragon vein. By joining Xuanhuan, not only can he be reused and cultivated by Xuanhuan, but he can also get 1/3 of the ownership of the middle-grade holy stone dragon veins. The second country teacher and the crown prince were confidently waiting to answer, but Han Feng asked a completely unrelated question. If you join Xuanhuan, dashing empire and Princess Xuanhuan, are you willing to let it go? Ergua was stunned. Although he was the second most powerful person in the dashing empire, the crown prince was the next emperor of Xuanhuan. There were some things that could not avoid the crown prince. The crown prince said lazily, I don't care about the prince of the dashing empire. After a few years, my Xuanhuan will be promoted to the third-rank empire, and the dashing empire asks to become one of the vassals of the prince. I don't want to. However, Prince Xuanhuan has already taken his fancy and will not let it go. When he returns to the country, Xuanhuan will be canonized as the concubine of this prince. Xuanhuan suddenly raised her head and stared at the crown prince hatefully. King Dashing and Xiao Jianxiong looked resentful, and Xiao Jianxiong gritted his teeth. Sure enough, the previous infatuation was all fake. This crown prince never thought of letting this girl, Xuanhuan, be his crown prince from the very beginning. The crown prince seemed to know the thoughts of King Dashing and Xiao Jianxiong, and said with a sarcastic expression, a princess of the fifth great empire, do you really think that you are worthy of the prince? Then the crown prince winked at Han Feng with a wretched smile that men can understand. Could it be that you fell in love with that Xuanhuan? Those girls are indeed beautiful. As long as you join Xuanhuan, the prince will give it to him after he is tired of playing. How are you? Han Feng's eyes were cold. I see, I refuse. Seeing the quality of the crown prince, Han Feng refused Xuanhuan's invitation without hesitation. Han Feng joined the dashing empire as a guest of the dashing empire. It is true that he wanted the dashing empire to take care of the Dajin kingdom, but the biggest reason was that the way they acted was compatible with each other, and there would not be all kinds of opposition and contradictions. Seeing the quality of the crown prince clearly, Han Feng knows what the Xuanhuan royal family is. Once such a royal family joins it, Han Feng is very sure that he will have conflicts, because he is not used to the various behaviors of the Xuanhuan royal family. If there is a conflict, it is nothing to offend Xuanhuan now. Anyway, with his current strength, the fourth-rank empire is really not in his eyes, even the third-rank empire. The faces of Ergua and the crown prince froze. The crown prince was about to get angry, but was intercepted by Ergua. The teacher of the second country said coldly, Boy, don't you think about it? What will happen if you offend me, Xuanhuan? I don't think you should understand it without the old man saying it. And to tell you the truth, I, Xuanhuan, and the second-rank sect, the Fire Feather sect, has already been connected, and many younger generations, including the prince, have joined the Fire Feather sect, and worship the strong men of the Fire Feather sect as their teachers. As long as you join my Xuanhuan, the old man will lead you to a holy place. The powerhouses in the mid-peak period, with your talent, it will not take long for you to become a super existence in the peak of the sanctuary. Just relying on your own cultivation, God knows how many years it will take. Maybe during this time you will fall for various reasons. The forgotten continent is so big, there are countless geniuses born in each generation, but only a few of them really grow up. This paragraph is both a threat and a temptation. If it is an ordinary person, it may be obeyed immediately, but it is Han Feng who is facing the teacher of Ergua. Han Feng's face remained unchanged. Sorry, I still refuse. In the eyes of the Ergua Shirshir, there was a cold killing intent. Good boy who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. In this case, this old man will abolish you and let you live in regret for the rest of your life. Xuanhuan broke out, and the teacher of the second country moved, and suddenly came to Han Feng's side at a speed that everyone could not see, and pointed to Han Feng's dantian. However, the next moment, Ergua Shir's face froze, his wrist was firmly clasped by another young palm, unable to move at all. You. Ergua Shir looked at Han Feng with a look of horror, and being able to hold him so easily was definitely not the point of cultivation in the intelligence. The rest of Qianyuangua's late-stage powerhouses in the great sanctuary saw this and took action one after another. Crazy boy, don't let go. Let's release Ergua Shir. Court death. A wave of attacks from the later stages of the great sanctuary came one after another, and Han Feng didn't even look at it. His momentum exploded with all his strength, crushing their attacks like a heavy hammer, and then slammed them on their bodies. While Xiao Jianxiong and the others were stunned, these late-stage great sanctuary superpowers from Qianyuangua vomited blood and flew out, falling to the ground like tattered rags. Big, the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the great sanctuary. Ergua Shir stared at Han Feng, his eyes full of disbelief. The peak of the great sanctuary, this is exactly the same as his cultivation, and even the opponent's Saint Yuan condensation and primordial spirit power are stronger than him. An unstoppable thought arose in the mind of Ergua Shir. I am afraid that Qianyuangua's great national teacher is not necessarily the opponent of the young man in front of him. The great sanctuary Juzongshan. The crown prince staggered and almost fell to his knees. Xiao Yun and the others were overjoyed. Why should they be afraid of Qianyuangua with such a cultivation base? King Dashing rejoiced more than once in his heart for attracting Han Feng, and he took good care of Dajin. Han Feng looked at the second country teacher with a smile, but in the eyes of the second country teacher, this smile is no different from the devil. Han Feng jokingly said, "Are you going to abolish me? I wonder how such a thing would fall on the Ergua division?" Ergua Shir's pupils shrank, and he shouted sternly, "No." The next moment, Ergua Shir screamed, his body twitched incessantly, and his cultivation base was already abolished, and Ergua Shir still seemed to have a somewhat sturdy body. It became dry and lifeless in just 1 second, obviously not for a few years. Han Feng looked at the crown prince again. The crown prince sat on the ground with a thud, his crotch was already wet. I only heard the trembling voice of the crown prince, You can't treat me like this, Ben Tai. My master is the first powerhouse of the Fire Feather sect, the Holy Fire Feather, and the Holy Fire Feather will not let me go. Oh? Then I'll wait. Han Feng said lazily. The third one. Sanctuary. Are you really willing to wait? The crown prince looked surprised and couldn't believe it. Han Feng sneered, Why not, pass the letter. It's absolutely impossible. The Fire Feather Saint is the 5th level realm of the Sanctuary Peak, and it is also famous among the second-rank empires. If such a strong person arrives. Xiao Jianxiong hurriedly stopped, with a look of horror. Facing the peak level of the sanctuary, Xiao Jianxiong couldn't even raise his thoughts of resistance. The king of Dasheng and Xiao Yun also tried to dissuade them, but Han Feng said, The crown prince died in the Dasheng Empire. Do you think Qianyuangua will give up? With the relationship between Qianyuangua and Huyumen, the strong men of Huyumen, it will come sooner or later. Hearing this, Xiao Jianxiong fell silent, as if realizing that the future of the dashing empire was in danger, and despair gradually spread out. When Xuanhuan wanted to say something, Han Feng glanced at him and said, "Princess Xuanhuan wants to say that the Prince of Qianyuanguo will be released? Does the princess think that if you release him, the dashing empire will be fine?" "Princess Xuanhuan, you will be fine. Are you in the way?" Xuanhuan opened his mouth and closed it with a wry smile. This crown prince of Qianyuanguo has lost so much face in the dashing palace. If he returns to Qianyuanguo, he can imagine that he will take even more terrible revenge on their dashing empire. Perhaps her Xuanhuan will end up in the future worse. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan did not say anything, but Xiao Jianxiong sighed. This old man understands what Brother Han is thinking. To make the dashing empire safe, we must stand up. Yuan Kingdom's biggest backer, the Crown Prince Qianyuanguo, has even joined the Huayu Gate. If even the Huayu Gate suffers, then not only Qianyuanguo, but also the rest of the third-rank empire will have to treat me. The Qing Empire is very jealous. But the question is, Brother Han, are you sure you can deal with that fire feather saint? In the final analysis, Xiao Jianxiong was not very confident in Han Feng's strength. Even if Xiao Jianxiong understands that Han Feng's cultivation speed is against the sky, his strength will inevitably increase in just a few years, but if he can fight against the peak of the sanctuary, especially the peak of the sanctuary, Xiao Jianxiong would not dare to believe it unconditionally. But Han Feng is also for the dashing empire. Xiao Jianxiong is very clear, so Xiao Jianxiong did not blame Han Feng, nor did he think about sacrificing Han Feng in exchange for the dashing empire's survival. Han Feng smiled mysteriously. Everyone just wait and see. Xiao Jianxiong and Lord Dashing looked at each other, and could only face the next thing with Han Feng. If the dashing empire is really going to be destroyed, that is also fate. They accept their fate. Humph, a bunch of scumbags who don't know the sky and the earth. When my master comes, even if you kowtow to your knees and beg for mercy, this prince will not forgive you lightly. Knowing that Han Feng really wanted him to pass on the letter and had to wait, the crown prince became arrogant again. Up. A arrogant person with a problem in his head. This is the impression Han Feng left on the crown prince, but he did not know that Han Feng did this to solve the problem at one time, lest the dashing empire would fall into crisis after leaving, and he would have to come back. Human is a second-rank sect, and there are at least dozens of them at the peak of the sanctuary of the sect. The Fire Feather Saint and the founder of Qianyuanguo were old, so they took good care of the crown prince. Seeing the news from the crown prince, the Fire Feather Saint immediately led the digital peak of the sanctuary to the dashing empire. The Fire Feather Gate is not close to the dashing empire, but it is not too far away. There are 5 or 6 empire territories in the middle. Han Feng and others didn't wait long before a coercion that seemed to collapse from the sky fell from the sky. The land of the dashing empire was trembling. Countless warriors and civilians looked at the direction of the dashing empire's palace in horror. There, what exactly happened? It's finally here. Han Feng said lightly, walking out of Junlan Hall first. Xiao Jianxiong and others followed closely, but the crown prince suddenly rushed out and cried, "Master, you have to be the master of your disciple." The Fire Feather Saint has gray hair, but it is not the kind of dull paleness, but the bright silvery white with extremely strong vitality. It is said that the Fire Feather Saint has extraordinary talent. He broke through to the peak of the sanctuary at the age of 1,200, and now he has reached the 5th level at the age of 2,000. Doors take to new heights. The reason why the Fire Feather sect has been able to upgrade from the small 5th-rank sect at the time of its creation to the 2nd-rank sect is due to the contribution of the Fire Feather Saint. In addition to the silver-white hair, the eyebrows and beards of the Fire Feather Saint were all crimson, as if they were burning with a lingering flame. Next to Saint Fire Feather, a man with slender eyes said lazily, "Master, leave this bully to your disciple." This slender-eyed man looks very insane, but it would be a big mistake to underestimate him because of this. This man is called Bai Cai, and he is famous in the Fire Feather sect. God of Power. If the Fire Feather Saint is very likely to become a half-step sanctuary small perfection in the future, then this Bai Cai is a promising existence in the sanctuary small perfection. Senior brother, if you go out, you will definitely be able to win this son. The Crown Prince flattered. The Fire Feather Saint nodded slightly. As you wish. I thought it would be a strong person who didn't take my Fire Feather sect in the eyes, but I didn't expect that it was just a boy who didn't even grow his hair, making a joke for the teacher. Bai Cai bowed respectfully to the Fire Feather Saint, and walked towards Han Feng with a grim face. Bai Cai raised his eyebrows. Although I don't know how you dare to fight against my human, but since this seat has taken action, you can never try to escape. Han Feng didn't react to this, but was ready to take action, but at this moment, the voice of Aoyan swallowing Tianlang Lano came from the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower. Boss, since my strength has risen to the peak of the sanctuary, I haven't made a move for the boss. How about letting the younger brother make a move this time? Okay? The other party's cultivation level is the same as yours, and they are both at the peak of the second heaven. Hey, my younger brother's bloodline far exceeds this guy's, and he has long been invincible. Even if he falls into a disadvantage for a while, he will win sooner or later. Lan Ao's proud voice came out. Han Feng thought about it and agreed just to use the other party to give Lan Ao some fighting experience. With a flick of his sleeve robe, Aoyan swallowing Heavenly Wolf appeared beside Han Feng with the sound of roaring and howling. The huge body and mighty temperament made Bai Cai, who had despised Han Feng, become serious. It turned out to be a monster at the peak level of the sanctuary. No wonder it has the competence to compete with my human. Bai Cai thought he had found the reason. Han Feng ignored Bai Cai and signaled Lan Ao to make a quick shot. Lan Ao let out a wolf howl, and his huge body suddenly rushed towards Bai Cai. Looking for death. Bai Cai's eyes flashed coldly, and he cut out the top-notch sword-type holy weapon in his hand. The sword light was 100 feet long, the space shattered for a while, and Lan proudly opened his mouth, as if a fireball that was about to melt the heavens and the earth roared out, covering the sky and the sun. Boom boom boom. The violent sword light collided with the fireball, and a loud bang shook the world. The sword light even cracked into a small sword light that filled the sky and landed like a torrential rain. I don't know how many buildings collapsed because of this, and the entire palace was devastated. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, the enchantment expanded, blocking these sword lights. Along with the sword light, there were endless sparks, and the palace was quickly swallowed by the spread of flames. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Sanctuary. King Dashing kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This is the battle between the peak powerhouses in the sanctuary? It's too terrifying, and the palace can be destroyed by any casual confrontation. Fortunately, I sent the people in the palace ahead of time. Disperse to the outside, otherwise God knows how many innocent people will die this time. As early as Han Feng was waiting for the arrival of the human powerhouse, the Dacian king issued a series of orders very prescient. When the human powerhouses arrived, there were only a few of them left in the palace. On the Dashing Empire side, only Han Feng did not change his face. He thought that he had even faced the small perfection powerhouses in the sanctuary at the beginning, but now this momentum confrontation is not in his eyes at all. In the sky, sword light and flames continued to permeate, and from time to time, invisible energy fluctuations bombarded down, and the ground cracked open countless cracks. Gradually, Lan Ao fell into the downwind, and his body seemed to be attacked by a fishing net. There were scars and blood dripping everywhere. Although Bai Cai was not feeling well, and the holy sword in his hand was full of pits, there were not many scars on his body. I thought it was such a formidable opponent, but that's all. Bai Liki laughed. With high fighting spirit, he killed a monster of the same level, which is also a good record. Is a huge improvement. The crown prince was a little flustered at the sudden appearance of a sacred monster at the peak of the sanctuary, but at this moment he could not help but stretch his brows, glanced at Han Feng, and found that Han Feng's eyes did not change. The crown prince snorted coldly, pretending to be calm. I can't tell at this moment. I've been terrified for a long time, and I knew why it was so in the first place. Even Xiao Jianxiong and others began to suspect that Han Feng was just pretending to be calm. No matter how you look at it, the giant wolf beast is in a very unfavorable situation. Han Feng stared at both sides of the battle, ignoring the concerns of Xiao Jianxiong and others. In the sky, Bai Liki made persistent efforts, and the attack momentum continued to advance. For a while, the sword light in the sky was like a large net intertwined, covering the sky, and the flames were continuously beheaded by the sword light. However, as time passed, Bai Liki still failed to kill his opponent as he wished. Damn, this beast is so slippery. Bai Liki scolded. The wings behind Lan Ao kept flickering, and its speed was no worse than that of a mid-level powerhouse in the sanctuary. He was hit hard before, just because he didn't have much combat experience. At this moment, with the improvement of combat experience, Bai Liki, the number of hits Lan Ao is getting less and less. Lan Ao is Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf, and his bloodline is extremely high. Even if Lan Ao has not completely controlled his own bloodline, the benefits brought by some bloodlines will not disappear because of this. Therefore, the horrific injuries on Lan Ao's body have recovered a lot now, which is also the source of Lan Ao's confidence to win even though he has no combat experience before. The Crown Prince has gradually seen that something is wrong, and dare not say a word. The atmosphere is solemn, and the palm of the holy fire feather is constantly clenched into a fist and opened again. Obviously, his heart is not calm. Lan Ao let out a wolf howl, and the flames rushed out, forming a sea of fire. For the first time in the battle, it was tied with Bai Liki. Lan Ao said proudly, I pressed Ben Xiao for so long just now, now it's my turn to fight you. Humph, dreaming. Animals are beasts. Speaking big words makes people laugh at them. Bai Liki roared angrily. Lan Ao was also provoked by Bai Liki's beast, and the dignified arrogance swallowed the heavenly wolf. Hoo-hoo-ho. Lan Ao's figure swelled again, and he exerted the bloodline that he could control to the limit. The huge pressure breath made Bai Liki suffocate for a while. Impossible. How can this beast still have such a powerful aura? Bai Liki was horrified. Could it be that this beast was just playing tricks on him before? Thinking of this, a deep hatred rose to the sky, and being teased by Lan Ao, Bai Liki felt that his self-esteem was being trampled. The 9 slashes of Liang. 9 sun-like spheres appeared in front of Lan Ao, shooting out dazzling light. Go to hell. Bai Liki roared, and the 9 suns roared away. A sneer appeared on Lan Aolong's face, his big mouth opened, and an unrivaled suction force came out like a black hole. In an instant, the stars of the world seemed to be sucked into Lan Ao's mouth. This terrifying sight made everyone stunned, and even the fire feather saint was moved. For the first time, he felt a slight threat from the warcraft at the peak of the sanctuary. Finally used, Lan Ao's ultimate skill. Unlike everyone's horror, Han Feng smiled and knew that the battle was over. No. What is this? Let me go. Bai Liki shouted loudly. He was horrified to find that under this terrifying suction, his attack was swallowed by the other party like a snack. No impact at all. And now, even his body has to be sucked out. Thinking that he was going to die, Bai Liki finally couldn't help asking his master for help. Master, help. The fire feather saint said gloomily, beasts are beasts, and they want to devour humans. With you, it is a huge threat to the human race. If you solve your beast, there must be many human races who are grateful to the old man. Shameless. Xiao Jianxiong and the others were enraged by the shameless words and deeds of the Fire Feather Saint. Want to make a move? Let's beat me first. Han Feng moved and directly intercepted the Fire Feather Saint. The mere great sanctuary dares to intercept the old man and court death. Fire Feather Holy Fist. Xuanhuan gathered in the hands of the Fire Feather Saint and threw out a fist. In Han Feng's senses, the whole world suddenly changed at this moment, as if a star was whistling, and it was about to destroy the entire space. Doomsday-like destruction crisis. The seventh layer of the Holy Flame Battle Body, Condensate. Heavenly Immortal Body, Congeal. Since the Holy Flame Battle Body broke through to the seventh level, the Void Immortal Body was promoted to the Heavenly Immortal Body. This is the first time that Han Feng has displayed these two great sacred arts. However, Han Feng did not fully display the celestial body, but only displayed the power almost equivalent to the realm of Xiaocheng. The improvement of the celestial physique's cultivation base is still a bit big for Han Feng's current holy body, especially when he integrates into the Aurora Tsangyan and improves again. Han Feng is a little worried that his holy body will be burst. This time the battle is impossible without the integration of Aurora Tsangyan, then it is impossible to display the celestial body to the Desheng realm. With the improvement of the two sanctuary secrets, Han Feng's cultivation base has been directly improved to an infinitely close to the peak of the sanctuary at the beginning of the second level. Then the integration of Aurora Tsangyan made Han Feng's cultivation soar to the fourth level realm of the peak of the sanctuary. Fusion, Holy Flame strikes the sky. The giant flame fist merged into the Aurora Tsangyan to form a giant silver-white flame ball, which slammed into the punch of the Fire Feather Saint with a destructive momentum. The power of Han Feng's punch is no worse than that of the sanctuary peak fifth layer. Where did the Fire Feather Saint think that Han Feng would suddenly burst out with such a powerful attack, and was caught off guard and flew upside down? If Saint Fire Feather went all out, he wouldn't be so vulnerable, but Saint Fire Feather didn't care about Han Feng's great sanctuary at all, and he didn't even use 30% of his power. One almost exploded with all his strength, and the other only showed 30% of his strength, and the result can be imagined. And in the short period of time when the Fire Feather Saint was blasted away, Bai Cai, the dignified peak powerhouse of the sanctuary, couldn't resist the suction after all, and was swallowed by Lan Ao. Second more.